Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 279, Comparison. Chapter 279, Comparison. Pain, of course. Hearing Deidara's question, Konan spoke without a moment's hesitation. She had never seen Senju Hashirama, but even Hanzo, who was once known as a demigod, had died at Nagato's hands. Even if he faced the so-called god of shinobi, Nagato would surely win. However, no one echoed her sentiment. Instead, everyone turned their gaze toward Kakuzu. Everyone knew that Kakuzu was someone who had lived for a very long time, surviving from the Sengoku period to the present. If anyone were to comment on the strength of the first Hokage, he would be the most suitable. When I was young, I was indeed hired to assassinate the first Hokage. Kakuzu spoke of this experience candidly, with the calm of someone merely stating a fact. However, it was an utter failure. I was repelled before I could even force out his true strength. He paused, then added, later, I was also defeated by the leader, which is why I joined the Akatsuki organization. In other words, Kakuzu had direct combat experience with both men. He was the most qualified to compare the two. However, Kakuzu's next words exceeded the expectations of Deidara and the others, revealing his deliberation as a veteran powerhouse. But in a ninja battle, victory or defeat is never determined solely by raw power on paper. Kakuzu said in a deep voice. Timing, geography, intelligence, condition, tactical counters, many factors constrain each other and change in an instant. He analyzed, as for timing and geography, whether it's the first Hokage's would release, which is enough to alter the terrain, or the power controlled by the leader, both can basically ignore the opponent's environmental advantage and even forcibly create a battlefield environment favorable to themselves. In this regard, they stand at the same height. Next, he mentioned the more critical aspect of compatibility in counters. Just as Deidara can effectively counter opponents who lack anti-air or long-range defense. Kisame Samahata is a natural, chakra devourer, and a nightmare for ninjutsu-type ninjas. Kakuzu's gaze seemed to sweep across the crowd. My understanding of the first Hokage's strength is not comprehensive. Nor is my understanding of the leader's strength necessarily complete. Finally, he gave an extremely conservative evaluation. Therefore, lacking a comprehensive, in-depth understanding, especially at the level of a peak confrontation, I cannot give a definitive answer as to who is stronger. That would not only be irresponsible but could also mislead the organization's judgment. This old fellow really is a slippery old eel. Everyone fell into their own thoughts after hearing Kakuzu's words. This guy's words were almost the same as saying nothing, and discussing this didn't have much meaning anyway. Zetsu, with his yin-yang face, half black and half white, and strange appearance, suddenly spoke up. That's not right. Zetsu's light and shadow seemed to turn slightly, scanning the other projections present, and then, in that peculiar tone, he posed a question that made everyone freeze for a moment. Why has Haydn suddenly become so quiet? With Zetsu's reminder, everyone suddenly realized that Haydn, who was usually the loudest and most restless during meetings, was abnormally silent at this moment. As if a switch had been suddenly flipped by Zetsu's words, that silent projection abruptly shook violently. Immediately after, a voice so excited it was nearly frenzied, with an exaggeratedly rising intonation, erupted from the projection like a flood breaking through a dam, instantly filling the entire deep cave. Ooh 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 ooh. It started with a long, attention-grabbing roar. Finally. Have you finally remembered this great me? Aha, I knew it. I knew you guys couldn't do without this great me. Haydn's voice was full of extreme excitement as his dissatisfaction from being ignored suddenly turned into the thrill of being noticed, and his astral projection light and shadow began to gesticulate wildly. This great me is so important. So dazzling. So, well, full of Lord Jashin's grace. He began a speech full of logical leaps on his own, completely ignoring the seriousness of the previous topic. Do you want to? Do you want to? Follow this great me and throw yourselves into Lord Jashin's embrace. Feel that supreme pain, and let blood become the staircase to eternity. Sacrifice all those self-righteous guys to Lord Jashin. What followed was a string of rapid-fire, logically incoherent, and blood-soaked religious vocabulary and fanatical self-indulgent chatter. This guy. Deidara's bright yellow projection curled its lip and whispered, so noisy, there's no artistry in it at all. Zetsu also had a headache. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned him. Inside the Kamui dimension, a constant atmosphere of loneliness, distortion, and unreality always permeated. Gray was the main color here, with countless massive, irregularly shaped, and seemingly infinitely extending stone pillars arranged in rows, forming a static and eerie stone forest. A figure stood alone atop one of the stone pillars. He wore the Akatsuki organization's black robe with red clouds and a spiral-patterned one-eyed mask on his face. It was Uchiha Obito. His figure appeared exceptionally small in the vast and distorted space, yet it exuded a sense of paranoid determination. A white Zetsu clone was slowly growing out of the ground, reporting the latest intelligence gathered from the outside world in his unique, somewhat comical, and emotionless tone. So, besides the first, second, and fourth Hokage being resurrected via Edo Tensei on Hidden Leaf Village's side, now Kakashi Hataki's father, that white fang of the leaf, Tsukumo Hatake, has also been resurrected via Edo Tensei. The specific details are still being confirmed, but the possibility of it being Tsukumo Hatake is very high. After all, there were only a few white-haired people in Hidden Leaf Village. It couldn't be that he saw Kakashi calling Jiraiya Dad, right? After the white Zetsu clone finished speaking, he tilted his head, seemingly waiting for Obito's reaction. Obito listened in silence. The mask hid all his expressions, but in his exposed right eye, the pupil contracted imperceptibly upon hearing the name Tsukumo Hatake. Tsukumo Hatake. Kakashi's father. The man who was once incredibly glorious in Kakashi's words, yet ultimately chose to take his own life due to rumors and his inner principles, leaving Kakashi with endless shadows and distorted creeds. You mean, besides the previous Hokages, that guy Kakashi's father has also been resurrected? Bringing back deceased loved ones to this desperate world full of pain and hypocrisy. Has Hidden Leaf Village become so weak that they need to rely on the dead to protect the village? White Zetsu didn't understand why Obito was being so cynical. Under Black Zetsu's influence, White Zetsu didn't think there was anything wrong with using the power of the dead. Isn't it all just power? Obito quickly suppressed the fluctuation in his heart. For Obito, who had long since buried his emotions to realize the Eye of the Moon plan, any individual encounter or any change in the present world was just noise on the way to the ultimate goal. He waved his hand with a gesture of complete indifference and apathy. Forget it, let him be. His voice returned to that hollow calm. No matter how they act now, how they struggle in this illusory world, it's all just temporary. His gaze seemed to penetrate the distorted barrier of the Kamui dimension, looking toward the perfect world he had conceptualized countless times. Sooner or later, all of them, Kakashi, his father, the first Hokage, that so-called sixth Hokage, and even you and I. We will all welcome true peace in the eternal and beautiful dream world created by the Infinite Tsukuyomi. There is no pain, no loss, no despair, only the most perfect happiness in everyone's heart. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 280, Journey to the Land of Snow. Chapter 280, Journey to the Land of Snow. Soon, Obito stopped dwelling on the specific variables introduced by Hidden Leaf Villages, Edo Tensei, and shifted his focus to the most immediate and critical obstacle at hand. Obito turned around, casting his gaze toward the infinitely extending gray stone pillars in the depths of the Kamui dimension, as if gathering strength or perhaps making a firm resolution. Just as well. His voice took on a sharp edge. That Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto, hasn't he already left Hidden Leaf Village and started deploying troops externally? The Nine-Tails was the final and most crucial piece of chakra indispensable for reviving the Ten-Tails and activating the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Moreover, the Jinchuriki's own strength and attitude directly influenced the difficulty of the plan. It was a hassle to test him when he was always hiding in Hidden Leaf Village, protected by those old fogies and layers of defenses. Obito's voice filtered through his mask, tinged with calculation. Now that he's come out on his own initiative, the forces around him might be somewhat dispersed. He made a decision. Since Hidden Leaf Village is utilizing a tailed beast, the other great villages will surely have their Jinchuriki prepare for potential Hidden Leaf Village attacks. That is to say, the defensive strength around the Nine-Tails has likely dropped significantly right now. I'll go meet that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki first. Report his real-time location to me, Zetsu. I'm afraid that might not be possible. Zetsu scratched his head. That guy's perception is very sharp. Several clones that previously infiltrated Hidden Leaf Village vanished. 2 white Zetsu clones that entered the Grass Ninja Village also disappeared. Faced with that guy's powerful sensory abilities, our infiltration is basically useless. Obito. His expression turned grave. Could the opponent actually detect even white Zetsu? Vastly different from the lonely eeriness of the Kamui dimension, the killing intent and destruction of the Grass Ninja Village battlefield, and the noisy calculations of the Akatsuki organization's cave, the Land of Snow presented an astonishing sight. After more than 2 days of traveling without rest, Minato Namikaze appeared in the Land of Snow. However, what met his eyes was not the expected scenery of a snow country with white snow and howling cold winds. Thanks to the geothermal generation device developed and secretly built with the full effort of the late former daimyo, Sosetsu Kazahana, powerful geothermal energy had changed the climate and environment of the entire Land of Snow. The snow that once never melted had long since thawed, the permafrost had turned into fertile fields, and warm currents had dispelled the bitter cold. The current land of snow enjoyed a spring-like climate year-round, with lush vegetation, crops growing vigorously in the fields, and rivers flowing after thawing. The air was filled with the fresh scent of soil and plants. But precisely because of the drastic environmental change and the destruction of the original snow ninja village, the land of snow, having lost its local military protection, appeared exceptionally fragile against surrounding forces that might be eyeing it greedily. The new daimyo, Koyuki Kazahana, and her assisting minister, Asama Sandeu, both clearly realized they needed a powerful and reliable military protector. And Hidden Leaf Village became their most ideal choice. When Naruto was planning his external strategy, he had indeed recognized the unique value of the land of snow. It wasn't just its strategic location, more importantly, in his previous experiences, he had seen the advanced train technology of the land of snow. This efficient ground transportation tool was vital for the transportation and logistics network connecting the entire ninja world that Naruto envisioned. As soon as Minato appeared, Asama Sandeu, who had received word and was waiting at the border outpost, immediately led several confidants to meet him. Sandeifu was energetic and had a sharp gaze. When he saw Minato's brilliant blonde hair and azure eyes, so similar to Naruto's, and that sunny, handsome temperament in his features, he couldn't help but startle, and then a warm and friendly smile quickly spread across his face. He stepped forward quickly, looking Minato over carefully, his voice excited. "This ninja excellency from Hidden Leaf Village, your appearance is truly so similar to Lord Naruto's. Forgive my boldness, but may I ask who you are?" Minato Namikaze gave a warm and friendly smile, nodding slightly. "Hello, Mr. Sandeifu. I am Minato Namikaze, Naruto's father." "As I thought. You and Lord Naruto really do look very much alike." Sandeifu was overjoyed, the enthusiasm in his eyes almost overflowing. "Please excuse my lack of manners. Quick, please come in. Her Highness the Daimyo has been waiting for a long time. You must be tired from the journey." As Sandeifu eagerly led the way, he couldn't help but remark, "Lord Naruto is young and promising, with extraordinary strength, and he has done a great service for our land of snow. I didn't expect his father to have such an extraordinary bearing as well. As they say, like father, like son. Wait, shouldn't it be, like father, like son?" Seeing Sandeifu so excited, Minato didn't interrupt him. Sandeifu made no secret of his gratitude and admiration for Naruto, and by extension, he gave Minato the highest level of hospitality. On the way to the daimyo's mansion, Sandeifu had already sent someone ahead on horseback to report the news. Inside the daimyo's mansion, Koyuki Kazahana was sitting in a newly renovated, warm reception room. She had shed the naivety and fear from her early years of exile, gaining more of the composure and majesty befitting a daimyo. When she heard the report from Sandeifu's messenger that the envoy from Hidden Leaf Village is Naruto's father, Koyuki Kazahana was visibly startled. She knew about Naruto's background. During her visit to Hidden Leaf Village for the Chunin exams, she had heard that Naruto was an orphan and that both his parents had sacrificed themselves when he was born. Later, she had also seen Naruto's mother, who had been revived by Orochimaru using the Edo Tensei Jutsu. So now, this father. Koyuki Kazahana quickly reacted. Since the mother could be brought back by that kind of forbidden jutsu, the father naturally could be as well. Although she still had doubts in her heart, she quickly gathered her emotions. Regardless, the other party was here representing Hidden Leaf Village and was Naruto's father. She had to receive him solemnly for both official and personal reasons. "Please show him in." Koyuki Kazahana instructed the attendant who came to report, her voice calm and composed. The attendant took the order and left. Koyuki Kazahana turned her head slightly to look at Anko Mitarashi, who was sitting not far from her, unceremoniously biting into a skewer of three-color dango and eating with great relish. Anko was a Hidden Leaf Village jonin who had been stationed here at the request of the Land of Snow after the Chunin exams to take long-term responsibility for Koyuki Kazahana's safety. She had a cheerful personality and strong skills, which was why Jiraiya had chosen to send her here. At the time, Jiraiya also had the idea of keeping her away from Orochimaru. After all, that guy Orochimaru had done some pretty harmful things in the past. As Orochimaru's disciple, Anko had naturally been interrogated by Hidden Leaf Village after Orochimaru fled. It would be strange if these two didn't start bickering when they met. "Miss Anko." Koyuki Kazahana spoke softly, her tone carrying a hint of caution. Although the visitor claims to be Naruto's father, his identity still needs to be confirmed. Moreover, the current situation in the ninja world is delicate, and we cannot entirely rule out the possibility of an enemy ninja in disguise spying on us. She looked at Anko, her gaze clear and firm. "If the other party truly makes a move, I will leave my safety in your hands, Miss Anko." Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 281, Chapter 281, Am I Fighting the Fourth Hokage? Chapter 281, Am I Fighting the Fourth Hokage? Rest assured, Daimyo-sama. Anko swallowed the remaining dango in a few bites, casually tossed the bamboo skewer into the trash can by her feet, clapped her hands, and showed a confident, even slightly eager smile. She patted her ample chest and gave a guarantee. Never mind the ninjas from these surrounding small nations, even in Hidden Leaf Village, there are only a few who can steadily defeat me. I'm actually looking forward to stretching my limbs properly. Staying here all day, my bones are almost getting rusty. Although Anko's words were a bit exaggerated, they weren't entirely baseless. As a former disciple of Orochimaru, her natural talent was not bad. After experiencing the Chunin exams incident and subsequent training, her strength had improved further, making her a standout among Hidden Leaf Village's jonin. Protection missions were mostly peaceful, and she indeed had an itch for action. Seeing this, Koyuki Kazahana smiled slightly, her heart feeling a bit more at ease. With Anko by her side, along with the other guards in the manor and the trusted aides arranged by Sandaifu, her safety should be guaranteed. She straightened her clothes and sat upright in the main seat, waiting for the arrival of the Hidden Leaf Village envoy who claimed to be Naruto's father. Sandaifu led Minato Namikaze through the corridors, which looked brighter and warmer after the repairs, and arrived at the door of the daimyo's reception room. Sandaifu took a step forward, gently pushed open the exquisite sliding door, stepped aside, and respectfully made a please gesture. Sir, Her Highness the daimyo is already waiting inside. Please. Minato Namikaze gave a warm smile, nodded to Sandaifu in acknowledgement, and then stepped calmly into the reception room. Warm sunlight spilled into the room through the large lattice windows, falling onto the polished floor. Koyuki Kazahana sat in the main seat with a dignified posture. And not far from her side was the Hidden Leaf Village jonin responsible for security. The moment Anko Mitarashi saw the visitor's face clearly, she froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. The dango she was about to swallow seemed to get stuck in her throat, her eyes widened, and her pupils dilated slightly from extreme shock. That face, that iconic bright blonde hair, those azure eyes clear as the sky, that warm and approachable smile. Foe. Fourth Hokage. Minato Namikaze-sama. Anko's mind went buzz, and she instantly fell into a state of total confusion. Is this a joke? Didn't the fourth Hokage sacrifice himself over a decade ago during the Nine-Tailed incident? Wait. Right, that bastard Orochimaru's forbidden jutsu. Even Shodai-sama was, so fourth Sama was also. Countless thoughts flashed wildly through her mind like a revolving lantern. Shock, doubt, and disbelief eventually turned into a sense of helplessness at the sudden appearance of a legend before her eyes. Then, she suddenly remembered the guarantee she had just made to Koyuki Kazahana while patting her chest. Never mind the ninjas from these surrounding small nations, even in Hidden Leaf Village, there are only a few who can steadily defeat me. I'll leave my safety in your hands, Miss Anko. Koyuki Kazahana's request still rang in her ears. Anko's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and a surge of heat, a mix of embarrassment, shame, and the realization of, what kind of big talk was I spouting, rushed to her head. To protect an ordinary person from the fourth Hokage. Me. Anko had self-awareness. She might be among the top ordinary jonin, capable of handling small nation elites or rogue ninjas with ease, but against an opponent of the fourth's caliber. They weren't even in the same dimension. Recalling her bold words now, it felt as ridiculous as a 3-year-old waving a wooden stick in front of a giant, claiming they would protect the doll behind them. However, this wave of self-mockery and embarrassment lasted less than 2 seconds before being quickly suppressed by a more sober thought. Anko shook her head violently. No. Calm down, Anko. If the person coming is truly the fourth Hokage-sama, then is there even any need for fighting or protection? Daimyo-sama, my name is Minato Namikaze. I have come by the order of the sixth Hokage to discuss cooperation with the Land of Snow. You said you are Naruto's father. Is Naruto doing well? Minato. This isn't right, is it? Why did the other party ask about Naruto right away? It seems Naruto is really popular. Naruto is doing well, he is currently the sixth Hokage. Didn't that old pervert called Jiraiya just become the fifth Hokage? Did he get caught peeping at the public baths and get forced out of office? Minato was a bit embarrassed hearing this. Jiraiya was his teacher, but his teacher indeed was a bit. It's not like that, but Jiraiya-sama did indeed resign from the position of Hokage. Following that, Minato explained the purpose of his visit to Koyuki Kazahana. You want to build a train in Hidden Leaf Village? Naturally, that's no problem. However, building and running a train consumes a lot of iron and coal. If you need iron and coal, I can give you some profit and sell the Land of Snow's iron to you. Since the Land of Snow's environment was previously harsh and difficult for growing crops, the country relied more on trade to survive. The trade consisted of nothing more than seafood and minerals exchanged for money, food, and clothing. The Land of Snow was a resource-based country, and after the geothermal generator began operating, mining efficiency had improved significantly. Selling some to Hidden Leaf Village was certainly no problem, but as the daimyo of a nation, Koyuki Kazahana had to be responsible for her subjects, so she couldn't give up too much profit. For the next 2 hours, the two engaged in detailed negotiations regarding technical details, iron prices, transportation costs, and long-term supply contracts. Minato demonstrated excellent negotiation skills, adhering to Hidden Leaf Village's bottom line of interests while fully understanding the Land of Snow's position. Koyuki Kazahana, on the other hand, was strategic, ensuring her country's gains while showing sincerity in cooperation at the appropriate times. Outside the window, the afternoon light of the Land of Snow was clear. When the preliminary cooperation plan was finally finalized, both of them breathed a sigh of relief in unison. Pleasure doing business with you. Pleasure doing business with you. Shouldn't we say it's a pleasure doing business together? Orochimaru leaned lazily in a large chair, long black hair draped down, golden snake pupils flickering with a playful and cold luster in the dimness. A half-smile played on her lips as she watched Tsunade, whose expression was clearly unpleasant, with composed interest. The cooperation agreement has been reached, and you've confirmed the status of Kato, Dan and Nawaki. Orochimaru's voice was low and slightly raspy, possessing a seductive magnetism that now felt even more mocking. Why still put on this reluctant look? She tilted her head slightly, her golden snake pupils locking onto Tsunade's somewhat flickering gaze. Tsunade crossed her arms over her chest, her brow furrowed, her full bosom rising and falling with her slightly rapid breathing. She avoided Orochimaru's gaze, which seemed able to see through people's hearts, and spoke stiffly. I just feel we should respect Jiraiya's opinion. She was trying to find a reasonable excuse for delaying or going back on her word. After all, this concerns him personally. He isn't willing to use cloning technology to gain longevity or be resurrected, so we should. Heh. Orochimaru let out a short, cold sneer, directly cutting off Tsunade's words. She straightened up slightly from the chair, a flash of clear sarcasm and anger in her golden snake pupils. Respect his opinion. He is stubborn, insisting that my path is a wrong one, a path of depravity. And yet it is this path of depravity that has brought your loved ones back to your side. So now, as far as I'm concerned, his opinion doesn't exist at all. It's quite fair, isn't it? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, Preparations for Cloning Jiraiya. Chapter 282, Preparations for Cloning Jiraiya. Orochimaru no longer gave Tsunade a chance to catch her breath. She tapped her fingers rhythmically on the armrest of her chair, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Every syllable felt like it was striking Tsunade's heart. Don't forget our deal, Tsunade. Kato, Dan and Nawaki have already been resurrected. She brought up their deal again. This deal was finalized after Tsunade returned, back when Jiraiya was still the Hokage. So, in exchange, you promised to bring me a blood sample from Jiraiya. This was also clearly stated in black and white. Now, you've seen the results on my end. It's your turn. She leaned forward slightly, her golden snake-like pupils fixed on Tsunade, her tone carrying undisguised pressure and suspicion. Or perhaps because that guy paid off those astronomical gambling debts for you, debts so large even you can't remember the total, you're planning to break the contract. Or is it that you simply don't want to repay this debt of gratitude, which is why you're being so hesitant and wanting to go back on your word? These words struck a painful, embarrassing spot for Tsunade. Jiraiya had indeed repaid her massive gambling debts countless times. This financial debt, mixed with years of camaraderie as comrades in arms, made her exceptionally conflicted when faced with the choice of hurting Jiraiya. Nonsense. Tsunade flared up in anger, her cheeks flushing red. How could I think such a thing? That guy Jiraiya, no matter how unreliable he is, he's still an old friend who fought alongside us for years. How could I possibly, for the sake of money or to escape debt, do something to betray him? Her rebuttal seemed somewhat weak, as Orochimaru had indeed pointed out her inner conflict. Her friendship and sense of debt toward Jiraiya were in sharp conflict with her intense desire to resurrect Dan and Nawaki. Despite Tsunade losing 10 out of 10 bets, her gambling ethics were actually quite decent. Seeing Tsunade's angry yet clearly wavering appearance, Orochimaru lost the last of her patience. She coldly interrupted Tsunade's agitated defense. The last trace of feigned gentleness in her golden snake pupils vanished completely, leaving only a sinister and dangerous cold light. Tsunade, don't get it twisted. Orochimaru's voice was very low, yet it carried a steel-like coldness and an unquestionable threat. If I can make Kato Dan come back, I naturally have a way to make him go back again. My technology can give, and it can also take away. The same goes for Nawaki's side. This was now a blatant threat. Using the resurrection of loved ones as bait, and then using the threat of taking them away as leverage. Orochimaru stood up, her tall shadow looming over. Those snake pupils locked onto Tsunade as she delivered the final, non-negotiable ultimatum. Are you going, or not? The air seemed to freeze. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop several degrees. Tsunade's whole body trembled, her pupils contracting sharply from shock, anger, humiliation, and a deeper sense of dread. Looking at Orochimaru's emotionless, icy gaze, she knew the other person was definitely not joking. Friendship, debt, principles, in the face of the temptation of resurrecting her loved ones and the threat of losing them, she was pushed to the edge of the abyss. You. Tsunade squeezed the word out through her teeth, her chest heaving violently, her fists clenching until they cracked. But in the end, all the struggle, all the anger, and all the resentment turned into a single word squeezed from the depths of her throat, filled with endless bitterness and compromise. I'll go. This single word seemed to drain her of all her strength. After speaking, she looked as if her support had been hollowed out. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and she turned her face away, no longer looking at Orochimaru. Having obtained the answer she wanted, the cold arc at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth reappeared, and she regained her lazy, all-controlling demeanor. Very well. Then, I shall await the good news. It was just a matter of tricking Jiraiya into a physical exam to draw some blood, yet this person was making such a scene. After Tsunade left, the expression of control and cold coercion on Orochimaru's face receded like a tide, returning to the calm, focused, and endlessly inquisitive demeanor of a scholar. She didn't linger, turning to walk deeper into the laboratory where more unfinished projects awaited. At the core of the experimental area sat several complex instruments, flickering with indicator lights of various colors and the glow of chakra reactions. Next to a device that looked like a combination of a large centrifuge and a chakra dialysis machine, a figure stood with his back to the door, intently adjusting the parameters. The person wore a deep blue high-collared robe, had silver hair and red eyes, and possessed a cold aura. It was Senju Tobarama. Hearing the sound of Orochimaru's approaching footsteps, Tobarama didn't turn around. He merely looked up, using those sharp red eyes to glance at the figure behind him through the reflection on the instrument's surface. He didn't stop his hands, but his tone carried undisguised inquiry and suspicion. You've gone to such great lengths, even going so far as to take on this current form. It couldn't be, just for Jiraiya, could it? Tobarama knew Orochimaru used to be a man, which was why the question, could this guy actually like men, arose in his mind. Of course not. Orochimaru's reply was swift and flat, even carrying a hint of impatience at having her train of thought interrupted. She walked to another lab bench and picked up a scroll recording complex data to browse. For Orochimaru, changing bodies was a routine method in the pursuit of immortality and exploring the mysteries of life. The choice of gender was based more on current research needs or simple curiosity for different experiences, having nothing to do with emotional entanglements. Speculation based on common sense like Tobarama's seemed childish to her. Even a master of forbidden jutsu was not immune to such common thinking. Tobarama did not give up his questioning because of this denial. He stopped his adjustments, turned around, and faced Orochimaru directly, the sharp light in his red eyes intensifying. Then why are you so obsessed with his blood? Tobarama pressed on, his logic clear. Based on my baby Tsunade's reaction just now and the fragments of your conversation, Jiraiya himself seems to have no interest in resurrection or using technology to extend life. In fact, he seems quite resistant to it. In my view, the research value of a sample from an individual with no will to survive or desire to cooperate is significantly diminished. Orochimaru put down the scroll, her golden snake pupils turning to Tobarama. This time, she didn't avoid the question. I plan to clone him. However, this answer was not enough to satisfy Senju Tobarama, who pursued ultimate efficiency and practicality. His red brows furrowed, his tone carrying clear incomprehension and a hint of criticism for wasting resources. Cloning. Just to replicate an identical individual. Tobarama's voice rose slightly. If you're interested in the so-called sage mode and want to conduct research, wouldn't that child named Yugo be more suitable? He can naturally absorb natural energy and enter a state similar to sage mode, and obtaining samples from him is relatively easy. In Tobarama's view, Yugo was an excellent natural sample for studying sage mode, low risk, easy to obtain, and with clear research value. Orochimaru's actions seemed redundant and even somewhat irrational. Faced with Tobarama's efficiency-based questioning, Orochimaru finally set everything down. Her golden snake pupils looked directly at the second Hokage, her eyes flashing with the obsession and rigor of a top researcher for a perfect sample. Yugo won't do. Orochimaru slowly shook her head. Although he can enter a state similar to sage mode, it is passive, unstable, and accompanied by severe side effects. His consciousness is eroded by natural energy, making him extremely aggressive and uncontrollable. That isn't mastering senjutsu energy in the true sense, but rather being enslaved by power. Orochimaru's speaking speed increased, carrying a disdain for inferior samples and an eagerness for a perfect subject. But Jiraiya is different. His sage mode is a perfect fusion state achieved through his own arduous cultivation and his contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. It is stable, controllable, and allows him to maintain his sanity. Her eyes showed genuine interest, Yugo is a natural, defective product, his state is closer to a bloodline disease or a curse of natural energy. Whereas Jiraiya has an acquired sage mode, which is why he is more worth studying. Originally Minato would have worked too, but he is currently in an Edo Tensei state, and having been dead for so many years, he no longer has flesh and blood. By studying Yugo, I might understand how natural energy erodes the human body and causes mutations. But by studying Jiraiya's clone, Orochimaru's voice carried a near-fanatical expectation. I might uncover the ultimate mystery of independently cultivating sage mode, and perhaps even find a safer, more efficient, and more universal way to develop an artificial sage mode. How can the value of this be compared to a natural disaster sample that could go berserk at any time? Orochimaru's goal was never simply to replicate a Jiraiya or resurrect an old friend. What she wanted was to crack the biological code behind the perfect sage mode Jiraiya obtained through cultivation. This involved a deeper level of interaction between chakra and natural energy, a latter leading to higher life forms and an understanding of the essence of the world. To this end, even if the methods were cold, even if the target was uncooperative, and even if she had to exploit and betray old friendships, she would not hesitate. After hearing this, a flash of realization crossed Tobirama's red eyes, which then returned to their usual calm. He understood, Orochimaru wasn't pursuing practicality or efficiency, but rather an obsessive exploration of some ultimate mystery. In a way, this mindset was similar to his own when he was developing forbidden jutsu, only Orochimaru was more extreme and disregarded the cost even more. I see. Tobirama asked no more questions, turning back to focus on the instrument in front of him. The path to power and knowledge was already full of taboos and controversy, he himself was the best example. As long as Orochimaru's research didn't endanger Hidden Leaf Village, he wouldn't interfere too much, regardless of what Orochimaru's actual thoughts were. Chapter 282, Preparations for Cloning Jiraiya. Orochimaru no longer gave Tsunade a chance to catch her breath. She tapped her fingers rhythmically on the armrest of her chair, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. Every syllable felt like it was striking Tsunade's heart. Don't forget our deal, Tsunade. Kato, Dan and Nawaki have already been resurrected. She brought up their deal again. This deal was finalized after Tsunade returned, back when Jiraiya was still the Hokage. So, in exchange, you promised to bring me a blood sample from Jiraiya. This was also clearly stated in black and white. Now, you've seen the results on my end. It's your turn. She leaned forward slightly, her golden snake-like pupils fixed on Tsunade, her tone carrying undisguised pressure and suspicion. Or perhaps, because that guy paid off those astronomical gambling debts for you, debts so large even you can't remember the total, you're planning to break the contract. Or is it that you simply don't want to repay this debt of gratitude, which is why you're being so hesitant and wanting to go back on your word? These words struck a painful, embarrassing spot for Tsunade. Jiraiya had indeed repaid her massive gambling debts countless times. This financial debt, mixed with years of camaraderie as comrades in arms, made her exceptionally conflicted when faced with the choice of hurting Jiraiya. Nonsense. Tsunade flared up in anger, her cheeks flushing red. How could I think such a thing? That guy Jiraiya, no matter how unreliable he is, he's still an old friend who fought alongside us for years. How could I possibly, for the sake of money or to escape debt, do something to betray him? Her rebuttal seemed somewhat weak, as Orochimaru had indeed pointed out her inner conflict. Her friendship and sense of debt toward Jiraiya were in sharp conflict with her intense desire to resurrect Dan and Nawaki. Despite Tsunade losing 10 out of 10 bets, her gambling ethics were actually quite decent. Seeing Tsunade's angry yet clearly wavering appearance, Orochimaru lost the last of her patience. She coldly interrupted Tsunade's agitated defense. The last trace of feigned gentleness in her golden snake pupils vanished completely, leaving only a sinister and dangerous cold light. Tsunade, don't get it twisted. Orochimaru's voice was very low, yet it carried a steel-like coldness and an unquestionable threat. If I can make Kato Dan come back, I naturally have a way to make him go back again. My technology can give, and it can also take away. The same goes for Nawaki's side. This was now a blatant threat. Using the resurrection of loved ones as bait, and then using the threat of taking them away as leverage. Orochimaru stood up, her tall shadow looming over. Those snake pupils locked onto Tsunade as she delivered the final, non-negotiable ultimatum. Are you going, or not? The air seemed to freeze. The temperature in the laboratory seemed to drop several degrees. Tsunade's whole body trembled, her pupils contracting sharply from shock, anger, humiliation, and a deeper sense of dread. Looking at Orochimaru's emotionless, icy gaze, she knew the other person was definitely not joking. Friendship, debt, principles, in the face of the temptation of resurrecting her loved ones and the threat of losing them, she was pushed to the edge of the abyss. You. Tsunade squeezed the word out through her teeth, her chest heaving violently, her fists clenching until they cracked. But in the end, all the struggle, all the anger, and all the resentment turned into a single word squeezed from the depths of her throat, filled with endless bitterness and compromise. "I'll go." This single word seemed to drain her of all her strength. After speaking, she looked as if her support had been hollowed out. Her shoulders slumped slightly, and she turned her face away, no longer looking at Orochimaru. Having obtained the answer she wanted, the cold arc at the corner of Orochimaru's mouth reappeared, and she regained her lazy, all-controlling demeanor. "Very well. Then, I shall await the good news." It was just a matter of tricking Jiraiya into a physical exam to draw some blood, yet this person was making such a scene. After Tsunade left, the expression of control and cold coercion on Orochimaru's face receded like a tide, returning to the calm, focused, and endlessly inquisitive demeanor of a scholar. She didn't linger, turning to walk deeper into the laboratory where more unfinished projects awaited. At the core of the experimental area sat several complex instruments, flickering with indicator lights of various colors and the glow of chakra reactions. Next to a device that looked like a combination of a large centrifuge and a chakra dialysis machine, a figure stood with his back to the door, intently adjusting the parameters. The person wore a deep blue high-collared robe, had silver hair and red eyes, and possessed a cold aura. It was Senju Tobarama. Hearing the sound of Orochimaru's approaching footsteps, Tobarama didn't turn around. He merely looked up, using those sharp red eyes to glance at the figure behind him through the reflection on the instrument's surface. He didn't stop his hands, but his tone carried undisguised inquiry and suspicion. "You've gone to such great lengths, even going so far as to take on this current form. It couldn't be, just for Jiraiya, could it?" Tobarama knew Orochimaru used to be a man, which was why the question, "Could this guy actually like men?" arose in his mind. Of course not. Orochimaru's reply was swift and flat, even carrying a hint of impatience at having her train of thought interrupted. She walked to another lab bench and picked up a scroll recording complex data to browse. For Orochimaru, changing bodies was a routine method in the pursuit of immortality and exploring the mysteries of life. The choice of gender was based more on current research needs or simple curiosity for different experiences, having nothing to do with emotional entanglements. Speculation based on common sense like Tobarama's seemed childish to her. Even a master of forbidden jutsu was not immune to such common thinking. Tobarama did not give up his questioning because of this denial. He stopped his adjustments, turned around, and faced Orochimaru directly, the sharp light in his red eyes intensifying. "Then why are you so obsessed with his blood?" Tobarama pressed on, his logic clear. "Based on my baby Tsunade's reaction just now and the fragments of your conversation, Jiraiya himself seems to have no interest in resurrection or using technology to extend life. In fact, he seems quite resistant to it. In my view, the research value of a sample from an individual with no will to survive or desire to cooperate is significantly diminished." Orochimaru put down the scroll, her golden snake pupils turning to Tobarama. This time, she didn't avoid the question. "I plan to clone him." However, this answer was not enough to satisfy Senju Tobarama, who pursued ultimate efficiency and practicality. His red brows furrowed, his tone carrying clear incomprehension and a hint of criticism for wasting resources. "Cloning? Just to replicate an identical individual?" Tobarama's voice rose slightly. "If you're interested in the so-called sage mode and want to conduct research, wouldn't that child named Yugo be more suitable? He can naturally absorb natural energy and enter a state similar to sage mode, and obtaining samples from him is relatively easy." In Tobarama's view, Yugo was an excellent natural sample for studying sage mode, low risk, easy to obtain, and with clear research value. Orochimaru's actions seemed redundant and even somewhat irrational. Faced with Tobarama's efficiency-based questioning, Orochimaru finally set everything down. Her golden snake pupils looked directly at the second Hokage, her eyes flashing with the obsession and rigor of a top researcher for a perfect sample. "Yugo won't do." Orochimaru slowly shook her head. Although he can enter a state similar to sage mode, it is passive, unstable, and accompanied by severe side effects. His consciousness is eroded by natural energy, making him extremely aggressive and uncontrollable. That isn't mastering senjutsu energy in the true sense, but rather being enslaved by power. Orochimaru's speaking speed increased, carrying a disdain for inferior samples and an eagerness for a perfect subject. But Jiraiya is different. His sage mode is a perfect fusion state achieved through his own arduous cultivation and his contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku. It is stable, controllable, and allows him to maintain his sanity. Her eyes showed genuine interest. Yugo is a natural, defective product. His state is closer to a bloodline disease or a curse of natural energy. Whereas Jiraiya has an acquired sage mode, which is why he is more worth studying. Originally Minato would have worked too, but he is currently in an Edo Tensei state, and having been dead for so many years, he no longer has flesh and blood. By studying Yugo, I might understand how natural energy erodes the human body and causes mutations. But by studying Jiraiya's clone. Orochimaru's voice carried a near-fanatical expectation. I might uncover the ultimate mystery of independently cultivating sage mode, and perhaps even find a safer, more efficient, and more universal way to develop an artificial sage mode. How can the value of this be compared to a natural disaster sample that could go berserk at any time? Orochimaru's goal was never simply to replicate a Jiraiya or resurrect an old friend. What she wanted was to crack the biological code behind the perfect sage mode Jiraiya obtained through cultivation. This involved a deeper level of interaction between chakra and natural energy, a latter leading to higher life forms and an understanding of the essence of the world. To this end, even if the methods were cold, even if the target was uncooperative, and even if she had to exploit and betray old friendships, she would not hesitate. After hearing this, a flash of realization crossed Tobarama's red eyes, which then returned to their usual calm. He understood, Orochimaru wasn't pursuing practicality or efficiency, but rather an obsessive exploration of some ultimate mystery. In a way, this mindset was similar to his own when he was developing forbidden jutsu, only Orochimaru was more extreme and disregarded the cost even more. I see. Tobarama asked no more questions, turning back to focus on the instrument in front of him. The path to power and knowledge was already full of taboos and controversy. He himself was the best example. As long as Orochimaru's research didn't endanger Hidden Leaf Village, he wouldn't interfere too much, regardless of what Orochimaru's actual thoughts were. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Let's Fight Together. Chapter 283, Let's Fight Together. The morning sunlight spilled softly onto the streets of the land of grass. A strange calm filled the air, mixed with the smell of dust from the recently dissipated smoke of war and the gradually reviving atmosphere of ordinary city life. The youthful-looking Senju Hashirama walked slowly and alone down the not-so-wide street. He wasn't wearing his iconic red layered plate armor, but only a green lining and a white outer robe. His tall frame was still eye-catching, but with his presence restrained, he looked more like an ordinary traveler. Hashirama's gaze carefully scanned both sides of the street. Most shops had already reopened. Steam rose from breakfast stalls, women carried baskets for shopping, and children chased each other and played at the alley entrances. There was no sign at all that this place had just recently undergone a military strike and regime change that nearly wiped out the village. There were no ruins, no panicked refugees, and none of the desolation and deathly silence common after a war. Hidden Leaf Village's follow-up takeover troops were clearly highly efficient. After Naruto's thunderous methods of intimidation and the rapid surrender, they stabilized basic order at the fastest speed and likely invested resources into basic relief. Seeing this scene, Hashirama's heart, which had been somewhat suspended, settled a little. He had initially opposed the War of Unification precisely because he feared that a large-scale war would bring endless suffering to ordinary people, plunging the ninja world once again into the state of misery seen during the Sengoku era. But if war could be like this, without affecting innocent civilians, then, perhaps the ending war through war and unification by force, pursued by Tobarama and Naruto was not completely unacceptable. If that were the case, then to end the long-standing division and chaos, the price paid being only the enemy ninjas. Perhaps, it would be worth it. This thought quietly loosened in his heart. He was not a pedantic pacifist. Back then, he also used force to end the Sengoku era. It was just that because of the internal voices in Hidden Leaf Village at the time, he was more inclined toward peaceful negotiations. The battles before the founding of Hidden Leaf Village had lasted far too long, so long that almost no one among the warlike Uchiha, except for Madara, was willing to participate in war again. But now it seemed that in some cases, an order quickly established after conquest might be more effective than a long, variable-filled agreement. Perhaps just as Tobarama said, if the three of them had worked together back then. Hashirama continued his stroll, deliberately avoiding the areas where the original ninjas of the Land of Grass and their families clearly lived. Those places were exceptionally quiet, with doors and windows tightly shut and an oppressive atmosphere that contrasted with the peaceful living seen on the main street. Occasionally, ninjas in Hidden Leaf Village uniforms passed by on patrol. He inquired with an old man by the roadside who was selling sundries, his eyes still carrying a hint of lingering fear. The old man lowered his voice and told him that was where the former ninjas lived. Now the higher-ups wouldn't let anyone ask about it. The ninjas inside were basically all captured and forced to do labor, and many had died in the past few days. It's war, after all, how can people not die? Hashirama chanted in his heart, he knew this cruel truth better than anyone. This time, almost all who died were ninjas, combatants who had picked up weapons and chosen to resist. Meanwhile, the civilians were basically all preserved, and their lives had not suffered a fundamental impact. Fortunately, only ninjas died, no civilians. This result, on Hashirama's scale of values, caused a subtle shift in the nature of this war. It was more like a precise decapitation strike against a military group rather than indiscriminate slaughter. While deep in thought, Hashirama had already reached the original grass ninja village head building. The building itself had not suffered serious damage, only the guards had changed. They were Konoha ninjas with solemn expressions and sharp eyes. He walked straight in. The guards clearly recognized him, bowed respectfully, and let him pass. Following the familiar chakra fluctuations, Hashirama came to a spacious room that had been temporarily converted into a training or meeting room. The door was slightly ajar, and voices drifted from inside. Through the crack in the door, he saw Uzumaki Naruto standing in the center of the room with a scroll spread out before him. Uchiha Hikari and Karen were sitting on cushions on either side, listening intently. Naruto seemed to be explaining the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique. His explanation was simple and easy to understand, but as an S-rank spacetime ninjutsu, the complexity of the Flying Thunder God technique far exceeded ordinary ninjutsu. Although Hikari and Karen were exceptionally gifted, both had somewhat blank expressions at the moment, their brows slightly furrowed, clearly having hit an insurmountable bottleneck in their understanding. Hashirama did not disturb them immediately, watching quietly for a while. He could feel that Naruto was teaching earnestly and the two girls were studying hard. This atmosphere of legacy and striving gave him a sense of gratification. However, it was better to talk about business first. A moment later, he raised his hand and tapped gently on the door. Knock, knock. The three people inside turned their heads in unison toward the door. The youthful Hashirama was standing at the entrance. Seeing that the visitor was Senju Hashirama, Hikari and Karen knew he was there for Naruto. They quickly stood up, nodded slightly in greeting, and then consciously stepped aside to leave the space to the two of them. Hashirama entered the room, nodded to the two girls, and then his gaze landed on Naruto. He didn't exchange pleasantries, didn't ask about the current state of the Land of Grass, and didn't comment on Naruto's teaching. Instead, he walked straight up to Naruto and stood still. Then, under Naruto's slightly questioning gaze, Hashirama slowly and firmly raised his right fist, fingers clenched tight, his knuckles turning slightly white. His eyes no longer held the previous confusion and struggle, instead, they were filled with a clear resolve, just like when he faced Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End years ago. He looked at Naruto with a serious face. Naruto, I have left the rear to Tobirama. Let's fight together. This brief declaration was worth more than 1,000 words. It meant that after personally witnessing the aftermath of the war in the Land of Grass, weighing the costs and results, and contemplating the era and the path forward, Senju Hashirama had officially recognized Uzumaki Naruto's way and decided to join this war aimed at unifying the ninja world and reshaping order with all his power. Looking at Hashirama's extended fist, a flash of surprise first crossed Naruto's deep blue eyes, which then turned into understanding, and finally condensed into an exhilarating light. Without hesitation, he also raised his right fist and bumped it against Hashirama's in midair. The strongest of the old and new generations of Hidden Leaf Village finally stood on the same front in the headquarters of this pacified small country, taking a decisive step toward that controversial yet incredibly grand future. The second's efforts were quite effective. Reliable. Perfect. With Hashirama's strength, the war of unification will surely end faster. Then there's no need to wait for any 5 Kage summit to declare war. I'll have Shikaku write the challenge letters today, and tomorrow we'll blitz the Land of Earth, which borders the Land of Grass. While blitzing the Land of Earth, I'll send my clone with Hashirama to take the Land of Rivers in passing and then head to the Land of Wind. Once I've settled things on the Land of Earth side, I'll use the Shadow Clone's Flying Thunder God as a relay to go to the Land of Wind. Temari and Gaara still have my Flying Thunder God marks on them. They can't run. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, Blitzkrieg. Chapter 284, Blitzkrieg. Naruto created a shadow clone to go find Shikaku. Nara Shikaku's temporary office. Shikaku was buried under a mountain of scrolls, the veins on his forehead throbbing faintly. His left hand rapidly flipped through the asset and debt details of the Grass Ninja Village, while his right hand simultaneously calculated the budget needed to maintain local security and distribute basic rations. The Grass Ninja Village was a small place with very little to offer, even jonin were scarce. It was only natural for a small nation to lack resources and powerful legacies. Some of the jonin here would barely pass as a chunin if brought to Hidden Leaf Village. Furthermore, the internal affairs of the Grass Ninja Village were a complete mess. Deficits, debts, demoralized people, hidden remnants of resistance, and the integration of systems with the Land of Fire. There were 1,000 loose ends, and every single one required him, the brain, to sort through, make decisions, and assign tasks. He had been working continuously for a long time. Just then, with a soft poof, Naruto's shadow clone appeared directly in front of his desk. Uncle Shikaku. Shikaku's hand jerked in surprise. He looked up at the Naruto before him, a premonition of misfortune rising in his heart. The shadow clone didn't waste any time and clearly repeated Naruto's orders. After listening, Shikaku felt his vision go dark, and his head began to buzz. Write a declaration of war today and launch a blitzkrieg on the Land of Earth tomorrow. And simultaneously split forces to take the Land of Rivers and pressure the Land of Wind. I'm still working myself to death dealing with this mess in the grass ninja village. I don't even have time to sleep. Shikaku almost coughed up a mouthful of blood. He knew Naruto was proactive, but this was taking it way too far, wasn't it? However, his years of ninja training and sense of responsibility allowed him to quickly suppress the urge to complain. He knew that since Naruto had issued such an order, he must have full confidence and a comprehensive plan, as windows of opportunity in war are fleeting. Naruto coming to him with these matters meant he had seized the right moment. This kind of rapid warfare could not afford delays. It looked like he would have to write to the village to request more people. Fortunately, a flash of inspiration struck Shikaku's mind. Among the first group to arrive in the land of grass was his son, Shikamaru. Raise a son for 1,000 days, use him for a moment. Now was exactly the time for Shikamaru to be put to use. Shikaku took a deep breath, forced himself to calm down, and said quickly to Naruto's shadow clone. Seizing the timing is key. Please rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will start on the declaration of war immediately. Once Naruto's shadow clone dispersed, Shikaku exhaled a long breath of turbid air, as if trying to expel the stifling feeling caused by the high-intensity work and the sudden addition of strategic tasks. He stood up, his figure looking somewhat weary in the slightly cluttered office, but he still stretched vigorously, making his stiff spine let out a faint, crack sound. Can't stop now. He muttered to himself, rubbing his throbbing temples as his eyes refocused. He knew that the next few hours would be crucial in determining the rhythm of the subsequent war. He had to adjust his state immediately, set aside the administrative affairs of the land of grass for now, and prioritize the urgent strategic instructions issued by the Hokage. Shikaku did not delay, he pushed open the office door and walked out. The corridor was as busy as ever, with Hidden Leaf Village's administrative and logistics personnel walking in a hurry, and occasionally, former grass ninja whose chakra had been sealed were seen carrying supplies under the supervision of Konoha ninja. His goal was clear, find his son, Nara Shikamaru. Shikaku was the previous commander of the Jonin squad, the current commander was Kakashi. At a slightly muddy alley entrance, he saw two familiar figures. Nara Shikamaru and Hyuga Niji, two of Hidden Leaf Village's young chunin, were currently each carrying a bulging sack of rice, walking unsteadily on the uneven, potholed road. Shikamaru had shed his usual lazy expression, his brow slightly furrowed. Niji maintained his usual cool demeanor, his movement steady and efficient, with his Byakugan activated, seemingly keeping watch on the surroundings at the same time. They were preparing to deliver the rice bags to the doors of several households in the alley said to have elderly people living alone or families in difficulty. Shikamaru. Shikaku called out and walked over quickly. Shikamaru and Niji stopped at the sound and turned around. Seeing it was Shikaku, both nodded slightly in greeting. Dad. What's wrong? We haven't finished delivering here yet. Shikamaru asked, adjusting the position of the rice bag on his shoulder. Shikaku didn't answer directly. Instead, he first looked at Niji, then at the rice bags on their shoulders, his brow furrowing with a hint of confusion. Wait, stop the deliveries for now. He raised a hand to signal them, then asked, you two are both chunin, why were you assigned to do this kind of menial labor like delivering rice? Chunin were already the backbone of the village, especially in the newly occupied and unstable land of grass. Chunin should be deployed for patrols, guard duty, intelligence gathering, or assisting in managing more important matters. Distributing relief grain was certainly important, but it could be done by recruited local temporary personnel. Shikamaru sighed helplessly, placing the rice bag temporarily on a relatively clean stone block nearby and stretching his shoulder. Well, it can't be helped, we're really short on manpower. He explained, you should know that the first group that came with Naruto, the Hokage-sama, was mainly combat troops and a small amount of core logistics. The subsequent administrative and support main force is still on the way. Right now, basically only Jonin and Chunin are available to be deployed. Besides, the people of the Grass Ninja Village don't trust us enough yet, no one is willing to take on work from Hidden Leaf Village. He pointed to himself and Niji. The two of us just finished the mission assigned by the Hokage the day before yesterday, rested for a day yesterday, and just happened to finish a round of patrol handover with no urgent tasks for the moment, so we were conscripted by the logistics squad. They said this batch of food was a special instruction from the Hokage-sama to be distributed as quickly as possible to the people who need it most to prevent civil unrest, so it must be handled by reliable people. They couldn't find any locals willing to do it, and we can't force them. So this important menial task naturally fell on us idle chunin. Shikamaru's tone carried a hint of resigned helplessness. Niji nodded slightly from the side, indicating that this was indeed the case. His Byakugan swept through the depths of the alley, and after confirming there were no anomalies, he added, Lord Shikaku, the occupied area has just been initially settled, and stabilizing the people's hearts is one of the primary tasks. Food distribution may seem trivial, but it directly relates to stability at the grassroots level. Moreover, by doing it ourselves, we can more accurately observe the reactions of the civilians and collect potential information. This was also a problem. He had been sitting in the office for the past 2 days and hadn't kept up with the situation on the ground. But now, there was a more important task that required Shikamaru. I understand the situation. Niji, for the remaining rice bags, please find other reliable people to continue the distribution. Shikamaru, come with me, there's an urgent task. Shikaka said quickly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Shikamaru was stunned for a moment. Urgent task. More urgent than stabilizing the people's hearts. It concerns the next move of the war. Shikaka was brief and concise. If it weren't for Niji being confirmed as the successor of the Hyuga, Shikaka wouldn't have explained further. Upon hearing this, both Shikamaru and Niji's expressions turned solemn. Niji nodded immediately, understood. Leave things here to me, Shikamaru, you go ahead. He picked up the rice bags that he and Shikamaru had put down, indicating he would handle the rest. Shikamaru didn't waste any more words. He said, thanks for the hard work, to Niji and immediately followed his father, who had already turned to head back. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, Think More. Chapter 285, Think More. The two quickly returned to Shikaku's temporary office. The door closed behind them, temporarily shutting out the noise from outside. However, to Shikamaru's surprise, Shikaku did not get straight to the point. Instead, he walked behind his desk but didn't sit down. He looked at Shikamaru with a calm expression and suddenly spoke about a topic that seemed completely unrelated to the current urgent military affairs. The first Hokage, Lord Senju Hashirama, had the second Hokage, Lord Senju Tobarama, as his Hokage assistant. Shikaku's voice was steady. During the second Hokage's reign, the position of Hokage assistant was not formally established. He decided all important matters himself or directly assigned personnel to execute them. Shikamaru was slightly taken aback, not understanding why his father was suddenly bringing this up, but he didn't interrupt. He just listened quietly, a faint premonition growing in his heart. Shikaku continued, the third Hokage, Lord Hiruzen Sarutobi, had Udatain Koharu, Hamura Mitokado, and Danzo Shimura as his Hokage assistants. When mentioning those three names, Shikaku's tone remained flat, but Shikamaru could hear the complex implications behind them. That was a microcosm of Hidden Leaf Village's former power core and represented the flaws of a certain model. The fourth Hokage, Lord Minato Namikaze, was in power for too short a time. Shikaku shook his head slightly. At that time, I briefly assisted in the Hokage office with some paperwork and coordination work. But strictly speaking, the fourth never formally appointed a Hokage assistant, and the actual control of Hidden Leaf Village didn't have time to smoothly transition from the third's hands to his. The fifth Hokage, Lord Jiraiya, was in power for even less time, but he still formally appointed Tsunade as the Hokage assistant after she returned. At this point, Shikaku paused, his gaze falling on Shikamaru's face, his tone becoming solemn and direct. Now, Uzumaki Naruto is the sixth Hokage. He leaned forward slightly and threw out the core question. Who do you think his Hokage assistant will be? Or rather, will one even be established? Shikamaru pursed his lips and didn't answer immediately. His father's words were clearly not without purpose. Combining Naruto's current status, his style of doing things, and his father suddenly bringing this up at this critical juncture. The people around Naruto quickly flashed through his mind. Among the new generation, who could truly shoulder such a heavy responsibility in terms of strategy, the big picture, loyalty, and Naruto's level of trust? The answer seemed to point in a direction he was reluctant to think too deeply about, yet could not avoid. Shikamaru looked up into his father's deep eyes, his face showing a rare solemnity, and even a hint of uncertain trepidation. Dad, do you mean I will become Naruto's Hokage assistant? He directly asked the suspicion in his heart. However, hearing his son's guess, Shikaku let out a slightly helpless dry laugh. Heh. He shook his head, I actually think Naruto is very likely to be like the second Hokage and not formally establish the title of Hokage assistant. Shikamaru's brow twitched. He had a bad feeling. Shikaku continued, his tone carrying a precise grasp of Naruto's character, but he will still dump all the most core, most heavy, and most brain-burning planning and coordination work onto you, calling you to do the work. Shikamaru, just as I thought. Seeing his son like this, Shikaku laughed. All right. Shikaku restrained his smile, his tone softening with comfort. You know Naruto's personality, he's definitely not the type to mistreat his own people or just make them work without giving benefits. He won't be stingy with trust or practical benefits. Shikaku's voice lowered slightly, becoming more earnest, and his gaze turned serious. Besides, you two have seen with your own eyes the conduct of those three Hokage assistants during the third Hokage's time. His words carried the weight of history. Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, their conservatism, their stubbornness regarding existing rules, their hindrance of new things, and even the rigidity and degree of corruption that gradually emerged in the late stage. Danzo Shimura even straight up defected. Though it was called defection, Shikaku actually leaned towards the idea that he had been silently executed. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado had thrown all the dirty water onto Danzo. Danzo Shimura's death likely had something to do with those two. If the third had wanted to kill Danzo, he would have done it long ago. Shikaku looked at his son. What Naruto wants is someone who can get things done, not an advisor elder who might form a new power center or even hinder him in the future. After listening, Shikamaru was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. True, that does sound like something Naruto would do. So, don't worry about titles or whatever. Shikaku patted his son's shoulder and turned toward the desk. Get to work on that overtime. With that kid Naruto's, do it as soon as I think of it, and vigorous nature, he might come looking for things from you very soon. We need to prepare what we can before he asks. Saying this, Shikaku found the declaration of war he had previously written to the Grass Ninja Village from the stack of documents on the desk and handed it to Shikamaru. Just follow this framework and line of thought. Finish this one first, then write to the ninja villages of the other 4 great nations. After the great nations, write to the small ones. Amigakure, Takigakure, Yugakure, even small nations might play a key role in specific links. They cannot be ignored. It's better to be prepared than to be caught off guard. Huh. Shikamaru's eyes widened involuntarily as he looked at his father, his voice rising slightly. This much trouble. The 4 great nations plus so many small ones, a declaration of war for each. How long will this take to write? He could already imagine the miserable scene of being accompanied by ink and scrolls for a long time to come because of the rush. Shikaku looked at the familiar expression on his son's face, the one that said he was reluctant to deal with troublesome things but had no choice but to accept them. Thinking that for many years to come, this kid would likely be dumped in the Hokage office by Naruto in this, informal assistant, capacity, handling 10 or 100 times more troublesome things than this. The smile on his face could no longer be suppressed. It was even brighter than before, carrying a hint of the relief a father feels seeing his child walk the righteous path, and a little bit of schadenfreude. It's fine, look on the bright side. Shikaku tried to make his tone sound more comforting, though the smile lines at the corners of his eyes betrayed his true feelings. That kid Naruto is much more generous than the 3rd Hokage. Trust me, he'll definitely give you plenty of overtime pay. He won't let you work for nothing. He gave Shikamaru one last pat on the back. The force neither light nor heavy. Begin. Future, strongest brain of Konoha. Start with this draft for the Grass Ninja Village. This is the first lesson of your informal assistant career. Shikamaru looked down at the scroll in his hand, densely packed with words, then looked up at the still bright sky outside the window. Finally, all his helpless sighs turned into a resigned mumble. He pulled over a chair, sat down at the side of his father's large desk, spread out the scroll, and picked up a pen. The older ginger is indeed spicier. Just as Shikaku expected, Naruto came over in the evening to ask for the declarations of war. Are the ones for the land of wind, land of earth, and land of rivers finished? Shikamaru's body jolted. His old man hadn't told him this. He had started writing based on the map, beginning with the land of lightning, land of iron, and land of water. Shikaku, however, very calmly took out the declarations of war for those 3 nations. Only after Naruto left did he earnestly educate Shikamaru. We are currently in the Grass Ninja Village, which means the most likely next steps for an attack are the land of earth, land of rain, land of rivers, and land of wind. Saying this, Shikaku placed the declaration of war written for the land of rain in front of his son. You, my boy, need to think more. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 286, Chapter 286, How could that old bachelor Madara have a daughter? Chapter 286, How could that old bachelor Madara have a daughter? After Naruto received the challenge letter, 2 gold dust clouds flew out of the Grass Ninja Village. One side consisted of Naruto's main body accompanied by Uchiha Hikari, while the other side consisted of Naruto's wood clone and Hashirama taking a detour through the land of rivers. The land of rivers, a small nation sandwiched between the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of rain, possessed a complex geographical environment and a rather unique political landscape. It lacked its own independent hidden village military force. National security and mission commissions usually relied on hiring ninjas from the surrounding major nations. These were mainly ninjas from Hidden Sand Village, Amigakure, and Hidden Leaf Village. This made the internal power structure of the land of rivers intricate and the flow of intelligence frequent, but it also meant its defensive forces were relatively loose, lacking a unified core will to resist. Many people were unaware that the current Amigakure was not a monolith internally, but was instead split into 2 distinct factions. One was the Smoke faction, composed of the former followers of Hanzo. They specialized in using smoke, poisonous gas, and poison mist tactics combined with water release and wind release. Because they dealt with poison year-round, they all wore respirators and had a strong resistance to conventional toxins, even being able to fight freely within poison mist environments. The Smoke faction's ninjutsu system was better suited for positional defense, poisoning, and wars of attrition under a demigod-style leader like Hanzo. The other was the Rain faction, which swore loyalty to Pain, the current actual controller of Amigakure. Their ninjutsu mostly related to rainwater. Their signature attire involved carrying umbrellas or wearing bamboo hats. In rainy environments, their combat power would increase significantly, as torrential rain could not only mask their movements and signs of ninjutsu activation but could itself become a medium for attack or amplification. During the Chunin exams, Naruto had once come into contact with contestants from the hidden rain village. He remembered that of the two teams of rain ninjas he encountered during the exams, one team all had names containing the word rain and carried umbrellas. Moreover, their names were quite interesting, called Shigure, Baiyu, and Ga respectively. Their ninjutsu was indeed closely related to rainwater manipulation. After Hanzo's death, the remnants of the Smoke faction, having lost their leader and base, suffered purges and marginalization by the Rain faction within Amigakure. A large number of personnel fled to the neighboring, power-mingled Land of Rivers, either becoming wandering ninjas or being hired by local forces in the Land of Rivers or even foreign nations. However, these fugitive Smoke faction ninjas had not completely given up. They maintained contact with the few Smoke faction accomplices still lurking inside Amigakure and often used the outskirts of Amigakure or the Land of Rivers as a springboard to sneak back into the Land of Rain. They engaged in small-scale infiltration, harassment, and guerrilla warfare against the Rain faction, attempting to reclaim their homeland or seek revenge. This caused the border region between the Land of Rain and the Land of Rivers to often be shrouded in the shadows of assassinations, poison mist, and small-scale conflicts. Meanwhile, Pain, who controlled Amigakure, relied on the Rain Tiger at Will technique to maintain strict surveillance over a large area centered on the hidden Rain village. This technique could not only sense all chakra and living beings within the range of the Rain's contact, achieving nearly blind spot-free monitoring, but could also to some extent enhance the sensory and chakra conduction abilities of Rain faction ninjas in the Rain. In the original story, when Jiraiya sneaked into Amigakure to investigate intelligence on Pain, it wasn't on a Sunday. But coincidentally, Uchiha Obito also happened to enter Amigakure at that time to meet with Pain. In order to further probe the background of this mysterious Uchiha Madara, Nagato deliberately used the Rain Tiger at Will technique. This high-intensity perception not only helped Nagato preliminarily analyze the duration of Obito's Kamui intangibility ability but also unexpectedly captured the traces of Jiraiya, who had sneaked in at the same time, ultimately leading to Jiraiya's exposure. Pain's existence was also the reason Naruto was unwilling to pass through the Land of Rain. Naruto's Mangekyo Sharingan was still developing in the lab, and Urashiki's Rinnegan was also in Orochimaru's hands for inspection. Naruto was a relatively cautious person. He didn't want to find himself with an extra karma from Urashiki on his hand after transplanting Urashiki's Rinnegan. Nagato was someone Naruto intended to keep for practice later. If he were to go to war with the Akatsuki now, it might give the other major nations more time to prepare, and then the blitzkrieg wouldn't be a blitz anymore. The night was deep, and the forests on the border of the Land of Earth appeared shadowy under the moonlight, the silhouettes of the mountains like crouching giant beasts. The air was dry, carrying the unique scent of rock and soil, starkly different from the humidity of the Land of Grass. On a thick branch of a tall ancient tree, a figure stood quietly as if blending into the shadows. He wore an inconspicuous long black robe and a uniquely styled tiger-patterned mask on his face, revealing only a deep and calm right eye. It was Uchiha Obito, who had left the Kamui dimension to test the strength of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. He stood silently on the branch, his gaze like a hawk's overlooking the direction of the Land of Grass, as if he could penetrate layers of night and mountains to see the approaching guest. "Are they just ahead?" Obito's voice came through the mask, sounding somewhat low and hollow. Almost as soon as his voice fell, a subtle, imperceptible ripple rose from the surface of the tree trunk beneath his feet. A white humanoid silhouette, as if growing out of the tree, slowly poked its head out. It was a clone of White Zetsu. The technique it was currently using was its unique infiltration ninjutsu, the Mayfly technique. The Mayfly technique, a unique infiltration-type ninjutsu mastered by White Zetsu, essentially belonged to an extremely special application branch of the wood release system. The principle of this technique was to fuse the user's physical body with the veins of the earth and vegetation with high precision. It wasn't simple hiding, but truly becoming part of the natural organic network. The user could use the plant roots spread throughout the ground, flowing underground water veins, and other channels composed of organic matter to achieve high-speed, silent, and nearly untraceable movement. During this process, the user's presence and chakra fluctuations would be completely cut off, merging with the surrounding environment, making it extremely difficult for conventional sensory methods to detect their existence. However, if the opponent was also proficient in wood release or had an extraordinary perception of natural energy and plant life veins, capturing the Mayfly technique was not entirely impossible. But for the vast majority of ninjas, White Zetsu's infiltration was near perfect. At this moment, this White Zetsu clone had clearly just used the Mayfly technique to conduct high-speed reconnaissance ahead. Yes, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and his companion are moving very fast. It won't be long before they officially cross the border of the land of Earth. Judging by their route and speed, they have 10 minutes at most. Obito nodded slightly, accepting the time estimate. But he keenly caught a word in White Zetsu's speech. They. A flash of doubt crossed Obito's lone eye. White Zetsu hadn't mentioned earlier that there was more than just Naruto. Besides the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, there's someone else. There's also a woman. The White Zetsu clone nodded, its head wobbling on the tree trunk as if it were still recalling the scene it had just seen. When I first saw her, I thought she was Lord Uchiha Madara's daughter. Uchiha. Obito's tone suddenly rose, filled with obvious surprise. This news was beyond his expectations. According to the intelligence he knew, the Uchiha clan was theoretically wiped out after the night of the massacre. Sasuke was the only survivor of the massacre night, while Uchiha Itachi and he himself were the executors of that night. Now, another woman had appeared who could be mistaken by White Zetsu at first glance as Madara's daughter. How could that old bachelor Madara have a daughter? Obito subconsciously muttered to himself, his voice carrying a sense of absurdity. The Uchiha Madara in his cognition was a paranoid revenger, the architect of the Eye of the Moon plan, a ghost lurking underground waiting for his chance, and an old bachelor who had never been married. How could he have a daughter? White Zetsu blinked, pretending not to hear. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 287, Chapter 287, You Better Not Underestimate My Intelligence Network. Chapter 287, You Better Not Underestimate My Intelligence Network. Interesting. Obito's figure shifted slightly, leaping lightly onto a higher tree canopy, perfectly hiding himself within the shadows of the leaves and the darkness of the night. He suppressed all his leaking chakra, like a patient hunter, quietly waiting for his prey to enter the ambush zone. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, plus a woman who suddenly appeared and was suspected to be an Uchiha, truly interesting. It seems. I'll have to get a bit serious. Obito no longer acted overconfident. Facing a sixth Hokage who could harness the power of the Nine-Tails and had a forceful style, along with an Uchiha who might possess an unknown dojutsu, ordinary probing would likely yield no results or even lead to being suppressed. With a thought, the pupil power in his right eye circulated slightly, and a swirling distortion of space quietly appeared beside him. In the next moment, a gourd-shaped war fan was taken out from the Kamui dimension and held steadily in his hand. The Uchiha Flame Fan. A divine artifact once used by Uchiha Madara, legend has it that it was crafted from a part of the god tree. Taking it out now, Obito clearly no longer intended to rely solely on the mobility of Kamui to maneuver, but instead planned to use the characteristics of this weapon for more oppressive attacks or defenses. After waiting for about 8 minutes, a cloud of gold dust approached from the horizon at an astonishing speed. Now. A cold light flashed in Obito's eyes, and his legs kicked off the canopy violently, his body soaring into the sky like an arrow released from a bow. He gripped the long handle of the flame fan with both hands, using no fancy ninjutsu, just a simple top-down strike, utilizing the momentum of his fall to slash the flame fan fiercely toward the speeding golden figure. This blow was heavy and powerful, intended to break the opponent's momentum and force them to take it head-on or dodge, thereby creating a subsequent opportunity. Faced with this sudden attack, Naruto reacted extremely quickly. He didn't even stop, acting simultaneously with Uchiha Hikari beside him. Naruto raised a hand, and a large amount of gold dust shimmering with a dark golden luster emerged out of thin air, instantly condensing into a thick gold dust shield wall in front. The flame fan struck the gold dust shield wall heavily. Chakra collided violently, exploding in a circle of airwaves that blew the trees below swaying. The gold dust shield wall vibrated violently, and cracks appeared on the surface, but it ultimately held steady against the heavy blow. Almost the instant the defense succeeded, Hikari's Crimson Mangekyo Sharingan had already locked onto Obito in midair. Amaterasu. Black, ominous flames ignited out of thin air around Obito. However, in the next moment, something strange happened. The raging black flames of Amaterasu actually passed through Obito as if penetrating a phantom, failing to touch him at all. At the same time, Obito's figure holding the flame fan also became blurred and ethereal, as if it were just a refraction of light. His downward trajectory did not change, but the flame fan that had just clashed with the gold dust also became like a phantom, easily passing through the gold dust wall. Obito landed on the canopy of another large tree, his figure turning from ethereal to solid as he stood steadily. The flame fan also solidified again, casually rested on his shoulder. The entire process happened in a flash. Naruto stood on the gold dust cloud, his hem swaying slightly, looking down from above at the uninvited guest on the tree canopy below. Uchiha Hikari also withdrew the gold dust and stood vigilantly beside Naruto, her Mangekyo Sharingan tightly locked onto the target. Black robe, tiger skin mask, Uchiha flame fan, and that strange ability to ignore physical attacks just now. Naruto was already certain in his heart. Is it Kamui? He murmured to himself, his tone knowing. To be able to neutralize Amaterasu and physical collisions so effortlessly, there was no other possibility besides the Kamui of Obito's Mangekyo Sharingan. Below, Obito, faking Uchiha Madara's voice, let out a low and slightly hoarse laugh. Hey, as expected of the sixth Hokage, your reaction is not slow. To be able to block my strike, you indeed have some skill. He deliberately imitated Madara's slightly weathered and disdainful tone, acting as if he were calm and composed, as if the attack just now was merely a casual greeting. Hearing this, a playful and absolutely confident smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He was not moved by the opponent's praise, but instead followed the other's words. Of course I have skill. Naruto's voice was clear and steady, echoing in the night sky. And, my skill isn't just reflected in combat. He paused slightly, his gaze seemingly able to pierce through that layer of tiger skin mask and look directly at Obito's face. My information-gathering ability is also quite good. Obito's heart skipped a beat, having a bad premonition. Then, he heard Naruto, as if reading a resume, say words that almost made his blood freeze. Your birthday is February 10th, and you are 27 years old this year. Blood type O. Konoha Ninja registration number, 010886. The person you love is Rin Noera. Your current goal is to resurrect the Ten-Tails by collecting the tailed beasts, launch the Eye of the Moon plan, and use Infinite Tsukuyomi to pull everyone into that illusory dream world you consider perfect peace. With every sentence Naruto spoke, the expression under Obito's mask grew more horrified. Finally, Naruto tilted his head slightly, looking at the seemingly frozen Obito below, and added the fatal blow with a playful tone. Am I right? Uchiha Obito. At this moment, Obito's right eye snapped wide to its limit. His pupil contracted violently, even trembling slightly due to extreme shock and disbelief. How did he know? He even knew his age, identity, and the specific goals of the Eye of the Moon plan clearly. The massive impact left Obito's brain momentarily blank, and his carefully maintained, Uchiha Madara, disguise seemed so pale and laughable under this string of frighteningly precise information bombardment. His hand holding the flame fan couldn't help but tighten. Naruto seemed very satisfied with Obito's reaction. He still maintained that slight smile, his tone relaxed, yet every word was like a blade. Although you're wearing a mask now. I can already imagine how surprised the expression on that face under the mask must be. He slightly raised his chin, declaring with an unquestionable air. However, Obito. You better not underestimate my intelligence network. The night wind brushed through the forest, but Obito felt a bone-chilling cold. The probing and measuring in his original plan had completely changed flavor. He was facing not just a powerful opponent, but an enemy who seemed to hold all his cards and had dragged him completely out of the shadows and into the spotlight. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Come at Me Together. Chapter 288, Come at Me Together. Naruto's words exploded in Obito's mind like a clap of thunder. An unprecedented sense of losing control instantly submerged him. The identity he had meticulously constructed for over a decade, the name, Uchiha Madara, he bore, and even the Eye of the Moon plan he viewed as salvation. All his core secrets were being casually spoken by the opponent as if they were common knowledge. Without a word, Obito didn't even try to argue or question further, only one thought remained in his mind. Run. He had to leave this place immediately. His intelligence was completely leaked. The opponent's level of understanding regarding him had reached an inconceivable degree. Continuing to linger would not only fail to test the opponent but might instead trap him in unknown danger. He needed time to digest this shocking turn of events, he needed to reevaluate everything. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. He roared frantically in his heart, his face beneath the mask twisting with extreme shock, anger, and a trace of unspeakable panic. How could the opponent know all of his information? When did Hidden Leaf Village's intelligence capabilities become so terrifying? Or, was there a mole? Zetsu. No, impossible, then who exactly was it? Obito almost instinctively prepared to activate Kamui to suck himself into the alternate dimension and escape. However, just an instant before his chakra surged and Kamui was about to activate, Naruto's voice drifted down from above again, carrying a hint of playfulness and total control. It seems. I really guessed right. Naruto let out a light chuckle, but that laughter sounded exceptionally harsh in Obito's ears. You are Uchiha Obito. And. Naruto paused intentionally, as if enjoying Obito's momentary stiffness, before dropping another bombshell. You've also read the contents on the stone tablet in the Uchiha Shrine. Exclamation point. Obito's movement to activate Kamui abruptly stalled. The opponent even knew about that. The stone tablet of the Uchiha Shrine recorded the secrets of the Six-Path Sage and the truth of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Only a Sharingan at the Mangekyo level or higher could decipher parts of it. No, the normal reaction for someone who knew his information would be to attack him to avenge their parents. Obito snapped his head up, his right eye staring intently at Naruto in the air, trying to discern something from the other's expression. Are you bluffing me? He began to suspect that Naruto's precise intelligence from before was also based on some kind of reasoning and guesswork, which was then confirmed through his own reactions. The smile on Naruto's face deepened slightly, carrying a composure that suggested, you finally figured it out. What else? Naruto asked back, his tone relaxed. How could an Uchiha with only a right eye just appear out of thin air in the ninja world? He extended a finger, pointing at the only exposed part of the right eye on Obito's mask. The only person I can think of who fits the criteria is you, Uchiha Obito. Because your left eye was transplanted by you to Kakashi Hatake back then, and it's still with him to this day. Therefore, you naturally only have the right eye left. Even before the clan massacre, one-eyed Uchihas were very rare. Hidden Leaf Village had records that Uchihas who lost their eyes died without exception. Before they died, they would either destroy their own Sharingan on the battlefield or ask a comrade to help destroy an eye that had been taken by the enemy. Given the Uchiha's immense strength and mad dog fighting style, the only eye that had ever strayed outside was Kakashi's current left eye. Next, Naruto continued his reasoning, connecting the clues. I guess the trigger for your Mangekyo Sharingan awakening must have been witnessing Rin Nohara's death firsthand after the Canopy Bridge mission. Extreme grief and loss are indeed the most common ways to awaken the Mangekyo. Obito remained silent, his lips beneath the mask turning pale from being pursed so tightly. This was a logical deduction, even if it touched his sore spot. Then, Naruto threw out the final piece of the logical loop. And once you awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and possessed sufficient dojutsu power, you were able to clearly see the deeper, originally blurred contents on that stone tablet passed down through generations in the Uchiha Shrine. I imagine the Eye of the Moon plan you later came to believe in so firmly had its initial source and theoretical basis largely from the records on that stone tablet, or the person who saved you back at Canopy Bridge was Uchiha Madara, right? The Uchiha war fan was the symbol of the clan chief, and the last person to hold it was indeed Uchiha Madara. However, Obito believed Naruto was bluffing him again, so he did not answer Naruto's question. It seems. Obito's voice came through the mask, low and cold, carrying a decisiveness that cut through all hesitation. He had to try and kill them. Today, I cannot let you live. The moment the words fell, he raised his left hand, grabbed the edge of the tiger-patterned mask on his face, and then removed it. The mask was taken off and casually tossed into the dark forest below. The moonlight clearly illuminated this face, which had been hidden in the shadows for many years, for the first time. The right half of his face was intact, the skin a healthy color, and that right eye was currently flashing with a cold and resolute light. However, the left half of his face presented a startling sight. Large patches of skin showed abnormal folds, like scar tissue healed after severe burns, yet with a certain unnatural, ring-like texture resembling tree rings or whirlpools. These textures extended all the way around the left eye. Where the left eye should have been, there was now only a sunken cavity wrapped in ring-shaped scars, appearing eerie and hideous. This was the mark left after half his body was crushed by rocks during the Battle of Canopy Bridge and subsequently repaired and reconstructed by Uchiha Madara using first Hokage cells and white sets of body tissue. It was a permanent brand where his power and pain intertwined. Having completely revealed his true face, Obito was visibly much more relaxed. He used his left hand to pull back the hood of the black robe he had been wearing, revealing a head of slightly messy black hair. His right hand gripped the long handle of the Uchiha war fan even more tightly. His gaze swept over Naruto and Uchiha Hikari, lingering for a moment on Hikari in particular. Naruto's words just now reminded him, the reason the opponent could know about the Eye of the Moon plan was likely because this Uchiha woman beside him had awakened the Mangekyo, seen the contents of the stone tablet, and told Naruto. Since you know about the Eye of the Moon plan. Obito's voice regained its calm, yet it was more dangerous than before. Then that means the Uchiha beside you has at least awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. His gaze locked onto Hikari, a scrutinizing look flashing in his right eye. Although Mangekyo abilities were varied and strange, they weren't without duplicates. It seemed one of the opponent's dojutsu was Amaterasu, so what would the other one be? However, Obito shook his head slightly, suppressing those useless emotions. It doesn't matter anymore. Today, here, anyone who knows the secret, no matter who they are, must disappear. He spoke no more, pushing his entire body's chakra to the limit as the dojutsu power of Kamui spun rapidly in his right eye. At the same time, he gripped the war fan tightly, assuming a combat stance for going all out. Finally, he raised his head, his gaze piercing toward Naruto and Hikari in the air like a sharp sword, issuing a cold declaration filled with battle intent. The two of you, come at me together. Chapter 289, Probing. Chapter 289, Probing. In the next instant, Obito's figure appeared like a ghost slightly below and behind Naruto's side. His flame war fan whistled through the air, carrying a majestic amount of chakra as it swept toward Naruto's waist. Naruto turned his head slightly, glancing out of the corner of his eye at the sweeping flame war fan and Obito's face, half hideous, half resolute. Letting him and Hikari fight together. Had a guy who relied on Kamui's intangibility to stay alive become this arrogant? Naruto found it somewhat laughable, even a bit boring. He raised his left hand, letting the gold dust form a flying thunder god mark nearby, while his right hand, covered in a layer of golden chakra, blocked Obito's attack. After Obito phased through, Naruto used the flying thunder god to teleport himself and Hikari to the mark. Countless amounts of gold dust quickly condensed into flying thunder god marks in the vicinity. Naruto's gaze then calmly swept over the forest below, which appeared deep and quiet under the moonlight. Then, he lightly clapped his hands together in front of his chest. There were no complex hand seals or lengthy incantations, the movement was as simple as dusting off his hands. But it was this seemingly casual clap that triggered a cataclysmic upheaval in the forest below. Wood release, wood soldier technique. In an instant, all the massive trees within a radius of hundreds of meters below seemed to be endowed with violent life and a unified will, twisting, deforming, and rising sharply in unison. Thick trunks intertwined and fused like giant pythons coming to life, countless branches grew wildly and wove together, turning into solid wooden structures, roots burst from the ground like giant feet, supporting massive bodies. In just a few breaths, the originally quiet forest had vanished. In its place were over a dozen giant wooden figures, over 30 meters tall, composed entirely of hard ancient wood and clad in heavy wooden armor. They stood on the earth like forest guardians stepped out of myth, silent and majestic, their hollow faces all looking toward the uninvited guest in the sky who had tried to attack their master. Once these wooden soldiers were formed, they didn't hesitate for a moment and immediately launched an attack on Obito. The nearest wooden soldiers swung wooden fists larger than houses or raised giant feet like battering rams, smashing toward Obito with the power to crush everything. Even more chillingly, amidst the roar of the wooden soldiers' attacks, there were faint, shrill, and short screams. The sounds were distorted, yet one could vaguely distinguish the tone of white Zetsu. It turned out that the white Zetsu clones, who had previously infiltrated for reconnaissance and had been using the mayfly technique to lurk in the nearby forest, ready to assist or observe, were also within the range of the wood release, wood soldier technique. The essence of Naruto's wood release power was the manipulation and creation of plant life, while white Zetsu's mayfly technique involved merging oneself with vegetation. Under the sweep of Naruto's overwhelming wood-release chakra, which contained immense vitality and will, the fragile bodies and shallow wood-release mastery of these white Zetsu clones simply could not resist. They were directly judged by Naruto's wood-release as part of the controllable plant materials. During the process of the giant trees merging and deforming into wooden soldiers, they were forcibly incorporated into the wooden soldiers' body structures, emitting their final wails before death. Obito's pupils shrank. He never expected Naruto would start with such a large-scale and powerful wood-release. Moreover, the scale and control of this wood release far exceeded his estimates. According to Zetsu's intelligence, Naruto could only produce a single 30-meter wooden man back then. Was he producing them wholesale now? Facing the siege of several wooden soldiers that felt like mountains pressing down, Obito had no time to make any other reaction and could only immediately activate Kamui to enter a state of complete intangibility. Shoo! The massive wooden fists and feet passed directly through Obito's intangible body as if moving through an airy phantom, failing to cause any damage. A sharp wooden spike, comparable to a siege crossbow bolt, that suddenly thrust out from the side also only left a brief, hollow phantom in Obito's intangible chest before returning unsuccessfully. Intangibility successfully evaded the first wave of fatal physical siege. But Obito also knew that intangibility was not invincible, it had a time limit and would consume a large amount of ocular power. Although having Hashirama cells prevented him from going blind, his ocular power recovered very slowly. He had to counterattack. While the intangible state had not yet ended, Obito quickly formed hand seals. The Kamui ocular power of his right eye was activated again, but this time it wasn't for himself. Instead, it distorted a small area of space around him, creating a powerful vortex-like storm. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. The moment the storm formed, Obito spat out incredibly intense high-pressure flames from his mouth. The flames did not attack directly, instead, they accurately merged into the vortex storm created by Kamui. In an instant, a massive fire vortex over 40 meters in diameter, composed entirely of high-speed rotating storms and flames, appeared out of thin air. According to the information the author found, Obito's blast wave wild dance can even envelop the 10 tails. It was like the opening of a furnace from hell, emitting terrifying high temperatures and destructive energy, sweeping toward the nearest wooden soldiers below with the power to consume everything. This move had an extremely wide range, and its method of attack was domineering enough, attempting to use the firestorm and Kamui's power to burn these troublesome wooden soldiers to ashes. However, at the very moment that Blast Wave Wild Dance was about to swallow the wooden soldiers, Naruto moved. He didn't even give the terrifying fire vortex a second look, nor did he perform any hand seals. He simply raised his right hand casually, palm facing the roaring firestorm. Vacuum attack, water dragon prison. A massive water dragon, composed entirely of highly compressed and refined liquid water, emerged out of thin air in front of Naruto's palm. The water dragon was lifelike, its scales and claws flying, with azure light flowing across its entire body. The water dragon opened its massive mouth and took the initiative to meet the sweeping fire vortex. Chi. Water and fire clashed, extreme heat and extreme cold, violent and refined, colliding instantly. There was no world-shaking explosion, only a toothacheing, violent steaming sound, as if billions of water droplets had been thrown into a furnace. Under the impact of the water dragon and the heat absorption from the evaporation of the massive amount of water it contained, the fire vortex of the blast wave wild dance shrank and dimmed at a visible rate. The water dragon itself was also being consumed, but it clearly held the advantage of elemental superiority. Just as Obito's attention was slightly diverted by this sudden and powerful water release, and he simultaneously experienced a very brief moment of physicalization due to releasing the blast wave wild dance. Uchiha Hikari, who had been waiting for an opportunity on the side with her Mangekyo Sharingan locked onto Obito, seized this fleeting chance. Amaterasu. Black flames ignited on Obito's left shoulder without any warning. This time, Obito was in a physical state and could not phase through to avoid it. Arg. Obito let out a muffled groan, a flash of shock, anger, and decisiveness crossing his eyes. He didn't hesitate for a second. He violently grabbed his left shoulder, which was burning with black flames, with his right hand, and then... rip. Accompanied by a toothacheing tearing sound, Obito actually tore off his own left arm by force. The moment the severed arm left his body, it was completely consumed by the black flames of Amaterasu, turning into a rapidly shrinking ball of black fire in the air before finally vanishing, leaving not even ashes behind. As for Obito himself, at the same time his arm was severed, he activated Kamui without hesitation. His entire figure instantly became blurred and distorted, and in the next moment, he completely vanished from the spot. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito's figure staggered and appeared in that wasteland composed of countless gray stone pillars. He clutched the stump of his left shoulder tightly with his right hand. After the left arm, made of white Zetsu's body, was torn off, the cross-section showed an unusual wooden fibrous appearance. There was no gushing blood, but the sense of chakra and vitality loss was still evident. Although there wasn't much pain, the strange sense of emptiness from having a limb forcibly removed, along with the immense humiliation of being forced to sever his own arm and flee in a single exchange, gnawed at his heart like a poisonous snake. Damn it! Obito squeezed out a low roar of anger through his teeth, his lone eye bloodshot and filled with fury. He had thought that with Kamui and his flame war fan, even against two people, he could hold his own or even find an opportunity. He never expected that not only would he fail to gain the slightest advantage, but he would also suffer a huge loss in the very first round, losing an arm. Truly impressive. Uzumaki Naruto. And that, female Uchiha. Obito gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment, anger, and wariness. That female Uchiha's Amaterasu was different from Itachi's, her controllability seemed to be higher. A dojutsu that can control flames and Amaterasu. Obito thought about the dojutsu that had appeared in history that Madara had told him about, and finally thought of one. Is it Kagetsuchi? Very well. Combined with Susanoo, this female Uchiha's Mangekyo Sharingan abilities have basically been figured out. The border of the land of Earth. After sensing that Obito had disappeared, Naruto did not stop. The steaming water vapor gradually dissipated, and the dozen silent wooden soldiers below still stood tall, as if the intense confrontation just now was merely an illusion. Naruto slowly withdrew his hand, and the water dragon dissipated along with it. He glanced at the place where Obito had vanished, then at the wisp of black embers belonging to the Amaterasu flames that had not yet completely dispersed in the air. He simply left a faint sentence, he certainly runs fast. Obito possessed strength close to the Super Kage level due to the existence of Kamui, but once Kamui was countered, his actual combat performance was merely that of an elite jonin with a Mangekyo. Furthermore, because he lacked a pair of eyes, he couldn't even use his Susanoo. He could only rely on taijutsu and ninjutsu that were evenly matched with Kakashi to face enemies, barely reaching the threshold of a Kage. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 290, Patting the Head. Chapter 290, Patting the Head. Was he originally from Hidden Leaf Village? Hikari asked. She recalled Naruto's familiarity with Obito's information, especially extremely specific details like his ninja registration number. This was by no means the usual level of understanding one had of an external enemy. Yeah. Naruto nodded, his gaze still locked on the direction where Obito had disappeared. Uchiha Obito. He was once a Hidden Leaf Village ninja and a disciple of the 4th Hokage. The 4th Hokage, wasn't that Naruto's father? Naruto continued in a calm tone as if narrating past events. I heard that guy was originally a bit clumsy and liked to be late, but he wasn't bad at heart. He liked helping old ladies cross the street. In the Uchiha clan, he was considered an outlier. An Uchiha who liked helping old ladies cross the street. Hikari frowned slightly. This image was truly difficult to reconcile with the Uchiha clan in her memories, or with the Obito from just now, who had half a hideous face, cold eyes, and ruthless strikes. But later, he took another path. Naruto tilted his head slightly. Moreover, on the night of the Nine-Tails attack, he personally caused the deaths of my parents. He spoke these words very softly, but the weight and coldness contained within them seemed to make the surrounding air freeze for a moment. Hikari understood immediately. Naruto had told her before that he was an orphan. It turned out that one of the sources of his tragedy was the very enemy they had just faced. So, next time if there's a chance to aim for his head, use Amaterasu. Naruto withdrew his gaze and looked at Hikari beside him. In Hikari's eyes, Naruto had a faint smile on his face, looking like a bright and cheerful boy, but the words he spoke were not so sunny. I'm curious. He could decisively sever his arm this time. Next time, will he be able to harden his heart to sever his head to survive? Hearing this, Hikari couldn't help but curl her lip, her expression a bit speechless. Severing one's head to survive. How is that possible? How can a person live without a head? Amaterasu burns the point of attachment. If the head is ignited, it's either instantly incinerated, or like just now, the ignited part must be discarded, but how do you discard a head? However, she didn't dwell on this. She clearly felt Naruto's pure killing intent toward Obito. As a companion, she only needed to remember, if they fought again, the priority target was to attack the opponent's head. The sand cushion glided steadily through the night sky, and the forests and mountains below receded rapidly. The atmosphere was somewhat heavy because of the previous topic. Naruto was the first to break the silence. He adjusted his breathing, and his tone became lighthearted again, as if he were just discussing a somewhat unpleasant chance encounter. Hard work today. Your reaction was very fast. He turned his head and smiled at Hikari, the night wind blowing the blonde hair on his forehead. When we reach the land of Earth, I'll find a place to treat you to a good meal. I've heard that Iwagakure's stone-roasted meat and some mountain delicacies have a unique flavor. Good food. Hikari's eyes lit up immediately. Her interest in food had always been direct and enthusiastic. Immediately after, she remembered an important matter. My extra spicy sauce is all gone. She carried the special sauce Naruto had made last time with her, it was a necessity of life for her. She would even add some when eating plain rice. Naruto had replenished it once before, but it was finished again. Naruto laughed and shook his head. Got it. I'll make you more later. Hikari nodded slightly in satisfaction, but clearly felt that just a spicy sauce compensation wasn't enough of a reward. She blinked and added, I also want to eat beef. Big chunks of it. Naruto deliberately put on a stern face and waved 2 fingers in front of her. Hey, that's 2 requests now. Tisk. Hikari clicked her tongue softly and turned her face away to look at the scenery below, but the slight pursing of her lips revealed a hint of minor dissatisfaction. She knew Naruto wanted to tease her again. Seeing her act indifferent while actually caring quite a bit, the seriousness on Naruto's face instantly broke. A smile reappeared, carrying a coaxing tone. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. How about this, I'll make you beef spicy sauce. Using beef, I'll make a savory and spicy beef sauce that you can have with rice, noodles, or just eat directly. 2 wishes, 1 solution. How's that? Only then did Hikari turn her head back and look at Naruto seriously, as if evaluating the sincerity of this merged proposal. She tilted her head slightly in thought, and then, almost imperceptibly, nodded. Her voice was still flat, but her speaking speed was a tiny bit faster. Okay. She paused for a moment. Then. I'll give it a try. On the surface, she looked like she was saying, I'll give you some face then, but in reality, she was likely already a little expectant. Her awkward way of maintaining a cold, aloof posture made Naruto feel amused. As if possessed, he almost subconsciously raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread, his target being the top of Hikari's head, which looked like it would feel quite nice to the touch. Just as his hand rose, it paused for a moment, and then he unnaturally changed the trajectory of his movement. Instead, he casually waved his hand toward the forest below, which had been turned upside down by his wood soldier technique, leaving behind over a dozen wooden wreckage and battle traces. The giant wooden figures standing silently below, along with the forest land that had been altered beyond recognition, began to rapidly soften, decompose, and shrink as if time were flowing backward. The thick wooden structures turned back into flexible twigs and roots, the twisted trees returned to their original forms, and the overturned soil seemed to be smoothed over by an invisible hand. In a few breaths, that patch of forest returned to the lushness and tranquility it had before the great battle. Only the faint lingering chakra fluctuations in the air proved that everything that had just happened was not a hallucination. Having done all this, Naruto turned back and stopped looking at Hikari. Alright, little interlude over. Let's go. With a thought, the gold dust particles were immediately drawn by the magnet release, quickly gathering and rising once more. They condensed back into that stable and wide golden sand cushion beneath their feet, lifting the two of them steadily as they prepared to continue their flight. At this moment, Hikari reached out her hand, stood on her tiptoes, and rubbed Naruto's head. If you won't rub it, then I will. After rubbing it, she withdrew her hand like lightning, as if she had touched something scalding hot. Almost at the same time, she suddenly covered her own head with both hands to prevent Naruto from counterattacking. Her originally fair ears and neck flushed with a layer of crimson like the sunset at a speed visible to the naked eye. Like a startled cat, she quickly and completely turned her back, leaving Naruto with only a stiff, straight silhouette that seemed to radiate bashfulness and confusion even through the tips of her hair. The sand cushion was silent. Naruto looked back at the figure beside him, whose very back of the head seemed to say, "I'm very shy but I won't say it." The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch, finally settling into a smile. He shook his head and said nothing, only raising his hand to tidy up his hair that had been rubbed into a mess. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 291, Chapter 291, Rashi. Chapter 291, Rashi. Within the borders of the land of Earth. In a leeward spot near a rocky cliff, a small campfire burned, dispelling some of the cold. Uchiha Hikari sat on a flat, large stone, her posture elegant. She lowered her head slightly, holding a thick flatbread with a scorched yellow color and irregular grill marks in both hands. This was the specialty food of the land of Earth, rock skin cake. This bread was traditionally baked directly on a heated flat rock slab, making it thicker, harder, and chewier than ordinary biscuits or flatbreads. That's why it's called rock skin cake. It was Hikari's first time eating it. In front of her sat a small jar, which was the sauce Naruto had just made. She nibbled on the hard rock skin cake, taking small bites and occasionally dipping it into the sauce. Her eyes were downcast, and her long eyelashes cast fine shadows under the campfire's glow, creating a strange contrast with the rugged surroundings. She looked less like someone eating during a break in a dangerous infiltration or raid mission and more like she was performing a delicate tasting. Not far from her, Naruto sat opposite a burly middle-aged man with a steady temperament. The man had flaming red short hair and a thick, curly beard of the same color on his chin. Dressed in simple clothes, he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of the land of Earth, as well as the wandering monk, Rashi. On the ground between them sat two coarse ceramic bowls and a nearly empty wine bottle. Although they were drinking together, Naruto hadn't touched a drop. What was in front of him was just water. In contrast, wine stains remained on the rim of the bowl in Rashi's hand, and his bronzed face had a slight flush from the alcohol. Clearly, almost the entire bottle had gone into Rashi's stomach. Rashi let out a loud alcoholic burp. He placed the wine bowl gently on the ground, then pressed his palms together, bowing slightly toward Naruto. His voice was loud and full of post-drinking satisfaction, yet it also held a hint of sincerity. "Thank you for the hospitality, little brother. It's been a long time since I've had such a satisfying drink." Naruto smiled, casually pressed his palms together in return, and waved his hand. "You're too polite, uncle. Meeting on the road is a matter of fate. This rock skin cake isn't bad either, it's quite filling." As he spoke, he picked up his own piece of rock skin cake and took a large bite without effort, chewing with a crunching sound that showed off his excellent teeth and adaptability to such tough food. Watching Naruto's unpretentious way of eating, the corners of Rashi's mouth beneath his red beard seemed to curl up slightly. Although dressed as a monk, his behavior had a heroic air, and he appreciated Naruto's straightforward attitude. However, Naruto's next words made Rashi's joined hands pause slightly. "But, thanks aside." Naruto swallowed the bread in his mouth, brushed the crumbs off his hands, and while he still had a smile on his face, his azure eyes turned to Rashi and became serious. "I don't need you to be so polite. Actually, I have something I'd like to ask you to help me with, uncle." The campfire crackled. Hikari continued to nibble on her bread, seemingly oblivious to the conversation, but she had already quietly locked onto Rashi. The tipsiness on Rashi's face seemed to clear a bit. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, which were also red, as he slowly lowered his joined hands. The flickering shadows of the flames danced across Rashi's rugged and serious face, adding an unfathomable depth to his already profound expression. He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he stared at Naruto with those sharp, red-tinted eyes, unblinkingly and with extreme seriousness, as if trying to see through the young Hidden Leaf Village Hokage completely. After a few seconds of breath-holding silence, Rashi spoke slowly, his voice low and direct. "Speak, Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village. Are you here to kill Inoki?" "Naruto. He opened his mouth slightly, seemingly failing to react to the other's leap in logic for a moment, appearing completely stunned. Seeing Naruto's completely unexpected, "What on earth are you talking about?" expression, Rashi, who had been so serious just a moment ago that he looked ready to strike, suddenly let out a "pft" like a child whose prank had succeeded, followed by a burst of loud and hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Rashi laughed until his beard shook. The steady temperament of a high monk from before vanished, replaced by the air of a boisterous mountain rogue. The land of grass and the land of earth share a border. I only heard yesterday that the grass ninja village was swallowed by Hidden Leaf Village's newly appointed 6th Hokage and his people, and it caused quite a stir. And then today, I run into you two in these desolate mountains. He stopped laughing, but his eyes still held a playful glint. He pointed a thick finger at Naruto and the quietly nibbling Hikari. You, the Hokage, bringing such a beautiful girl deep into the heart of my land of earth, if you're not here to kill that stubborn old Mononoke. He intentionally drew out his words, then winked mischievously. Could it be that you're here for sightseeing? Or perhaps. Rashi stroked his fiery red beard, sporting an "I understand" expression as he made a joke he thought was quite amusing. Have you taken a liking to that girl Kurotsuchi from our hidden stone village? Did you run all this way just to find her? He said this in a completely joking tone. After all, Kurotsuchi was the granddaughter of the 3rd Tsukuyomi Jinchuriki and one of the leaders of Hidden Stone Village's younger generation. Her status was sensitive. Rashi had been wandering for years and didn't care much for village affairs or the younger generation. He was just making a casual joke using a junior he knew. However, what he didn't expect was Naruto, sitting opposite him, didn't laugh. Not only did he not laugh, but when he heard the name Kurotsuchi, his eyes seemed to flicker slightly. He didn't immediately deny it, nor did he play along with the joke. Instead, it was as if some thought of his had been hit upon. The playful smile on Rashi's face froze instantly, replaced by disbelief and a touch of absurdity. No way. He's really here for Kurotsuchi. Rashi's gaze changed immediately, from joking to a shock and condemnation that was almost like looking at a beast. His voice rose a bit. Hey, that girl Kurotsuchi is only 13 this year. He simply couldn't believe that the Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village would come to the land of Earth with the primary goal of abducting someone's underage granddaughter. How would that look if word got out? But in the next second, before Rashi's anger could fully flare up, he suddenly realized another problem. He carefully examined Naruto's face. Though it appeared mature due to his experiences and temperament, there was still a youthful sharpness in his features. Wait, this 6th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village looks quite young himself. Rashi's anger deflated like a punctured balloon with a PSSH. Oh. He stroked his chin, his gaze becoming a bit strange. They're around the same age, then, it seems, not entirely unreasonable. Although he still thought it was ridiculous, at least age-wise, it wasn't so beastly. He coughed twice, trying to ease the awkwardness of his overreaction. Naruto finally snapped out of Rashi's overly imaginative and misunderstanding-filled spiritual theater. He sighed and rubbed his forehead, knowing he couldn't let this hardy but somewhat scatterbrained Jinchuriki uncle continue his fantasies. Stop, uncle. Where are your thoughts going? Naruto quickly waved his hands, interrupting whatever shocking words Rashi might come up with next, his tone returning to serious. I came to the land of Earth for the dust release and Hidden Stone Village. Then, seeing Rashi's still somewhat skeptical expression, he added. Of course, if the opportunity is right. Naruto looked at Rashi, or rather, threw Rashi at the scorching and massive chakra within him. I'd quite like to ask Son Goku for some advice regarding the mysteries of lava release. The 4 tails inside Rashi suddenly snapped its eyes open. This kid knows its name. Dust release. Lava release, and the entire Hidden Stone Village. Rashi repeated in a low voice, slowly sitting up straight. Kid, your appetite is truly not small. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 292, Brute Force Flying Bricks, The Heavenly River Tilts. Chapter 292, Brute Force Flying Bricks, The Heavenly River Tilts. Rashi slowly stood up, his burly frame casting a massive shadow under the flickering light of the campfire. His monk robes fluttered without wind as a searing, violent chakra, seemingly rising from the depths of the earth's core, began to surge from within him. Heh. Regardless of whether you kid are here for the dust release, Hidden Stone Village, or something else. Rashi's voice became low and resonant with power, his red beard and hair seeming to flare even more wildly. Before we talk about any of that, let this old man gauge just how much weight you truly carry, the 6th Hokage of Hidden Leaf Village, who at such a young age dares to speak of annexing the land of grass and coveting the land of earth. Before his voice even faded, a blinding dark red light erupted from all around him. The chakra materialized, forming a thick chakra cloak like flowing lava that covered his entire body. Magma churned on the surface of the cloak, radiating an oppressive heat that even caused the surrounding air to distort. Lava release chakra mode. Not only that, the ground beneath his feet instantly softened and melted under the influence of this extreme heat, turning into a small, churning pool of molten lava. The orange-red glow illuminated his resolute face, reflecting the violent power belonging to a Jinchuriki and a practitioner of lava release. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. Almost at the same time Rashi activated his lava release mode, Naruto had already moved first. He didn't retreat, instead, he formed a minimalist seal with one hand and pressed it toward the ground beside him. Magnet release, gold dust. A massive amount of gold dust flew out from his ninja tool pouch, spiraling upward like a golden tide endowed with life. It formed a solid and wide gold dust platform beneath Naruto and Hikari's feet, lifting them steadily into midair. This distanced them from the lava pool on the ground and provided flexible mobility and a defensive barrier. Hikari stood at the edge of the gold dust platform, her crimson Mangekyo calmly locked onto Rashi below. However, she didn't take the initiative to attack, merely staying prepared to provide support or handle any accidents at a moment's notice. Just then, Naruto's voice rang out. "Hikari, I'll take him on solo this time." Hearing this, Hikari glanced at Naruto. Seeing the determination in his eyes, she nodded slightly and took half a step back, yielding the main battlefield entirely. However, her Mangekyo remained locked on, and the gold dust platform was still maintained. Naruto took a step forward to the very front of the gold dust platform, facing Rashi below, who was radiating a scorching aura like a miniature volcano. "Suiting me just fine." Rashi looked up from the lava pool and grinned, his lava cloak making him look like a god of fire. "Let me see if such a young Hokage has the strength to match such big talk." Naruto didn't reply, simply taking a deep breath. The next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from within him. Golden chakra surged and wrapped around him like flames, forming a magnificent and majestic golden chakra cloak on his body. Atop the gold dust platform, Naruto stood like a golden god of war in the air. In the lava pool, Rashi stood like a lava demon. The standoff lasted only an instant before Rashi struck first. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling high as lava chakra rapidly converged in his throat. The next moment, he suddenly spat it out. Lava release, scorching stream rock technique. Several lava fireballs, each over half a meter in diameter, crimson all over with viscous lava flowing on the surface and terrifying heat and impact compressed inside, shot out from his mouth like cannonballs in succession. These lava spheres didn't fly in a straight line, instead, they moved with certain arcs and tricky angles, tearing through the air and trailing scorching flames as they whistled toward Naruto in midair from different directions. Wherever they passed, the air was scorched into distortion. Facing this oncoming scorching attack, Naruto didn't dodge or evade, he simply clapped his hands together. Water release, heavenly river tilt. This move was entirely a name Naruto had come up with during a burst of his Chunibyu soul. The celestial banquet reopens, the moon maiden dances gracefully, Tianping gets drunk, and the heavenly river tilts. There were no complex shape transformations or exquisite control techniques, there was only the simplest, excessive amount of chakra driving a massive volume of water. In an instant, with Naruto as the center, it was as if the heavenly river's dam had burst. Boundless floods emerged out of thin air, the heavenly river breaching its banks and pouring down. The water surged and roared, instantly covering half the sky and forming a towering wave dozens of meters high and of unknown thickness. With a majestic aura that could crush everything, it crashed down toward Rashi and the lava spheres he had spat out. Rumble. The first lava sphere crashed into the heavenly river, producing an earth-shaking roar and a violent steam explosion. But its high temperature and impact force, in the face of the seemingly infinite amount of chakra-enhanced water, were like a spark thrown into the ocean. It merely kicked up a huge mushroom cloud of white steam before being completely swallowed, cooled, and swept downward by the even more violent subsequent flow. The second sphere, the third, all the scorching stream rocks were swallowed by this rolling heavenly river without exception. The scorching lava rapidly lost its heat under the continuous flushing of the icy giant waves, turning into black, porous rock fragments that were then swept away without a trace by the water. And the momentum of this heavenly river tilt didn't diminish in the slightest, continuing to smash down toward Rashi in the lava pool with the force of a mountain toppling into the sea. What? Rashi's pupils constricted. He hadn't expected Naruto's water release to be so terrifying. This wasn't a conventional water release ninjutsu at all, this was a disaster-level flood. Others use water release, but this kid is using ocean release. In this moment of crisis, Rashi let out a roar, and the four-tails chakra within him surged out even more violently. Roar. Four substantial crimson tails made of chakra suddenly extended from his back, flailing wildly and elevating the power of his lava release chakra mode to a new height. The range of the lava pool beneath his feet also expanded abruptly, attempting to evaporate part of the water flow with extreme heat. However, the scale of the heavenly river tilt was simply too vast. The endless, icy river water, like the actual heavenly river pouring down, instantly flushed and submerged the entire area. Rashi's figure, along with his lava pool, was swallowed together by the towering waves. The piercing sound of water and fire clashing, the roar of rocks being washed and rolled, and Rashi's faint roars were all jumbled together. At the edge of the gold dust platform, Uchiha Hikari stood dumbfounded. She knew Naruto was strong, had seen him defeat powerful enemies with her own eyes, and had felt the unfathomable chakra within him. But at this moment, seeing this terrifying water release that seemed capable of changing the very landscape, she truly felt firsthand to what appalling heights the power Naruto could unleash at the ninjutsu level had reached. This had already exceeded her conventional understanding of water release. What she didn't know was that the essence of this technique Naruto called Heavenly River Tilt didn't involve any particularly exquisite nature transformation or shape control skills. To use Naruto's own private complaint, it was simply, "It's just relying on having too much chakra, brute force makes even bricks fly." Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 293, Chapter 293, You were pretty arrogant just now. Chapter 293, You were pretty arrogant just now. The surging flood continued to wash over everything, and steam filled the air like a thick fog. Uchiha Hikari stood there, having activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. The patterns in her pupil spun rapidly, her powerful ocular prowess granting her the ability to penetrate ordinary visual obstructions. She strained her gaze to pierce through the layers of mist and steam, locking onto and tracking the chakra signature at the center of the giant waves, one that remained blazing and violent, though clearly suppressed and disrupted. That was Rashi. She could see Rashi struggling to maintain his lava-release chakra mode within the torrent, his 4 lava tails waving frantically in an attempt to disperse the water and create some space. At the same time, he constantly created new magma beneath his feet to stabilize his footing and evaporate the water near him. However, facing this endless, seemingly inexhaustible, heavenly river tilt, his resistance appeared quite strained, his chakra was being consumed rapidly, and his range of movement was severely compressed. Right then, Naruto suddenly moved. He didn't continue to maintain or strengthen the heavenly river tilt, instead, he closed his eyes, using Kagura Mind's Eye to sense Rashi's location. "Found you." Naruto muttered to himself, the corner of his mouth curling slightly. The next moment, he snapped his eyes open, a sharp light flashing in his blue pupils. Ice release, vanishing trace. He leaned forward slightly and actually leapt straight down from the gold dust platform. But he didn't fall into the turbulent flood below. The instant he leapt out, a smooth and solid ice petal naturally condensed beneath his feet, and he landed lightly on the surface of the rushing waves. Controlling the ice petal with precise chakra, he moved like an ice spirit treading on waves, standing firmly atop the billows as he continued to close in on Rashi's sense position. He unfastened the white greatcoat he was wearing and, without even looking, tossed it casually toward Hikari on the gold dust platform behind him. Hikari subconsciously reached out and caught it. The fabric was soft and still held Naruto's body heat. It seemed stained with a bit of soil and the fine dust of battle, but it carried even more of Naruto's scent. She froze for a moment, looked down at the pure white greatcoat in her hands, and then looked up at Naruto, who had already leapt onto the water's surface. Her gaze was somewhat complicated, but she soon carefully tucked the greatcoat into the crook of her arm, continuing to focus intently on guarding the surroundings while monitoring the battle. At this moment, Naruto, standing atop the waves, finally began to truly demonstrate the power of ice release, sealed trace. Ice began to spread outward frantically from the ice petal beneath his feet at an incredibly violent speed. It wasn't a simple freezing of the water's surface. A bone-chilling, deathly white cold air rose and diffused from around him like a living mist. Wherever the cold air passed, the roaring giant waves of the heavenly river solidified instantly. The spray froze in the very moment of its impact, turning into crystal-clear ice sculptures. The surface of the flowing water was rapidly covered by a thick, ever-growing layer of ice. This ice layer spread, thickened, and solidified like a plague toward the depths, the surroundings, and especially toward the core area where Rashi was located. Crack! 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 The toothacheing sound of rapid freezing echoed throughout the area. The temperature plummeted at an alarming rate, as if jumping instantly from late summer into the depths of winter. The white cold mist permeating the air grew thicker, even beginning to condense into falling ice crystals. As the frozen range expanded rapidly, a heart-palpitating sense of dead silence began to spread. No birds in the sky, no beasts on the ground, no tracks of travelers, all traces vanished in the ice and snow. This was the true meaning of the name, Vanishing Trace. Using an absolute zero-like cold and rapidly spreading freezing power to lock down all signs of activity, turning the target area into an absolute ice domain where life was severed and all things were stagnant. It didn't just trap the enemy, it created a lethal environment of isolation, cutting off all outside help. I can't let this go on. Inside the water, alarm bells rang wildly in the mind of the semi-tailed beast-transformed Rashi. Just the water release and ice release Naruto had shown, their scale, intensity, and his terrifying control over chakra, had already far exceeded his estimates. With a technique of this level, filling the entire hidden stone village with ice wouldn't be a difficult task. This simply wasn't the amount of chakra or understanding of ninjutsu a normal Kage-level ninja should have. He had to use even greater power. Son Goku. Rashi let out a roaring call in his mind, no longer suppressing that violent, scorching will that seemed ready to incinerate everything. His chakra boiled instantly. More crimson, lava-like chakra erupted from his body, his frame swelled slightly, and his aura became even more savage and burning. But the extreme low-temperature domain created by Naruto's ice release, sealed trace, seemed to have its own life and will. The cold ice continued to stubbornly erode and freeze the newly surging chakra. Rashi felt as if he were inside an ever-tightening ice cage. The pressure didn't lessen in the slightest. Damn it. This cold, can it even suppress semi-tailed beast chakra? Rashi was horrified and gritted his teeth. He knew that conventional means would likely be unable to contend with this monster-like Hidden Leaf Village Hokage. He no longer hesitated, sinking his consciousness into the seal space to engage in deeper communication and request help from the ancient tailed beast within him, the short-tempered but equally respectful Four Tails, Son Goku. After 40 years of life, the relationship between him and Son Goku was not simply that of Jinchuriki and prisoner. However, Rashi wasn't a perfect Jinchuriki, he still needed bitter cultivation to suppress his own temper and Son Goku's. Roar. A world-shaking roar, filled with wild and violent power, erupted from the core of the frozen area. This roar didn't come from Rashi's throat, but directly from the scorching soul within him. Boom. The ice layer surrounding Rashi, several meters thick and incredibly hard, was torn open and shattered from the inside like fragile glass under the terrifying chakra explosion accompanying that roar. Fragmented ice mixed with steaming water vapor shot into the sky. A massive figure, blood-red and seemingly composed of flowing lava and the purest chakra, leapt suddenly from the shattered ice field and landed heavily on the ice surface, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to sway. Full-tailed beast transformation. Appearing before Naruto and Hikari was a giant red-haired ape nearly 100 meters tall, its entire body covered in crimson fur, its muscles knotted, its eyes burning with molten gold flames, fangs bared, and four tails behind it dancing wildly like lava pythons. This was the complete form of the Four Tails, Son Goku. It was also the manifestation of the deep fusion of Rashi's and the Four Tails' power. Rashi used half of his consciousness to suppress his temper. Calm down. Lava release, flower fruit mountain. The Four Tails let out a muffled, thunderous roar, slamming its massive fists hard against the ice. Boom. With the Four Tails landing point as the center, the ice surface heaved and cracked violently. Countless streams of scorching lava erupted frantically from underground like fountains, instantly turning the surrounding area of several hundred meters into a flaming hell of churning lava and soaring fire pillars. Scorching River Great Firefall. Immediately after, the Four Tails threw its head back and opened its massive mouth, a heart-palpitating crimson light condensing in its throat. The next moment, a pillar of lava fire over 10 meters in diameter, like a volcanic eruption and composed purely of ultra-high-density lava release chakra, erupted violently from the ground beneath the ice mountain with the power to burn mountains and boil seas. The scale, temperature, and destructive power of this tailed beast-level lava release attack were incomparable to when Rashi was in his human form. Sizzle. Wherever the lava fire pillar passed, the remaining ice mountains, ice layers, and even the parts that had just melted into water were instantly vaporized and evaporated by the terrifyingly high temperature. White steam mixed with volcanic ash to form a massive cloud of smoke. The cold was completely dispelled, and intense heat once again dominated this world. What was a frozen wasteland just moments ago had turned into a purgatory of flowing lava and soaring flames in the blink of an eye. The transition between ice and fire happened in an instant. Having escaped and launched a counterattack in its full-tailed beast form, the Four Tails seemed to have regained its confidence. Its crimson body, nearly 100 meters tall, stood amidst the sea of lava fire. It let out a roar to proclaim its power, then spread its massive, muscle-bound arms as if demonstrating its matchless might and savagery to its opponent and the world. That posture was wild, overbearing, and filled with the primal pressure unique to tailed beasts. However, the very next second after the Four Tails struck this "I am invincible" pose, a sudden change occurred. The space to the front and side of the Four Tails rippled violently with golden waves, like water, without any warning. Then, a terrifying giant claw, even larger than the Four Tails' own, composed entirely of golden chakra refined to the extreme, with fingertips as sharp as blades, thrust out from those golden ripples. The speed at which this golden giant claw appeared was extreme, giving the Four Tails no time to react. With the power to crush mountains and a certain mocking precision, it landed with a smack, squarely pinning the Four Tails' face, the one currently displaying its power, just like swatting a fly. The massive impact forced the Four Tails' head back, its roar cutting off abruptly and turning into a muffled groan. Then, a coarse, powerful voice, filled with displeasure, irritability, and the absolute arrogance of a superior, rang out in the Four Tails' ear like a clap of thunder. "Hey! Red-haired monkey!" Along with the voice, the owner of that golden giant claw appeared. A golden fox head with its mouth pulled back to reveal sharp fangs and eyes burning like molten gold flames slowly squeezed out from the golden ripples. Carrying an unrivaled pressure, it unceremoniously brought its face right up to Son Goku's pinned face. Kurama split his huge mouth open, revealing a savage grin that was anything but friendly and clearly meant, "I'm really annoyed by the sight of you. You were howling pretty arrogantly just now." The complete Nine-Tails, Kurama, has officially joined the battle. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 294, Can We Reconcile? Chapter 294, Can We Reconcile? Four Tails. Rashi, you bastard, you didn't say we'd be fighting Kurama. Kurama, watch me feign weakness to bait you. The Nine-Tail didn't want to be like this either, he just had itchy hands and wanted some exercise, he wasn't stupid. He knew very well that the kid Naruto was now ridiculously strong. Fighting Naruto would most likely just be seeking abuse, which was boring. Fighting others was too unchallenging and wouldn't be satisfying enough. Thus, when they entered the land of Earth and he sensed the Four Tails chakra fluctuations from within Naruto, Kurama's eyes lit up. A suitable punching bag that could let him cut loose without being too boring, hadn't one just delivered itself to his door. However, he also knew the Four Tails wasn't stupid. If it sensed his aura in advance, it might choose to avoid the fight, maneuver around, or use other troublesome methods from the start, which wouldn't be fun. So, Kurama had a bright idea, and immediately urged Naruto to use sealing jutsu to perfectly mask his chakra aura, waiting for the Four Tails to appear so he could jump out and give it a big surprise. Looking at it now, the effect was quite good. At this moment, with Kurama's claw pressing down on its face and hearing that playful greeting, the Four Tails Son Goku's heart was both collapsing and filled with rage. But it quickly assessed the situation, a full-form Kurama, plus that unfathomable Naruto who could force Rashi into a complete tailed beast transformation, and a Uchiha woman watching like a hawk from the side with her Mangekyo Sharingan still active. This was a fight that couldn't be won. Thus, the Four Tails very submissively attempted a final, diplomatic effort. It said to Kurama, "Hey, Kurama, can we reconcile?" However, Kurama had waited so long and finally found a qualified opponent to stretch his limbs with, how could he possibly let it go easily? Hearing the Four Tails' cowardly words, the smile on Kurama's face became even more brilliant. He added more strength to the claw pressing the Four Tails' face, shook his massive fox head, and spoke in a booming voice filled with unquestionable battle intent. "Reconcile? At this very moment, you must be joking, right? Let's fight first. Wait until this great one has had enough exercise." Before his voice had even faded, Kurama's giant claw pressing the Four Tails' face slammed down and flipped it over. Simultaneously, his massive body lunged completely out of the golden ripples, and his other long-prepared golden giant claw, carrying a violent power that seemed to tear space, smashed ruthlessly toward the Four Tails' chest. "Take this." The battle forcibly began amidst Kurama's impatient roar. The Four Tails Son Goku and Rashi wailed in their hearts, knowing they couldn't escape. They could only steel themselves, roaring as they channeled lava-release chakra and swung a massive lava fist to meet Kurama's attack. In an instant, ice flew and water splashed, mountains crumbled and rocks shattered, sand swirled and stones flew, and the vegetation was thrown into chaos. The commotion from the two-tailed beasts' battle was immense. Naruto had reappeared beside Hikari at some point, holding the unfinished rock skin cake in his hand. Against the backdrop of the grand-tailed beast battle below, he calmly continued his dinner. He reached out toward Hikari, wanting his clothes back. Standing beside him, Hikari glanced at him, then looked down at the intense battle below. Silently, she pulled a small bottle containing her specially made hot sauce from her pouch and gently placed it onto Naruto's open palm. After doing this, Hikari didn't continue watching the battle. Instead, she shook out Naruto's white cloak, which she had caught and been holding in her arms, and with a spread of her arms, she draped it over herself. The cloak was clearly much too large for her, the hem almost reached her ankles, completely enveloping her slender frame, leaving only an expressionless, exquisite face and those crimson eyes visible. She gently pulled the lapels together, wrapping herself even tighter. This garment reached Naruto's knees when he wore it, so it was indeed quite large. Naruto took the hot sauce bottle, skillfully unscrewed it, spread a layer of sauce on his rock skin cake, took a large bite, and chewed contentedly. But soon, he felt like something beside him was not quite right. Wait, what did he reach out for just now? It seemed to be his clothes. How did beef and chili sauce end up in his hand? Where were the clothes? Somewhat confused, he turned his head to look at Hikari beside him, catching the entire process of her draping his white cloak over herself, pulling the lapels tight, and wrapping herself into a little white, silkworm cocoon. Naruto's chewing stopped. Seeing how Hikari had naturally claimed his coat as her own, leaving only a small pale face exposed, he blinked. Oh. So that's how it is. Never mind then. If she wants to wear it, let her. He even wished Hikari could act more like an ordinary girl. Kurama's consciousness inside Naruto, great desolate imprisoning heavenly finger, where is she ordinary? Are you playing around with anecdotal evidence, kid? Naruto's thoughts involuntarily drifted back to their first meeting. Back then, Hikari was like a startled, extremely vigilant hedgehog with needles standing up all over her body. Just sensing the ocular power within him, she had immediately, decisively, and ruthlessly launched a fatal attack. At that time, Naruto thought his talk no jutsu had failed. Just kidding. From Amaterasu to Tsukuyomi, she even wanted to mark him with the Yachihoko. If it hadn't been for Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan, perhaps he wouldn't have been attacked. Of course, he might also have been controlled by the Yachihoko, becoming a puppet who could only obey Hikari's orders, and even have his chakra drained from an infinite distance to serve as a chakra power bank. Whenever he thought of it, Naruto couldn't help but feel a bit of lingering fear. Fortunately, he had been cautious. Contrasting that Hikari, who was like an unsheathed blade full of danger and detachment, to the Hikari now, whose eyes would light up because of the hot sauce he made, and who would naturally put on his coat to wrap herself up. Naruto felt that the current Hikari was even a bit cute. Like a kitten that would hiss vigilantly at others, but when facing you, would submissively lie on your lap for a nap and even reluctantly offer its belly for you to stroke. He withdrew his gaze, no longer dwelling on the clothing issue, and refocused his attention on the rock skin cake in his hand and the grand show below. The curve of his lips seemed to turn up a bit more than before, under the stimulation of the hot sauce and a certain subtle mood. And Hikari, wrapped in the oversized white cloak, just stood there quietly. Her crimson eyes occasionally swept over the battlefield below, but most of the time, she looked sideways at the boy beside her. Or, she slightly lowered her head, sniffing the clean and familiar scent on the cloak's collar, then buried her face even deeper into the soft fabric. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, Accepting Defeat. Chapter 295, Accepting Defeat. The earth-shaking roars and explosions below gradually subsided, replaced by the large-scale hissing of rising steam and the cracking of cooling rocks. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed, revealing a battlefield that had been ravaged beyond recognition. Deep craters, scars of solidified lava, mud mixed with ice and water, and two massive figures were scattered everywhere. Kurama flicked his massive golden tails as if he hadn't had enough, golden light flowing across his body. Clearly, this warm-up had left him quite satisfied. He looked down at the slightly dispirited red-haired giant ape beside him, whose fur was scorched in several places and who was huffing and puffing for breath, and snorted 2 puffs of disdainful white steam from his nose. Then, his massive body began to slowly dissipate into golden points of light, returning once more into Naruto's body. The full-tailed beast transformation was difficult to maintain, the crimson chakra receded like a tide, and the giant ape's body rapidly shrank and transformed. A moment later, Rashi's somewhat disheveled figure reappeared on the chaotic ground. His monk's robes were torn in many places, his red beard and hair were messy, and his face bore the exhaustion of a fierce battle, but his eyes remained clear, even holding a sense of relief. He swayed as he walked, his steps a bit unsteady, yet he moved firmly toward Naruto's direction. Finally, he came to a stop not far below the platform, looking up with a complex gaze at Naruto and Hikari, who was draped in a white cloak, at the edge of the platform. Phew. Rashi let out a long breath of scorching air that smelled of sulfur, his voice somewhat raspy but carrying a knowing and slightly helpless smile. I didn't expect it, you kid. Not only are you Hidden Leaf Village's 6th Hokage, but you're actually the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed as well. He shook his head and lamented, that fellow Son Goku didn't sense the Nine-Tailed's chakra aura beforehand at all. If the Nine-Tailed hadn't jumped out on its own at the end, we would have thought you were just using water release and ice release until the moment we were frozen solid. Inside him, Son Goku gave a muffled snort and sent a message, humph. It must be because you, old man, were roasting purple sweet potatoes with lava release during the day, and your chakra fluctuations leaked out and were sensed by that insidious nine-tailed fellow passing by. The Four-Tails resolutely refused to admit his sensory abilities were inferior to the Nine-Taileds, shifting the blame to Rashi's daily cooking. Rashi didn't bother to pay attention to the tailed beast's grumbling and blame shifting inside him. He looked up at Naruto, the exhaustion on his face gradually replaced by a sense of open-mindedness and even detachment. He slowly raised his right fist. I lost. Rashi's voice was very calm, without much of the humiliation of defeat, but rather a magnanimity of one who accepts a loss after a bet. He paused, his gaze becoming extremely serious, even carrying a hint of entrustment. Come and take it. The power of the Four-Tails. Naruto stood up and clapped his hands. Then, he took a step forward, stood before Rashi, and likewise raised his right fist, his fingers slowly tightening into a ball. Their gazes met in the air. In Rashi's eyes was detachment and entrustment, in Naruto's eyes was promise and acceptance. In the next moment, the two fists bumped steadily in the air. At the instant of the fist bump, the Four-Tails actively sent his own chakra into Naruto's body. This chakra was scorching, violent, and filled with the heavy sensation of earth and fire, completely different from the original nine-tailed chakra and his own chakra within Naruto. Meanwhile, within the ceiling space inside Naruto's body, there was a relatively independent desert region made of fine yellow sand, looking as if it had been shrunk countless times. In the center of this small desert, a round and chubby tanuki only the size of a doll, condensed from sand with dark circles around its eyes and a sand gourd on its back, was lying lazily on a sand dune resting. It was exactly a portion of one-tail Shikaku's consciousness. Suddenly, at the edge of the small desert, the space fluctuated slightly, and a new area, similar in size to Shikaku's sandy ground, squeezed in out of thin air. This new area was not a desert, but was composed of dark red, dry, and cracked lava ground and several miniature volcanic craters emitting wisps of green smoke, radiating a scorching heat. Immediately after, a figure shaped like an ape with crimson fur all over its body and a tail, also only the size of a doll, condensed into form on this newly appeared lava ground. It was the consciousness of the portion of Son Goku's chakra that had been separated. Shikaku's small sandy body suddenly sat up, his beady eyes within the dark circles widening as he stared straight at the neighbor who had suddenly appeared next door, especially that mini red-haired monkey. After being stunned for 2 seconds, the corners of Shikaku's mouth split into an extremely punchable curve, and he let out his signature jia eccentric laugh filled with deep schadenfreude. Oh! Look who it is. Isn't this the Four Tails? Shikaku slapped the ground with his short hands made of sand, laughing so hard he was doubling over. Jia. Looking at your wilted state, it seems you lost to Kurama too. Ha 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 ha. Fantastic. Lord Shikaku isn't the only unlucky one. He was absolutely ecstatic. He finally had a fellow sufferer. The mini-son Goku who had just arrived here already had complex feelings, and hearing Shikaku's unmasked ridicule, he immediately became so angry that smoke started coming out of his head. He gave a cold snort, his small tail flicking impatiently as he retorted. Shut up, you stinking tanuki. Looking at your own miserable state, you still couldn't beat that bastard Kurama, which is why you were dragged in here, right? Shikaku's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if he had been choked by the neck. He held it in for a long time before finally giving a resentful paw, turning his chubby body around to face the Four Tails with his sandy backside, and muttering, none of your business. The Four Tails didn't bother to bicker with this foul-mouthed tanuki anymore. He looked around at his new territory, although it was a bit small, it was still quite comfortable. Then, he glanced at Shikaku's yellow sand ground next door, his eyes full of disdain. But he didn't say much, only using his small lava claws to make a symbolic scratch between his territory and Shikaku's sand, marking a boundary. As for the great grassland belonging to the nine-tailed outside, he would leave that alone. Kurama was usually quite easy to talk to, he could probably go visit whenever he wanted, right? Humph, stay away from me, stinking tanuki. The Four Tails threw out one last line before walking to a miniature volcanic crater in the center of his territory, lying down, and closing his eyes to rest. Shikaku made a face at the Four Tails' back, then lay back down on his sand dune, but from time to time he would steal a glance next door and let out suppressed hee-hee snickers, clearly in an excellent mood. In the real world, the fist bump ended. Naruto slowly withdrew his fist, feeling the newly added scorching and heavy chakra within his body, as well as the added liveliness in the ceiling space. He looked at Rashi, the other man's aura was clearly weaker, but his spirit seemed good. Thanks, old man. Naruto thanked him sincerely. Rashi waved his hand and said, I accept my defeat. I hope you can make good use of this power. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 296, Chapter 296, The Approaching New Era. Chapter 296, The Approaching New Era. Having obtained the power of the Four Tails, it meant that Naruto's future cultivation of lava release would yield twice the results with half the effort. After Naruto thanked Rashi, he turned to leave, gold dust already beginning to gather beneath his feet. However, Rashi's heavy and earnest voice came from behind him, his tone completely different from his previous hearty and free-spirited manner, carrying a near-tragic determination. Sixth Hokage, please wait. Naruto paused and looked back. Hikari also stopped her movements, her crimson eyes peering through the gaps of her white cloak, quietly looking at the kneeling figure below. Rashi's voice continued to come, clear and slow. I know what you did in the grass ninja village. Although you annexed the village, you didn't harm the civilians there at all, and you even restored order. That's why, only after giving you a portion of the Four Tails chakra, do I have the face to make a request of you. At this point, Rashi fell to his knees with a thud. Naruto's eyes widened slightly as he slowly turned around. He saw that Rashi, the red-haired giant who had just faced him with open fists and undiminished bravado, was now kneeling on both knees with his head bowed, his red beard and hair trembling slightly in the night wind. His tattered monk's robes were stained with dust and mud, and his burly frame now exuded a sense of helplessness and supplication. Your power is too strong. Rashi's voice was somewhat hoarse, carrying the bitterness of resignation. Even if I give my all and burn my life away, I cannot stop you from doing anything you want to do. He looked up, his rugged face now filled with exhaustion, struggle, and the finality of a firm decision. His gaze met Naruto's directly, no longer possessing any battle intent, only the deepest plea. Although I've never quite gotten along with that stubborn, rigid, and pretentious old guy, Sandaime Tsukuyomi Jinoki. Over the years, I'd rather travel abroad than return to the village to see his face. Rashi's tone carried the helplessness of past grievances, but then his words took a turn, his emotions becoming incredibly heavy. But, he is, after all, the leader of Hidden Stone Village, one of the former guardians of this land. Furthermore, the land of Earth is my country, and Hidden Stone Village is my home. He spoke these words extremely slowly, containing his deepest, inseparable feelings for the land that had birthed and raised him. I shouldn't have given you the power of the Four Tails. That is the village's strategic strength. Rashi's voice was filled with self-reproach and pain, but he took a deep breath, as if exhausting all his strength. If I didn't give you this power as a price first, I wouldn't have the qualifications or any bargaining chips to ask you to spare this country, to spare the ordinary ninja and civilians in Hidden Stone Village. I cannot watch with my own eyes as my home is completely destroyed by the flames of war, seeing innocent people displaced. Rashi's head lowered again, almost touching the ground, his voice trembling yet crystal clear. Therefore, this is the only request of my life. Please, treat the civilians of this country as kindly as you did the Grass Ninja Village. Please spare that old Mononoke's life. Do not take his life. After a long pause, as if gathering his final courage or making the ultimate sacrifice, Rashi spoke words that slightly moved both Naruto and Hikari. If you are willing to grant this request, I am willing to be at your service from now on. After saying this, Rashi seemed drained of all his strength, lying prostrate on the ground, only his broad shoulders rising and falling slightly. He had staked everything, his dignity as the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, his pride as a powerful ninja, and his freedom as a wandering monk, on this single request. Everything, absolutely everything, was bet on this plea. Listening to Rashi's hoarse and resolute words, and seeing his burly frame kneeling humbly on the cold, broken ground with his red beard and hair stained with dust, Naruto subconsciously wanted to reach up and scratch his blonde hair. However, just as his fingers moved, he stopped. The person kneeling before him and making a painful plea was a weathered, iron-willed man, the Four-Tails Jinchuriki, a tough monk known for his cultivation of lava release. Based on their respective positions, they were enemies. A tough man showing tenderness is certainly moving, even inspiring respect. That Rashi could go this far for his homeland and for Inoki, with whom he disagreed, left his loyalty and spirit of sacrifice beyond doubt. But when such tenderness is presented to an invader in such a heavy and direct way, it's truly troublesome. For a moment, a flicker of hesitation and annoyance flashed through Naruto's heart. He had clearly told himself before launching the unification war, this is war. In war, there should be no room for a soft heart. The voice of the sixth Hokage, who had set out with cold determination and the intent to achieve his goals with thunderous momentum, reminded him of this. However, looking at Rashi's eyes filled with pain and hope, and feeling his obsession with protecting his homeland even at the cost of offering everything, Naruto realized that, in the end, he could not completely turn into a cold-hearted Hokage. For some reason, he thought of an afternoon back when he was still at the Ninja Academy, coping with loneliness by the Naka River. At that time, he was also thinking about the hardships he had endured. He thought of the girl who had come with bellflowers. He sighed softly. He didn't scratch his head, nor did he accept this allegiance from a superior position. Instead, he walked up to Rashi and crouched down. He reached out with both hands and firmly steadied Rashi's shoulders, which were trembling slightly from emotion and weakness. What his palms felt were hard muscles and a heavy sense of responsibility and supplication. Rashi looked up, meeting Naruto's clear and steady azure eyes. There was no victor's arrogance in the other's gaze, nor any hypocritical pity, only a frank understanding and a deeper level of resolve. Old man, Naruto spoke, his voice steady and powerful, piercing through the night wind, there's no need for that. The purpose for which I launched this unification war has never been to reignite the flames of war, to make more people bleed and die, or to create new hatred and pain. His gaze became even deeper, as if reflecting some grand vision. On the contrary, I am here to end these decades of endless strife and estrangement in the ninja world, to bring about a more lasting and stable peace. Perhaps my methods are radical, perhaps in many people's eyes, this is an invasion, an act of tyranny. But the ultimate result I pursue is not a world conquered by force, filled with resentment and division, but a truly unified, orderly ninja world that can face future challenges together. Saying this, Naruto applied a bit of pressure to Rashi's shoulders, his tone becoming even more sincere. So, old man, you don't need to pledge allegiance to me, you don't need to serve me as your master, and you certainly don't need to trade your freedom for anything. Watching the shock and disbelief gradually rise in Rashi's eyes, he continued. You only need to. After I have truly unified this land and this country and established a new order. Continue as you did before, as you have always done, using your power, your lava release, and your will as a practitioner. To continue protecting this land that birthed and raised you, and protecting the people on this land for whom you are willing to give everything. Only, at that time, this land will no longer be the isolated land of Earth, but a part of a unified ninja world. And what you protect will also be a part of a broader peace. Rashi's pupils shook violently. He saw a sun, he saw a new era approaching. The youth before him would not be a second Senju Hashirama, nor a second six-path sage. But the first Uzumaki Naruto. The approaching new era is the era of Uzumaki Naruto. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 297, Chapter 297, I didn't expect you to have a talent for humor. Chapter 297, I didn't expect you to have a talent for humor. The rain in the land of rain has long been seen by its people as the silent weeping of this war-torn and feeble nation. The cold rainwater seemed endless, washing over muddy roads and dilapidated buildings, while also eroding the faint hope for peace in people's hearts, making the already difficult-to-survive crops even more precarious. However, since the man who called himself God and possessed the Rinnegan took control of the hidden rain village, everything changed. Pain changed the land of rain. The rain was no longer an endless, sorrowful weeping. With his will and power, Pain forcibly altered the natural laws in the skies above this land. Now, the rain in the land of rain only falls on Sundays. For the other 6 days, it is either cloudy or rarely clear. Regularity brought order, and with it, vitality. The residents of the hidden rain village were able to carry out construction, trade, and travel on non-rainy days. More importantly, the crops that originally struggled to survive in the continuous rain finally had a chance to breathe and grow. Although the country remained closed and mysterious, its internal origin chi was slowly and painstakingly recovering. Rain transformed from a symbol of weeping into a predictable, periodic natural phenomenon with the weight of a divine oracle. Today was Sunday. A torrential downpour arrived as scheduled, enveloping the entire hidden rain village. Raindrops as large as beans beat densely against the towering steel buildings, crisscrossing pipes, and gloomy waters, creating a deafening roar. Rainwater gathered and rushed down steep eaves and rusted pipes, washing over this village of ninjas and making it appear even colder and more grim. At the top of the highest steel spire, the figure of Deva Path Pain, with his short orange hair, cold expression, and wearing the Akatsuki organization's black robe with red clouds, stood quietly, like an emotionless stone statue. His Rinnegan looked down without a ripple at the village beneath the heavy rain. Beside him, Konan stood quietly. She wore the same black robe with red clouds, her lavender hair tied up, her delicate face appearing somewhat blurred in the curtain of rain, but her calm eyes reflected the scattered lights and the shimmer of the rain below. She didn't speak, just accompanied him silently, like the most loyal guardian and executor. They weren't there to admire the rain. Not long ago, they received an S-rank mission request from Hidden Stone Village in the Land of Earth. For the early stage of the Akatsuki organization, whose primary goal was collecting funds to prepare for the final plan, money was essential. The world had never truly been at peace. A fragile balance was maintained between the great nations, while small countries still struggled in the gaps, and local conflicts and proxy wars never ceased. And the Akatsuki organization happened to see a business opportunity in this. At low but reliable prices, they provided war contracting services to small countries or factions that couldn't afford the high fees of the great nation's ninja villages and were in urgent need of military force. Relying on the powerful individual strength of the Akatsuki organization members, their cold and efficient style, and their principle of never questioning political stances, they quickly made a name for themselves in the secret war market. Even Hidden Stone Village, one of the 5 great nations, would outsource certain tasks that were inconvenient to handle directly or for which they lacked internal manpower to Akatsuki, a powerful and efficient mercenary group, in special or emergency situations. The current Hidden Stone Village seemed like one of the 5 great nations, but in reality, its internal strength was far from what it used to be. Although more than 10 years had passed since the last Ninja World War, Hidden Stone Village had suffered heavy losses in that war. Whether it was the huge sacrifice made to eliminate the Sandaime Reikage, or the encounter with Minato Namikaze, who had almost built his fame on the blood of Hidden Stone Village ninjas during the confrontation with Hidden Leaf Village, both had greatly weakened Hidden Stone Village's strength. These painful experiences led to a gap in Hidden Stone Village's high-end combat power, and much of its backbone had also been depleted. To this day, in some specific fields or special missions, they even had to rely on external forces and outsource part of the tasks. The Akatsuki organization was a reliable mercenary channel they chose at present. At this moment, the Akatsuki organization was still in the early stage of accumulating funds and recruiting members, and had not yet officially begun the earth-shattering, tailed beast capture plan. Therefore, in the eyes of Hidden Stone Village and other employers, they were more of a top-tier mercenary group with extraordinary strength, reasonable fees, and mysterious conduct, rather than a terrorist organization intent on subversion. It's time to go. Deva Path Pain's emotionless voice rang out amidst the sound of rain, breaking the silence. The mission had been accepted, the target location was in the land of Earth, and they needed to set off immediately. Conan nodded slightly. However, just as the two were about to leave, "I think you two can wait a moment." A low, raspy voice with a strange magnetic quality, as if it had weathered many storms, rang out behind them without warning. The two quickly turned around. Not far behind them, in the rain, stood a figure wearing a hooded black robe and an orange, spiral-patterned mask, standing there like a ghost. The mask only revealed a crimson three-tomo right eye, which appeared deep and unpredictable under the dim, rainy sky. The newcomer was the man who had claimed to be Uchiha Madara when he cooperated with them after the Akatsuki organization underwent its great upheaval. Madara. Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan stared at the newcomer, his voice still cold. "The target you're about to face this time is a quite troublesome fellow." Obito spoke plainly, maintaining the voice that belonged to Uchiha Madara. "He is a perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and he is accompanied by an Uchiha girl who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan." "What?" Even with Pain's coldness and Conan's composure, after hearing these words, their faces couldn't help but show obvious shock. A perfect Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As far as they knew, the current Nine-Tails Jinchuriki should only be 13 years old. What surprised them even more was the Uchiha girl who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. Where did another Uchiha come from? Pain's voice carried a rare hint of doubt. "I remember, the survivors of the Uchiha clan, besides Itachi, should only be his younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke. Did Orochimaru turn him into a woman?" Conan also frowned slightly, clearly considering this possibility. This was the reputation Uchiha Itachi's work had. Under the mask, Obito's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that Pain, who always appeared cold, would have such a peculiar train of thought. "Pain." Obito's voice carried a bit of speechlessness. "I didn't expect you to have quite a talent for humor. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 298, Chapter 298, For the Plan. Chapter 298, For the Plan. Itachi's younger brother, Uchiha Sasuke, is currently in the Grass Ninja Village." Obito directly dismissed Pain's speculation. As for that Uchiha girl by his side. Obito paused, seemingly organizing his words. "I've utilized quite a bit of our intelligence network and even traced back some potentially relevant records, but I haven't found any traces of her past. It's as if she appeared out of thin air. All we know for now is that one of her dojutsu is Amaterasu. While the other isn't entirely certain, based on her performance in battle and chakra characteristics, it's suspected to be Kagetsuchi, which can control flames." Hearing Obito mention the combination of Amaterasu and the suspected Kagetsuchi, Deva Path Pain's cold Rinnegan showed no significant ripples. Instead, a trace of nearly imperceptible contempt flickered through them. Amaterasu. Nothing to fear. In the eyes of Pain, or rather, Nagato behind the scenes, mere Amaterasu was a complete joke before the power of the Rinnegan. The powerful repulsive field of Shinra Tensei was enough to completely repel and annihilate the flames along with their accompanying chakra before they even reached him. As long as his reaction was timely enough, Amaterasu's, never extinguishing until consumed, property wouldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. As for Kagetsuchi, which could control the form of Amaterasu's flames and grant them more variations, that was even more insignificant. No matter how exquisite the flame control, it's futile if it doesn't hit the target. Before absolute power and the comprehensive abilities of the Rinnegan, such technical dojutsu saw their deterrent power greatly diminished. That female Uchiha was nothing to fear. Pain's judgment was swift and certain. His true attention was focused more on the other target Obito had described. Only that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki required some attention. A perfect Jinchuriki meant being able to freely use the tailed beast's massive chakra and unique abilities. This was indeed an opponent that needed to be taken seriously. Following that, the information about Wood release mentioned by Obito caused the slight alarm that had just risen in Pain's heart to quickly subside, even carrying a hint of disdain. The previous intelligence from Zetsu said he could use Wood release, but could only summon a Wood golem about 30 meters tall. Pain sneered inwardly. A 30-meter Wood golem. What did that amount to? Perhaps useful on an ordinary battlefield, but in a truly top-tier confrontation. At most, he's only fit to sit at the same table as Hanzo. Hanzo was certainly strong. But he, who possessed the Rinnegan, was the one who killed the demigod, a true god. This near-absolute confidence stemmed from his deep mastery of the Rinnegan's power, his obsessive ideology of letting the world feel pain, and his firm belief in his own destiny formed after Nagato was twisted by pain and ideals. He firmly believed that the power of the Rinnegan was enough to crush anything considered powerful in the conventional sense. Therefore, after the initial assessment, Pain did not view this mission as an insurmountable obstacle, but merely as a trouble that required a bit of seriousness. However, Obito's next words caught him and Conan somewhat by surprise. Don't be careless. To ensure our plan can be implemented and to deal with even stronger enemies that may appear in the future. As a partner, I have decided to transplant the first Hokage's cells into you. This proposal was the solution Obito arrived at after witnessing some of Naruto and Hikari's strength, especially after sensing they might pose a threat to the Eye of the Moon plan, believing it to be the most stable and beneficial for his long-term layout. He quickly ruled out other candidates. Uchiha Itachi, that guy is a lunatic. On the surface, he's a cold-blooded rogue ninja who slaughtered his entire clan, but in reality, his heart only holds Hidden Leaf Village, with a warped obsession for the village. Transplanting Hashirama cells into him would be nothing but aiding the enemy. It would only make the dangerous brother Khan even harder to deal with and completely uncontrollable. Nagato was different. Nagato possessed the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, born with massive chakra and tenacious vitality, which inherently provided a certain foundation for compatibility with Senju Hashirama's cells. More importantly, Nagato was the public leader of Akatsuki, a key pawn in executing the tailed beast capture plan, and a crucial support for his Uchiha Madara identity. Making Nagato stronger would help advance the plan. Furthermore, Obito had deeper calculations in his heart. A Nagato with a healthy body, and perhaps even stimulated into even greater potential, might just possess strength surpassing Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. This would better deal with unexpected factors like Naruto. More crucially, he could take advantage of the transplant surgery to leave some hidden contingencies or restrictions inside Nagato's body. Just like Uchiha Madara had done to him. This way, once the nine-tailed beasts were gathered and the Geto statue was revived, when Nagato needed to perform the Rinne Tensei no Jutsu to resurrect Uchiha Madara, or when Nagato lost his utility, he could easily kill him and seize those vital Rinnegan. Transplanting Hashirama cells would both enhance immediate combat power and pave the way for long-term schemes, killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this sudden proposal, Conan, who had been quietly listening, couldn't help but ask. Transplanting the first Hokage's cells, what's the use? She hid her vigilance. This man calling himself Madara was not to be trusted at all. Obito seemed to have expected this question. He didn't directly explain the powerful recovery, chakra boost, and potential for would release that Hashirama cells brought. Instead, he chose a more direct demonstration that would touch Nagato and Conan's inner vulnerabilities. He slowly raised his left hand, which he had just attached using a white Zetsu clone's arm before coming. Then, under the gaze of Pain and Conan, like snapping a crisp lotus root, he easily and casually, snapped his own left wrist. There was no blood at the break, showing an odd woody fibrous texture, characteristic of White Zetsu's body. Immediately after, Obito nonchalantly reattached the severed hand, and the break quickly fused back together. With a soft poof, a faint white mist rose from the joint. Then, in the slightly startled eyes of Pain and Conan, in just 3 short seconds, the 5 fingers of Obito's left hand, which had just been snapped and reattached, began to flexibly flex, clench, and open, fully regaining normal mobility. As if that horrifying self-mutilation had never occurred. After finishing this hair-raising demonstration, Obito's exposed right eye looked at Pain, his voice carrying a seductive deepness. The use is to let Nagato's body return to that of a normal person. No longer suffering from weakness. To be able to walk and run freely like an ordinary person, possessing a healthy and vibrant body. Perhaps, because of this, it can stimulate the deeper powers of the Uzumaki bloodline and the Rinnegan within you. Pain's Rinnegan shifted slightly, and Conan's pupils contracted. This, how is it possible? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 299, Let the World Feel Pain. Chapter 299, Let the World Feel Pain. Health, no longer relying on the life supply of the Geto statue, and perhaps even stimulating deeper levels of power, each of these was a luxury Nagato had yearned for in the depths of his heart for countless days and nights, yet knew was nearly impossible. However, the sweeter the temptation, the more Nagato's internal vigilance poured down like ice water. Between him and this mysterious masked man calling himself Uchiha Madara, there had never been a relationship of like-mindedness or mutual trust. On the surface, they were using each other. Madara provided the concepts of the true power of the Rinnegan and letting the world feel pain to achieve peace, along with some initial support and intelligence for the Akatsuki organization. Nagato, in his identity as Pain, acted as the incarnation of God, recruiting people into the Akatsuki organization to execute the preliminary steps of collecting tailed beasts, creating Pain, and ultimately realizing the Eye of the Moon plan. But Nagato never truly trusted Madara. This fellow, who hid his head and showed his tail, had unclear motives, and always appeared at critical moments to exert influence, had real intentions that were always shrouded in mist. Those Rinnegan eyes brought not only power but also sharp perception. He could faintly sense that behind Madara's seemingly selfless help and grand plan lay some cold, personal, and even dangerous scheme. More importantly, Nagato was not without defenses. The rain that fell regularly in the land of rain was not just a display of weather control, but an extension of his perception, the rain tiger at will technique. This powerful sensory ninjutsu not only covered the entire land of rain, monitoring any unauthorized intruders, but its other hidden and vital role unknown to outsiders was to sense, locate, and monitor Madara. Whenever Madara used that bizarre spatial ability to appear within the land of rain, no matter how well he hid, Nagato could roughly lock onto his position and movement trajectory through the subtle disturbances and abnormal flow of chakra in the rainwater. Although he couldn't completely see through the man's reality, it was enough for Nagato to confirm Madara's movements so he wouldn't be entirely ignorant of his whereabouts. It was also a silent deterrent and reminder, this is my domain, I am always watching you. This continuous, secret surveillance made Nagato even more certain that Madara was by no means an ally to whom he could entrust his health or even his life. Transplanting first Hokage cells. It sounded wonderful, but who knew if those cells hid risks of control, erosion, or even possession? Just like Madara's attitude toward his own Rinnegan, it always made Nagato feel uneasy. A brief silence spread across the high tower, with only the roar of the torrential rain washing over the steel. Finally, the emotionless voice of Deva Path Pain rang out again, breaking the silence. No need. My current body is sufficient to support the execution of the plan. Pain's voice was cold. He looked directly at the single exposed right eye under Obito's mask. I appreciate your kindness. But my path is decided by me. This sentence was both a rejection and a declaration. A declaration that he, Pain, was not a pawn to be manipulated by Madara. Nearby, Conan's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly upon hearing Pain's refusal, but her gaze toward Obito became even more vigilant. She likewise did not trust Madara, especially when he suddenly offered help that involved the very foundation of one's body. Obito showed no disappointment or annoyance. He had long expected that Nagato would not easily accept. Is that so? Obito's voice returned to that deep calm, revealing no emotion. Then have it your way. However, I have brought the intelligence, you had better be more careful of that Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and the mysterious Uchiha. I don't want to see the plan go wrong because of carelessness. He did not continue to press the topic of the cell transplant, as if he had just mentioned it casually. The mission, we will naturally complete. Pain responded coldly, if there is nothing else, you may leave. The land of rain does not welcome uninvited guests. This was already a dismissal. Obito took a deep look at Pain and Conan, the light in his exposed right eye unpredictable. He said nothing more, his figure began to slowly twist and fade, finally vanishing as if merging into the curtain of rain. On the high tower, only Pain and Conan remained, standing in the pouring rain. Nagato. Conan spoke softly, her tone carrying worry. No need to worry, Conan. Pain's voice softened. Madara's proposal must harbor evil intentions. I know better than anyone that power must never be placed in the hands of others, especially him. He paused, his Rinnegan looking toward the land of earth, his coldness gaining a hint of seriousness. However, the intelligence he brought might not be false. Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Uzumaki Naruto of Hidden Leaf Village. And that Uchiha, it seems this mission won't be too boring. Prepare to set out. On the path to letting the world feel pain, any obstacle will be crushed by the power of God. Conan nodded and said no more. The two figures flickered and disappeared from the top of the tower, leaving only the torrential rain still washing over this closed nation. Meanwhile, the distant Obito, within the Kamui dimension, had a slightly gloomy expression under his mask. Refused, as expected, it wouldn't be that easy. But Nagato, how much longer can your body hold out? After a brief clash with Naruto, Obito concluded that it would be difficult for Nagato to defeat Naruto now. That fellow Naruto and the female Uchiha beside him were too fast at gathering intelligence. They knew the weakness of his Kamui after just one encounter. If he hadn't decisively severed his arm to survive, he might have capsized right then and there. But the boost from Hashirama cells to himself was only so much. If he wanted to increase his strength in a short time, he had to get Kakashi's eye back. Uzumaki Naruto. You fellow, are you really human? He was only 13, with countless possibilities, but he himself was already nearly 30. The years of explosive growth in a ninja's strength had already passed for him. Obito still remembered when he first held the infant Naruto in his swaddling clothes. At that time, the newborn Naruto didn't cry, he forced his eyes open. Obito could see no fear in those eyes. Only peace. That peace made Obito feel it was incredible, he even felt later that Naruto's expression was like pity. In that instant, Obito felt as if struck by lightning. He was pitied by an infant who had just arrived in this world. It was the pity of the strong for the weak, the pity of the successful for the failure, the pity of the happy for the unfortunate. Damn it. Clearly, back then, he was the weak one, he was the more unfortunate one, and he would be the failure. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 300, Chapter 300, Eyes. Chapter 300, Eyes. Konoha Village. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, which had grown even more lush after the reconstruction, spilling onto the tidy streets. Villagers went about their duties, merchants operated as usual, and ninjas hurried to execute their missions. On the surface, everything seemed normal. However, an intangible sense of oppression permeated the air. Almost every Konoha ninja and civilian felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on their hearts. They all knew. They knew that Uzumaki Naruto was now the newly appointed 6th Hokage. They knew that this excessively young Hokage was outside, launching a war aimed at unification. But no one dared to discuss this matter openly. Whether in street corners or the mission briefing hall, people tacitly avoided this topic. Questioning his decisions. That required immense courage. And having 40 more heads than anyone else. Because everyone clearly remembered the ninjutsu he used during this year's joint Chunin exams that destroyed Konoha Village. Naruto truly dared to take action against the people of Hidden Leaf Village. He truly dared to drop that nuke, capable of completely erasing the village from the map, right there in Hidden Leaf Village, above everyone's heads. Although he eventually rebuilt Hidden Leaf Village, the despair and helplessness that swept through the entire village in that instant, and the lingering fear after learning of its power, had already been branded into the heart of every Hidden Leaf Village citizen. The fear of absolute power suppressed all dissent and worry. They could only choose to believe, or at least, choose to obey in silence. In this oppressive atmosphere, Kakashi Hatake and a wood clone of Naruto quietly arrived at Orochimaru's laboratory. Kakashi's habitually lazy expression had vanished, replaced by furrowed brows, gloomy eyes, and a heavy-hearted silence. His exposed right eye had lost its usual deadfish laziness, now filled with pain, struggle, and incredible shock. He had just learned a shocking piece of news from Naruto's wood clone that was enough to overturn his understanding of the past dozen years. The true mastermind behind the Nine-Tails attack back then, the one wearing the Uzumaki mask, who manipulated the Nine-Tail to attack Hidden Leaf Village and caused the death of his teacher, was actually his close friend Uchiha Obito, whom he thought had long since died. This news exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Obito. That hero who was always late, hot-blooded and impulsive, dreamed of becoming Hokage, and ultimately sacrificed himself at Canopy Bridge. How could it be him? How could it possibly be him? But Naruto's serious expression and the details revealed left him no choice but to believe this cruel fact. The joy of his father's resurrection was also washed away by this news. This wood clone of Naruto was originally left in the grass ninja village to hold down the fort and write books. But not long ago, the main body, through the unique chakra connection between shadow clones, instantly transmitted the intelligence that the mysterious masked man is Uchiha Obito, along with the urgent order to immediately take Kakashi back to Hidden Leaf Village to find Orochimaru for an eye transplant. Thus, this wood clone immediately dropped his work, found Kakashi, and after telling him the truth, rushed back to Hidden Leaf Village at the fastest speed. Naruto-kun, why have you suddenly returned? Orochimaru was tinkering with a petri dish, his golden snake pupils looking with interest at the wood clone of Naruto and Kakashi, who were led in by Tayuya. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes when he saw Kakashi. And you brought Kakashi back too? Did something go wrong in the grass ninja village? The wood clone of Naruto didn't waste words, concisely relaying the intelligence about Obito's identity and the request for eye surgery transmitted by the main body to Orochimaru. Oh. Interesting. Orochimaru stuck out his long tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and a look of excitement and amusement appeared on his face. The war hero Uchiha Obito, who has been dead for many years, is actually the culprit behind the Nine-Tails attack. Truly a dramatic twist. Immediately, he changed the subject to another important matter. It just so happens that I have already removed the backdoor from the pair of Rinnegan you gave me earlier. What he was referring to was the peculiar pair of eyes taken from Otsutsuki Urashiki that could switch between red Rinnegan and blue Rinnegan. Before heading to the land of grass, Naruto's main body had handed them over to Orochimaru for research, specifically instructing him to clear any potential hidden dangers. You can take it back with you and give it to your main body. As Orochimaru spoke, he put down his work and turned to signal the two to follow. Follow me. He led the wood clone of Naruto and Kakashi through several corridors to a more secluded, colder room. In the room, several giant cylindrical culture tanks filled with nutrient solution were lined up, with various pale-skinned, closed-eyed humanoid clones suspended inside. Most were experimental bodies cultivated based on white Zetsu cells or Hashirama cells. Orochimaru walked up to one of the culture tanks and skillfully operated the control panel. The nutrient solution drained, and the tank door opened. He reached in and pulled out a pale-skinned creature that looked like humanoid clay. It was a white Zetsu. Then, Orochimaru put on disinfected medical rubber gloves, cleaned his hands, and used his fingers to gouge into the empty eye sockets of the white Zetsu. After a teeth-gritting, subtle sound, he took out a pair of pure white eyes. They were the Byakugan of Otsutsuki Urashiki. That guy named Otsutsuki really did leave a backdoor. Orochimaru said as he carefully placed the Byakugan into a transparent culture jar filled with a special preservative liquid. However, any potential residual consciousness has now been successfully left on the first white Zetsu that had the eyes transplanted. He pointed to the white Zetsu that had been gouged and lay limp on the ground. I experimented with 3 different white Zetsu test subjects and verified it repeatedly before finally confirming that all the backdoors and tracking marks left by the opponent in the eyes have been completely transferred and fixed onto the first transplanted white Zetsu carrier, completely separated from the eyes themselves. Now, this pair of eyes is clean. Orochimaru said, handing the sealed culture jar to the wood clone of Naruto. The wood clone of Naruto took the jar, glanced casually at the pure Byakugan floating inside, and nodded. The eyes of Otsutsuki were indeed special. Their initial form was the Byakugan. Whether it was the red Rinnegan or the blue Rinnegan shown later, they were all high-level form switches based on this pair of Byakugan, and the core of their power was hidden in this pair of eyes. He casually put the culture jar into his carrying sealing scroll and stored it properly. Then, after putting away the scroll, the wood clone of Naruto looked up at Orochimaru and asked about another matter of concern. Is there any progress on my Sharingan? He was referring to the project he had entrusted to Orochimaru, using his own blood and Uchiha Hikari's blood, attempting to create a Sharingan that possessed Naruto's cells. Orochimaru shook his head, a trace of regret appearing in his golden snake pupils. No. The time has been too short. Cell culture, induced differentiation, forming complete visual nerves and pupil power structure, it requires precise regulation and sufficient time. The currently cultivated tissue is not even stable in its basic eyeball form, let alone awakening the characteristics of the Sharingan. It hasn't developed well. The wood clone of Naruto frowned, but he knew this kind of thing could not be rushed. He turned to look at the silent Kakashi, then looked at Orochimaru. Then let's deal with Kakashi-sensei's matter first. Transplant him an ordinary eye. I will take Obito's eye to the main body. Whether to destroy it or seal it will be decided by the main body's arrangements. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 301, Chapter 301, Anoki of the Both Scales. Chapter 301, Anoki of the Both Scales. Land of Earth, Hidden Stone Village. This fortress village, built atop a massive rocky mountain, was currently shrouded in a tense atmosphere, like a storm was about to break. Anoki was in his office. Spread out before him were several reports that had just been urgently delivered by the Intelligence Division. Anoki read through the reports once more, filled with information that was as inconceivable as it was undeniable. His wrinkled face was set in a deep frown, the furrowed lines around his mouth deepening with tension, betraying his extreme inner turmoil. What did they mean? The first, second, and fourth Hokage had been resurrected. Each of those names represented a peak in the history of the ninja world, existences formidable enough to make any Kage-level powerhouse feel troubled or even despairing. And what did they mean? The sixth Hokage Uzumaki Naruto was a perfect Jinchuriki. A perfect Jinchuriki meant that the world-destroying power of the Nine-Tailed could be completely controlled, its threat level would increase exponentially. A person runs up to your village gates, transforms directly into a tailed beast to attack at will, and then turns back into a human and slips away. What village wouldn't find that agonizing to deal with? It might be manageable if a Kage-level powerhouse were alone, but the village is full of people. How on earth did Hidden Leaf Village pull this off? How old is that brat anyway? Furthermore, what did they mean by conquering the Land of Grass in a single day? Though the Land of Grass was a small nation, it still possessed a certain level of strength. One day. This was no longer a war, it was an overwhelming, unstoppable crushing force. The military power and operational efficiency Hidden Leaf Village displayed were terrifyingly suffocating. And the final piece of news, the one that made his heart go cold, was this. The border defenses had been breakthrough, and the sixth Hokage had already entered the Land of Earth, heading straight for Hidden Stone Village. The defensive lines were like wet paper. The opponent's goal was clear and direct, to strike straight at the heart. Anoki felt a deep sense of helplessness intertwined with fury. From the moment he received the first abnormal report, he had immediately taken countermeasures. He had sent people to urgently contact the Akatsuki organization, which had a decent reputation in the mercenary market, attempting to pay a high price to hire them to assist in the defense or even intercept the coming enemy. But Anoki knew in his heart that no matter how strong the Akatsuki were or how mysterious the rumors, asking them to clash with 3 resurrected Hokage, especially that god of shinobi, Senju Hashirama. That was asking too much of them. Anoki even felt this was a bit like a desperate man clutching at straws. But he had no choice. Hidden Stone Village had suffered too heavily in the last great ninja war. Although they had recovered somewhat over the years, their top-tier combat power was still lacking a new generation. Facing such an absurd combination of enemies, the only external help he could think of was Akatsuki. Simultaneously, he immediately issued the highest level of mobilization, ordering all Hidden Stone Village ninja abroad to return to the village at top speed. He aimed to gather all their strength, relying on Hidden Stone Village's easily defensible terrain and years of fortified defenses, to see if they could withstand Hidden Leaf Village's thunderous assault. To see if they could. Even as he spoke those words, he felt a pang of bitterness. In addition, Inoki did not forget diplomatic efforts. He had dispatched his most elite and reliable messengers, carrying detailed intelligence on Hidden Leaf Village's abnormal movements, to the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning, the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water, and the Hidden Sand Village in the Land of Wind. On one hand, it was a warning that Hidden Leaf Village's threat had exceeded conventional bounds. On the other, it was an attempt to persuade them to temporarily set aside past grudges and consider uniting to resist Hidden Leaf Village's table-turning, unification war. Having done all this, Inoki's heart remained as heavy as iron. His gaze fell once more on the line in the report, a unification war launched to end the chaos and bring about a more lasting peace. What unification war for the sake of peace? Just as he had during previous readings, the fire in his chest was ignited again. He slammed the report onto his desk with a heavy thud. Humph. It's nothing more than dressing up naked aggression and ambition in high-sounding words. This Uzumaki Naruto, this sixth Hokage, it seems he's no easy mark. He's even more unreasonable than those brutes from the Hidden Cloud Village. Amidst his anger, a sliver of worry quietly crept into his mind. That fellow Rashi, he's been out wandering for so long. He couldn't have run into that sixth Hokage, could he? With Rashi's straightforward and fiery temper, if they met, he likely wouldn't just stand by. What would the result be? Inoki didn't dare think too deeply on it. Rashi was strong, but he was still quite a bit behind the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Just as Inoki's mind was in turmoil, a mix of anger and worry, his office door was pushed open. A vibrant, slightly teasing young female voice rang out. What's wrong, old man? Why are you in here getting so worked up all by yourself? Hearing the voice, the anger in Inoki's chest involuntarily flickered out. Because the one who had pushed the door open was his granddaughter, Kurotsuchi. Kurotsuchi had short, neat black hair, and her beautiful face carried a touch of heroism. She wore a brownish-red ninja outfit suitable for movement, with a tool pouch tied at her waist, looking capable and full of youthful energy. She walked in casually, curiously eyeing the messy documents on her grandfather's desk and his sour expression. Seeing it was his granddaughter, Inoki's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but he immediately put on a stern face, assuming the dignity of a grandfather in that Tsukuyomi. Kurotsuchi. Didn't I tell you to stay focused at the training grounds and prepare for this year's Chunin exams? Why have you come here? He remembered his granddaughter had only recently passed the Chunin selection and should be consolidating her strength and gaining experience, not running around everywhere, especially during such a sensitive time. Hearing this, Kurotsuchi wasn't intimidated. Instead, she let out a pft and laughed. She walked to the desk, playfully pointing a finger at the brownish-red Chunin uniform she was wearing, then pointed to the Hidden Stone Village headband on her forehead and winked. Hey! Old man, you really are busy to the point of confusion, aren't you? Did you forget? She puffed out her chest with a hint of pride. I passed the Chunin exams long ago, I'm a genuine Chunin. You were the one who personally draped this vest over me back then. Stunned by her words, Inoki paused for a moment before somewhat awkwardly slapping his forehead. The anger on his face was completely replaced by a trace of helplessness and doting. Oh, look at my memory. He shook his head, his voice softening. Yes, I've been so busy I forgot. Our Kurotsuchi has been a Chunin for a long time now. Time really flies. Looking at his granddaughter's youthful and confident face, the gloom in Inoki's heart seemed to disperse slightly, but then, a deeper worry surged up. How much longer could this peace and daily life last? Where would this sudden storm sweep Hidden Stone Village and the younger generation like Kurotsuchi? Kurotsuchi keenly sensed the fleeting heaviness in her grandfather's eyes. She dropped her joking demeanor and asked seriously, Old man, what exactly is going on? The atmosphere in the village hasn't seemed right lately. Inoki looked at his granddaughter's concerned gaze, opened his mouth, and finally just let out a sigh. He waved his hand. It's nothing, just some diplomatic troubles. Go on and mind your business. Remember, don't go too far from the village lately, and be careful during your training. Kurotsuchi knew her grandfather was hiding something from her, but seeing he didn't want to elaborate, she nodded sensibly. I understand. You take care of your health too, old man. Don't die before I defeat you and become Tsukuyomi. With that, she gave Inoki one last look before turning and leaving the office. The door closed again, leaving Inoki alone once more. He looked back at the report on the desk that he had slammed. His gaze became incredibly sharp and determined. No matter how powerful the enemy, no matter how bleak the outlook, he, the third Hokage Tsukuyomi and protector of Hidden Stone Village, would never sit idly by and wait for death. Come then, Hidden Leaf Village brat, let me, Anoki of the both scales, see just how much weight you, the 6th Hokage, truly carry. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 302, Dizziness is normal. Chapter 302, Dizziness is normal. After leaving the office, the doubt in Kurotsuchi's heart did not dissipate, instead, it grew even stronger. She didn't return directly to the training ground or look for her companions as usual. Instead, relying on her familiarity with the village's terrain, she quietly bypassed several sentry posts and reached a rocky highland on the outskirts of Hidden Stone Village that offered a relatively open view while keeping her hidden. This place was some distance from the main village buildings, but the main road leading in and out of the village, as well as a portion of the sky, were clearly visible. The old man is being too unusual today. Kurotsuchi leaned against a cooled lava pillar and murmured to herself, her delicate brows tightly furrowed. She recalled the words she had said when she went inside just now. According to past experience, when she told Anoki a joke mixed with rebellion and concern like, "Don't die before I become Tsuchikage." That stubborn and face-loving old man would definitely blow his beard and stare, loudly retorting, "Little girl, what are you saying? This old man can be Tsuchikage for another 100 years, or something similar." But today, Anoki just waved his hand, as if he didn't even have the strength to lecture her. It was too unusual. Something big must have happened to the village. Kurotsuchi concluded that for the 3rd Hokage Tsuchikage, who had weathered great storms, to show such an expression, the matter was definitely not small. Exactly, what big thing happened? Just as Kurotsuchi was concentrating on her thoughts, trying to piece together these fragmented clues. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a small, golden cloud appearing near the horizon in the distant azure sky. Kurotsuchi's attention was drawn by that unusual color, and she temporarily set aside her thoughts. She narrowed her eyes and looked closely. Most of the time, the sky in the land of Earth was grayish or dyed earth yellow by yellow sand and dust. She was seeing such a pure, bright, seemingly self-illuminating golden cloud for the first time. It's a golden cloud, how rare, I'm seeing it for the first time. The young girl's curiosity was piqued. That golden cloud was moving very fast, and it seemed to be drifting toward Hidden Stone Village. As the distance closed, it gradually grew larger in Kurotsuchi's field of vision. Kurotsuchi subconsciously raised her hand, placing her palm across her forehead to block the somewhat stinging afternoon sun so she could see more clearly. As the golden cloud drew closer and its outline became clearer, the curiosity on Kurotsuchi's face gradually turned into shock, followed by disbelief. That was not a naturally formed cloud at all. It was composed of countless tiny particles shimmering with a metallic luster, forming a smooth cloud shape as a whole, flying steadily and at high speed. The sunlight hit it, reflecting a dazzling golden light. That's gold dust. Kurotsuchi gasped. As a ninja of Hidden Stone Village, she had naturally heard of the gold dust, the signature ninjutsu of the 4th Kazekage of the Hidden Sand Village. To be able to manipulate gold dust to fly on such a large scale and so exquisitely, this was clearly the signature ability of the deceased 4th Hokage Raza. But didn't previous intelligence say the 4th Hokage was confirmed dead? Alarm bells rang in Kurotsuchi's heart. How could a dead person reappear? Unless someone else had mastered the same technique. Regardless, the other party's intention was definitely not good, riding such a conspicuous gold dust cloud and flying toward Hidden Stone Village so blatantly and without concealment. Even if the 4th Hokage were alive, he could never directly intrude into another country's ninja village airspace like this. This was blatant provocation and invasion. Kurotsuchi stood up abruptly from behind the rock she was hiding behind, no longer caring about hiding herself. She cupped her hands around her mouth and pointed her right index finger at the golden cloud getting closer in the sky. Hey! The area ahead is our Hidden Stone Village territory. No matter who you are, land immediately. The girl's clear and angry voice echoed in the open rocky area. As if hearing her shout, the speed of the high-speed flying golden cloud slowed down significantly and began to gradually descend in altitude. Finally, the golden cloud hovered steadily over a relatively flat rocky area not far from the highland where Kurotsuchi was, and then landed completely. The gold dust spread out like flowing water, forming a platform. Kurotsuchi was on full alert, her tool pouch already open, and her chakra secretly circulating, ready to respond to any possible attack at any time. She stared intently at the gold dust platform, wanting to know exactly who was on it and being so arrogant. The gold dust flowed slightly, and the figures on the platform became clear. The first thing that caught Kurotsuchi's eye was a boy with short, brilliant blonde hair and a sun-like smile on his face. He was wearing a Hidden Leaf Village Jonin vest and even a Hidden Leaf Village forehead protector, smiling as he looked with interest at Kurotsuchi, who had stood up with a look of vigilance. The boy looked at Kurotsuchi as if he had discovered something interesting. He raised an index finger to his lips and made a shushing gesture, his tone as relaxed as if he were greeting a friend. "Shoo. I didn't see you just now." If Hikari hadn't reminded me, I almost would have missed you. He smiled and said, don't worry, dizziness is normal. Kurotsuchi. Missed what? What dizziness? What nonsense is this guy talking? A strong sense of crisis instantly surged in her heart. Kurotsuchi no longer hesitated and immediately began weaving hand signs. She wanted to strike first. The girl who had been standing quietly beside the blonde boy, her entire figure almost wrapped in an oversized white cloak, with only an exquisite but expressionless face and a pair of crimson eyes visible, made a move. No, to be precise, her eyes changed. In those crimson eyes, the black tomo instantly connected and transformed, turning into a strange pattern. The crimson light suddenly expanded in Kurotsuchi's field of vision. An irresistible, cold, and powerful ocular power, like the swiftest spiritual shock, directly invaded the depths of Kurotsuchi's consciousness. Tsukuyomi. A cold female voice seemed to ring out directly in the depths of her mind. Is that the Sharingan? This was the last clear thought Kurotsuchi had before her consciousness fell into darkness. Boundless darkness and a strong sense of dizziness instantly swallowed her. She didn't even have time to make any effective resistance or sound an alarm before her body went limp and she collapsed. The technique she wanted to use also dissipated due to the interruption of chakra. Looking at Kurotsuchi lying on the ground, Naruto walked forward in amazement and knelt down to carefully look at the girl's face, which still carried a shocked expression even in her coma. It seems our luck is really good, Hikari. Naruto laughed and pointed at Kurotsuchi. We directly encountered the precious granddaughter of 3rd Hokage Otsutsuki Jinoki, Kurotsuchi. Hikari had already deactivated her Mangekyo, but her expressionless face was now slightly puffed out at the cheeks, as if she were a little angry or expressing dissatisfaction. She glanced at Kurotsuchi on the ground and then looked at Naruto. When we fight Hidden Stone Village in a bit, I won't allow you to use her to threaten that Otsutsuki old man. It's too beneath us. In her simple and direct logic, since our power is enough to directly defeat the opponent, why bother with the extra step of using a hostage to threaten them? Naruto was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at Hikari with some amusement and raised an eyebrow. Huh. Do I look like the kind of classless guy who would use a hostage to threaten an opponent? Shadow clone, yes, I can prove it, the main body won't do this, but I will. As Naruto spoke, he manipulated the gold dust to wrap Kurotsuchi up. Not looking like it doesn't prevent me from reminding you. Hikari swapped positions with Naruto, separating him from Kurotsuchi. Oh, getting quite protective. Hikari glanced at Naruto. Alright, let's go. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 303, Chapter 303, Underestimated. Chapter 303, Underestimated. Naruto controlled the gold dust, bypassing Hidden Stone Village's sensory barrier in the most unpretentious way possible. That was by flying beyond their sensory range. They silently arrived at a high altitude directly above Hidden Stone Village's Otsutsuki building. The view here was vast, enough to overlook the entire Hidden Stone Village. Below were the busy Hidden Stone Village villagers and ninjas who were still unaware of the impending disaster, and in the distance were continuous rocky mountains and fortifications. Naruto stood at the edge of the gold dust, looking down at the iconic building below, his face showing no particular expression. He casually took a scroll from his bosom, untied the string, and like throwing away a piece of scrap paper, he casually tossed the scroll toward the roof of the Otsutsuki building below. The scroll tumbled in the air, tracing an arc, and with a clack, it landed neither lightly nor heavily on the flat roof of the Otsutsuki building. Almost the instant the scroll touched the ground. Who is it? Who's there? Several sharp shouts rang out from various parts of the building. From the roof, windows, and even nearby buildings, dozens of elite Hidden Stone Village ninjas instantly emerged. They reacted extremely quickly, instantly assuming battle formations with kunai, shuriken, and exploding tags ready. Chakra fluctuations surged one after another as they warily and angrily locked onto the golden cloud and the figures upon it high in the sky. At the same time, the heavy window of the Otsutsuki's office was pushed open by an invisible force with a bang. A short figure slowly floated out of the window as if defying gravity. It was precisely the 3rd Hokage Otsutsuki, Inoki. Inoki flew to a height roughly level with Naruto's gold dust platform, immediately locking onto the blonde youth, the girl in the white cloak, and Kurotsuchi, who was bound by gold dust and unconscious. Upon seeing Naruto and Hikari, Inoki already had a guess. So young, with blonde hair, it was likely that absurd 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. However, could he or the young girl beside him actually control gold dust? But when he clearly saw his precious granddaughter, Kurotsuchi, lying on the gold dust cloud, Inoki's gaze instantly became sharp. A chill mixed with fury, heartache, and a deep sense of powerlessness instantly swept through his entire body. Your Excellency is Hidden Leaf Village's 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Inoki's voice was terrifyingly low. Naruto nodded casually, acknowledging his identity, even carrying a slight, relaxed smile on his face. Without waiting for Inoki's questions or angry rebukes regarding Kurotsuchi to burst forth, Naruto spoke of his own accord, his tone as calm as if he were stating a weather forecast. The challenge has already been delivered. He pointed at the scroll on the roof below. The Grass Ninja Village is a small village with too few ninjas compared to civilians, so I gave them 5 hours to evacuate the civilians. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Hidden Stone Village below, which was starting to become restless due to the high-level confrontation, and continued. Hidden Stone Village is a great village with many ninjas, your organizational skills should be stronger. So, I'll give you 4 hours. In 4 hours, I will launch an indiscriminate attack on this place. He used chakra to spread his voice throughout the area, carrying a cold, decisive tone that brooked no argument. In 4 hours, an indiscriminate attack. Hearing this, the surrounding Hidden Stone Village ninjas all changed expression, some showing anger, others disbelief. This kid is too arrogant. 2 people dared to break into the heart of one of the 5 great ninja villages, take the Tsukuyomi's granddaughter hostage, and even have the audacity to set a time limit and declare an indiscriminate attack. Who did he think he was? Just a mere Hokage, they had killed a Raikage before. Inoki was also trembling with rage, but he forcibly suppressed the urge to act immediately. If the opponent dared to come like this, they must have something to rely on, and Kurotsuchi was still in their hands. He took a deep breath, trying to lead the battlefield in a direction favorable to himself, and said in a heavy voice. If you have the ability, let's fight outside the village. I will definitely let you know the power of the Tsukuyomi. Hey, if you have the ability, let's have a grand battle right here, so the people of Hidden Stone Village know that Tsukuyomi isn't just a hollow title. Naruto would not fall for that trap. He was currently directly above the enemy's nest, the geographical advantage was on his side. If the 2 sides fought here, regardless of the outcome, it would be Hidden Stone Village that suffered the losses. Buildings, facilities, and even personnel who didn't have time to evacuate. How terrifying was the destructive power of Inoki's dust release. That was a fearsome Kekii Tota capable of separating matter into an atomic state. If it were used above Hidden Stone Village, Naruto was confident he could easily dodge it using the Flying Thunder God. But for Inoki, if even one dust release went astray or the village below was caught in the aftershocks of the battle, Hidden Stone Village definitely wouldn't be able to stomach it. Inoki was momentarily speechless, his face flushing red. He naturally knew he absolutely could not fight in the village, that was his bottom line. Even if most civilians could be evacuated in 4 hours, the village's own infrastructure, fortifications, ninja academy textbooks, ninjutsu scrolls accumulated over generations, research data. These were all Hidden Stone Village's precious treasures and foundation. Once caught in the flames of war, the losses would be immeasurable. More importantly, the opponent was a perfect Jinchuriki with unfathomable strength. Since he dared to sneak into his home to deliver a challenge, it meant he was confident in causing massive destruction here, and might even truly have the ability to heavily damage or even destroy Hidden Stone Village's core. Even if they took him down, the damage to Hidden Stone Village would be unavoidable. What could be done? He could only admit defeat for now. Inoki didn't dare speak anymore. Even watching his granddaughter in the opponent's hands, what could he do? Acting now would cause maximum damage to Hidden Stone Village. As the 3rd Hokage Tsukuyomi, Inoki could not allow that scene to happen. But with his granddaughter in the opponent's hands, as a grandfather, how could he not be in agony? Responsibility and family, protecting the big picture and saving a loved one, these 2 equally heavy emotions now turned into the most cruel noose, tightly winding around Inoki's heart. Time passed minute by minute in the suffocating silence and confrontation. The Hidden Stone Village ninjas below were extremely anxious but didn't dare act rashly. Naruto watched the people of Hidden Stone Village below who were plunged into a deathly silence, and Inoki, whose face was ashen and chest heaving violently yet remained silent. Time seemed to freeze, with only the sound of the wind whistling through the rocky crevices. After waiting for a moment and seeing no sign of civilian evacuation below, with the Hidden Stone Village ninjas still maintaining their battle stances and staring at him tensely, and Inoki merely glaring at him without giving any orders, a look that seemed surprised but was actually full of irony appeared on Naruto's face. He raised both hands and slowly, crisply, began to clap. Clap, clap, clap. The applause sounded particularly piercing in the silent high altitude, clearly reaching everyone's ears. It seems I have underestimated Hidden Stone Village. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 304, Chapter 304, 3.5. Chapter 304, 3.5. Naruto spoke. Though he was smiling, his words sent a chill down the spines of the Hidden Stone Village crowd below. Faced with a warning of an indiscriminate attack, not a single person immediately went to evacuate civilians or organize a defense. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the faces below, some angry, some bewildered, some tense, as his lips curled into a near malicious arc. Do you think the 4 hours I gave is too long? Do you think I'm bluffing? Or is it that the ninja of Hidden Stone Village are already prepared to live or die with the village, even dragging the civilians into a fight to the death? These words were like cold awls, stabbing ruthlessly into the hearts of Inoki and all the Hidden Stone Village ninja. The phrase, fight to the death, in particular, carried a sense of cruel finality that turned many faces pale. Naruto seemed satisfied with the effect he had caused. He raised a finger, shook it gently, and his tone suddenly turned cold. Well then, since you feel you have plenty of time, let's change it to 3.5 hours. The countdown starts now. In 3.5 hours, the attack begins. He had shortened the time limit by half an hour. This was blatant pressure and provocation, a test of Hidden Stone Village's reaction speed and execution, and a further blow to the Tsuchikids' authority. Could they not even execute an evacuation order immediately? You bastard. Inoki could finally no longer remain silent. He let out a low growl of extreme suppression, a voice filled with fury, shame, and utter dissatisfaction with his subordinate's slow reaction. His mind had been completely occupied by Kuratsuchi's capture, Naruto's strength, and the potential destruction of the village. For a moment, he hadn't immediately issued the order. Naruto's words were like a blow to the head, instantly snapping him out of his painful ordeal. Evacuate. They had to evacuate immediately. Every second delayed was another measure of danger for Hidden Stone Village. He snapped his head down, his gaze sweeping below like a searchlight, instantly locking onto his burly son, Kitsuchi, who was also somewhat dazed by the sudden turn of events. Kitsuchi. What are you doing? Why are you in a daze? Inoki roared his command. Hurry. Now. Immediately. Organize all personnel and follow the highest emergency protocol to evacuate all civilians to the shelters outside the village. Move. The shelters inside the village were useless, a tailed beast ball wouldn't care if you were above or below ground. And you? What are you all standing around for? Didn't you hear the order? Protect the civilians. Evacuate. Move now. Inoki's roar echoed over Hidden Stone Village like a clap of thunder. That small frame now erupted with an astonishing aura and unquestionable majesty, instantly dispelling the confusion and stagnation in the hearts of some ninja. Kitsuchi, singled out and rebuked by his father, shuddered as a flash of shame crossed his face. As an important jonin of Hidden Stone Village and the son of Inoki, he should have realized what to do immediately, yet he had been so intimidated by the aura radiating from the enemy that he had been at a loss. Yes. Tsuchikage-sama. Kitsuchi snapped back to his senses, all hesitation gone from his face as he immediately displayed his qualities as a commander. All Chunin and Genin immediately follow the Tiger Wolf Tiger emergency evacuation plan. In squads, assist civilians in evacuating the village. Prioritize personal safety, property is secondary. Jonin, assemble. Form a temporary defensive line, watch the skies, and be ready to respond to sudden attacks at any moment. Perception unit, expand your range and monitor all abnormal chakra. Medical unit, prepare to receive potential casualties. A series of clear and urgent orders issued from Kitsuchi's mouth. As Inoki's son, Kitsuchi was quite capable in command. Once he received his orders, he began directing the forces. Though his eyes still held worry for Kuratsuchi and anger toward the enemy, his duty and the Tsuchikids' orders overrode everything else. As Kitsuchi's orders were issued, the previously stagnant Hidden Stone Village began to operate as if suddenly injected with vitality. The ninja below finally woke up from their dream. Although their faces still bore tension and resentment, their actions unfolded quickly and orderly. Chunin and Genin quickly dispersed to every corner of the village, using megaphones, whistles, and even knocking on doors to urge and guide civilians out of their homes. Under the protection of ninja, they surged toward the outskirts like a tide along predetermined routes. Cries, urgings, the weeping of children, the clatter of belongings. The previous dead silence was instantly broken as Hidden Stone Village fell into a state of chaotic yet orderly emergency evacuation. Meanwhile, the Jonin quickly gathered below Inoki and around the Tsuchikage building, forming a tight defensive formation. Kunai, exploding tags, and ninjutsu were at the ready as they warily looked up at Naruto and Hikari in the sky, and the unconscious Kuratsuchi in their hands. Perception ninja closed their eyes to fully expand their senses, while medical ninja began clearing the area and preparing emergency supplies. Watching the evacuation work finally begin to run efficiently below, Inoki felt a slight sense of relief. Then, he looked toward Naruto. Inoki took a deep breath and spoke in a tone as steady as possible, though it still carried suppressed rage. Your Excellency. Though he desperately wanted to tear the other party to pieces, he had to endure for now. Hidden Stone Village seems to have never actively provoked you, nor have we ever had any deep-seated hatred with you, have we? Why, invade us? Inoki stared intently at the expressions of Naruto and the young girl beside him. To say there was no deep-seated hatred was impossible. The other's father had built his illustrious reputation as the Yellow Flash by killing ninja of Hidden Stone Village. To Naruto, the topic Inoki had chosen was almost laughably naive. Heh. Naruto gave a light chuckle, one devoid of warmth, containing only heavy irony and mockery. He didn't answer immediately but instead asked back. Old Mr. Inoki, when your hidden stone village allied with other hidden villages and repeatedly tried to invade the land of fire to seize resources and expand territory, you didn't say that. Naruto keenly noticed that this old man had been suppressing his temper from the start. Even in extreme anger and with his granddaughter captured, he still addressed him as, Your Excellency, rather than calling him by name or using a derogatory term like brat. This actually made Naruto think a bit more highly of him. He had come in the capacity of the Hokage and truly possessed formidable strength. The old man Inoki was still wary. To be able to sit in the position of Otsutsuki for so long, he was indeed not just a reckless man who only knew rage. This old guy was like that big, dark idiot Raikage, outwardly aggressive and easily swayed by emotion, but in reality, the calculations in his head were louder than anyone else's. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 305, Chapter 305, this war definitely has everything to do with that scoundrel Hiruzen Sarutobi. Chapter 305, this war definitely has everything to do with that scoundrel Hiruzen Sarutobi. Inoki was choked up by Naruto's words, his old face turning various shades of red and white. He was naturally clear about those histories. In the first, second, and third Great Ninja Wars, Hidden Stone Village had once played the role of the aggressor, having fierce conflicts with Hidden Leaf Village. But he quickly recovered and tried to argue. That's all in the past. Those are grievances of the previous generation, or even the generation before that. Inoki's tone was somewhat hurried. The Great Ninja War ended over a decade ago, and every nation has been recovering, maintaining the peaceful status quo. You're provoking a war now and breaking the balance. How is that for the sake of peace? Things of the past. Hearing those words, the last bit of ease on Naruto's face vanished completely, his gaze turning deep and cold. An idiom instantly flashed through his mind. Revenge of 9 generations. This idiom comes from the Confucian classic, the Gongyang Zhuan. Can one still seek revenge after 9 generations? Even after 100 generations, one may. It means, can a hatred separated by 9 generations still be avenged? The answer is, even if separated by 100 generations, it is still possible. The Gongyang school of the spring and autumn period, represented by the Gongyang Zhuan, explicitly proposed the intense claim that national grievances can be avenged even after 100 generations, believing that hatred between nations, even if it spans 100 generations, possesses the legitimacy and necessity for revenge. This formed a famous controversy within Confucian classical studies regarding the ethics of revenge against the more moderate family grievances for 5 generations advocated by another Confucian classic, the Zhuan. National grievances can be avenged even after 100 generations. This was the ideology Naruto held in his heart, or rather, one of the historical and cultural foundations he had found for his unification war. Decades of endless war, hatred, betrayal, and sacrifice in the ninja world. Could all of this be lightly dismissed as things of the past and wiped clean just because over a decade has passed? He had no mass support in other countries. In other words, in the eyes of the people of other nations, he, Uzumaki Naruto, was a demon who launched a war of aggression. Therefore, Naruto went to great lengths to have the other side evacuate their civilians before the war began and to have the Hidden Leaf Village ninja prepare for post-war pacification. Striving to exchange the smallest loss for peace in the ninja world. To Naruto, Inoki's flippant remark that, it's all in the past, was not only childish but even somewhat laughably naive. Does this old man think that because I'm young and inexperienced, I'll be soft-hearted and easily persuaded by this, let the past be the past, argument? Or does he think that by labeling me as, breaking the peaceful status quo, he can make me feel guilty and back down? Using the past to avoid problems and the status quo to maintain the comfort of those with vested interests. This kind of thinking was exactly what Naruto wanted to break. Looking at the crowd still anxiously evacuating below, then at Inoki, who was suppressing his anger and trying to reason, Naruto spoke slowly. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a resolute power. Old Master Inoki, things of the past never truly pass. They become words in history books, stories told by elders, names carved onto memorial stones, and sparks that may be reignited in the hearts of the next generation. When you invaded the land of fire back then, you didn't think it was something involving other villages in the past. And my standing here today is not merely to settle past accounts. Naruto's gaze became incredibly sharp, as if it could pierce through Inoki's forced composure. I am here to ensure that from now on, there is no longer any soil or possibility for such things of the past to occur. As for you saying I'm breaking the peaceful status quo. The corner of Naruto's mouth curled into a smileless arc. When peace is built upon hatred, suspicion, and arms races that could erupt again at any moment, it is nothing more than a false truce, a prelude to the next even greater war. The peace I want isn't that fragile status quo maintained by the balance of great powers and the sacrifice of small nations. What I want is a truly unified, long-lasting peace without national borders or mutual conquest. This process may seem like aggression to you. But in my eyes, this is a necessary growing pain, the only way to end the endless cycle of reincarnation. So, put away your rhetoric about things of the past and breaking the peace. Naruto's final words carried an unquestionable decisiveness. 3.5 hours, the timer will not stop. To fight, to surrender, or to watch Hidden Stone Village turn into ruins, the choice is in your hands, Otsutsuki. The youth before him was so arrogant. It stirred Inoki's memories. That year he was 13, following his master, the second Otsutsuki, to Hidden Leaf Village for diplomacy. But they encountered a powerful enemy that Inoki would never forget in his life. Uchiha Madara. The other party rejected Hidden Stone Village's invitation for an alliance and severely injured both Mu and Inoki. At this moment, the youth's eyes were exactly the same as Uchiha Madara's back then. But immediately after, a discovery that made his scalp tingle forced his thoughts to pivot. His gaze involuntarily shifted from Naruto to the girl who had been standing quietly by Naruto's side, draped in an oversized white cloak, with only half her face and a pair of scarlet eyes visible. Previously, his attention had been almost entirely on Naruto and Kurotsuchi. He had only been wary of this silent Uchiha girl and hadn't looked closely. Now, perhaps drawn by memory or some sort of intuition, he looked closely at Hikari's appearance for the first time. Long black hair, delicate but expressionless features, and especially that hairstyle. Masaka. Although the way Hikari's long hair was tied and its details differed from the Madara in his memory, that overall sense of silhouette, that temperament unique to the Uchiha clan. Especially when she slightly raised her head, revealing more of her profile, that well-defined jawline, that straight bridge of her nose. How could she look so much like Uchiha Madara? Inoki's heart skipped a beat. An absurd thought that seemed to explain some of his doubts surfaced uncontrollably. This girl, looking at her age, she seems to be about the same age as Kurotsuchi, around 13 or 14. Calculating from Uchiha Madara's age. Could it be, she is Uchiha Madara's great-granddaughter? The way he looked at Naruto and Hikari became even more complex, filled with shock, wariness, and fear. Wasn't there intelligence back then saying Uchiha Madara died at the hands of Senju Hashirama, and hadn't the Uchiha been massacred a few years ago? How could? So that's how it is, Hiruzen Sarutobi, you bastard, you're truly sinister. To think you actually spread false information and hid the Uchiha people away. Hey, if he hadn't seen this Uchiha girl today, he would still be kept in the dark. For the youth before him to become Hokage at such a young age and launch a war, he must have the support of that old fogey, the third Hokage. How could a child have the ambition to unify the ninja world? This ambition must have been instilled in him by someone. Since the fourth Hokage and his wife are dead, this child had no parents to teach him at all. Which means, this war definitely has everything to do with that scoundrel Hiruzen Sarutobi. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 306, Chapter 306, you might as well speak more plainly. Chapter 306, you might as well speak more plainly. While Inoki was immersed in a brainstorm, his thoughts churning, Naruto, high in the sky, casually waved his right hand to the side. The gold dust wrapped around the unconscious Kurotsuchi gently lifted her body and smoothly sent it toward Inoki's position. Naruto spoke, his tone as flat as if he were handling an inconsequential chore. Fine, take your granddaughter away. I don't want her getting caught in the crossfire when we start fighting in a moment. He paused and added an explanation, she's under Genjutsu, but we didn't harm her mind, we just gave her a sweet dream. She'll be fine after a nap. When Hikari cast Tsukuyomi, she indeed did not inflict endless spiritual torture in the illusion space as she did with certain enemies. For Kurotsuchi, who was not a core target, Hikari chose a relatively gentle method. She had always firmly believed that Naruto was leading her to spread peace throughout the ninja world. Placing Kurotsuchi into a peaceful and harmless dream woven by Genjutsu deprived her of mobility and perception, avoiding unnecessary pain. Inoki, still immersed in his suspicious thoughts, suddenly saw his granddaughter being actively returned. For a moment, he couldn't even react, his face filled with surprise and disbelief. He subconsciously reached out to catch Kurotsuchi as she was smoothly delivered by the gold dust. Feeling his granddaughter's warm body temperature and steady breathing, his heart, which had been hanging high, instantly settled back into place, but this was followed by deeper confusion. You. Holding Kurotsuchi and looking at Naruto, Inoki was at a loss for words. What does he mean by this? Naruto seemed to see through his confusion, looking him straight in the eye, his voice remaining calm. My goal has always been to create a peaceful new world, not to forge new blood and grudges. I'm afraid that if we really start fighting, the shockwaves of the attacks might accidentally hit her. So, take her somewhere safe. These words made Inoki's feelings even more complicated. But in any case, his granddaughter was safe. This finally allowed his tensed nerves to relax slightly and also somewhat improved his impression of Naruto. It seemed the opponent was an idealist more akin to Senju Hashirama. Such people generally have high moral standards. It appeared he didn't need to fear the opponent playing petty tricks on Kuratsuchi's body. Humph. Inoki gave a cold snort, masking the fluctuations in his heart, his words remaining tough. Don't think that just because of this, I'll show you any mercy. Having said that, he no longer hesitated. Holding the unconscious Kuratsuchi tightly, he turned and flew rapidly toward the edge of the village. He had to settle his granddaughter first to eliminate any worries. Watching Inoki's back as he flew away with Kuratsuchi, Naruto shook his head with a slight smile and said to Hikari beside him. That old man, he's quite stubborn. Hikari didn't respond, just watching quietly. Naruto seemed to remember something and turned to look at Hikari with a mischievous smile, asking. Do you think his temperament is like a certain someone? Hikari immediately understood Naruto's subtext. She curled her lip, her delicate face showing undisguised disdain, and gave Naruto a side eye. TCH. You might as well speak more plainly. She was already somewhat immune to Naruto's teasing, but she still couldn't help talking back. Seeing Hikari's interesting reaction, Naruto smiled and didn't continue the topic. His expression turned serious as he began to arrange the next tactics. In a moment, that old man, I'll leave him for you to deal with. Hikari looked at Naruto, as if to confirm, her eyes also carrying a hint of doubt. Let her deal with that old man alone. I'll take care of the rest of Hidden Stone Village. Naruto saw her doubt and solemnly extended his right hand, palm up, toward Hikari, his face bearing an incredibly serious expression. If your chakra is insufficient, or if you need stronger power to support your dojutsu, then use my chakra. These words were like a stone cast into a calm lake, stirring up huge ripples in Hikari's heart. Use Naruto's chakra. Hikari's first reaction was Yachihoko. One of her Mangekyo dojutsu, Yachihoko, could plant a special mark on a target to extract their chakra in unlimited quantities regardless of distance, and could even control the mind of the one it was applied to. Naruto wanted to lend her chakra, but how would he lend it during battle? Wouldn't that mean she could logically plant the mark of Yachihoko on him? Once the mark was planted, Naruto's unimaginably vast chakra would become her exclusive power bank, available at any time. And it might even make him belong only to her. Becoming an existence that only listened to her commands. Just imagining that scene. Naruto's sun-like warm smile, his powerful strength, his focused gaze, all existing only for her, obeying only her will. The original astonishment on Hikari's face involuntarily transformed into an irrepressible joy. A faint blush quietly crept onto her cheeks, and deep within her black eyes, a dangerous yet expectant light seemed to flicker. She almost instantly activated her Mangekyo Sharingan. What are you doing? Naruto was quick. Just as Hikari's Sharingan lit up, he suddenly raised his left hand and covered her eyes. His palm felt the light brush of her eyelashes and the sensation of that cold ocular power being forcibly blocked. Idiot. Naruto was both annoyed and amused, his tone carrying a clear warning. I'm saying I'll actively pass some chakra to you now, not for you to use the dangerous Yachihoko thing to carve a mark on me. How could that be allowed? Although Hikari was great, he would never hand his body over to anyone else. He released his hand from her eyes but stared at her with a serious expression. If you dare to take this chance to get funny ideas and use that mind-controlling dojutsu on me, then you're finished. Naruto deliberately put on a stern face. You'll never get to eat food I've personally cooked ever again. Not only that, whenever you really want to eat my cooking in the future, I'll only cook for myself and make you watch from the side. To Hikari, who was addicted to Naruto's cooking, this threat was more lethal than any ninjutsu attack. The fire ignited in Hikari's heart was doused with a bucket of ice water and extinguished. Her lips moved as if she wanted to argue, but in the end, she just gave a resentful humph, turned her head away, and stopped looking at him. Her Sharingan also slowly deactivated. I know. She muttered softly, her tone full of reluctance, but she was clearly held in check by this gourmet threat. Naruto then withdrew his hand with satisfaction and extended his right hand toward her again, his palm glowing with soft azure chakra. All right. Are you ready? Catch it. Although Hikari was still a bit upset, she obediently reached out, her fingertips lightly touching Naruto's palm. Immediately, a warm, majestic, and life-filled surge of chakra flowed steadily and continuously from Naruto's palm into Hikari's body. This chakra quickly replenished the portion she had previously consumed, bringing her state to its peak, and even gave her a faint feeling of exceeding her usual limits. With the support of Naruto's chakra, she felt her control over her ocular power become even more proficient. Feeling the abundant power within her, Hikari stole a glance at Naruto's focused profile. The slight annoyance from being threatened was gradually replaced by a strange sense of security and warmth. In the distance, after settling Kuratsuchi, Inoki was flying back to the battlefield with a determined aura. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 307, The War Begins. Chapter 307, The War Begins. In the blink of an eye, the deadline Naruto had set arrived. Within Hidden Stone Village, only the IWA ninja and the duo of Naruto and Hikari remained. Once the time was up, both sides moved simultaneously. Earth Release, Golem Jutsu. Inoki did not hesitate for a second, his small frame erupting with an astonishing amount of chakra. With a low shout, countless rocks below rose up with a roar and flew in front of Inoki. In an instant, those rocks condensed into a rock giant dozens of meters tall, composed entirely of dark brown stone. The rock giant swung its massive stone fist, carrying an aura that could crush everything as it punched toward Naruto and Hikari high in the sky. Wherever the fist passed, the air let out a dull, explosive boom. Almost at the exact same moment Inoki made his move. Below, over 1,000 elite Hidden Stone Village ninja who had long been waiting in multiple formations launched a long premeditated combination ninjutsu under the command of Katsuchi and other jonin. Earth Release, Rock Pillar. Earth Release, Earth-Style Wall. Earth Release, Great Moving Earth Core. Earth Release, Mountain Sandwich Technique. Earth-shaking roars resounded throughout Hidden Stone Village. Every IWA ninja involved in the hand sign slammed their palms onto the ground or the rocks in front of them in unison after finishing their seals. A massive amount of Earth Attribute chakra poured into the ground like a flood. Scalp-numbing loud noises echoed from all directions. The ground beneath and to the sides of Naruto and Hikari's hovering position underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The earth trembled as countless rock pillars appeared, only to be shattered by the moving earth core and turned into soil gathered by the great moving earth core. Next came the incredibly shocking mountain sandwich technique. The earth and stone seemed to be given life, rising and deforming wildly upward. In just a few breaths, two hemispherical earth barriers with a radius of hundreds of meters, composed of a mixture of rock and soil, bore down with a terrifying force that could crush anything. Like two planets colliding, they rapidly closed in from the left and right toward Naruto and Hikari's position. This was a natural disaster-level ninjutsu launched by over 1,000 well-trained IWA ninja, concentrating their chakra and will to the limit while utilizing the terrain. Its scale was so vast, its speed so fast, and its containment so tight that it was enough to instantly squeeze and grind any individual trapped within into mincemeat. It was as if they were collectively using a Chibaku Tensei. Two distinct yet equally vast and terrifying chakras erupted from Naruto and Hikari almost simultaneously. On Naruto's body, a dazzling golden chakra, as fierce as the core of the sun, soared into the sky. That wasn't just nine-tailed chakra, it also fused with his own massive chakra, forming a layer of solid, leaping, and boiling golden flame cloak. A powerful pressure swept out like a storm. On Hikari's body, deep and restrained crimson chakra, as hot as a lava hell, surged wildly. With the support of Naruto's chakra, her Mangekyo Sharingan was pushed to its limit, the eerie pattern spinning rapidly. Blood-colored chakra, like an erupting volcano, surged out of her body, quickly constructing and condensing around her. The next second, the two massive earth hemispheres, capable of moving mountains and filling seas, finally collided and closed firmly around the two of them. An earth-shattering boom erupted, enough to make the ground tremble and echo through the distant mountains. Countless rocks crumbled, were squeezed, and fused under the immense pressure, forming a giant earth sphere hundreds of meters in diameter, its surface covered in jagged protrusions and cracks, looking like a small celestial body. It completely swallowed and buried Naruto and Hikari, along with the light of their erupting chakra, in the sky. The earth sphere hovered motionlessly in the sky above Hidden Stone Village. Only the cracking sound of internal rock compression and slight tremors could be heard, indicating that the terrifying pressure within was still persisting. For a moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Below, the IWA ninja maintaining the ninjutsu output, their veins bulging and their chakra heavily depleted, looked up at the giant earth sphere that seemed capable of suppressing everything. A sliver of hope and relaxation couldn't help but rise in their hearts. Did it work? Being hit head-on by the mountain sandwich technique, even a Jinchuriki couldn't possibly be unharmed, right? Maybe, they really suppressed them. Even Inoki, who was controlling the golem in the air and preparing for a follow-up blow, had a sharp glint flash in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the stationary giant earth sphere. However, this relaxation and hope lasted for less than 3 seconds. Roar. A wild, berserk, and terrifying roar suddenly pierced through the rock barrier from the very core of the giant earth sphere, exploding between heaven and earth like a thunderclap. Immediately after, the surface of the incredibly hard earth sphere, which condensed the power of 1,000 IWA ninja, suddenly burst with countless giant spiderweb-like cracks. Piercing golden light and crimson blood light erupted madly from the cracks like a volcano that had been suppressed for billions of years. Under the horrified gazes of the IWA ninja below, whose eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, and reflected in the suddenly constricted pupils of Inoki in the air. The massive earth sphere was like an eggshell being forcibly shattered by an ancient beast born inside. From the very center, it was torn open, exploded, and crumbled by an unmatched, terrifying force. Rocks flew through the air, and dust blotted out the sun. And within those crumbling rocks and the sky-filling dust, two colossal figures, like gods and demons descending, suddenly appeared. On the left was a nine-tailed beast nearly 100 meters tall, its body covered in brilliant golden chakra fur. Its 9 mountain-sized tails danced wildly like a peacock's fan. Its eyes burned with molten gold flames, and it radiated an aura of destruction and tyranny. It was Naruto in his full-tailed beast mode. On the right was a perfect Susanoo, also nearly 100 meters tall, composed entirely of highly condensed crimson chakra. It wore ancient and majestic armor, held a massive chakra longsword, and though its face was blurred, it carried a supreme majesty and murderous intent, with blood-colored flames burning in its eyes. This was the perfect Susanoo form manifested by Uchiha Hikari, pushing her Mangekyo ocular power to the limit and combining it with the chakra transmitted by Naruto. One gold and one red, one beast and one humanoid, the two giants landed on the ground side by side. Rocks flew, and the earth shook. The mere chakra pressure and visual impact were enough to make most of the IWA ninja below lose their composure, their legs going weak, making it difficult to even maintain their hand signs. The full-tailed beast mode nine-tailed. The perfect Susanoo. This was their true trump card. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 308, Chapter 308, 8-Armed Ashura. Chapter 308, 8-Armed Ashura. The earth cracked and crumbled, and before the dust could settle, two giant entities, looking as if they had stepped out of mythology, stood tall between heaven and earth. Their terrifying pressure caused the very air to solidify. Without the slightest hesitation, the perfect Susanoo controlled by Uchiha Hikari was the first to move. Behind the crimson-armored giant, a pair of massive red wings composed of pure chakra suddenly unfurled with a sharp whoosh. The wingspan blotted out the sky, churning the air currents and bringing forth violent wind pressure. Under the flapping of its wings, the Susanoo's massive body left the ground. Like a blood-colored meteor carrying chilling killing intent, it charged toward the high-altitude Inoki and the golem he controlled. Clearly, her goal was clear, to execute Naruto's previous arrangement and take on the third Tsukuyomi head-on. Seeing the perfect Susanoo charging towards him, Inoki broke into a cold sweat. He thought of that man named Uchiha Madara. But he quickly calmed down, at least on the surface, he could not show any cowardice. As Inoki the individual, he could be afraid. However, he was the Tsukuyomi now. His villagers and his son were all watching from below. As the Tsukuyomi, he could not retreat, as a father, he had to stand tall and firm. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world jutsu. The moment the white beam of light condensed, the massive Susanoo erupted with a speed disproportionate to its size, flying upward to dodge the move. Meanwhile, the perfect nine-tail driven by Naruto slowly lowered its head. Those fox eyes, burning with molten gold flames, coldly scanned the hidden stone village ninjas below, who were trapped in a brief stupor due to fear. For these mobs, he clearly had a more efficient way of dealing with them. Naruto did not release the tailed beast transformation. Instead, inside the massive head of the nine-tailed, he brought his hands together in front of his chest and gave a light clap. This seemingly simple action triggered a world-shaking upheaval. Would release, 8-Armed Ashura. Naruto's deep and majestic voice rang out like a divine oracle, echoing clearly in the ears, and even the very souls, of every hidden stone village ninja. When he was weak, he didn't like shouting the names of his moves because it would alert the opponent. But today was different from the past. My super intelligence tells me to use my superpower to show off my super coolness. Chakra even more majestic than before erupted from Naruto's body. The ground beneath the nine-tailed's feet, which had just been ravaged by the Earth Release, Sandwich Jutsu, and Earth Release, Moving Earth Core, and was covered in rubble and deep pits, seemed to be injected with the most violent life force. Countless thick, giant trees with diameters exceeding 10 meters, their surfaces covered in ancient bark patterns and hideous wooden spikes, burst through the incredibly hard rock layers like demonic dragons escaping the shackles of hell, growing and rising from the ground at an incredible speed. They did not spread out in disorder, instead, they precisely wrapped around, climbed, and fused with the nine-tailed's massive body. The thick giant would wrap around the nine-tailed's limbs, torso, and tails, while even more would intertwined, stacked, and took shape around the nine-tailed's body. In the blink of an eye, a wooden giant god that towered between heaven and earth, several times, even dozens of times larger than the perfect nine-tailed, took shape outside Hidden Stone Village. This wooden giant god possessed 8 terrifying, muscular arms thicker than mountain ranges, with each finger comparable to a massive support pillar. The 4 right hands held a sword, a mace, an umbrella, and a pestle. The 4 left hands held a saber, a whip, a hook, and a battle axe. Its face was as hideous as a ghost god's, its eyes were hollows burning with fierce golden flames, and its fangs were exposed as if it wanted to devour heaven and earth. Its entire body was surrounded by a substantial aura of chakra, emitting a supreme majesty that could crush all things and judge all living beings. This was precisely one of the ultimate forms of Naruto's would release, the 8-Armed Ashura. Hashirama set the ultimate form of wood release as a Buddha statue. Thus, Naruto, who was starting a war, set the ultimate form of wood release as the Asura from the 8 legions of Buddhist mythology. And the previously majestic, nearly 100-meter-tall perfect nine-tailed now appeared, somewhat petite, atop the head of this 8-armed Asura. It could even be picked up by one hand of the 8-armed Asura. Seemingly to save chakra and concentrate his power on maintaining and controlling this even more terrifying wood-release giant god, the Nine-Tail's massive golden body quickly returned to Naruto's body, and it began to wholeheartedly refine and supply chakra to support the operation of the 8-armed Ashura King. Naruto's main body quietly appeared at the very center of the 8-armed Ashura King's mountain-like head. He stood with his hands behind his back, his robes snapping in the violent air currents and his golden hair flying. He lowered his head slightly, looking down. From his perspective, the entire vast and building-filled hidden stone village now appeared, somewhat miniature. The towering Tsukuyomi building, the crisscrossing streets, the dense houses, and even the distant surrounding defensive works, all seemed to have become models on a sand table. Naruto slowly raised his hands, palms down, making a phantom grasping gesture. It felt as if the entire hidden stone village could truly be gently picked up by his hands and then crushed. Thump. Below, an hidden stone village ninja with weaker psychological endurance finally had his spirit completely break after witnessing the nine-tailed bursting from the ground, the Susanoo soaring into the sky, and this 8-armed Ashura, like a world-destroying demon god, rising out of thin air. His knees buckled, and he knelt directly on the cold, broken ground. His eyes were hollow, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he unconsciously murmured. Are you kidding me? How is this some kind of human, a ninja? It's clearly, a god. No, perhaps even a god might not have such power. His kneeling was like knocking over the first domino. Thump. 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 One after another, the sounds of kneeling rang out. More and more hidden stone village ninjas lost their will to fight and the courage to stand in the face of the absolute power gap and visual impact. They either slumped down, knelt, or stood frozen in place, looking up at the 8-armed Ashura that blotted out the sky and the golden-haired youth atop the Ashura's head who looked down at them like a god. Only boundless fear and deep despair remained in their hearts. Even the thought of resisting could no longer be borne. This wasn't a war at all, this was a one-sided divine punishment. Kitsuchi and a few other firm-willed jonin could still barely stand, but their faces were pale, and cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They gripped their kunai tightly, yet they knew deep down that the weapons in their hands were likely not even qualified to scratch an itch for that giant god. Anoki, battling Hikari in the air, naturally also saw the instantly collapsed morale below and that 8-armed Ashura that made one's soul tremble. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed hard by an invisible hand, and his breathing hitched. How could they fight this? Where are you looking? A red longsword pierced through the golem, thrusting toward Anoki. Dust Release, Detachment of the Boundary World Jutsu. This move was an upgraded version of the Dust Release, Detachment of the Primitive World Jutsu, with a larger range and sustainability. The white light of the Dust Release easily swallowed the Susanoo's longsword. However, Hikari, who had learned of the danger of Dust Release from Naruto, did not have the Susanoo attack while holding the longsword. Instead, she had thrown the sword. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 309, Chapter 309, The Will of Stone. Chapter 309, The Will of Stone. Anoki slowly descended before the hidden stone village shinobi. The two godlike giants were their enemies at this moment. Is this the end of Hidden Stone Village? Standing in such a desperate situation and gazing at those giants, even Anoki found it difficult to muster the thought of resistance. The predicament was like a hungry beast, gnawing at the will of everyone from Hidden Stone Village. Anoki was almost on the verge of giving up his resistance. At that moment, Kitsuchi stepped forward and placed his father on his shoulders. Old man, are we going to keep fighting? Indeed, were they going to keep fighting? This question tortured Anoki's heart like the biting of ants. As the Tsukuyomi, he was unwilling to bow his head to the enemy. But as the Tsukuyomi, he had to consider the young people around him. In a daze, Anoki saw his grandfather, the first Tsukuyomi, Ishikawa. Back then, he was only in his teens, about the same age as the boy and girl before him. At that time, Anoki was wiping the stone enshrined by Hidden Stone Village. The left side is still a bit dirty. Wipe it carefully for me, and remember to use force with every stroke. Ishikawa slowly floated in front of Anoki. Anoki didn't wipe the sweat from his face. Instead, he continued wiping the stone and asked his grandfather the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. Whether this thing is the symbol of the village or something else, no matter how you look at it, it's just a worthless rock, right? Carving a great stone face like Hidden Leaf villages would be so much more impressive. He looked at his grandfather and complained, our Lord Tsukuyomi sure knows how to save money. However, Ishikawa did not respond directly to his grandson's question, nor did he get angry because of the complaint. As the first Kage, he was already old, very old. He had suffered many injuries during his journey to emulate Senju Hashirama in unifying the shinobi of the land of Earth, but in the end, he won and became one of the 5 Kage who settled the chaotic era. Anoki, I'm the best at reading stones. Ishikawa turned his head, no longer looking at his grandson. With just one look at a stone, I can tell what kind of value it holds. This stone is the symbol of our village's unwavering will. Saying this, Ishikawa raised his right fist. Anoki stopped wiping. He thought his grandfather was once again using unfunny jokes to fool him as he had in the past. He just couldn't understand. Since they were both symbols of their villages, why was Hidden Stone Village's symbol so ordinary, cheap, and commonplace? Even the symbol is made up of bad jokes. What a far-fetched cheapskate. Ishikawa frowned upon hearing his grandson's words. He reached out and picked up the stone in front of Anoki. But, it truly is just an ordinary stone. Saying this, he casually tossed the stone that symbolized Hidden Stone Village's unwavering will into the pond below the pedestal. There were countless stones in the pond. Once that stone went in, it was immediately impossible to tell which one Ishikawa had just thrown. Anoki was furious, but since the other person was his grandfather, he suppressed his anger and looked at the pond. What are you doing, you old geezer? I can't even find which one it was anymore. To his surprise, Ishikawa produced another stone. That stone was also unremarkable, but it was clearly different from the previous one. See? For something like this, no one would notice if he replaced it with a new one. The squinty-eyed Ishikawa opened his eyes. Anoki swore that was the most serious he had ever seen his grandfather. Even today, more than 50 years later, when he recalled that conversation, that look in his eyes remained fresh in his memory. The most important thing has never been the symbol, but the will within one's own heart. As for me, as long as I can see a person's will, I can also know exactly how much that will is worth. Anoki, within your will lies a power sufficient to change the world. But if you don't pay close attention, this rare will might also disappear. Disappear? Yes, his own will. When did it disappear? Was it when he faced that man named Uchiha Madara? Recalling how he had been instantly defeated upon their first encounter, his grandfather's subsequent words echoed in Anoki's mind. Hitting a wall easily makes a person abandon their will, find excuses for themselves, and replace their missing will with hatred. Listen well, Anoki. You must never abandon your will, hold fast to it. In his memory, facing the powerful Uchiha Madara, Anoki picked up a stone in front of him, then stood up to face the fear in his heart. Do you still wish to dance? But unfortunately, you are far too weak. The red light of the Sharingan flooded his vision, and the stone slipped from his palm, shattering along with his will at that moment. Hey! Old geezer, what are you dazing off for? A crisp shout suddenly pulled him back to reality. It was Kuratsuchi. She was covered in dust, but her palm held a stone high, her eyes shining like burning stars. Look. I brought our Hidden Stone Village symbol. That stone was rough and uneven, completely unremarkable on the dim battlefield. But as Anoki gazed at it, a surge of warmth suddenly welled up in his parched eyes. It wasn't sadness, it was something deeper and harder, breaking through the soil once more from the depths of his shattered will. He took the stone. It was very light, yet very heavy. All confusion, fear, and compromise were crushed into powder the moment his palm touched the stone's surface. He shed tears, he took flight, and he took the stone and held it high. He had found his will again. The will of stone. Walk your own path, even if you crash into a wall and end up battered and bloodied. Never give up. Will requires persistence, the will of stone is the will to persist. When a person possesses persistence and the firm determination to break through any obstacle, they possess the power to change the world. The will of stone isn't about being born strong, it's about choosing to get back up every time you fall. It's not that one never feels fear, but that even if your knees tremble, you must continue down your chosen path, even if you hit a wall, even if you end up battered and bloodied. Shinobi of Hidden Stone Village. His voice was like thunder rolling across the mountains. Stones can be worn smooth, and they can be crushed. But we will never give up. Today, right here, let the enemy witness what is called the will of stone. The earth seemed to respond to his cry, vibrating faintly. In the eyes of all the Hidden Stone Village shinobi, fear receded inch by inch, replaced by a silent, almost stubborn light. It wasn't hope, but something harder than hope. It was the resolve to choose to stand firm even while knowing they might be defeated and killed. What is the sturdiest thing in the world? Today, Anoki could provide the answer. The hardest stone in the world is a person's will. The will of stone has never disappeared. It merely slumbers within every seemingly ordinary stone, waiting for a trembling yet firm hand to raise it toward the sky once more. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 310, Gate of View, Open. Chapter 310, Gate of View, Open. Looking at the IWA ninja below, who were united in purpose, a smirk curled on Naruto's lips. the will of stone, is it? Hidden Leaf Village has its will of fire as well. Where the leaves dance, the fire shall burn unceasingly. The light of the fire will forever illuminate the village and allow new sprouts to bud. This is a will that carries the warmth of life and the weight of legacy. It does not originate from some indestructible rock, but flows within the bonds between people. In Hidden Leaf Village, this will is passed on in another form, burning. When a ninja dies, his kin, disciples, and friends, those who were warmed by the fire of his life, will silently pick up his unfinished ideals and convictions, carefully guarding those embers and rekindling them in their own way. These small sparks may be weak, but they constantly accumulate, interweave, and grow stronger as they are passed down. Eventually, the persistence and sacrifice of countless people, the burning and passing of countless lives, merge into the will of fire that illuminates Hidden Leaf Village's night sky and dispels the long winter. It is about the tenderness of legacy and the resolution of sacrifice. Just as when autumn arrives, the old leaves will willingly turn yellow and fall, decomposing themselves into nutrients and silently seeping into the earth, also that in the following spring, new branches and leaves can grow even more robustly. In the original story, perhaps it wasn't until the final moment of his life that Hiruzen Sarutobi truly touched the most bitter and profound core of the will of fire. During his long years of governance, the great tree of Hidden Leaf Village had been quietly gnawed away due to his excessive tolerance and compromise regarding past bonds. The conspiracies breeding in the shadows, the pointless internal friction and sacrifice, were like silent pest infestations that caused Hidden Leaf Village's strength to drain away for a time, its foliage no longer as lush and vigorous as it was during the time of the first Hokage. The old leaves were constantly drawing nutrients on the tree, while the new leaves fell and became the nutrients to nourish them. The third's fire was once blazing because of his sincerity toward the village, but it also became hesitant and soft because of his feelings for old friends, and even grew dim at certain moments. Until the very end, when he used his own life as fuel, burning before the invaders, he interpreted in the most direct way what it meant to illuminate the village and let new leaves sprout. Was that mending the fold after the sheep were lost, or something else? In the current timeline, none of these things had happened, so Naruto found it hard to judge. It really makes one's blood boil. A voice filled with obvious admiration and excitement came from atop the head of the eight-armed Ashura. Naruto had walked to the very edge of the eight-armed Ashura's head without anyone noticing. He looked down at the hidden stone village ninjas whose fighting spirit had been rekindled from despair and whose eyes had become as firm as rock, and at Inoki in the air, whose tear tracks were not yet dry but whose aura was as grand as a rainbow. In his golden eyes, an unprecedented, pure, and blazing battle intent ignited. It was a kind of appreciation for will itself, a resonance with indomitability, and the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. It seems, looking down with the posture of a god is a profanation of this will of stone. Naruto whispered to himself, a wild and unrestrained smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In the next moment, he made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He suddenly leaped from the top of the eight-armed Ashura's head. Without using any ninjutsu to cushion himself, he fell straight toward the ground like a meteorite. In the howling wind of his rapid descent, his voice rang out clearly. 8 gates, open. Gate of rest, open. Gate of life, open. Every low shout was accompanied by a more violent eruption of chakra within his body. Gate of view, open. A violent steam of interwoven green and gold rose around his body. During the fall, he quickly tore off his shirt, revealing a lean and powerful upper body, and then skillfully tied the 2 sleeves around his waist, turning the garment into a simple battle skirt. Boom. A loud explosion rang out, and dust soared into the sky. Naruto's feet landed firmly on the ground. At the point of impact, the rocky ground cracked in a radial pattern, forming a crater over 10 meters in diameter. He stood with his lean upper body bare, his muscle lines bulging and rippling under the steam and the glow of chakra, with that makeshift battle skirt tied around his waist. The violent chakra aura of interwoven gold and green burned around him like physical flames, scorching the surrounding air until it distorted. He slowly raised his head, a wild and pure smile on his face. His gaze was like the sharpest blade as it swept across all the regrouped hidden stone village ninjas with their determined eyes, finally fixing on Inoki in the air. Then, he extended a hand and beckoned with his fingers toward those in front of him, toward all his hidden stone village enemies. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an unquestionable, almost arrogant confidence and challenge. You all. Come at me together. In the sky, Uchiha Hikari was controlling her Susanoo, preparing to coordinate with Naruto's 8-armed Ashura for the next wave of attacks, only to see Naruto's sudden self-demotion as he jumped down, opened the 8 gates, and issued a challenge. A wave of speechlessness welled up in her heart. She controlled her Susanoo to slowly descend into Hidden Stone Village, deactivated the energy-consuming complete body form, and reverted to the appearance of a young girl wearing a white cloak. She looked at the guy not far away, wrapped in gold and green steam and, provoking the entire Hidden Stone Village, and couldn't help but raise a hand to her forehead. Her cool voice carried a rare hint of sarcasm. Is this guy getting carried away? Setting aside the perfectly fine, crushing advantage of the 8-armed Ashura, he just had to jump down and use taijutsu for a head-on clash. What kind of strange combat aesthetic was this? Opposite him, Inoki, who had just regained his fighting spirit and was surging with momentum, was momentarily stunned to see Naruto give up his advantage, an arrogant move equivalent to tying his own hands and feet, before laughing out of pure rage. Humph. To actually take the initiative to abandon the advantage of that giant god and choose a ground-based melee. Inoki's voice carried the anger of being slighted, but also a hint of the solemnity of meeting a worthy rival. You are truly arrogant beyond measure. But immediately following that, a blazing battle spirit also ignited in his eyes. Since the opponent dared to be so overconfident, then Hidden Stone Village would respond to this arrogance with the most direct and intense collision, proving that the Will of Stone was by no means empty talk. IWA Ninja. Inoki's right hand, which was holding high a stone, swung forward abruptly. Follow me. The people of Hidden Stone Village charged toward Naruto. Countless attacks came flooding in from all directions. Earth transformation. Naruto stomped his foot, and stone walls erupted, blocking the oncoming attacks. Even the ground around Naruto sank, cutting off the momentum of the IWA ninja. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. A single kunai was thrown out. As Naruto formed hand seals, that one kunai turned into a volley of 10,000 arrows. While the IWA ninja were resisting frantically, Naruto suddenly burst forth, using the Flying Thunder God technique to take down over a dozen people in an instant. It's the Flying Thunder God. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 311, Chapter 311, The Natural Chasm. Chapter 311, The Natural Chasm. A brief, deathly silence. Then, like a drop of cold water into boiling oil, an uncontrollable cry of bone-deep terror erupted from the Hidden Stone Village ranks. Flying Thunder God. It's the Flying Thunder God technique. The Yellow Flash. No, it's the 6th Hokage. He can use the Flying Thunder God too. The words, Flying Thunder God, along with the name, Minato Namikaze, that had long been etched into the nightmares of Hidden Stone Village's soul, acted like the most vicious curse, instantly awakening their fear. That blonde figure, that elusive, uncatchable, and invisible golden flash that killed without a trace, was a nightmare abyss that countless Hidden Stone Village seniors could not fill even with their blood and lives. During the Third Great Ninja War, countless elites of Hidden Stone Village lost their lives in that single golden light before they could even see the enemy's face. If you encounter Hidden Leaf Village's yellow flash, you may abandon the mission and flee immediately without punishment. This lesson, paid for with blood and tears from countless corpses, remains in the Hidden Stone Village ninja regulations to this day. Now, this nightmare-like golden light has reappeared in another blonde youth, one who is younger, stronger, and possesses even more bizarre methods. The morale that had just been bolstered by the Will of Stone wavered violently once more in the face of this living, bloody slaughter. The hands of many Hidden Stone Village ninja holding their weapons began to tremble, their charging steps grew hesitant, and the shadows of terror clouded their eyes again. Naruto shook his hands, the gold and green steam still boiling around him. As he watched the flood of Hidden Stone Village ninja fall into panic at the name, Flying Thunder God, the smile on his face grew more wild, yet the battle intent in his eyes became purer. With his blonde hair dancing wildly and his clothes fluttering, Naruto traversed the battlefield. He was unstoppable. This doesn't make sense. This thought seizes you even before death does. Like the most stubborn brand of rock, it burns deep into your consciousness. You are Yuta, an elite jonin of Hidden Stone Village, in your 30s. Graduating at 11 and promoted to Chunin at 14, the Third Great Ninja War, forged in blood and yellow earth, was your coming-of-age ceremony. In the mountains of corpses and seas of blood, you learned to wrap the most lethal killing intent in the hardest rock, to discern every fluctuation of chakra amidst the flying dust, and to revere those names that truly stand above ordinary ninja. For instance, the Yellow Flash, Minato Namikaze. You never faced him head-on, that was your luck, as well as your regret. You only pieced together his image from snippets of battle reports and the pale recounts of colleagues, a fleeting flash of gold, accompanied by the cold glint of a kunai, followed by a silent harvest. You once thought that kind of art, combining speed and death, was a legend belonging solely to that man, a myth forged from the souls of countless enemy ninja and an undefeated record. Later, he became the Hokage. You nodded, feeling it was only right. Such a person belonged in such a position. Later still, he died. You silently wiped your kunai, your heart undisturbed. Heroes are always prone to early deaths, such has always been the story of the ninja world. The world does not uniquely love geniuses, those geniuses are either orphans and solitary by nature, die young, or eventually end up with nothing. You continued your missions, walking along cliffs and borders. From Special Jonin to Elite Jonin, the bloodstains and mud on the S-rank mission scrolls were the steps of your ascent. You grew accustomed to the weight of rock, to the fact that the accumulation of strength requires time and the tempering of life and death, much like the rising of mountains requires eons of pressure. So, what exactly is all this before your eyes? You look at that youth. No, that is a monster. There is still a lingering childishness on his face, his frame having just begun to fill out, similar in age to the Tsukuyomi's granddaughter in your memory. But what is he doing? He has abandoned his terrifying advantages, weaving through the siege of hundreds of hidden stone village ninja using only taijutsu and a few ninjutsu. And then, he used that technique. Flying Thunder God. In that instant, time seemed to flow backward. Memories of the battlefield, where the bodies were still warm, gripped your throat along with a cold dread. The golden light was no longer just a rumor, it leaped, flashed, vanished, and reappeared before your eyes. The hidden stone village formations, which coordinated perfectly, and their defenses, solid as bedrock, crumbled like sandcastles in a wind before him. The trajectory of the kunai surpassed the limits of vision, leaving behind only the afterimages of comrades groaning as they fell. He cannot be allowed to continue. Your squad's eyes turned red with desperation. Those young chunin were children you raised yourself. They roared, using the clumsiest yet most resolute method, using their bodies as shields and their lives as bait, to forcibly create a moment for you within the trajectory of that golden lightning. For an elite jonin like you, a moment is enough. Earth release, rock fist. The condensation of your life's chakra, your understanding of the essence of rock manipulation, and your battle-hardened grasp of opportunity were all contained in this one punch. The power of earth release surged into your right arm, transforming into a hard rock fist. With a roar that could shatter mountains, it slammed toward the golden figure whose back was turned to you. A hit. The contact was solid, the rock fist struck him squarely in the back. Before your heart could even feel a spark of joy at hitting the target, you were submerged in boundless absurdity and coldness the very next second. He didn't even wobble. This isn't right. Clearly, Lord Katsuchi's rock fist caused him damage before. It was as if that wasn't an Iwagakure-style profound truth capable of shattering giant boulders hitting a human, but rather a falling leaf brushing against a towering mountain peak. He didn't even spare you a glance, merely taking care of the persistent jonin comrade in front of him with a movement as casual as brushing dust off his shoulder. Then, he casually struck backward with a palm, as if shooing away an annoying fly. No hand seals, no charging up, no light. Just an ordinary palm strike. But what it carried was a terrifying power that overwhelmed your 30 years of understanding. Your rock fist shattered inch by inch, and your protective rock armor was like paper. You were like a kite with a broken string, no, like a pebble flicked by a giant, crushing everything in your path without any power to resist. Now, you lie in the home of some evacuated villager, your life rapidly fading along with your body heat. Outside the hole, the sounds of battle are fading, perhaps it has already ended. That golden figure has likely already left, heading toward the next place he needs to pass through. Cold darkness creeps up from your limbs, but your eyes remain open, staring blankly and fixedly at the roof beam. Why? From the moment you learned to refine chakra, nearly 30 years of bitter cultivation, fighting on battlefields, narrow escapes during missions, intensive study of ninjutsu, and the tempering of your physique. What was the point of all of it? You have seen geniuses, Hidden Stone Village has ninja who became famous at a young age too. You understand the gap in talent, just as you understand that rocks can be hard or soft. But this isn't a gap. This is a natural chasm. It is the despair a mortal feels when looking up at a god, unable to even touch the hem of their clothes despite giving their all. Everyone is human, eating the same food, breathing the same air, and learning to refine chakra in the same ninja academy. Why is it that at 13, he can so easily crush everything you built by the age of 30? Your strength, your experience, your resolve, along with the sacrifice of your subordinates. Do they not even have the qualification to make him slightly serious? That casual palm strike not only sent you flying but also shattered the very foundation of the entire ninja world that you lived by and believed in. Before the darkness completely swallowed your consciousness, one last image was frozen in time. A corner of the sky outside the hole, gray and gloomy, just like the usual hue of Hidden Stone Village. And what was frozen in your pupils was not the fear of death, nor concern for the village, nor even hatred for that golden figure. Only a hollow, unresolvable lack of understanding. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 312, Chapter 312, Is he truly fighting for peace? Chapter 312, Is he truly fighting for peace? Yuta's vision gradually cleared from its blurry state. The first thing that caught his eye was that familiar roof beam. It was the very one he had been staring at blankly before losing consciousness. His body felt heavy, as if buried deep within rock layers, every bone and muscle emitted a sour, aching groan. Strangely, however, the agonizing pain of near death had vanished, replaced by a weak, dull ache and a warm, vigorous sense of vitality was slowly flowing through his body. Is this medical ninjutsu? Exceedingly brilliant medical ninjutsu. Yuta rolled his eyes with great difficulty. And then, he saw that young man. His golden hair seemed less blinding under the daylight filtering through the holes in the roof. His azure eyes lacked the sharpness and indifference of the battlefield, instead carrying a gentle smile. He was squatting right next to Yuta, one hand seemingly having just moved away from Yuta's chest, with a faint, comforting green chakra glow still lingering on his fingertips. You almost feel like you're suffocating. It wasn't fear, but a sense of dazed confusion after one's perception had been completely overturned. The person who had brought you to the brink of death with a casual palm strike was now treating you like an Hidden Stone Village medical ninja. Yo, you're awake, Hidden Stone Village uncle. He spoke, his voice so cheerful it felt completely out of place in these ruins. Sorry. I got a bit carried away during the fight just now and didn't control my strength well. Carried away. Didn't control his strength well. A rattling sound came from Yuta's throat, but he couldn't utter a single word. Don't move around. The youth, or rather, Uzumaki Naruto. This name, along with his previous declaration and the terrifying flying thunder god technique, had already been etched into your mind. He scratched his head, showing a slightly embarrassed smile. Your injuries were quite severe. Although I've used medical ninjutsu to heal them, a full recovery will depend on your own rest. Remember, for the next month, absolutely no strenuous exercise, and don't go picking fights with anyone. Be a good boy and listen, that way your strength will mostly be preserved, and you can still be a formidable jonin. He spoke so nonchalantly, as if advising someone to drink more hot water after a cold. It was then that Yuta noticed another person standing behind him. Kurotsuchi. The Tsuchikige's granddaughter, who had grown up in Hidden Stone Village with a personality more aggressive than most boys, had now blossomed into a graceful yet heroic young woman. And there was also the Uchiha girl who had used Susanoo earlier. Kurotsuchi stood there with her arms crossed, her pout deep enough to hang a bucket from, wearing an expression of, I'm very unhappy but can't do anything for now, as she looked at Naruto with complex eyes. Meanwhile, that Uchiha girl watched Kurotsuchi warily, her gaze looking as if she wanted to tear her apart alive. Humph. Kurotsuchi let out a dissatisfied snort at Naruto's back. Naruto clapped his hands and stood up, rolling his shoulders, and gave Kurotsuchi an almost punchable smile. Let's go, we have to find the next one. Isn't your sensory ability monstrously powerful? Kurotsuchi rolled her eyes and said crossly, besides, you have the flying thunder god. Why don't you just whoosh over there and find them yourself? Why do you have to drag me along? That won't do. Naruto drawled, turning around with hands on his hips, grinning to show a row of white teeth, though that smile held a hint of cunning. My goal is your grandfather's dust release. As for you, you're my important bargaining chip for negotiating with the old man Tsuchikage. With you along, the old man will have to give me some face and seriously consider my request, right? He spoke with such conviction, almost like a child showing off. Kurotsuchi stomped her foot in anger. Idiot, who's your bargaining chip? Grandpa won't easily teach dust release to a Hidden Leaf Village idiot like you. How will we know if we don't try? Let's go. Hikari, keep an eye on her. Without allowing for argument, Naruto turned and walked out of the ruins, his pace as relaxed as if he were strolling in his own backyard. Kurotsuchi glared at Uchiha Hikari again, only to be glared back at. She seemed to want to say something, but ultimately just pursed her lips and turned to quickly follow Naruto. The two of them, one following the other, soon disappeared into the slanted light outside the hole. Only Yuta remained in the ruins. His body was still weak, but his life was no longer in danger. He lay amidst the wreckage, the youth's cheerful yet spine-chilling words still echoing in his ears, and Kurotsuchi's unwilling yet helpless expression still flickering before his eyes. Yuta had survived. That monster of a youth, who could kill him or save him on a whim, had let him go. He hadn't even treated Yuta as an enemy to be taken seriously, but merely as an object that he had accidentally broken and then fixed. And that youth's goal was dust release. One of the supreme profound truths upon which Hidden Stone Village stood in the ninja world. He had kidnapped the Tsuchikige's granddaughter for this purpose and stated it so frankly. Wait, if he was able to treat him, doesn't that mean Hidden Stone Village has already been defeated? Slowly and with extreme difficulty, Yuta raised a hand and covered his eyes. Between his fingers, warm liquid seeped out uncontrollably. You began to cry. There was no fear, no anger, not even the relief of surviving a disaster. It was a deeper, more powerless sense of absurdity. Is he truly fighting for peace? Well, I told you, I'm here to bring peace, not to make enemies. I held back. Naruto sat beside Inoki, looking at the bandage-wrapped old man with a beaming smile. Hikari stood beside them, holding Kurotsuchi's wrist. Kurotsuchi struggled twice, only to find Hikari's grip tightening until her wrist almost felt like it would be crushed. Inoki let out a sigh. Hidden Stone Village had been single-handedly swept by this person, the opponent had even given up his greatest advantage to fight in close quarters. A loss was a loss. The opponent had indeed held back and hadn't actually killed the Hidden Stone Village ninja, only leaving them heavily injured and incapacitated. Now that the opponent had healed them with medical ninjutsu, Inoki had nothing left to say. This is the cultivation method for dust release. Take it and leave with Kurotsuchi. Inoki tremblingly pulled a scroll from his robes. This kid was quite the character. Kurotsuchi would certainly fare no worse following him than staying in this barren land. Raise your own granddaughter, I'll just take the dust release. What on earth was inside this old man's and Rashi's heads? Can Kurotsuchi even compare to dust release? Inoki snapped his head up, a giant question mark seemingly appearing over his head. If you don't want Kurotsuchi, why did you bring her along? No, wait, is this guy sick in the head? Alright, I'll recover my chakra first, then leave a clone here once the Hidden Leaf Village people arrive. From now on, Hidden Stone Village belongs to Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto put the scroll away. He always had an ominous premonition. Aside from using too much chakra this time, leading to an unprecedented shortage, there was another point that concerned him. During the battle just now, he hadn't seen Han, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 313, Chapter 313, Pain Arrives. Chapter 313, Pain Arrives. So, where is the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails now? Outside Hidden Stone Village, 7 figures appeared. The animal path among the 6 paths of pain was still male at this time. On their way here, they had conveniently captured the Five Tails Jinchuriki, who was heading back. They had originally planned to travel together, but halfway there, White Zetsu suddenly appeared and told Pain that Uzumaki Naruto had already taken over Hidden Stone Village. This news instantly raised Pain and Conan's alertness to the maximum. Hidden Stone Village had actually been wiped out so quickly. Since the Rinnegan's control has a maximum range, Nagato's movement slowed down their travel speed. But this also meant that Naruto had taken Hidden Stone Village in just a day or two. Inoki's reputation was no exaggeration. The opponent had truly defeated the ninjas of Hidden Stone Village with only 2 people and occupied the entire village. The Nine-Tails was essential. The ghetto statue was currently absorbing Nagato's chakra. Whether it was to free Nagato or to use the power of the 10 tails to bring the world into complete peace, the tailed beasts were necessary. Nagato and Conan discussed it and decided to fight a battle first to test the opponent's strength. When they arrived at Hidden Stone Village, they saw the village craftsmen rebuilding the houses. The speed of reconstruction could never keep up with the speed of destruction. Has he already left? Conan's elegant brows furrowed slightly. Probably not. He will definitely wait until Hidden Leaf Village ninjas arrive to garrison the place before leaving. Pain looked down at Hidden Stone Village below. His purpose for starting the war must be to conquer territory. If he leaves now, he won't be able to hold the land. It would just be senseless killing. Although I would hope the opponent was such a lunatic who starts wars to satisfy his own bloodlust, judging by his actions in the Grass Ninja Village, he is not that kind of person. A reckless madman would be easy to deal with. But a cunning schemer is much harder to handle. If the opponent were only out to satisfy his bloodlust, he could have just sent Haiden to fight him. Once Haiden got the opponent's blood, the battle would basically be over. One point that concerned Nagato was that after the opponent wiped out the Grass Ninja Village, he headed straight for the Land of Earth instead of invading the Land of Rain. The outside world did not know the news of Hanzo's death. Even the Hidden Rain Village Smoke faction, which was at odds with the forces under the Akatsuki organization's control, would not leak the news of Hanzo's death. So, was the opponent wary of Hanzo's reputation, or was there another reason? Nagato decided to control the animal path to go in first and scout the situation. The animal path could directly summon the other pains inside, and Conan could take this opportunity to prepare some exploding tags. Soon, the men with long orange hair walked up to the front of Hidden Stone Village. Halt! 2 Hidden Stone Village gatekeeper ninjas blocked the animal path's way. I am from the Akatsuki organization. I have accepted a commission from the Tsukage-sama. The animal path took out a mission scroll and showed it to the 2 of them. This. The 2 Hidden Stone Village ninjas looked at each other. Tsukage-sama actually secretly asked the Akatsuki organization to eliminate the 6th Hokage. Has the old man been drinking fake wine? Thousands of Hidden Stone Village ninjas couldn't defeat the 6th Hokage-sama. Can a mercenary group like the Akatsuki organization win? We need to find Tsukage-sama to verify the authenticity. Please wait a moment. One of the 2 gatekeepers handed the scroll to a companion waiting for a shift change, said a few words, and then returned to the gate to continue guarding. Soon, the Hidden Stone Village ninja responsible for delivering the message arrived at the Tsukage's office. At this time, Naruto was listening to Inoki's lecture. When the Hidden Stone Village ninja entered and saw Naruto present, he was instantly at a loss. Oh no, this thing must not be seen by him. Wait. Naruto stood up, stepped forward, and took the scroll from his hand. All right, you may leave now. I will resolve this matter together with the Tsukuyomi. It's all over. The Hidden Stone Village ninja gave a respectful bow and left the office, then immediately started sprinting. Calm on the surface, his back was already drenched in sweat. Something big is going to happen. Tsukuyomi-sama, it's not me who harmed you, it's this chaotic world that has harmed you. Why so flustered? Anoki muttered dissatisfiedly. It really makes people look down on Hidden Stone Village ninjas. They've already been occupied, yet they're still so afraid of him. Hee hee, old man, look, there's actually a bounty on me here. Naruto opened the scroll, looked at it, and then pointed to the signature on the scroll. Look, your name is even written on it. A price of 230 million ryo, they really are looking down on me. When Anoki heard about the bounty on Uzumaki Naruto, he had a bad feeling. Wasn't this the mission scroll he had issued to the Akatsuki organization? Not good, my old life. Anoki's teeth began to chatter. Hokage-sama, this. I understand. This thing must be a fake, right, old man? Flames danced silently at Naruto's fingertips, licking the edges of the scroll, quickly turning it into several curled, scattering ashes and a charred wooden stick. His voice remained gentle, even carrying a generous smile. Yes, it's a fake. Anoki quickly followed the lead. I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly and give your excellency the Hokage an explanation. Compared to the Akatsuki organization, the Naruto in front of him was even more terrifying. He hadn't expected the Akatsuki guys to be so reckless, he needed to get Deidara back quickly. Otherwise, if Naruto decided to act against the Akatsuki and killed Deidara, if he lost his disciple, Anoki would have nowhere to cry. Naruto casually tossed the carbonized wooden stick onto the ground. All right, old man, don't be so nervous. How about we go take a look together? Fine, let's go together. Anoki breathed a sigh of relief. Naruto was the first to leave the Tsukuyomi's office. After he left, his eyes narrowed. This old man had previously wanted the Akatsuki organization to intercept him, which was only human nature. Although he had obtained the cultivation method for dust release, just looking at a cultivation scroll was still not as good as guidance from a famous master. In this world, Anoki is the only one who knows dust release. In the original story, after Anoki died, no one knew dust release anymore. The difficulty of learning this thing was indeed very high. Otherwise, why wouldn't Deidara, Akatsuki, Kitsuchi, and Kuratsuchi know it? They were Anoki's disciple, son, and granddaughter. Looking at the ninja world, only the second Tsukuyomi and the third Tsukuyomi knew dust release. At this time, Hikari was practicing with Kuratsuchi. Kuratsuchi was completely suppressed by Hikari in both ninjutsu and taijutsu. When she was pinned to the ground by Hikari once again, Kuratsuchi finally gave up. You're so strong. How did you and that Uzumaki Naruto train? How can you be so powerful? After Kuratsuchi admitted defeat, Hikari let go of her. She rubbed her shoulder and asked very curiously. Hard work, sweat, actual combat, as well as a large amount of chakra and Kekei Genkai. Hearing the last two, Kuratsuchi's expression immediately collapsed. Although she had a lot of chakra, it was completely incomparable to Hikari and Naruto. Whether it was Susanoo or that giant 8-armed Ashura, Kuratsuchi couldn't summon them even if she squeezed herself dry. So annoying, why can't the old man's dust release be inherited? Kekei Tota is strong, but it cannot be inherited. Otherwise, she would also want to fly in the sky and use dust release to attack from above. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 314, Chapter 314, Rinnegan Naruto. Chapter 314, Rinnegan Naruto. Then there's nothing for it. Regarding this, Hikari was also powerless. Much of her strength came from taijutsu and techniques centered around the Mangekyo Sharingan. Speaking of which, the most practical one, the Yachihoko, had actually never been used. From the current situation, the highest priority control targets for the Yachihoko were definitely the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. Naruto was the best of the best among the candidates. But if it were Naruto, she wouldn't need the Yachihoko at all. He would give her chakra whenever she needed it and would make lots of delicious food. Thinking this, a loud bang came from the direction of Hidden Stone Village's gate, instantly drawing the attention of Hikari and Kuratsuchi. The two women leaped together onto a building near the training ground and looked toward the gate. Near the gate, Naruto and Anoki were standing on a gold dust cloud, watching the entrance. The animal path formed hand seals. Summoning jutsu. Poof. Smoke billowed out. When the smoke cleared, 6 figures with orange hair stood atop the gate, black rods pierced through their bodies, and their eyes were purple ripple-patterned eyes. Cold and powerful. The 6 paths of pain have arrived. Those clothes. Is it the Akatsuki organization? Anoki was also a bit stunned watching this. He felt that the people below were not ordinary jonin, and even within Hidden Stone Village, few could compare to them. Moreover, their eyes seemed somewhat similar to the Rinnegan, one of the legendary three great dojutsu. Are they from the same family? Alright, old men, go back to evacuating the citizens. Naruto looked at the summoned six paths of pain and spoke to Inoki. This guy isn't easy to deal with, his eyes are the Rinnegan of the legendary six path sage. What? Rinnegan? Inoki looked at the six paths of pain below in disbelief. Those purple ripple eyes were really the Rinnegan. The legendary Rinnegan, and there were 6 pairs. I didn't expect the 6th Hokage to be so young yet so knowledgeable. A black rod formed in the heavenly Tao's hand. Those Rinnegan stared at Naruto, his tone devoid of any emotion. Naruto grinned. Then he did something that no one expected. He actually reached out and gouged out his own eyes. Then he took a scroll from his right pocket, sealed the eyes into the second sealing jutsu formula, and then released the first sealing jutsu. Are those the Byakugan? You made a move on the Hyuga main house. Inoki's eyes widened. This young man. Holy crap. Pain's movements also paused, they wanted to see what Naruto intended to do. A mere Byakugan could not compete with the Rinnegan. I think I know who those Hidden Stone Village ninja learned their bad habit of not evacuating the masses from. Naruto pressed the pair of Byakugan into his eye sockets, and then he felt his chakra surging frantically into those eyes. If I tell you to evacuate the masses, then go. Enough with the nonsense. Naruto opened his Byakugan, and the surrounding scenery instantly turned black and white. Even the positions of the black rods inside the 6 paths of pain were clearly visible. Once installed, the eyes began to absorb his chakra frantically, it was like a bottomless pit. No wonder Nagato was drained into a skeleton by the Rinnegan and the Geto statue. Hearing this, Inoki said no more and began to evacuate the nearby citizens. Hidden Stone Village was truly ill-fated, they had just been beaten up 2 days ago, and it was starting again today. He hoped this crazy Hokage would show some mercy to Hidden Stone Village. The Rinnegan should naturally be dealt with by the Rinnegan, don't you agree, Nagato? Naruto looked at the 6 paths of pain below with a smile, and his eyes slowly changed from the Byakugan into blue Rinnegan. Oh. Quite impressive intelligence gathering. You must have already met that guy calling himself Madara, right? Nagato was not surprised that Naruto called out his name. Because through the vision of the 6 paths of pain, he also saw the Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes. The other party was also from the Uzumaki clan, and he himself had inherited the bloodline from his Uzumaki clan mother. Since he had the Rinnegan, it wasn't very strange for the other party to have it too. What was strange was that the other's original eyes were not these, he had only awakened the Rinnegan after swapping in a pair of Byakugan. Could his father also have Hyuga clan lineage? No, impossible. If his father had Hyuga blood, he couldn't have been born in the land of rain. The Hyuga wouldn't allow the rare main house members to leave, nor would they let a defecting branch house member go. Madara. You mean Obito, right? We just took off one of his arms a few days ago. From the look of it, was his arm not yet grown back when you saw him? Obito. Was the identity of that fake Madara Uchiha Obito? Nagato had heard of this name before. Mainly because one of his teammates was Kakashi Hatake, and his teacher was the 4th Hokage. According to rough intelligence, Uchiha Obito had died in the 3rd Great Ninja War. Did he escape through a fake death? Not only has it grown back, but he also showed me the results of his use of Hashirama cells. Nagato wasn't on the same team as Obito, so selling Obito's intel was naturally effortless. Or rather, Nagato hoped it would be best if the 6th Hokage in front of him could kill Obito. He had a premonition that perhaps the misfortune Yahiko suffered before was also related to him. Oh. Showing Nagato the results of using Hashirama cells. In other words, he even considered the idea of transplanting Hashirama cells into Nagato. Black Zetsu's technology for transplanting Hashirama cells was indeed more advanced than Orochimaru's. Actually, it was mainly in the application of White Zetsu. Black Zetsu had been in contact with it much earlier than Orochimaru. After all, the name, Otsutsuki Chinchang, wasn't without reason. To be honest, that guy had no combat power yet lived for 1,000 years, and his brain was actually just average. If he had met Sasuke instead of Madara, he would have been sent packing long ago. By the later stages, Madara had actually become somewhat obsessed, and Black Zetsu had even fooled an elderly Madara rather than Madara in his prime. Naruto, who had studied the psychology of old men in his youth, knew that Madara at that time must have been in a state of desperately needing validation. In Madara's eyes, his good friend Hashirama had betrayed him and their original ideals. The Uchiha clan had lost its original glory and was no longer the proud Uchiha of old. At that time, Black Zetsu's appearance provided the empty-nest old man with the validation he needed most, successfully tricking him. Obito was also being played like a puppet by Black Zetsu, who likely planned to place some restrictions on Nagato at the end to prepare for harvesting the fruits of victory. Nagato thought the Eye of the Moon plan could bring peace to the ninja world. Obito, who knew more, wanted to plunge the world into an eternal illusion to end all conflict, while Black Zetsu was like Sima-e from the Three Kingdoms, watching them fight while stifling a laugh. Their two common characteristics were being cunning and living a long time. From the original story, Black Zetsu even succeeded. The people of the ninja world simply suffered from a lack of education. You agreed. No. But, I want to ask you, how did Jiraiya step down? In Nagato's eyes, Naruto's fate was already sealed. There was no harm in chatting a bit longer with a dead man. Nagato knew the drain of the Rinnegan. He had completely mastered the Rinnegan for many years to support long battles. Even if the opponent had a tailed beast, they would likely have their performance affected by the Rinnegan. This was actually his chance. The Rinnegan consumed too much chakra. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 315, Chapter 315, vs 6 Paths of Pain. Chapter 315, vs 6 Paths of Pain. Jiraiya never wanted to be the Hokage in the first place, so there's no need for him to bear the infamy of starting a war. Naruto said so. He looked into Pain's eyes. Just as Nagato thought, the Rinnegan was still devouring his chakra, like a starving man seeing a feast after 10 days without food. However, with the nine-tailed added in, this chakra consumption wouldn't affect his fighting. I see. The Heavenly Tao nodded, and the other Pains beside him leapt in all directions. Deva Path Pain himself slowly raised his right hand, his palm aimed at Naruto in the center, and cold words escaped his lips. Bansho Tenin. A powerful, irresistible invisible suction suddenly acted upon Naruto. It was as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed his body, trying to force him toward the Heavenly Tao. Naruto's brow furrowed, but he didn't panic. He also raised his right hand and waved it in the air toward the direction of the suction. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted with Naruto as the center, colliding head-on with the suction of Bansho Tenin. The two forces clashed violently in the air, producing a muffled explosion as the air was twisted and torn. Ultimately, the repulsive force gained the upper hand, repelling the suction. But Naruto's figure was also involuntarily pulled forward a short distance by this momentary confrontation of force fields. Shinra Tensei had a 5-second cooldown, and its chakra consumption was not low. After actually using it, Naruto discovered that the mana cost of using Shinra Tensei and Bansho Tenin was definitely higher than his own vacuum attack. It was very useful for others, but for him, the cost-performance ratio wasn't high. Just after Naruto used Shinra Tensei to repel the suction of Bansho Tenin. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Piercing sounds of breaking air attacked from several directions simultaneously. 5 missiles with fire spewing from their tails carved strange arcs, blocking all of Naruto's possible evasion space as they shot toward him. The Azura Path. Naruto's gaze swept around, instantly identifying the source of the attack. The gold dust particles beneath his feet instantly responded to his call, rapidly gathering and solidifying. A thick shield wall of gold dust, shimmering with a metallic luster, formed instantly, accurately intercepting the flight paths of the 5 missiles. Boom. 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 5 violent explosions, almost in a single string, erupted on the gold dust shield wall. Flames and shockwaves raged, sending the gold dust flying in all directions. However, the gold dust that was blown away did not lose control. After scattering, they quietly condensed into the shape of a vortex. Almost at the same instant the spiral gold dust pattern took shape, Naruto's figure vanished into thin air. The next moment, his figure appeared like a ghost without warning behind the human Path Pain, who had just tried to flank him. The moment he appeared behind him, a high-speed rotating azure chakra sphere had already condensed in his right palm, Rasengan. No nonsense, no testing. Naruto slammed the Rasengan hard against the back of the human Path's head. Puff. A dull and strange bursting sound rang out. The human Path's head exploded like a clay pot smashed by a heavy hammer. However, the expected scene of brain matter and blood splattering everywhere did not occur. Inside the shattered skull, what was revealed was not bone and flesh, but broken metal pipes, precision gears, and various shimmering chakra conduction devices. Only a small amount of viscous liquid, similar to oil, seeped out. The bodies of the 6 Paths of Pain had long been thoroughly modified by Nagato, filled internally with precision puppet machinery and chakra circuits rather than simple flesh and blood. They were merely containers for the Rinnegan's ocular power and Nagato's will. After dealing with the human path, Naruto's figure vanished once more. Such fast movement speed. Is it the 4th Hokage's Flying Thunder God technique? The Heavenly Tao's eyes flickered. He was still very wary of the 4th Hokage's famous ninjutsu. In the distance, Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan flickered slightly, capturing Naruto's near-spatial jumping movement. For a moment, Naruto did not exist within the Pain's field of vision. Is that the target? Could it be the Heavenly Tao? But the Heavenly Tao did not panic, he seemed to have a plan already. The very next second after Naruto blew apart the human path's head, Nagato had a premonition. He controlled Deva Path Pain to throw his arms wide open, the light in the Rinnegan intensifying. Shinra Tensei. Boom. A repulsive force even more powerful than the Shinra Tensei Naruto had used earlier erupted violently from the Heavenly Tao as the center. This time, the range of the repulsive force was larger and the intensity higher, clearly anticipating a potential follow-up lightning strike from Naruto against the Heavenly Tao, intending to forcibly repel or even severely injure him. As long as the opponent was repelled, the attacks from the other pains would follow in succession. The weak physical body of a ninja meant their margin for error was very low, and he could completely take the opponent out in one wave of momentum. However, the tide of repulsive force swept through, but it did not encounter the expected figure or attack from Naruto. Instead, it violently repelled several strands of gold dust that had quietly spread and approached from the ground during the gap between the previous explosion and movement, shattering them into countless golden specks in the air. Nagato was stunned. Was his perception wrong? The Heavenly Tao's anticipatory attack actually missed. No, there's a problem. Nagato's sensory abilities had been strong since childhood. His intuition told him Naruto's target was the Heavenly Tao, so how could it not be? Was he using Nagato's own intuition to apply reverse pressure and force the Heavenly Tao to use Shinra Tensei? Thinking of this, Nagato immediately controlled the Heavenly Tao to move to the side of the Naraka Path and had the Naraka Path summon the King of Hell. No, Naruto indeed had the thought of using instant movement to attack the Heavenly Tao. He had indeed experienced an attack where he was repelled by the Heavenly Tao's preemptive Shinra Tensei. The time rewind ability attached to Urashiki's eyes is truly useful. Naruto thought to himself. Using the prophetic advantage of that brief rewind, he temporarily changed his tactics, choosing another target instead of forcing his way through the Shinra Tensei. At this moment, his figure had already appeared behind the animal path pain. Crack! Another crisp sound of mechanical structure breaking. The animal path head was also twisted off, the break similarly revealing precision internal structures. Gulu. A strange sound came. A crack opened in the ground, and the hideous King of Hell's long pink tongue shot out like lightning, stabbing directly at Naruto. Naruto vanished in another flash of golden light without even looking. The King of Hell's tongue failed to hit Naruto, but its intention didn't seem to be an attack. With a sweep of its flexible tongue, it quickly scooped up the headless body of the human path and the animal path, head rolling on the ground, retracting them into its wide-open maw. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 316, Chapter 316, The Angel of Akatsuki. Chapter 316, The Angel of Akatsuki. The shared vision among the 6 paths of pain allowed the Deva path and the others to instantly grasp Naruto's movements. At the very moment Naruto reappeared using Flying Thunder God, a faint golden flash shimmering as he seemed poised to launch a surprise attack from behind the Predapath Pain. The Predapath Pain seemed prepared, he didn't turn around, but instead spread his arms wide. A translucent, pale blue energy shield, rippling like water, instantly expanded with him at the center. Blocking Technique Absorption Seal. This was an absorption-type ability capable of absorbing all ninjutsu chakra it came into contact with, specifically designed to counter ninjas who relied on chakra-based attacks. Nagato had already noticed that Naruto had coated his hands with chakra when he twisted off the animal path's head. However, the expected Rasengan or other ninjutsu attack from behind the Predapath did not come. Naruto's figure solidified slightly behind the Predapath for a fleeting moment, seemingly confirming the existence of the blocking technique absorption seal, before leaping backward without hesitation, lightly pulling away and refraining from a reckless assault. Standing a short distance away, he watched as the formation readjusted. The King of Hell was repairing the damaged pain, the Deva Path watched with cold eyes, and the other pains stood ready, and a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. Shared vision, complementary abilities, reparable mechanical bodies, and the core Deva Path possesses powerful field control capabilities. And then there's that Predapath that can absorb chakra. The 6 paths of pain are indeed quite interesting. Naruto shook his hand, the sensation of snapping that mechanical neck just now had been somewhat peculiar. He quickly analyzed the battle in his mind. The 6 paths of pain system was certainly ingenious, with its shared vision, complementary abilities, and reparable mechanical bodies, and the core Deva Path's powerful field control. But the root of it all relied on the centralized control and spiritual link from Nagato's main body in the rear. In truth, if Nagato had a healthy body and could personally take to the front lines, integrating all the abilities of the 6 paths of pain into one body to be used at will, the flexibility, reaction speed, and power ceiling of his combat would likely be much higher than this current state of distracted, meticulous control over 6 puppets simultaneously. Naruto mused to himself. Dispersed control meant there was a delay in reaction, transmitting commands took time, and the transitions between abilities inevitably had gaps. A healthy Nagato, capable of freely using all the powers of the Rinnegan with his own body, would undoubtedly be much more troublesome. Still, these 6 tools before him were enough to pique his interest. At the very least, they were sufficient for experiencing the power of the Rinnegan. However, if it's only this much, it's still not enough to impress. Naruto issued a direct provocation toward the Deva Path Pain. The moment his words fell, a cool and resolute female voice drifted down from above the battlefield. Then, what if you add me? Everyone looked up. High in the sky, countless sheets of white paper seemed to possess a life of their own, converging from all directions to quickly assemble, fold, and take shape. In the blink of an eye, a pair of huge, elegant, white wings radiating a soft light and composed of paper unfurled grandly in the sky. Beneath the wings, Conan's figure appeared. She was still dressed in the Akatsuki organization's black robe with red clouds, her pale purple hair fluttering in the air currents. Her face was calm and expressionless, but her eyes shimmered with the same cold, determined light as the Deva Path Pain. She lightly raised her right hand toward Naruto below, her fingers spread, then swept it downward with elegance. Following her movement, the countless papers forming the massive wings instantly peeled away and dispersed, transforming into tens of thousands of sharp-edged, glinting paper shuriken. Controlled as if by invisible hands, they traced dense and lethal trajectories through the air, forming a white storm of death that blotted out the sun. With a piercing whistling sound, they poured down indiscriminately toward the area where Naruto stood. This was not merely a physical attack, each paper shuriken contained Conan's unique chakra, making them incredibly sharp and difficult to defend against or shoot down by conventional means. Facing this storm of paper blades descending from the heavens, Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not panic. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly curved, aiming his palm at the oncoming torrent of paper shuriken in the sky. Vacuum attack, wind pressure siphon. With a low shout, pure and violent wind-natured chakra instantly formed an invisible vortex of wind several meters in diameter, spinning at high speed and generating a terrifying centripetal suction within. This was no simple wind release, it was a sophisticated application of the vacuum attack's mastery over force through the wind attribute, creating a powerful adsorption field by generating extreme air pressure differences and directional gravitational fields. Wish, 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 wish. The moment the sky-covering paper shuriken entered the range of the wind pressure suction field, they were like iron filings meeting a powerful magnet. Their trajectories were forcibly twisted, pulled and dragged by that immense centripetal suction, deviating from their original attack paths. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they involuntarily converged toward the center of the wind vortex in the air. In just 2 or 3 seconds, the storm of paper shuriken was actually collected and compressed into a single mass by this bizarre wind pressure suction field. It hovered and rotated above Naruto, emitting a dense, rustling sound of friction, unable to advance another inch, let alone harm Naruto in the slightest. Under Conan's meticulous chakra control, even while being adsorbed, these paper shuriken continued to struggle and cut, but the binding force of the wind pressure suction field was extremely strong, locking them firmly in place. However, at the very moment Naruto successfully intercepted all the paper shuriken and seemed to have neutralized this wave of attack, a sudden change occurred. Inside the cluster of paper shuriken compressed at the center of the wind pressure suction field, which was constantly grinding and rotating, countless points of blinding light suddenly erupted without warning. Boom. 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 Deafening chain explosions erupted violently with the cluster of paper shuriken as the center. Fire soared into the sky, and a violent shockwave mixed with shredded paper and scorching air currents instantly swallowed the position where Naruto stood. It turned out that those seemingly ordinary paper shuriken were not fundamentally ninja tools for cutting, but exploding tags specially crafted by Conan with her own chakra and disguised in the form of shuriken. She first used a dense feint to attract attention and force her opponent to defend or intercept. Once a large number of paper shuriken were concentrated together, she would then remotely detonate them all at once, elevating the single-point destructive power to the extreme to form a terrifying cluster explosion. This was Conan's combat style, using disguises to lure the enemy in deep, and finally using the most lethal chain explosions to completely destroy the enemy along with their defensive measures. Violent smoke and dust from the explosion rose, completely engulfing Naruto's figure. The scorching air current even caused the 6 paths of pain not far away to retreat slightly, and a charred shallow pit was blasted into the ground. In the air, Conan lightly vibrated her wings, her gaze calmly fixed on the center of the explosion below. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 317, Chapter 317, Anti. Chapter 317, Anti. The thick dust from the violent explosion had not yet fully dispersed, and the scorching airwaves were still raging. Whether it was Conan in the air or the 6 paths of pain on the ground, both had their senses firmly locked onto the center of the explosion, waiting for the result. However, the first thing to erupt was not a counterattack from within the dust, but an attack like a bolt of blood-red lightning, carrying overwhelming fury and piercing killing intent, tearing through the sky and stabbing straight at Conan high above. "You bastard, you're dead." A female voice, containing volcano-like fury, exploded. Along with the voice, a massive Susanoo longsword made of pure crimson chakra, burning with the inextinguishable flames of Amaterasu and stretching over 50 meters in length, thrust straight toward Conan's angel form like a spear of judgment at a terrifying speed exceeding the speed of sound. It was Uchiha Hikari. When she saw Conan using a dense barrage of exploding tags to sneak attack Naruto, an uncontrollable rage instantly shattered her outward calm. Without any hesitation, the wings of the perfect Susanoo that Uchiha Hikari had instantly manifested flapped violently. Those chakra wings, burning with blood-colored flames, erupted with incredible propulsion, pushing the massive Susanoo body like a crimson comet, instantly crossing hundreds of meters to directly intervene in the main battlefield. Simultaneously, the giant sword in the Susanoo's hand, carrying the power to sever everything, had already thrust in front of Conan. This strike was fast, ruthless, and precise. It was filled with Hikari's anger toward Conan. Facing this sudden attack, Conan's pupils constricted slightly, but there was no panic on her face. She seemed to have been mentally prepared for the forceful intervention of an Uchiha, or perhaps her combat style was inherently extremely flexible. Just as the Susanoo sword thrust forward, Conan's body, along with that pair of pure white wings, instantly dispersed. Her body transformed into countless white, thin, sharp-edged sheets of paper, like dandelions scattered by a wind, or a swarm of white butterflies with a mind of their own. These paper sheets followed the violent airflow and wind pressure generated by the Susanoo's giant sword thrust, drifting and dancing upward and outward with lightness and agility. In an almost artistic manner, they easily merged into the wind, causing that heavy strike, powerful enough to cleave mountains, to hit nothing but empty air. Dance of the Shikigami. This was Conan's unique ninjutsu, which allowed her to transform any part of her body or even her entire self into paper, granting immunity to most physical attacks and providing extremely high mobility and shape-shifting capabilities. The swarm of paper sheets quickly drifted with the airflow to a higher, safe airspace, completely escaping the effective attack range of the Susanoo's longsword. Then, like a flock of birds returning to their nest, these paper sheets rapidly converged and restructured toward a central point. With a flash of light, Conan's figure reappeared completely unscathed, still hovering high in the sky, her wings gently flapping. She looked down calmly at the massive crimson Susanoo below and the position where the potentially injured Naruto was being protected by it. Her angel form was entirely undamaged, as if the lethal blow from just now was merely a breeze brushing across a mirror. However, just as Conan successfully evaded the Susanoo's attack, Hikari frowned slightly because her strike missed, and the Six Paths of Pain's attention was drawn to this suddenly intervening powerful enemy. On the battlefield ground, another anomaly occurred. On the ground, which was covered in dust and rubble from the previous battle and explosion, dozens of red origami cranes had appeared silently at some unknown moment. These origami cranes seemed to possess life, their wings trembling slightly. In the next instant, all the red origami cranes emitted a faint red light simultaneously and flew rapidly toward the same central point. At the moment they touched and overlapped, Naruto's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air from the center where the pile of red origami cranes had converged. He was completely unharmed, with not even a single crease or scorch mark on his clothes. The concentrated explosion of exploding tags, which was enough to heavily wound or even kill an ordinary Kage-level powerhouse, had no effect on him at all. This was one of the new abilities Naruto had acquired and mastered by using the eye he took from Otsutsuki Urashiki, which had been processed and purified by Orochimaru. He named this technique, which involved dispersing as red origami cranes and then regrouping, absolute gap in the clouds. This move was quite similar to the evasion method of Conan's dance of the Shikigami. The ninjutsu of ninjas originally came from the Otsutsuki, so this was not surprising. This technique not only had lower consumption than directly tanking or using large-scale defensive ninjutsu, but it was also highly sudden and deceptive, enough to disrupt the enemy's rhythm and judgment. What? For the first time, Conan in the air showed a clear look of shock. She was very confident in the power of her exploding tags, and the concentrated explosion just now was precisely calculated. How could the opponent be completely unharmed? Looking at the opponent's evasion method just now, could it be that he also knows paper release? The Rinnegan of the Six Paths of Pain also constricted suddenly, staring fixedly at Naruto, who had abruptly appeared unharmed on the ground. How could this method of evading lethal damage be so similar to Conan's ninjutsu? When Uchiha Hikari saw that Naruto was safe and sound, her tensed heartstrings relaxed slightly. However, the anger in her eyes had not dissipated. She turned the Susanoo's giant sword and locked onto Conan in the air again, clearly setting her sights on her. Naruto cracked his neck with a slight click. He first looked up, giving Hikari inside the Susanoo a "don't worry, I'm fine" look, before turning his gaze back to the Six Paths of Pain and Conan in the air, a more excited and even slightly playful smile appearing on his face. "Oh my, I was almost blown up by this auntie." His tone was relaxed, as if the life and death crisis just now was merely a joke. "Auntie." Conan's gaze suddenly became sharp. Although she was indeed older than him, being called an auntie was still quite bothersome. It wasn't really Naruto's fault for calling her that, he wasn't even 14 yet, while Konan and Nagato were at least 31. The two of them were only a few years younger than Minato and Kushina. The 8 gates slowly opened, and violent chakra surged through Naruto's body. After absorbing several times the amount of chakra brought by the 8 gates, the absorption speed of the Rinnegan gradually began to decrease. However, 2 against 1 isn't very fair. Luckily, my Hikari arrived just in time. Uchiha Hikari's face instantly turned red. What does he mean by, my Hikari? This guy really is thick-skinned. But it didn't matter anymore, after all, she really was living in his house. Naruto paused, and golden-green steam suddenly rose around him as his battle intent soared once again. So now, the situation seems to have become more interesting. Naruto clapped his hands together in front of his chest again, his voice suddenly becoming sharp. Now this is more like it. Come. Let's continue. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 318, Chapter 317, Challenging a God, Reckless. Chapter 317, Challenging a God, Reckless. Deva Path Pain's light purple Rinnegan coldly watched the provocative Naruto below as he slowly raised his right hand. A pitch-black, smooth rod that seemed to absorb all light pointed straight at Naruto. His voice was like eternal ice, devoid of emotion yet carrying an unquestionable authority. A mortal challenging a god, the act itself. He paused, the tip of the black rod seemingly condensing a cold sense of judgment. Is reckless. Following his words, the human path and animal path Pain, whose heads Naruto had previously twisted off, slowly walked out from the gaping maw of the King of Hell, the summoning beast of the Naraka path. Their bodies were as good as new, without even a tear in their clothes, only their eyes remained hollow, as if their recent deaths were merely an inconsequential replacement of parts. The King of Hell's Samsara resurrection technique could clearly repair damaged Pain puppets in a short time. At this moment, the figures of the 6 paths of Pain gathered once more. Along with Konan in the air, 7 gazes were locked onto Uzumaki Naruto. Clearly, after the initial clash, they had judged Naruto to be the most threatening core target that needed to be eliminated first. Faced with Deva Path Pain's high and mighty declaration of godhood, and the oppressive pressure of the gathered 6 paths, Naruto showed no fear. Instead, he sneered, his eyes revealing undisguised contempt and arrogance. God. He shook his head, his voice clear and powerful. Your so-called God. He suddenly looked up, staring directly into Deva Path Pain's Rinnegan. In that instant, his own eyes underwent a startling transformation. His eyes, originally as blue as a clear sky and occasionally flashing with gold due to tailed beast chakra or battle intent, suddenly developed complex patterns deep within the pupils. The azure base was rapidly replaced by a crimson red. At the center of the pupils, eerie black tomo and the ripple patterns of the Rinnegan appeared simultaneously, merging perfectly. With a red background, 6 tomo were distributed in an inverted triangle pattern on the concentric circles. The 6 tomo Rinnegan is nothing more than parochial arrogance. Immediately after, an even more violent and blazing battle intent erupted from Naruto. He slammed his hands together in front of his chest, not to weave signs, but as a ritual to ignite the latent potential within his body. Let me see. His voice carried a low tremor from the surging power, and the light in his red Rinnegan blazed intensely. If this so-called god of yours, in the battle to come, can keep me entertained. His final roar exploded like a clap of thunder. Gate of shock, open. Boom. Chakra and life energy, several or even a dozen times more violent than when the Gate of Life and Gate of Pain were opened, erupted frantically from every cell and meridian in Naruto's body like a volcano suppressed for eons. The gold-green steam around him was instantly replaced by pure, dazzling golden steam that looked like liquid gold. This steam was as solid as flames and highly compressed. On the surface of his body, there was also a layer of a roaring golden energy cloak, emitting a terrifying heat and pressure that made the soul tremble. The air crackled from the heat, and the rocks beneath his feet even began to show signs of melting. An even more startling change occurred in his appearance. Due to the extreme explosion of power, his already somewhat messy medium-long golden hair was now being blasted upward by an invisible force, standing completely on end. Strands of hair danced wildly in the golden steam. Combined with his lean, bare upper body with bulging muscles covered in golden energy, it formed a wild, unbridled, and soul-shaking look of overwhelming battle intent. So strong. Is this guy really just a teenager? Naruto took a scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurled it. The Yaso Magutsukuri appeared. Naruto gripped it in his hand and then exerted force with his feet. The ground beneath him shattered, dust flew, and his aura dominated the landscape. Wind-style chakra coiled around the blade of the Yaso Magutsukuri like a spirit snake. On the edge of the blade, light green air currents could be seen rotating at high speed. Simultaneously, violent and swift lightning-style chakra instantly covered Naruto's entire body like an electric net. Outside the golden steam, another layer of flickering azure lightning was wrapped around him. The lightning stimulated his nerves and muscles, pushing his already terrifying speed and reflexes from the 8 gates gate of shock to an inconceivable peak. Blade wrapped in wind, body clad in lightning. At this moment, Naruto transformed into a destructive streak of light, wrapped in golden steam and blue lightning, holding a demonic blade spitting wind blades, moving so fast he was almost impossible to track, piercing straight toward Deva Path Pain at the core of the 6 paths of pain. Through the shared vision of the 6 paths of pain, 6 pairs of Rinnegan used their ultra-high dynamic vision and information processing capabilities to barely catch and lock onto this golden lightning figure, predicting his attack trajectory was aimed straight at Deva Path's face. Deva Path Pain reacted just as swiftly. The black rod he had been holding level was suddenly raised by a hair's breadth, precisely parrying the predicted trajectory of the demonic blade's strike. The black rod was made of a special material, extremely hard and capable of disrupting chakra. It was his most trusted weapon for both defense and offense. This block should have been able to withstand the thunderous strike or at least deflect it. However, the expected scene of a piercing metallic crash and flying sparks did not occur. Just an instant before the black rod was about to collide with the demonic blade, the trajectory of Naruto's incredibly fast figure underwent an extremely tiny yet masterful and logic-defying shift. It wasn't a simple change of moves, but rather, as if he had anticipated the opponent's block from the very start and reserved a follow-up variation for it. The demonic blade that should have struck the black rod flickered like a viper's tongue, tracing a bizarrely small arc to bypass the block. At an extremely tricky angle, it slashed diagonally toward the opening on Deva Path Pain's left side, the junction of his left arm and ribs, exposed by his raised arm. Deva Path Pain's pupils constricted. In the nick of time, relying on his startling combat instincts and the assistance of the Rinnegan, he forcibly twisted his body while swinging his left arm, originally intended for offense or defense, to block his ribs as fast as possible. Squelch. Although Deva Path had reacted, Naruto's strike, which had anticipated the anticipation and followed a bizarre trajectory, was simply too fast and too powerful. The Yaso Magatsukuri, extremely enhanced by wind-style chakra, severed Deva Path Pain's hastily positioned left forearm without resistance. Unlike the other 2 pains Naruto had defeated, Deva Path's arm was not purely mechanical. He likely had his internal organs modified. After all, this was Yahiko's body. Deva Path thrust the black rod in his right hand at Naruto again, but Naruto immediately used the Flying Thunder God to depart. Nagato, controlling from a distance, narrowed his eyes. Why did the opponent suddenly change his move? Did some kind of perception technique predict my movements? Or is that an ability of those Red 6 Tomo Rinnegan? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 319, Chapter 319, Laser Cannon, Destruction Shot. Chapter 319, Laser Cannon, Destruction Shot. In battles between ninjas, the most important thing is intelligence. Because intelligence is so vital, it is commonplace to intentionally leak false information to the enemy. After their team assignment, Kakashi told Naruto not to be overly superstitious about intelligence. In actual combat, even if intelligence is obtained in advance, the opponent will make adjustments and changes at any time. Intelligence cannot be fully trusted, it needs to be screened, verified, and judged in combination with the actual situation. In the battle so far, the abilities Uzumaki Naruto has used include Gold Dust, Wind Nature Chakra Infusion, Lightning Nature Chakra Infusion, Flying Thunder God, and the technique just now that turned into a red paper crane. The wood release mentioned in the intelligence has not been used. Is it because using the Rinnegan chakra caused excessive consumption? But the opponent is still the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he shouldn't be lacking in chakra. Seeing Naruto disappear, the Heavenly Tao released the black rod with his right hand and picked up his left arm. The Naraka Path and Human Path stood in front of the Heavenly Tao, and the Heavenly Tao took a few steps back, entering the mouth of the King of Hell. The Animal Path summoned all of his summoned beasts. The multi-headed hound, giant crustacean, giant chameleon, giant drillbeak bird, giant ram, and giant panda, these 6 types of summoned beasts also had the same black rods and Rinnegan as the 6 paths of pain. Their vision could also be shared. Inside Uchiha Hikari's perfect Susanoo, Naruto's figure had appeared at some unknown point. He utilized the Flying Thunder God mark previously left on Hikari to teleport directly into the protective range of the Susanoo. Looking at the massive lineup of the Pain Army and the summoned beast array with shared vision in the distance, Naruto remarked sincerely, one person can actually view and process so much visual information from different perspectives simultaneously and precisely control so many units to fight in coordination. This level of spiritual power and chakra control precision is truly extraordinary. With Nagato's talent, even without the Rinnegan, he would have forged his own path as a powerhouse. However, sentiment aside, tactical adjustments were made immediately. Naruto handed the Yaso Magatsukuri in his hand directly to Uchiha Hikari beside him. Hikari, stop using the perfect Susanoo for now. Naruto spoke quickly, his eyes scanning Konan watching greedily from the sky and the informants scattered all around. The enemy is numerous and shares vision, the perfect form is too large a target and consumes too much. Save some chakra and prepare to deal with more complex situations. Hikari gave a concise response. Her gaze remained focused on Conan. After fighting for a short while, she had noticed that the opponent seemed to have a considerable understanding of and precautions against the Uchiha clan's fighting style, especially the Sharingan's genjutsu attacks. Not only did Conan rarely make direct eye contact with Hikari to avoid falling into the Tsukuyomi trap, but the countless slips of paper constantly flying and circling around her also cleverly acted as visual interference devices. These papers would automatically adjust their positions with her movements and air currents, frequently and irregularly blocking or reflecting Hikari's line of sight, making it difficult for her to obtain stable, clear visual contact, thereby greatly increasing the difficulty of casting Tsukuyomi, which requires eye contact. Clearly, Conan had conducted in-depth research on the Sharingan and prepared targeted tactics. The Susanoo slowly dissipated. Naruto and Hikari landed on a rooftop in Hidden Stone Village. Conan was in the sky, and they were surrounded by the 6 paths of pain and 6 giant summoned beasts. Naruto and Hikari's figures landed lightly on the roof of a relatively intact building on the edge of Hidden Stone Village. At this moment, their situation did not seem optimistic. High above their heads was the highly alert angel Conan with wings spread and surrounded by paper release. On the ground and in the air around them were the regrouped and battle-ready 6 paths of pain, along with those 6 massive summoned beasts with flickering Rinnegan, sealing off every direction completely. Above and below, shared vision, multiple layers of encirclement. However, standing on the roof, Naruto and Hikari showed little sign of nervousness. After the brief clash just now, the two of them had more or less figured out their opponent's fighting style. Naruto flexed his wrists, his red 6-tomo Rinnegan calmly scanning the surrounding audience, a hint of an interested smile even curling at the corner of his mouth. Quite a grand display. He chuckled softly, then looked at Hikari beside him, who was gripping her katana tightly with eyes as sharp as a blade. Are you ready? Don't let them look down on us. Hikari nodded slightly, and the blade in her hand was instantly coated in the flames of Amaterasu. Using Amaterasu directly on Conan would be troublesome, as she would simply turn that part of her body into paper and shed it. It was better to fight directly with weapons. Here I go. Naruto closed the 7th gate. Currently, his body couldn't quite handle the consumption of long-term use of the 7th gate. It couldn't be helped, that's how it is when the body hasn't fully developed. He maintained the gate of view, entering a semi-open state, and the violent chakra within his body began to calm down. As Naruto spoke, everyone and every summoned beast on the field moved. Wood release, multi-wood golem clone technique. 6 wood clones grew out from Naruto's body, and then giant wood golems rose from the ground to meet those massive summoned beasts. The intelligence was indeed wrong. That fellow Zetsu only said the opponent could control 1 giant wood golem. I didn't expect he could let his clones control wood golems as well. Seeing that Naruto could use wood clones to control tall wood golems, Nagato still felt that the opponent was handling things with ease. Is the opponent holding back because they are currently in Hidden Stone Village? He had to test further, force him to reveal more trump cards, or create a choice he couldn't avoid. After Naruto disappeared again, the Heavenly Tao kept Shinra Tensei ready at all times to prevent a surprise attack. Besides the Heavenly Tao, the other pains began to use their ultimate moves. The Azura paths had suddenly split open from the middle like a bizarre flower, peeling back to reveal sophisticated energy conduction devices and a cannon port inside. Laser cannon, destruction shot. In the cannon port, a blinding blue light rapidly gathered and compressed, emitting devastating energy fluctuations. After a brief charge, a blue chakra laser cannon more than half a meter in diameter, condensed to the extreme, shot out violently with a whistle that tore through the air. However, the target of the laser cannon was not Naruto, Hikari, or any wood golem or clone, but was aimed straight at a distant Hidden Stone Village district that had not been fully evacuated, where a few Hidden Stone Village ninjas were still organizing a defense. Pain wanted to verify his hypothesis. He wanted to see how the 6th Hokage, who spoke of peace and seemed wary of damaging Hidden Stone Village, would react when faced with such an attack aimed directly at innocent buildings and civilians. Would he continue to hold back his strength with ease, or be forced to use stronger power to intercept it or bear the consequences? You bastard! A clear and angry shout from a young girl rang out. It was Kuratsuchi. She had originally been working on evacuating the citizens. Seeing the laser cannon firing toward the village district, her eyes nearly burst with rage, and almost without thinking, her hands flew into seals, pouring chakra frantically into the ground beneath her feet. Earth release, Earth-style wall. The surrounding Hidden Stone Village ninjas who noticed also began to use Earth-style wall. Thick rock walls rose rapidly between her and the trajectory of the laser cannon. This was one of the defensive ninjutsu most trusted by the Hidden Stone Village ninjas. PSH. However, the blue laser cannon pierced through these Earth-style walls instantly and without obstruction. The thick rock was as fragile as paper before the destructive beam of energy. The laser, its momentum undiminished, continued to blast toward the distant district. The color instantly drained from Kuratsuchi's face, her eyes filled with despair. A golden figure appeared above the head of the Naraka Path Pain. While stomping down hard, causing the Naraka Path Pain's mechanical body to explode and parts to scatter, Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God and appeared instantly beside Kuratsuchi. He didn't even look back at the lethal laser cannon, he simply reached out his left hand and, like picking up a kitten, grabbed Kuratsuchi by the back of her collar, then used his arm's strength to throw her toward the relatively safe rear flank. Wah! Kuratsuchi only had time to let out a short cry of surprise before her body uncontrollably traced an arc, falling toward a pile of soft sand in the distance. And at the same time Naruto threw Kuratsuchi, Nine-Tails suddenly appeared behind Naruto and swept toward the laser cannon. The blue laser cannon was swept aside, scattering like a peacock spreading its tail. Countless missiles fired toward Naruto's back. Countless sheets of paper entangled Hikari, making her unable to break free. An earth-shaking explosion rang out. Flames soared into the sky, and the violent shockwave instantly swallowed and tore apart the houses, streets, and defensive fortifications of that district. Shattered stones and broken wood flew in all directions like a rainstorm, and thick smoke billowed up, forming a destruction crater dozens of meters in diameter. Vague, shrill screams and cries could be heard from the distance, muffled by the explosion. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 320, Chapter 320, is Uzumaki Naruto actually this underhanded? Chapter 320, is Uzumaki Naruto actually this underhanded? Would Nagato be soft-hearted? The answer is no. Because in the cruel world Nagato has experienced and witnessed, soft-heartedness is a luxury and a fatal weakness. He had witnessed with his own eyes how his homeland, that small nation squeezed in the cracks between the great powers and ravaged by the flames of war, was wantonly trampled, contested, and destroyed by the ninja armies of the three great nations of fire, wind, and earth. For their own interests, for so-called strategic locations, and to consume each other's military strength, those great nations did not hesitate to bring the flames of war to the land of rain, dragging innocent civilians into the meat grinder known as war. Houses were destroyed by ninjutsu, farmland was scorched by fire, loved ones died from stray arrows and explosions, and children cried in the ruins until they were silent. Did those great nation ninjas, those high and mighty Kages, ever have a shred of soft-heartedness? Had they ever stopped their killing pace because of the cries of civilians? No. Not even once. They would only coldly calculate casualty figures, weigh interests and losses, and then impose more suffering on the weak. The battle between them was set on the soil of small nations. Their people are human, but are the people of small nations not human? The rules established by the great nations and the peace they dominate come at the cost of the blood and tears of small nations. In Nagato's view, Hidden Stone Village, as one of the 5 great nations that once participated in the invasion and caused countless tragedies, is only experiencing the certain retribution of karma and reincarnation today. When the Hidden Stone Village ninja pierced kunai into the chests of Amigakure villagers back then, did they ever think there would be a day like today? When Inoki ordered his troops to step into the territory of other nations, did he ever have a shred of mercy? Pain needs to be felt. Pain needs to be passed on. Only by letting these great nations, who proclaim themselves as righteous and enjoy the dividends of peace, personally experience the taste of their homes being destroyed, their loved ones being scattered, and trembling helplessly before absolute power, can they truly understand pain and truly contemplate the meaning of peace. Watching the chaos in the distance, Nagato's heart remained unmoved. 9 golden tails slowly spread out. Naruto also opened his eyes. While blocking the laser cannon just now, he had used Kagura Mind's Eye to find Nagato, who was controlling the 6 paths of pain from a cavern somewhere outside the village. Now, Nagato's task was complete. Once the impression of fighting to protect Hidden Stone Village is established in the villagers' hearts, subsequent actions will be much easier. The massive wood golems that were originally in the heat of battle with the 6 paths of pain summoned beasts suddenly changed their attack method. They no longer engaged in brute force wrestling with the summoned beasts, but instead relied on the flexibility and growth characteristics of wood release, as countless thick and tough wooden vines and tentacles suddenly sprouted from their arms, torsos, and even the ground beneath them. These wooden tentacles, like giant pythons with lives of their own, flexibly coiled around, bound, and restricted the joints, mouthparts, and attack organs of the summoned beasts like the multi-headed dog, giant crustacean, and giant ram. The summoned beast struggled frantically, biting, scratching, and firing chakra attacks, but under the fine control of the wood clones, the damaged parts of the wood release creations regenerated rapidly, even absorbing their chakra and converting it into nutrients for themselves, firmly imprisoning the 6 powerful summoned beasts in place. Magnet release, sand waterfall imperial funeral. Naruto's low voice rang out without the slightest hesitation. He had already made a decision in his heart. Delaying was useless, since he had already locked onto Nagato's main body and the battlefield situation had developed as expected, he would sweep away these puppets with thunderous momentum. Following his will, the gold dust that had previously been scattered across the battlefield due to the fighting suddenly gathered and surged frantically from the ground, the air, and the ruins, as if summoned by an invisible king. The friction of the golden sand grains emitted a roar like a tsunami, and in an instant, it formed a golden sea of sand that blotted out the sun, sweeping over and drowning the scattered six paths of pain from all directions with the force of a mountain-toppling wave. This was not a pure chakra attack, but a physical inundation of real matter driven by chakra. Gold dust itself possesses terrifying weight and fluidity. Once caught in it, one would be like falling into a quicksand hell, instantly destroyed by endless pressure and friction. The Pretapath pain immediately spread its arms, and the pale blue barrier of the blocking technique absorption seal expanded instantly, attempting to absorb the chakra contained within the gold dust. However, it was just as Naruto had expected. Sizzle. The edge of the barrier came into contact with the gold dust, indeed absorbing some of the chakra driving it, causing the flow speed of the gold dust in that area to slow down slightly. But the gold dust itself is real matter. Gold dust that has lost its chakra drive is still gold dust. In just a moment, more gold dust slammed into the barrier of the blocking technique absorption seal like a true tsunami wave. The barrier fluctuated violently under the physical impact and continuous heavy pressure, emitting an overburdened groan. The ability to absorb chakra was greatly diminished against this type of physical projectile attack based on physical mass. The figure of the Pretapath was quickly swallowed by the golden waves of sand. Scatter. Nagato simultaneously controlled the six paths of pain to respond. The six pains, each with different abilities, immediately displayed their own divine abilities, trying to evade or resist this terrifying sea of sand. The heavenly Tao flew directly into the air. The human path and animal path tried to escape with high-speed movement, but the coverage of the sand sea was too wide and the flow speed too fast. The Azura path fired missiles to blow open a path in the sand sea, but the path was filled in an instant. The Naraka path tried to hide behind the King of Hell, but the King of Hell was also struggling in the waves of sand. The power of the Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral was truly too immense. Although the six paths of pain resisted with all their might, their figures appeared teetering under the impact of the gold dust, their formation completely broken as they fought individually. However, this seemingly devastating attack did not appear to annihilate all the pains in one fell swoop. After the momentum of the sand waves reached its peak, the power began to naturally decay and disperse due to the wide range and scattered control precision. Although the pains were in a sorry state, they seemed able to hold on. But at the most critical moment, when the power of the sand waves had reached its peak and was about to subside, and the pain's attention was firmly captured by this might of heaven and earth. Flying Thunder God. A clear, low shout seemed to ring out from every corner of the battlefield simultaneously. Swish. 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 6 golden flashes ignited and extinguished instantly in 6 completely different directions at almost the same moment. The speed was so fast that even the Rinnegan's visual sharing could barely capture the trajectory, only seeing 6 brief golden afterimages. This was Naruto's true killing move, the Flying Thunder God sequential slashes using the Sand Waterfall Imperial Funeral as a feint and cover. Gold dust could form Flying Thunder God marks, allowing him to teleport to the corresponding positions instantly using the Flying Thunder God technique. As the strongest person in terms of theoretical yang release in the world today besides Hashirama, is Uzumaki Naruto actually this underhanded? So, do the Senju and Uzumaki represent the ultimate yang? Is Uzumaki Naruto actually this underhanded? He's so yang he's become a son. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 321, Chapter 321, Kamui Mangekyo. Chapter 321, Kamui Mangekyo. At the instant the sand waves reached their peak, the pains were struggling to resist, and their vision and perception were severely disrupted. Naruto's main body used the Flying Thunder God technique to complete consecutive teleports between these 6 marked points. Then, he struck them all down simultaneously. The practice session ended with unexpected gains. This time, pretending to be weak to fight the opponent was not a loss at all. With the power of these Rinnegan, Naruto always felt like he wanted to clear the game without taking any damage. Time reversal with no cost, a basic ability of the Rinnegan. It was far too easy to let it go to one's head and become arrogant. It was just like having save points in those old-fashioned pixel art RPG games. Naruto remembered that in his past life, he had no money and played pirated Pokemon on emulators. It wasn't until he had worked for a few years that he bought a genuine console and cartridges. However, the later experiences were never as joyful as the games where he could save and reload instantly. Time reversal, foresight, rank suppression, double speed. It truly was addictive. Yahiko's body twitched violently, and the light in those pale purple Rinnegan quickly dimmed and went out. On his face, a trace of an indescribably complex expression seemed frozen at the end. Then, his entire frame, like a puppet with its strings cut, fell feebly toward the ground half buried by gold dust. The 6 paths of pain, completely wiped out. Under Naruto's carefully planned feint and the Flying Thunder God instant kill combination, they were thoroughly destroyed in a flash. Pain. A shrill scream that almost broke her voice came from high above. It was Konan. She had been using Dance of the Shikigami to suppress Uchiha Hikari from high altitude, only to watch helplessly as her comrades below were pierced and destroyed one by golden light in just a second or two. Especially when she saw Yahiko's body hit the ground, the calm and restraint she had maintained instantly collapsed. On that face that was always calm and rippleless, extreme horror, despair, and bone-deep pain and anger appeared for the first time. To her and Nagato, Yahiko was not just a comrade or a leader, he was a symbol of lost dreams and unbreakable bonds. Seeing him fall, a massive opening appeared in Konan's spiritual state. And at the very moment this fleeting opening appeared due to extreme emotional turmoil. Swish. A blade light burning with the pitch-black flames of Amaterasu, like a long dormant venomous snake, tore through Konan's slightly scattered paper-release defense circle at an incredible angle and speed. It was Uchiha Hikari. She had been keeping a close eye on Konan, waiting for the moment the other party might lose emotional control due to the destruction of pain, especially the heavenly Tao. The Yaso Magatsukuri, entwined with inextinguishable black flames, precisely pierced through several layers of hastily condensed paper shields, the tip of the blade pointing straight at Konan's main body. Konan was shocked. A sense of crisis made her instinctively want to turn her body into paper to disperse, but the speed and timing of Hikari's strike were too perfect. She only had time to slightly turn her body. Slash. The blade grazed her ribs, drawing a trail of blood, while the Amaterasu black flames, like maggots on a bone, instantly spread along the wound. The intense pain and the terrifying erosion of the black flames made Konan groan, but she was even more terrified of what followed the blade light, those crimson eyes already close at hand, flickering with an eerie Mangekyo pattern, seemingly capable of swallowing the soul. Uchiha Hikari's face was almost pressed against Konan's. Her Mangekyo Sharingan, like a spinning blood-colored abyss, firmly locked onto Konan's eyes, which could not be moved away immediately due to injury and shock. Tsukuyomi. The cold female voice sounded like a sentence from the Shinigami. Konan's pupils dilated suddenly, and her consciousness was instantly dragged into a crimson world with only a blood moon. The paper wings fell apart, and Konan also fell from the sky. Nagato, hidden deep in a dark and damp cave outside the village, his skeletal body trembled violently, almost falling from the huge wheelchair device connected to the ghetto statue. Under his pale skin, purplish-blue veins bulged hideously due to extreme emotional agitation. His eyes were tightly closed, but tears flowed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, crossing his sunken cheeks and dripping onto the cold stone floor. Yahiko. Konan. He hoarsely called the names of these two closest and dearest people, his voice filled with sorrow, despair, and a soul-deep sense of helplessness that words could not describe. The final images transmitted through the shared vision of the six paths of pain replayed in his mind like the cruelest slow-motion footage, Yahiko's body being pierced by golden light, Konan losing consciousness, the angel's wings breaking. Defeated. Completely and utterly defeated. Not just defeated, but even the body that carried his best friend's legacy and symbol, as well as his important comrade, he had failed to protect, or even take back, watching helplessly as they fell into enemy hands. He had planned for years, descending in the name of a god, wanting to wake the world with pain, only to be crushed in the seemingly accidental battlefield of Hidden Stone Village by a young Hidden Leaf Village Hokage in such a devastating, almost humiliating manner, along with his godly power and everything he cherished. That conviction of calling himself a god and wanting to bring change to the world seemed so pale and laughable at this moment. The absolute gap in power, the total tactical suppression, and the helplessness regarding his comrades. All of this was like a heavy hammer, ruthlessly shattering the last bit of paranoid support in his heart. He lost. A total defeat. Tears blurred his vision, and regret and intense pain gnawed at his heart. He could even feel that his body, which was already at its limit, was accelerating toward collapse due to this massive blow. Is it over? Is it going to end like this? This will not be the end. Even if he were to die there himself, he had to get over there. Just as Nagato wanted to control the machine beneath him to return to the battlefield. The space around him, without any warning, rippled and twisted violently like water waves. A vortex-shaped eerie hollow appeared out of thin air. Immediately after, a figure stepped out from the vortex. The newcomer wore a black robe with red clouds and an orange, spiral-patterned single-eyed mask on his face. The only exposed right eye was a crimson Sharingan, its gaze cold and profound. It was precisely Uchiha Obito. He had clearly been observing the battle in secret, even using white Zetsu to monitor from further away. At the final moment when the six paths of pain were instantly destroyed, Konan fell into Tsukuyomi, and Naruto was rushing toward Nagato's main body, he decisively appeared. Obito glanced at Nagato, who was slumped on the device, face covered in tears and aura crazed to the extreme. His brow furrowed under the mask, but his voice remained calm and rippleless, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Let's go. No extra explanation, no comfort, not even an evaluation of the defeat. Just an extremely simple word, yet filled with a sense of urgency. He reached out and placed his hand firmly on Nagato's thin shoulder. Kamui. Obito chanted in his heart, and the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye suddenly spun. The spatial distortion around the two of them instantly intensified, forming a larger vortex that quickly swallowed their figures and pulled them inside. Just after the two disappeared, a golden figure smashed the giant rock at the cave entrance and rushed in. After seeing that there was no one here, only a device similar to a stroller. Combining it with his own perception, Naruto quickly deduced what had happened. TSK. Uchiha Obito, is it? Without hesitation, he took off his own left eye and replaced it with the Kamui Mangekyo brought by his clone. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 322, Let's Attack Together. Chapter 322, Let's Attack Together. Inside the Kamui dimension. This was a vast, empty, dimly lit, and bizarre alternate dimension composed of countless giant cubic stone pillars and platforms. Oppressive, silent, and lonely. On a high, square stone monument platform, space rippled. Uchiha Obito pulled Nagato as they stepped out from a vortex, landing on the stone surface. Nagato panted weakly. He forced his head up, his Rinnegan, clouded by excessive exhaustion and grief, staring fixedly at the men in the spiral mask beside him. His voice was hoarse yet carried a sharp interrogation. You are Uchiha Obito, aren't you? The brow beneath Obito's mask seemed to twitch. His only exposed right eye glanced at Nagato, his tone flat and devoid of emotion. It's me. It seems, that guy named Naruto has quite a loose tongue. White Zetsu had already informed Obito of the words the two had exchanged during their previous battle. It wasn't surprising that Nagato knew his identity, but he couldn't let Nagato know he had been monitoring him all along. Even if Nagato might already know, he had to pretend he didn't know the other knew. They would still have to work together with false civility in the future, there was no need to voice it now. What Obito wanted were the fruits of victory, not to become a skeletal wreck like Nagato. However, the moment Obito finished speaking, his entire body suddenly stiffened. Because he clearly sensed that in this Kamui dimension, which should have been completely under his control, isolated from the outside, and accessible only through his Mangekyo Sharingan. An extremely powerful, incredibly familiar, yet heart-palpitatingly foreign pressure of chakra fluctuations had forcibly intruded without warning. How is this possible? Obito roared in shock within his mind. The Kamui dimension was his absolute domain. Besides himself, only one other person could possibly enter, Kakashi. The next moment, not far in front of Obito and Nagato, space warped violently again like ripples on water. A pitch-black vortex with eerie patterns spinning at its edges forcibly tore a hole in the stable barrier of the Kamui dimension. Immediately after, a figure stepped unhurriedly out of that black vortex. It was Uzumaki Naruto. His current appearance caused Obito's pupils to shrink and Nagato's breath to hitch. His right eye remained that heart-palpitating red six-tomo Rinnegan, radiating the indifference and pressure of one looking down upon all living beings. His left eye, however, had been replaced by a Mangekyo Sharingan spinning with a familiar spiral pattern. And that pattern, those dojutsu fluctuations, were clearly his own left eye. Naruto calmly scanned the bizarre space, then his gaze fell upon the battle-ready Obito and the stunned Nagato. He then spoke to Obito in a relaxed tone, almost like casual small talk. This place of yours is really hard to find, Obito. Hello. An abrupt, flippant, and even somewhat comical greeting suddenly exploded in the silent Kamui dimension without warning. The source of the voice didn't come from any of the three facing off, but rather drilled out from the surface of the giant cubic stone platform Naruto was standing on. A pale white figure instantly lunged out. It gripped a kunai flashing with cold light, stabbing fiercely toward Naruto's neck at extreme speed. It was White Zetsu. However, facing this surprise attack launched from almost ground level, Naruto's expression didn't even flicker. As if he had long foreseen it, he used his left foot as a pivot and shifted his body slightly to the right, elegantly letting the kunai stab into thin air. The White Zetsu whose sneak attack failed seemed to freeze for a moment, its large mouth still holding a bizarre smile. But Naruto's counterattack had already arrived. Without even turning his head, he whipped his right leg backward and upward like a steel whip, landing a clean and decisive roundhouse kick squarely on White Zetsu's chest. Bang! A dull thud sounded. White Zetsu's seemingly light body was sent flying backward with a scream, like a doll hit head-on by a high-speed train. It traced a long parabola in the air, flying straight off the high platform and disappearing into the deeper, darker forest of cubic stone pillars below, lost from sight. TCH, disturbing the peace. Naruto retracted his leg and commented flatly, as if he had merely kicked away a bothersome pebble. A mere ordinary White Zetsu, with taijutsu at the level of a special jonin at best, dares to come out and make a fool of itself. The individual combat strength of an ordinary White Zetsu was limited, relying mainly on numbers, disguise, and the element of surprise. In front of a powerhouse of Naruto's level, a lone sneak attack was no different from seeking death. However, this insignificant and even somewhat laughable sneak attack interlude successfully bought Obito the most critical moment. During the time Naruto turned and kicked White Zetsu, his attention briefly diverted. Behind Nagato, another White Zetsu appeared. It was still pale white all over, but its face was covered in circular patterns like tree rings, looking even more bizarre. It appeared silently, but its movements were as fast as a ghost. It didn't attack Naruto, instead, it instantly lunged at Nagato. What? Nagato only had time to let out a short cry of surprise before his body, except for his head, was completely enveloped and covered by that swirly face White Zetsu. The white biomass rapidly shaped and solidified, forming a strange structure like an exoskeleton armor that firmly fixed and supported Nagato's body, leaving only his head exposed. Damn it, this is... Nagato struggled instinctively, but he found that after being enveloped by this white substance, his extremely weak body, which had been almost unable to move on its own, was actually being supported and lifted by a gentle yet resilient force. More importantly, this white substance seemed to stimulate the residual chakra in his body and provided some temporary vitality and mobility assistance. After a brief moment of panic, Nagato discovered to his shock that he could actually stand up. Although his movements were still stiff and far from the flexibility of his healthy days, compared to his previous state of being slumped on the machine, unable to even move a finger, it was like night and day. "This is Toby." Obito's voice rang out at the right time. He stood in front of Nagato, gripping the Uchiha war fan in his right hand, assuming a defensive stance. His gaze was locked onto Naruto while he quickly explained to Nagato behind him, "It's a special White Zetsu individual. It can not only provide disguise and support but also temporarily enhance the host's physical functions and chakra activity." While explaining, Obito was also calculating rapidly in his mind. The way Naruto broke into the Kamui dimension just now had already made Obito understand many things. The opponent had obtained his left eye from Kakashi. Seeing that the opponent could enter meant that the eye's dojutsu was also Kamui. "Nagato, hurry and adapt to this temporary body. The two of us will attack together." Obito's tone was exceptionally heavy, even carrying a rare hint of urgency. He knew very well that by himself, he was absolutely no match for Naruto, who was currently at full power and possessed the left Kamui eye. Their brief exchange earlier had already proven this point. Naruto's strength, dojutsu, and control over the rhythm of battle had all reached an inconceivable level. Now, the only hope was to join forces with Nagato, who had recovered some mobility and ability to perform techniques. The two of them fighting 2-on-1 might stand a chance. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 323, Born with Nothing. Chapter 323, Born with Nothing. Sure, come at me all at once. Naruto spoke those words in a casual, relaxed tone, almost like he was repeating a recording. Hearing this, Obito's expression beneath his mask instantly turned extremely ugly, even flushing slightly. That sentence he just said, wasn't it exactly what Obito himself had said to Naruto a few days ago at the border of the Land of Earth, while posing as Uchiha Madara? Now, the roles were completely reversed. In this Kamui dimension that was supposed to be his own domain, the opponent had not only intruded but also thrown his own words back at him verbatim. This blatant mockery and the reversal of their positions of power felt like a stinging slap to Obito's face, filling him with unprecedented humiliation and rage. He was starting to see red. "You bastard!" Obito growled through gritted teeth. He didn't wait any longer for Nagato to fully adjust, his figure turned into a black wind as he charged at Naruto, clutching his gun by. He wanted to wash away this disgrace in the most direct way possible. Facing Obito's rage-filled charge, Naruto's expression remained unchanged, a glint of, as expected, understanding even flashing in his eyes. He clenched his right hand in the air, and would release chakra instantly condensed in his palm, forming a long wooden sword in the blink of an eye. Clang! The wooden sword and the gunbai collided head-on. A shockwave exploded from the point of impact, making their clothes flutter violently. The muscles in Obito's arms bulged as he frantically poured chakra into the gunbai, trying to suppress Naruto with sheer strength. Meanwhile, Naruto held the wooden sword with one hand. Though he seemed casual, he was as steady as a rock, faintly showing signs of suppressing the gunbai's radiance. Uchiha Obito didn't know the Uchiha reflection technique used by Uchiha Madara. Madara was the clan chief, but Obito wasn't. So, this move hadn't been passed down to him. At the very moment they were locked in a struggle, Naruto's free left hand shot out like a viper's tongue. In his palm, a black rod instantly took shape and thrust toward Obito's abdomen with a sharp whistling sound. This thrust's timing, angle, and speed were incredibly tricky, perfectly exploiting the gap when Obito was fully committed to resisting the wooden sword, his old strength exhausted and his new strength yet to be gathered. At the same time, the mockery Naruto spat out pierced Obito's ears like ice shards. "Just you. Your forehand is clumsy, your backhand is weak. Your ninjutsu is mediocre, and your taijutsu is pathetic." Aside from relying on that eye to play hide and seek. The sarcastic curve of Naruto's lips widened, his red Rinnegan full of disdain. You're worthless. What makes you think you can fight me? The expected sensation of the black rod piercing flesh didn't come. At the critical moment just before the black rod touched Obito's abdomen, his body suddenly became transparent and distorted, like an illusory image. The black rod passed straight through his body, striking empty air. Even the wooden sword passed through the gunbai. Obito had used Kamui. Arg. A stifled groan of pain escaped Obito's lips. But before Obito could counterattack, blood began to flow from his abdomen. A second later, Obito's figure retreated explosively to his previous position, and he clutched his wounded abdomen. How is this possible? Obito's face beneath the mask twisted in pain and disbelief. He didn't have time to think, relying on his rich combat instincts and will to survive, his body moved like a startled leopard, exploding with maximum speed as he retreated frantically. He retreated all the way to the edge of the platform where he had initially stood side by side with Nagato, putting a safe distance between himself and Naruto once again. Obito knelt slightly on one knee, one hand tightly clutching the bleeding wound on his abdomen, the intense pain causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. He stared intently at the blonde youth across from him, who still stood with his sword, his lone exposed right eye filled with shock and confusion. Did this guy leave a clone outside too? This guy? Obito gritted his teeth, looking at Naruto, who was waiting leisurely as if giving him time to recover. A sense of unprecedented helplessness and a hint of fear welled up in his heart. I've really met my match. Naruto looked at him with a chuckle. Wait, is Naruto still being sneaky with the intel about being able to swap eyes freely? The opponent was a member of the Uchiha clan. As everyone knows, the Uchiha clan represents the ultimate Yin. Then wouldn't the opposing Senju and their distant relatives, the Uzumaki, be the ultimate Yang? Predapath. A low shout rang out. After Tobi summoned a white Zetsu clone, Nagato immediately used the Predapath's ability to absorb its chakra. With the chakra replenished, Nagato's withered body instantly filled out a bit. After losing the 6 paths of pain, all of Pain's abilities had returned to Nagato's body. Just now, he had used the Predapath's chakra absorption ability. Although the amount of white Zetsu's chakra is large, it's still just a drop in the bucket. Nagato's right hand also condensed a black rod. In his Rinnegan, grief and despair had been replaced by a cold, martyr-like determination. He stared fixedly at Naruto, his voice hoarse and heavy. Uzumaki Naruto. You too, prepare to feel pain. He wanted to make this young man, who had destroyed all his hopes and trampled on his beliefs, taste the same bone-deep agony he had once endured. However, facing Nagato's declaration filled with hate and a sense of judgment, Naruto gave a sneer and shook his head. In his heterochromatic eyes, there wasn't the slightest hint of being moved, instead, they revealed a mockery that bordered on pity. It was time for the most important part for a ninja, shaking the enemy's heart. Whether they collapsed or exploded depended entirely on one's words. Just kidding, even if they exploded, Naruto wasn't afraid. Strictly speaking. Naruto spoke slowly, his voice calm yet carrying a power that struck straight at the heart. You haven't suffered as much as I have. His gaze swept over Nagato and glanced at Obito, who was clutching his wound with a sinister look. At least, you felt the care of family, possessed sincere bonds, and experienced the warmth of being cared for and protected. I've heard about you from Jiraiya, Nagato. Your parents died in the war, but at least you had parents, didn't you? Yahiko was your light, a brother-like figure who shielded you and Konan from the wind and rain. Konan is your comrade, a sister-like figure to you both, who stayed by your side through life and death. Naruto looked at Obito. Obito, you had a grandmother who loved you, a teacher who truly looked out for you, and comrades you fought alongside and could trust with your back. I didn't even get to eat a meal cooked by my mother until Orochimaru brought her back with Edo Tensei, but you, the one who caused her death, have. And what about me? Naruto pointed to himself, a self-deprecating smile on his lips. The first time I met a relative, they appeared in the state of Edo Tensei. Our first reunion was on a battlefield in a life-and-death struggle, inside her body while she was forced to be an enemy's puppet. You lost things after having experienced something beautiful, cruelly snatched away by fate, which is why you're in agony and hate the world. But I was born with nothing. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 324, Chapter 324, Poking Where It Hurts. Chapter 324, Poking Where It Hurts. From the moment I have memories, the only things that accompanied me were the endless indifference, hatred, fear, and abuse of the villagers. It was the infamy of being a monster and a jinx. It was empty rooms, paint splashed on the outside of the house, and nights spent talking to the walls alone. I never felt a parent's hug, I never experienced the laughter of friends before starting school, even people who could give me a kind smile were pathetically rare. For a long time, my entire world consisted only of darkness, loneliness, and never-ending rejection. His words were like a heavy hammer, striking the cold stone walls of the Kamui dimension, and seemingly striking the hearts of Nagato and Obito. Nagato fell silent. This guy's pain. Yes, where did his pain come from? Obito knew best. He spoke slowly, in that case, join us and create a perfect world together. But Naruto ignored Obito. He shifted his tone, his gaze like a torch, piercing straight into the depths of Nagato's soul. Nagato, you say you suffer, that you hate this world for taking Yahiko away. But you possess the Rinnegan, you hold the forbidden power of the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique, which is enough to resurrect the dead. But what about you? You would rather turn Yahiko's corpse into a puppet and have him carry out your so-called, let the world feel pain, plan as a puppet, rather than use that power to let him truly and warmly come back to life. Naruto's questioning was like a sharp sword. You keep saying it's for Yahiko's dream, to create peace. But have you ever truly asked Yahiko if he is willing to exist in this half-human, half-ghost manner? Have you ever really cared about how Konan feels in her heart when she watches Yahiko's body being controlled, damaged, and even eventually destroyed time and time again? Is your so-called pain and persistence for the deceased, for peace, or is it just to soothe your own paranoid and twisted heart that cannot accept reality? Nagato felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his body swayed violently, the light in his Rinnegan flickered wildly, and his lips trembled, but he was momentarily speechless. Without waiting for his answer, Naruto turned his gaze toward Obito, who was clutching his wound with an increasingly dark expression. And you, Uchiha Obito. You are immersed in the grief of Rin's death, viewing the entire world as a false hell. You don't hesitate to trigger wars and create countless tragedies just to implement that ridiculous Eye of the Moon plan and create a world where everyone is happy in a dream. But, the same question. Naruto stared directly at the crimson Sharingan under Obito's mask, saying word for word. Is it that you are truly unwilling to let Rin return to this real world? Or is it that deep down in your heart, you are actually afraid? Afraid that even if you use the samsara of heavenly life, even if Rin were resurrected. In her eyes, the most important person in her heart would still be the Kakashi Hatake, who failed to protect her at the critical moment but has continued to live on carrying guilt and responsibility, rather than you, who chose to immerse yourself in hatred and fantasy, becoming an enemy of the world as Uchiha Madara. You are unwilling to face the possibility that Rin doesn't love you, so you simply hide in an eternal dream woven by your own hands where everyone loves you, right? How pathetic. You dare to raise a hand against your village, your clan, and your teacher, yet you aren't willing to gamble on whether the girl you like loves you. It wasn't this ninja world that turned you into this, it was your own powerlessness and cowardice. Obito. This kid, his words really damn well poke where it hurts. For a moment, Obito almost lost control completely, wanting to pounce and tear the other party to shreds regardless of the cost. But he had, after all, weathered countless storms and possessed a firm will. Forcibly suppressing his churning blood and emotions that were about to explode, the chaos and wavering in Obito's crimson Sharingan were quickly replaced by an even more paranoid and cold determination. Humph. He snorted coldly, his voice coming through the mask, sharp-tongued, nothing more than a trick to shake one's resolve. Realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi, letting everyone be immersed in a dream of happiness, without war, without pain, without loss. That is true, eternal peace. Obito's voice rose sharply, as if convincing himself, and as if declaring his noble goal to his opponent and the world. And you, Uzumaki Naruto. Even if you can temporarily suppress Hidden Stone Village with force today, or even conquer the entire ninja world in the future and establish a unified nation, so what? He pointed at Naruto, his tone full of disdain. What you bring is nothing but a brief and fragile peace maintained by power and fear. A few decades. 100 years. As long as humans still have selfish desires, conflicts, and the pain and injustice brought by birth, aging, sickness, and death, your empire will eventually collapse, and the flames of war will ignite once more. History has proven this countless times. Your path is just a cycle of the old world, a futile effort that treats the symptoms but not the root cause. In the eyes of people from other countries, you are merely an invader. Only the infinite Tsukuyomi can eliminate all seeds of conflict from the source, allowing humanity to obtain ultimate happiness and tranquility in an eternal dream. This is true salvation. After being scolded by Naruto, Obito's will instead became even more firm. He packaged all his obsession with Rin, his escape from reality, and his complex emotions toward Kakashi into the seemingly noble ideal of saving the world, using it to resist Naruto's sharp psychological attack and grant legitimacy to all his subsequent actions. More importantly, Obito truly believed he was fighting to save the world. Having said that, he didn't wait for Naruto to retort, nor did he wait for Nagato to fully adjust his state. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. Do it. With a low shout, Obito struck out boldly. Even though the wound on his abdomen was still seeping blood and the intense pain affected his movements, he still erupted with astonishing speed. He no longer used the gunbai for a reckless close-quarters attack. Instead, his hands rapidly formed seals while his body leaned forward slightly, the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye spinning at high speed. Fire release, blast wave wild dance. He first spat out a surging wave of scorching fire from his mouth, and immediately after, his Kemui ocular power activated, creating a violently spinning spatial vortex in front of the fire wave. The wind aided the fire's intensity, and the spatial distortion added a layer of eeriness. The scorching fire tornado, like a fire dragon ready to devour people, swept toward Naruto. And almost at the same time Obito struck, Nagato also forcibly broke free from the brief daze and inner turmoil caused by Naruto's soul-piercing questioning. Perhaps he was infected by Obito's firmness, or perhaps it was an even more extreme and resolute rebound after being stung by Naruto's words, or perhaps simply to seize this opportunity to avenge Hiko and Konan, and prove his own path. The last trace of hesitation and wavering in Nagato's Rinnegan was covered by cold killing intent. He raised his right hand, which was wrapped in Tobi's white substance and had temporarily recovered some function, pointing it in Naruto's direction. Ha! With a low growl, Nagato's right arm suddenly underwent an amazing transformation. The white wrapping on his forearm and palm wriggled and deformed rapidly like a living thing, while the internal bones and muscles made a toothaking mechanical restructuring sound. This was the creative power of yin-yang release. In the blink of an eye, his entire right forearm, along with his palm, completely changed form. The skin split, flipped, and restructured, exposing sophisticated internal energy conduction devices and barrel structures, finally assembling into a hideous-looking chakra laser cannon with a deep muzzle flickering with dangerous blue light. This was the signature ability of Pain's Azura Path, now reappearing on Nagato's main body. Moreover, combined with the temporary body support and chakra assistance provided by Tobi, as well as being driven by Nagato's main body, its power was even greater than the puppet version. The light at the muzzle gathered rapidly, emitting a low-energy hum. The target was also locked onto Naruto. Azura Path. Facing this joint onslaught from the two cores of the Akatsuki organization, Naruto didn't have a look of fear on his face. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement as if saying, finally. The light in his heterochromatic eyes grew even brighter. Now this is more like it. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 325, Chapter 325, that is all. Chapter 325, that is all. No matter how powerful an attack is, it is useless if it cannot hit its target. Naruto threw the black rod in his left hand to the side, and then threw the wooden sword to the right. The next second, he appeared at the location of the black rod that had flown out of the attack range, then manifested another black rod and threw it at Obito. The laser cannon suddenly shifted direction and attacked towards the position of the black rod. Obito calmly took a kunai from the ninja tool pouch at his waist and threw it towards the direction of the wooden sword. He was certain that Naruto had not left any Flying Thunder God mark at other locations, and in midair, he would be unable to borrow force to dodge the chakra laser cannon. Upon noticing the laser cannon turning, Naruto instantly appeared beside the wooden sword. Swish. Golden light flashed once more, and Naruto's figure instantly appeared beside the wooden sword stuck on the edge of the stone monument to the right. He accurately grabbed the hilt of the wooden sword. As expected. A gleam flashed in Obito's eyes. Naruto had chosen the wooden sword's coordinates. The opponent had no other Flying Thunder God mark, and his kunai had already arrived. However, Naruto's reaction was faster than imaginable. The moment he grabbed the wooden sword, he flicked his wrist, the blade turning into a blurry arc of light. With a crisp ding, he accurately knocked the kunai thrown by Obito out of the air. While knocking away the kunai, Naruto suddenly exerted force with the arm holding the wooden sword, fiercely throwing it towards the center of the platform where Obito and Nagato were. The wooden sword spun, carrying a whistling wind, and shot straight towards the two. Obito snorted inwardly, preparing to swing his gunbai to swat it away. But Naruto's attack went far beyond this. The moment the wooden sword left his hand, Naruto's hands had already completed a dazzling sequence of hand seals in front of his chest. The speed was so fast it left afterimages. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Wood Release, Cutting Technique. Seeing that wooden sword flying in midair, the layer of special chakra that Naruto had pre-attached was suddenly activated. The wooden sword's blade instantly split and multiplied. 1 became 10, 10 became 100, 100 became 1,000. In the blink of an eye, thousands of wooden long swords, identical to the original one, were like a storm of death arrows exploding out of thin air, dense and overwhelming, covering the entire airspace in front of Obito and Nagato, shooting down with piercing shrieks. Each wooden sword contained sharp chakra, enough to easily pierce through rock. The wood release creation combined with the explosive quantity of the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. This was a saturation attack with an extremely large range, extremely high density, and both physical piercing and chakra damage. Facing this unavoidable rain of blades, Nagato stepped forward without hesitation, blocking in front of Obito and raising his untransformed left hand, palm facing outward. Shinra Tensei. The wooden swords were repelled, subsequently landing on the ground near and far, then piercing the ground and beginning to take root, turning into huge wooden spikes. The vast majority of the wooden swords were mercilessly repelled and shattered the instant they made contact with the Shinra Tensei repulsive force field. Wood chips scattered and flew like green snowflakes. The few wooden swords that broke through the outermost repulsive force and had slightly reduced speed were also completely pushed away by the subsequent repulsive wave. Shinra Tensei successfully defended against this seemingly unsolvable saturation attack. However, it seemed Naruto's attack still had a follow-up. Those wooden sword fragments or intact wooden swords that had been repelled by Shinra Tensei were not completely destroyed, and had scattered on the ground or stone monuments near and far around Obito and Nagato, did not stop moving after landing. They looked like seeds possessing life, their blades suddenly plunging into the hard stone surface of the Kamui dimension, and immediately after, they began to take root, sprout, and grow wildly at an astonishing speed. Crack, crack, crack. Sharp, thick, giant wooden spikes, like massive maces, broke out of the stone from the ground, from the sides of the stone monuments, and even from fragments that hadn't yet landed in the air, rapidly shooting upward. Go. Nagato's voice carried unquestionable decisiveness. He didn't hesitate in the slightest, reaching back and accurately grabbing Obito's shoulder. At the same time, he exerted force with his feet, using the temporary support and strength provided by Toby, and pulled Obito, leaping without hesitation towards the edge of the high platform, in the direction where the wooden spikes were relatively sparse and below which was a deeper region of cubic stone pillars. Their figures, like two trapped beasts driven into a desperate situation, plummeted rapidly from the edge of the high platform, narrowly avoiding the joint attack of the wildly growing wooden spikes behind them. The sharp wooden spikes grazed their clothing, kicking up a fierce whistling wind. Amidst the weightlessness of the fall, Nagato's brain was running at an astonishing speed. Using the 6 paths of pain had trained his super-strong information processing ability, and he himself was a 6-mind-in-one genius capable of precisely controlling the 6 paths of pain simultaneously and conducting 6-line combat. Even though he didn't have the 6 puppet clones at this moment, when fighting independently, that ultimate control over chakra, ninjutsu, and battlefield details, along with his multi-threaded thinking ability, were actually manifested even more vividly. Just now, when he used Shinra Tensei to repel the sky full of wooden swords, he wasn't just simply outputting repulsive force. He had split a portion of his mind and chakra to secretly attempt another thing. He had mobilized the Azura Path ability that had returned to his main body, and inside his body wrapped by Toby, he used the power of the Azura Path to construct a temporary, mechanical armor, and created 4 hands. He attempted to activate the Animal Path summoning jutsu, intending to summon other powerful spirit beasts to deal with the dangerous situation or assist in escaping. However, the result of the attempt made his heart sink. The previous spirit beasts, none of them can be summoned. Nagato's expression was ugly. He clearly perceived that the spiritual link and summoning contract between himself and those renegade spirit beasts, the multi-headed dog, giant crustacean, chameleon, giant bird, giant bull, and panda, had been severed. Was it sealed by those huge wooden figures? Nagato immediately thought of those huge wooden figures Naruto had summoned earlier on the hidden stone village battlefield that had fought fiercely with Pain's spirit beasts. In the end, he could only barely sense and summon 2 relatively ordinary spirit beasts, or rather, 2 spirit beasts with a slightly lower rank in the summoning sequence. Poof. Poof. 2 not too loud puffs of white smoke exploded below the trajectory of their fall. Summoning jutsu, rhinoceros. Summoning jutsu, centipede. Can I only summon these 2? A trace of helplessness flashed through Nagato's heart, but there was more of a strange, long-lost, sense of focus. In the past, when controlling the 6 paths of pain, although he could process 6 perspectives and 6 abilities simultaneously, his spirit was dispersed, and each pain was more like an independent terminal under his remote control. But now, all the Rinnegan abilities were gathered in one body, and all decisions, tactics, and chakra control were directly completed by his one and only brain. There was no delay, no information transmission loss, and no limitations from the performance of puppet bodies. Every release of ninjutsu, every mobilization of chakra, and every change in tactical intent was as smooth as commanding one's own arm. Is this the feeling of fighting alone? Nagato's Rinnegan flickered slightly in the falling wind. Although the situation was critical and his body was weak, he faintly regained a hint of that sense of purity from back in the days before he had created pain, when he fought side by side with Yahiko and Konan, the feeling of concentrating all power within himself and coordinating closely with companions. Of course, at this moment, there was only Obito, who had a complicated stance and was seriously injured, which could not be compared to the bonds of the past, but this mystery of absolute control over his own power and complete tactical autonomy gave him a unique experience. Perhaps, if his body were healthy, and he could be like this now, integrating all Rinnegan abilities and going into battle himself, and then coordinating with Konan and Yahiko. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. In the flash of his thoughts, the two had already landed on the broad and solid back of the rhinoceros below, temporarily stabilizing their figures. The huge centipede was swimming flexibly around them, vigilantly watching the edge of the high platform above, as well as those wooden spikes that might pursue them. Obito clutched the wound on his abdomen, his face even paler from blood loss and pain, but his eyes remained sinister. He glanced at Nagato beside him, then looked up towards the high platform, at that golden figure who was looking down at them. This guy is much more troublesome than expected. Obito said in a deep voice, "We don't need to kill him. After we get further away, we will use Kamui to escape from here. We can also avoid the opponent's clone outside." Nagato did not answer immediately. He stood on the rhinoceros's back and slowly raised his right hand. The laser cannon condensed and charged again, aiming at Naruto on the high platform. In the Rinnegan, the light of determination and paranoia recondensed. "I understand." Nagato's voice was hoarse and firm. "But before that, at least make him pay a price." Above on the high platform, Naruto looked down at the two who had landed on the rhinoceros's back, as well as the swimming centipede, with not much ripple on his face. He gently flexed his wrist, a light of contemplation flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. Multitasking and independent combat are indeed much more flexible than controlling puppets. Naruto commented in a low voice, "However, that is all. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 326, Chapter 326, The Truth Behind the Infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 326, The Truth Behind the Infinite Tsukuyomi. A spear formed in Naruto's hand, and then he jumped down as well. While diving, Naruto's cold and clear voice, like the bell of judgment, rang throughout the Kamui dimension. Instead of cowering in a fake dream world, you should build and change this real world with your own hands. False is false, it will never become real. Besides, Obito, you have no idea about the truth behind the Infinite Tsukuyomi." Naruto's words were like a heavy hammer, striking at Obito's spiritual defenses. The Infinite Tsukuyomi is not some genjutsu that grants eternal peace and happiness. It is a technique developed by the Six-Path Sage's mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya, to transform ordinary people into white zetsu in order to stockpile an army to fight against other members of the Otsutsuki clan. Naruto's voice suddenly rose, carrying the coldness of revealing a cruel truth. After using the Infinite Tsukuyomi, the caster and other owners of the Rinnegan will not enter that so-called happy illusion. They will only stand high above, watching coldly as the entire world turns into a factory for white zetsu, with all human consciousness imprisoned in a fake dream, while their physical bodies are converted into white zetsu by the divine tree. The eternal peace you seek is essentially turning everyone into ignorant, unfeeling living batteries and tools of war that can be driven at will. Stop spouting nonsense. Obito sternly interrupted Naruto's speech, his voice beneath the mask trembling slightly due to anger and some indescribable panic. The truth Naruto revealed was completely contrary to the core of the Eye of the Moon plan that he believed in and pursued. He could not accept it, and even less was he willing to believe it. How could a teenager like you know about these ancient secrets that were not even recorded on the Uchiha stone tablet? This must be a lie you fabricated to shake my will. Obito forced himself to steady his mind, arming his wavering belief with doubt. Besides, even if I cannot enter that genjutsu world. Obito's voice lowered, carrying a murmur of almost paranoid self-hypnosis. At least, in that world, Rin, Grandma, Minato-sensei, they are all still alive, all still living happily. At least, the me in the genjutsu world can still be by their side. That is enough, that is enough. At least those who enter the Infinite Tsukuyomi world can spend a happy life. His words exposed the most fragile, reality-avoiding side of his inner self. He truly believed that world was perfect, and he could not bear the pain of loss, preferring to hide in an illusory dream he had woven himself, even knowing it might be fake, where he could possess his loved ones. However, so what if he couldn't enter the dream himself and had to remain in this painful world? If everyone entered the world of the Infinite Tsukuyomi, then there would be no more turmoil in the ninja world. Heh. Facing Obito's skepticism and self-comfort, Naruto, having landed on the ground, let out a chuckle tinged with mockery. Then take a guess. In Naruto's right eye, the mysterious and majestic red six-tomo Rinnegan pattern suddenly faded like a tide, returning to the most basic blue, multi-layered circular form of a normal Rinnegan. How did I get this Rinnegan that can switch forms? Naruto's voice carried the calmness of revealing a shocking secret. Because the Otsutsuki clan has already begun to invade this world. One of them, named Otsutsuki Urashiki, used a treasure that can travel through time, the plow, to come from the future, intending to seize the tailed beast and chakra fruit of this era. Naruto's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, landing on some non-existent enemy. And this pair of Rinnegan of mine was dug out with my own hands from the eye sockets of Otsutsuki Urashiki from the future timeline. From him, not only did I seize the eyes, but I also read what happened later. including the truth about the Infinite Tsukuyomi, Kagaya's ambition, including the true identity of Black Zetsu. Once these words were spoken, it was like dropping a bombshell into the Kamui dimension. Nagato's pupils shrank, and Obito's body shook violently, his only exposed right eye filled with unbelievable horror. Naruto did not wait for them to digest this information, speaking faster and with sharper words, piercing like a scalpel into the link they relied on most and which was most likely to have problems. So, Nagato, Obito, the path you have chosen has been wrong from the beginning. You have been misled. You have been used. Black Zetsu, that black shadow who has always claimed to be the will of Uchiha Madara, and has been assisting, or rather, manipulating, you. Its true identity is not the will of Madara at all. Naruto said every word clearly, his voice resolute. It is the manifestation of the last bit of will and chakra that Otsutsuki Kagaya separated before being sealed. It is a backup plan and a pawn buried by Kagaya that spans a millennium to liberate herself. His gaze was like lightning, piercing straight at Obito. Obito, do you think you are inheriting the will of Uchiha Madara to carry out the great Eye of the Moon plan? Heh. Naruto let out an undisguised, sarcastic scoff. You are just a fool who has been played in the palm of Black Zetsu's hand, working for it for free, yet thinking you are so smart. Shut up, right and wrong, we will verify it later ourselves. Nagato launched an attack again, as a huge rhinoceros and a centipede rushed toward Naruto. Even if the Infinite Tsukuyomi is indeed an evil scam as you say. Nagato's voice came along with the attack, carrying a stubborn rebuttal. Then the path you advocate, using force to forcibly unify the ninja world and establish a powerful empire led by Hidden Leaf Village, is nothing more than a bigger joke. You can rely on absolute power to temporarily suppress all opponents and sit on the throne of the ruler. However, the ninja world is so vast, and human hearts are so complex. Nagato's Rinnegan locked onto Naruto, his words bombarding like a barrage. As long as your rule relaxes in the slightest, as long as time passes and the strong change, those who consider themselves capable, ambitious, or those who are unwilling and oppressed by you, will spring up like mushrooms after rain. They will launch rebellions, fight for power, and once again drag the hard-won unified ninja world into a more bloody, more chaotic civil war and division. There has never been unification in history, but there have been countless wars between countries, and wars of restoration. Your path is just repeating the cycle of the old world, using a short-lived, forceful peace in exchange for more violent turmoil in the future. The attacks of the rhinoceros and the centipede were close at hand. The wooden spear and the rhinoceros horn were about to collide. Who said that after unification by force, one can sit back and relax? Lightning attribute chakra attached to the spear. Naruto's voice, amidst the roaring wind and thunder and the beast's roar, remained clear and powerful, carrying an insight and confidence that transcended the era. Just as the tip of the Wind Thunder spear was about to collide with the rhinoceros horn, Naruto's wrist flicked with extreme finesse, and the trajectory of the spear tip shifted in an imperceptible yet perfectly precise way. Puchi. The spear wrapped in lightning did not clash hard with the hard rhinoceros horn, but like a poisonous snake, it pierced with extreme precision into the rhinoceros's huge eyeball, which was exposed in the front due to the charge, at a tricky angle. The rhinoceros itself was already dead and had no sense of pain. So it could continue to charge. And at almost the same time, after Naruto jumped onto the back of the rhinoceros, a giant hand made entirely of highly condensed golden chakra grew on his back. This golden giant hand opened its 5 fingers, carrying majestic chakra pressure and unparalleled power, meeting the giant centipede that was biting from the side and back head-on. Bang! The golden giant hand grabbed the centipede's hideous head. The centipede struggled madly, countless limbs cutting on the chakra arm, making harsh friction sounds and sparks, and venom splashed, but it could not shake this giant hand made of pure energy at all. The giant hand's 5 fingers suddenly closed, pinching the centipede's carapace until it made a crack sound, almost crushing its head. The centipede's body twisted wildly, but it could not break free. Having resolved the pincer attack in one fell swoop, Naruto leisurely continued to respond to Nagato's questioning. He stood on the edge of the slightly swaying rhinoceros back, his tone calm and carrying a hint of disdain. Do you think I risked being the enemy of the entire ninja world to launch a war of unification just to conquer a piece of territory like the daimyos of ancient times, and then guard it until I am overthrown by a successor? Too naive, Nagato. Naruto's gaze seemed to pierce through the Kamui dimension, seeing further places. Force is just a means. It is the sword used to conquer the world, used to break the shackles of the old era and clear the obstacles to unification. And before the war began, even earlier, I had already let people start preparing. The planning of brand new infrastructure construction such as roads, bridges, and communication networks covering the entire ninja world. And, most importantly, Naruto's voice deepened, the brand new textbooks and educational systems that are being compiled and promoted, advocating great unification and national identity. What I want to do is not just to suppress the body with force, but to use ideas, systems, and tangible common interests to truly fuse the originally divided countries, clans, and ninja villages into a community of shared future where blood is connected and we share weal and woe. Force is the vanguard that paves the way, and education is the foundation of governance. I will sow the seeds of unified thought in the hearts of the next generation, making them identify with, we are a whole, from childhood, rather than, you are from the land of fire, and I am from the land of earth. When everyone realizes that the benefits brought by peace, unification, and development far outweigh the division, turmoil, and internal friction, when the concept of a nation is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and when betraying unification is seen as betraying the interests of all compatriots. Naruto looked directly at Nagato, with a firm light flashing in his eyes. Only then will those, ambitious people, you worry about lose the soil to breed, and only then will they be consciously resisted and spurned by the vast majority of people. Only then will the foundation of unification be truly stable. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 327, Chapter 327, Even Heroes Have a Weakness for Beauties. Chapter 327, Even Heroes Have a Weakness for Beauties. What is driving you? What drives someone like you, who possesses world-destroying power at such a young age and could have lived a life of leisure, to instead take the massive risk of making the whole world your enemy just to plot and launch this seemingly impossible unification war? Obito spoke each word deliberately, throwing out several seemingly mundane yet core motivations. Is it for fame? So that future history books will record you as the 6th Hokage who unified the ninja world and ushered in a golden age? Or is it for power? To enjoy the thrill of having everything under your control? Or perhaps, Obito's gaze sharpened, as if he had grasped a certain possibility. Is it for a beauty? As he uttered the word beauty, Obito's gaze locked onto Naruto's face intensely and without concealment, specifically watching his eyes and micro-expressions. He seemed to want to verify a suspicion from Naruto's reaction. And Naruto, upon hearing the option of beauty, saw the muscles in his face twitch ever so slightly. Though the change was fleeting, fast enough to be almost uncatchable, Obito, who had been staring intently, still keenly captured that momentary anomaly. As I thought. Obito's heart stirred as if he had found a breakthrough, and a slightly mocking, knowing smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He immediately pursued this line of thought, his voice carrying the certainty of someone who had seen through to the truth. It's for that Uchiha girl, isn't it? Her wish is for the ninja world to be unified, to completely end the chaos of war and create a peaceful world, right? So you're willing to pay any price, even starting a war, just to realize her ideal. To win a beauty's smile. To prove your feelings for her. As an Uchiha who appeared to be only in her teens, it was only natural for Uchiha Hikari to have experienced loss and thus yearn for peace and unity. As for how she experienced that loss, don't ask Obito. After all, he had a hand in the night of the clan massacre. To Obito, it seemed entirely possible, even romantic, for Naruto to strive so hard for the wish of his beloved, even to the point of making the world his enemy. However, facing Obito's seemingly reasonable guess, Naruto shook his head, a somewhat comical and self-deprecating expression appearing on his face. No. He answered very bluntly. Then what is it? Obito frowned, and Nagato also cast a questioning look. Naruto sighed, appearing a bit embarrassed to speak. But in the end, he used a tone that was half serious and half joking to give an answer that instantly turned both Obito and Nagato to stone. Actually, my main goal is... He paused, seemingly weighing his words, before speaking in a casual tone as if discussing what to have for dinner. To marry several wives. Question mark. Masaka, is this a genjutsu? Since when? The certainty and mockery on Obito's face froze instantly, turning into a picture of utter confusion and shock. He even wondered if he was hallucinating, or if he had fallen under a genjutsu, question mark. Nagato's Rinnegan lost its focus at this moment, as if he had heard some otherworldly sound that transcended the realm of understanding. Naruto seemed to have long expected this reaction from the two. He spread his hands and continued in that, you wouldn't understand, tone. Look, according to the current general rules and moral concepts of the ninja world, a man, especially one with some status, would be seen as greedy for beauty and lacking in private virtue if he openly wanted to marry multiple wives. And the girls I like might be hurt by rumors. But... He changed the subject, a light of wisdom flashing in his eyes, as long as my public merit is high enough, people will naturally stand on my side and speak for me. People will only sing praises of my great achievements and view me as the hero who saved the world. As for having a few more female companions, that's just a romantic anecdote of a hero's passion, perhaps even passed down as a charming tale. History is always exceptionally lenient toward the victors, isn't it? So, unifying the ninja world and establishing a new order isn't just for some noble ideals. I have my own selfish motives too. Naruto rubbed his chin, looking at the two completely stunned men with a gaze that said, you get it now, right? using the brilliance of public merit to cover up the tiny bit of deficiency in private virtue. Obito. Nagato. Is this guy really human? The same question surfaced in both their minds simultaneously. Naruto's way of thinking, his logic, and even the goals he pursued all carried a sense of otherness that was hard to fathom with common sense. His unimaginably powerful strength, his familiarity with ancient secrets as if they were his own, the grand and detailed blueprint he drew for the future. All of this had originally constructed an image akin to a myth or a devil king. But now, one of the core drivers of this image was suddenly revealed by himself to be something like wanting to marry a few more wives. The kind of statement full of low-level desires and vulgar fantasies that only a drunkard in a roadside tavern would boast about. You guy, your words are so sharp and your methods so ruthless, yet when asked about your dream, it's a total red light district speech. This bizarre combination of the extreme noble and the extreme vulgar caused a strong cognitive dissonance in Obito and Nagato. It was as absurd as seeing a majestic statue of a god suddenly open its mouth and say its greatest wish was to eat 3 meals of braised pork every day. Forget about after the unification, Obito felt that even if Naruto went to Hayashi right now and said he wanted both his daughters, Hayashi would likely not refuse. At most, Hayashi might mention that Hanabi is still young and ask if it could be delayed by 2 years. Because Naruto's strength was powerful enough to suppress everything. And the ninja world's worship of the strong and of style was very high. Uchiha Madara wasn't recognized purely because an even stronger Senju Hashirama existed. And he didn't have much to talk about. Hashirama had a wife, so people could gossip about Hashirama's private affairs and such. But Madara was an old bachelor with no scandals involving women. His wanted poster was his family photo, what was there to talk about? After Hashirama died, Madara was taken more seriously by later generations, but the people living in that era focused more on Hashirama, the strongest of the time. Only those who treated Madara as an enemy would understand his power. Similarly, the current Obito and Nagato were on the verge of despair facing Naruto. Damn it, give it everything. Conventional methods can't defeat him, so seal him away. Thinking this, Nagato raised his right hand, a pitch-black gravitational core condensing in his palm. Chibaku Tensei. The black gravitational core in Nagato's palm, like a ferocious beast breaking free from its shackles, suddenly shot toward Naruto's position. The speed wasn't particularly fast, but the terrifying gravitational field it emitted instantly enveloped a large area with it at the center. Centered on that black gravitational core, an irresistible, terrifying suction, as if coming from the depths of the earth, erupted. Broken stones and dust floating in the surrounding space, wood chips left from the previous battle, and even the fallen rhino and centipede. Everything, under the influence of this overwhelming gravity, was snatched as if by an invisible giant hand, frantically flying and adhering toward the black core. The floor and walls of the Kamui dimension, composed of countless cubic stone monuments, also began to crack and decompose under this force. Huge stone blocks were forcefully torn and stripped from their bases, turning into larger meteors that accelerated toward the gravitational core. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 328, Chapter 328, Rinnegan equals Juicer. Chapter 328, Rinnegan equals Juicer. The weakness of Chibaku Tensei is quite obvious, the gravitational sphere in the center can be destroyed. Rasengan. A black Rasengan condensed in Naruto's hand, which he then threw toward the gravitational sphere in the sky. I've got it. At the critical moment when Naruto was fully focused on controlling the Rasengan, attempting to destroy the core of Chibaku Tensei in one blow, a hoarse voice filled with resolute killing intent rang out almost right against his ear. A figure suddenly lunged out. It was Nagato, who had looked exhausted just moments ago. Nagato's right hand once again gripped a black rod as he stabbed toward Naruto. With a desperate madness in his eyes, he poured all his remaining strength into this thrust. The black rod was like a venomous dragon emerging from its cave, piercing toward Naruto's vitals with a sharp whistling sound. Clang. A crisp, ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. Naruto didn't even look back, as if he had expected it, he simply raised his right hand. In the palm of his right hand, a black rod of the same material instantly took shape. The tips of the two black rods collided, erupting in dazzling sparks and a harsh grinding noise. The powerful recoil sent a violent tremor through Nagato's arm. His already weakened body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, he groaned, and blood leaked from his mouth. Only then did Naruto slowly turn his head, glancing at the shocked and unwilling Nagato out of the corner of his eye, a mocking curve forming on his lips. A sneak attack. Too bad your body is too weak right now. Before he could finish, another change occurred. Then what about the second person? A cold voice came from directly above Naruto's head. It was Obito. Upon seeing Naruto use Rasengan, Obito had jumped up, using the suction of Bansho Tenin before the Rasengan destroyed the gravitational sphere to reach the space above Naruto's head. Obito's right hand tightly gripped a wooden spike. Wood release, cutting technique. Obito let out a low growl, pouring all his strength and chakra into the wooden spike. Like a hunting falcon diving headfirst, he thrust the spike down toward the crown of Naruto's head. The angle was tricky and the speed was immense. Combined with Nagato's previous sneak attack, it formed a sophisticated pincer attack from above and below, a lethal combo. This strike was meant to be decisive. However, facing this fatal attack from above, Naruto's expression didn't even flicker. He didn't even look up, merely whispering in a nearly indifferent tone. A second person. Just a stray dog on the roadside. In Naruto's eyes, these two were just the double district brothers. The moment the words fell, a massive golden chakra hand erupted from Naruto's shoulder blades, lunging upward to grab the diving Obito. The giant hand spread its fingers, covering a wide area. Obito's diving figure seemed to crash right into its palm. Obito didn't panic at all. Kamui. He roared in his heart, the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye spinning wildly. The golden giant hand, with power enough to crush mountains, passed right through his intangible body, grasping at empty air. But Obito's goal wasn't just to evade. His form appeared to be in the Kamui dimension, but he was actually outside. In the outside world, chakra exploded under his feet as he found a foothold on a protruding rock and kicked off forcefully. Swish. In the next instant, before the outside clone's attack could land, his figure returned to the Kamui dimension once more through Kamui. As soon as he returned to the Kamui dimension, Obito didn't even pause to breathe. His right arm muscles bulged as he hurled the wooden spike in his hand toward the back of Naruto's heart. Die. The wooden spike cut through the air with a shrill whistle, aiming straight for Naruto's heart. Naruto's right eye changed back to the red six tomo. These eyes drained chakra far too aggressively. No wonder Kakashi was always low on mana with just one Sharingan. Now, Naruto was enduring the terrifying suction of both the Mangekyo and the Rinnegan, feeling his chakra being constantly drained. Urashiki really is a piece of trash. How starved did he leave these eyes? Fighting you two isn't interesting anymore. I'm bored, I'm done playing. A spatial rift opened, and Naruto stepped back into Yamatsu Hirasaka, reappearing where Obito was falling. A wooden sword condensed in his hand once again. Wind-natured chakra flowed over the blade like a physical substance, forming a layer of azure wind blades as thin as a cicada's wing. Puffed. The first strike was as fast as lightning. The wooden sword, coated in wind blades, swept horizontally across Obito's waist at a speed difficult for the naked eye to track. The peerlessly sharp wind chakra cut Obito's body in half at the waist without resistance. Under the influence of inertia and the momentum of the blade, his upper and lower halves separated instantly. Arg. The intense pain caused Obito to let out a short scream, his eyes filled with unbelievable horror and despair. However, Naruto's movements didn't pause for a second. After slicing through the waist, the wooden sword swung upward in one smooth motion. Slash. The second strike followed immediately. The blade swept from bottom to top, accurately passing through Obito's neck. The head, wearing an expression of pain and shock, was instantly severed from the neck, tracing a parabola as it fell toward the crumbling ground below. Bifurcated. Decapitated. 2 strikes, clean and efficient, cold and ruthless, as if he had merely sliced through 2 pieces of dead wood. No, it wasn't as if. Naruto's expression changed. This thing wasn't Obito. If Obito were dead, Naruto could have simply taken his eye and used Kamui to leave, then killed Nagato later at his leisure. But it seemed he needed to stall for a while to refine some more chakra. After all, those Otsutsuki bastards ate the 10 tails to recover chakra. Even the 9-tailed was starting to struggle with this level of consumption. I'll go borrow some chakra from Shikaku and Son Goku in a bit. This Rinnegan is practically a juicer. The saying, only an exhausted ox, never a worn-out field, really doesn't lie. Obito's remains fell limply toward the ground below. Obito. A scream of extreme terror rang out. It wasn't Nagato, but Tobi, the white Zetsu wrapping around Nagato's body. Tobi wanted to get off Nagato to catch Obito, but he was held down by a hand. As soon as he appeared, Obito didn't hesitate for a moment, not even having time to feel relief or anger. The previous feint was done by a wood clone he had hidden behind a stone monument. With the wood clone drawing the attention of the 3, he finally had the chance to come here and take Nagato away. Let's go. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to. As he spoke, the Mangekyo pattern in his right eye spun wildly. The Kamui spatial vortex activated once more, instantly swallowing him and the Nagato he was holding, pulling them into the portal to the other dimension. They were clearly preparing to completely flee this Kamui dimension, which had become extremely dangerous and was now entirely under Naruto's control. The Kamui ability was essentially half useless now. Uzumaki Naruto would definitely leave shadow clones in the Kamui dimension. If he were unlucky enough to be ambushed by a shadow clone while using Kamui in the future, it would be over. The spatial vortex shrank rapidly, and the 2 figures were about to vanish completely. Seeing the two leave, Naruto actually breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately plucked out the Rinnegan and Sharingan, swapping them back for his own eyes. If he kept using the Rinnegan, he'd probably end up with a skeletal physique like Nagato's. Then Naruto began to review the battle. Don't they know how to play quite well? Staying calm in a crisis, preparing a backup plan, luring the enemy in, and making a strategic escape. He counted the subtleties of Obito's maneuvers just now. Did he suddenly get smarter? Or is it that, pushed to a dead end, this Ken, too, fellow finally decided to use his brain? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 329, Chapter 329, The Tree Planting Duo. Chapter 329, The Tree Planting Duo. Land of Rain. Nagato and Obito returned to Amigakure in a sorry state. Obito, regarding those Hashirama cells you mentioned, if I transplant them, can I really regain a healthy body? Yeah. Obito put back on the tiger stripe mask he had used before. He looked at Nagato seriously. The Mangekyo Sharingan inevitably leads its user down the path of blindness, especially when its dojutsu are overused. The more they are used, the faster the eyes go blind. I've used Kamui for over a decade, and the reason I haven't gone blind yet is because of the Hashirama cells. Transplanting Hashirama cells will not only repair your riddled body, which has been overtaxed by the Rinnegan and the Geto statue, allowing you to regain health and vitality, but it might even make you stronger. More importantly, it will allow you to use the power of the Rinnegan without restraint, without worrying about your body collapsing or suffering a backlash. This is currently your only possible path to catching up to or even surpassing that monster. Obito's words were like a key, unlocking the final door of hesitation in Nagato's heart. He closed his eyes, and Naruto's figure flashed through his mind again, that posture as he effortlessly dismantled every attack, that arrogance of not even deigning to fight seriously. And Yahiko's broken body, Konan's despairing eyes when she fell into Tsukuyomi. It couldn't go on like this. He snapped his eyes open, a look of decisive ruthlessness flashing in his Rinnegan. Perform the transplant on me. Nagato's voice was still raspy, but exceptionally firm. Without a healthy body, everything is just empty talk. If even standing is a struggle, how can one fight? How can one seek revenge? Nagato finally decided to transplant Hashirama cells in exchange for a healthy body, otherwise, he would never be able to defeat Naruto in this lifetime. Naruto was already this powerful even before reaching the peak growth period of a ninja's strength, while Nagato was already a middle-aged man whose body would only get worse in the coming years. Also, don't let that guy know. Obito fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. In fact, doubts about Black Zetsu had already existed in his own heart. Naruto's words only intensified that suspicion. Besides, if Nagato could truly regain health and increase his strength through the Hashirama cell transplant, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for them, as they were currently short-handed and in dire need of power. They were all using each other anyway, so things like deception didn't matter at all. Fine. Toby, I'm counting on you. Even Obito didn't know how to transplant Hashirama cells, because Madara had been the one to do it for him back then. And given Madara's physical state at the time, he clearly hadn't done it himself. It could only have been White Zetsu. Leave it to me, Obito. Toby's head grew out of Nagato's chest, and then he wrapped himself around Nagato again. Hidden Stone Village. After a brief rest, Naruto reinstalled the Kamui Sharingan and returned here. Is this the piece you said you would bring? A civilian stepped forward and questioned him. Look at the streets destroyed because of your battle. Naruto looked at him, and as the Kamui in his left eye activated, a spatial vortex directly blew the man's head off. He really didn't have the energy to waste words on these people. Seeing Naruto kill someone, the people of Hidden Stone Village, who were originally filled with righteous indignation, immediately lost their nerve. Then you'll have to ask that Tsuchikage, he spent over 200 million to hire these people to kill me. With that, Naruto unfurled the scroll the IWA ninja had given him and threw it toward the crowd. Fortunately, he had a trick up his sleeve. Having many scrolls on him, he had used a sleight of hand to burn a blank scroll instead, preserving the evidence. As expected, one cannot view the humans of the ninja world with the logic of normal people. These guys actually dared to pressure Naruto after seeing him fight off the invaders. Naruto didn't plan to slaughter the village, but he didn't plan to take the blame either. Then Naruto looked at Uchiha Hikari. Hikari, let's go. Next stop is the Land of Rain. As for the Land of Wind, Shodai and the others should have settled things there. Naruto was curious why the wood clone that went to the Land of Wind with the first Hokage hadn't sent back any news yet. But the priority now was still going to the Land of Rain. Hikari nodded, then pointed to Konan, who was tied up on the ground nearby. How should we handle her? Konan's chakra had already been sealed by the Sunagakure sealing team, but Hikari insisted on letting Naruto decide how to deal with her upon his return. She felt that Naruto would definitely be interested in Konan's paper release. Bring her along. Naruto glanced at Konan. Her paper release was likely a secret technique similar to the Ino, Shika, Cho trios, though it could also be a bloodline limit. Naruto had already mastered the extremes of yang, fire, water, and wind release. He only needed lightning and earth bloodline limits, plus the Mangekyo being cultivated by Orochimaru, to attempt the Kekii Mora. According to what the Great Toad Sage had hinted, he should be able to reach 6 paths level strength through this. Of course, it wasn't absolute, but without trying, he would never be able to take that step further. As the saying goes, those with 6 paths strength don't necessarily master Kekii Mora, but those who master Kekii Mora are definitely at the 6 paths level. He had to hurry while he was still young, energetic, and sharp-minded. All right. Hearing this, Susanu's skeletal frame emerged around Hikari, and a red skeletal hand picked Konan up. Lord Hokage. Seeing the two about to leave, Kitsuchi suddenly spoke up. Suma-mason. He pressed his large hands onto the backs of his father and daughter, and the 3 generations bowed together toward Naruto. Please forgive my father. When he issued the commission to the Akatsuki organization, we were still in a hostile position. Now that Hidden Stone Village is a vassal of Hidden Leaf Village, please show mercy to my father and the villagers here. Enough, enough. There won't be Otsutsuki anymore. Naruto waved his hand. I'll leave Hidden Stone Village to you from now on, Kitsuchi. Let Inoki retire for now, we might have a use for him later. By the way, round up that 230 million intended for the Akatsuki organization to an even 300 million and have it sent to the Hokage office in Hidden Leaf Village. Infrastructure will cost a lot of money in the future. When the time comes, the ninjas of Hidden Stone Village and Inoki will all have to go to work. With the ninjas of Hidden Stone Village and Inoki around, building roads will be much more convenient in the future. After dealing with Amigakure and Sunagakure, I'll return to Hidden Leaf Village to rest for a while. With Otsutsuki Ishiki still hiding in the shadows, Naruto had to ensure he had the ability to escape if he faced Ishiki. He hoped he would never see the day he had to use Baryon mode against an enemy. Meanwhile, in Sunagakure, Temari and Maki, Bakura's apprentice, brought water to Naruto's clone and Hashirama. Lord Naruto, Shodai-sama, please take a break. Thanks. The wood clone accepted the water without ceremony and drank deeply, as did Hashirama. There was no thirst for food or water in their eyes, only the satisfaction that comes after labor. The two of them were currently in the desert of the Land of Wind, using wood release and water release to plant trees and expand oases, creating more environments suitable for human survival in the desert. While the two were drinking water, Temari opened the lunch boxes. It smells so good. Hashirama sniffed the air and then took his portion. The desert in the Land of Wind was vast, and Sunagakure had quickly folded after the two arrived. At the request of the ninjas and civilians of Sunagakure, the two began using wood release for reforestation. The people of Sunagakure provided logistics for the two and sent troops to stabilize the surrounding small nations. Hashirama had told the clone, I just couldn't say no after seeing the expectant looks in the people's eyes. Let's start by creating a few oases from Sunagakure to the daimyo's mansion. So Hashirama and Naruto's clone planted trees, and then Naruto's clone used large amounts of water condensed via water release for irrigation. Because water is so scarce in the desert, water release consumed even more chakra, and it had taken the two of them this long just to create 2 oases. Furthermore, the oases required subsequent maintenance by the people of Sunagakure. It wasn't a one-and-done deal. Labor is good, these days are truly fulfilling. Hashirama laughed as he ate heartily. Old man Hashirama, did we forget something? As Naruto's clone ate, he suddenly felt like he might have forgotten something, but he just couldn't remember what it was. I don't think so. Hashirama scratched his head. He really enjoyed the labor here and liked the simplicity of the people. For a moment, he really couldn't think of what they might have forgotten. Hurry up and eat. After we finish, we'll have a few Sunagakure ninjas go to Hidden Leaf Village to check on the situation outside and wait for your main body's next orders. You got it. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 330, Returning to the Village. Chapter 330, Returning to the Village. 1 week later. Hidden Leaf Village. Sunlight filtered through the fresh leaves, casting dappled shadows across the clean streets. The newly carved faces on the Hokage rock gleamed in the sunlight. Naruto pushed open the door to his home, returning to the familiar courtyard with Hikari and Karen. The courtyard was neatly maintained and filled with many more flowers. Judging by the arrangement, it was likely Ino's handiwork. The trip to the Hidden Rain Village didn't turn out exactly as expected. When they arrived at that steel city perpetually shrouded in rain, what greeted them was an empty, deathly silent nest that seemed completely hollowed out. The core members of the Akatsuki organization had vanished without a trace. Nagato, Obito, Zetsu, along with any possible remaining remnants, had seemingly evaporated, leaving behind no valuable clues or traces of resistance. Naruto didn't stay in the Hidden Rain Village for long. After a thorough search to ensure no valuable information or traps were missed, he reorganized the rain ninja forces within the village that belonged to Akatsuki. He also supported a relatively neutral and cooperative faction to maintain order temporarily, officially bringing the Hidden Rain village under the jurisdiction of the Hidden Leaf village-led New Order. As for Konan, Naruto had handed her over to Jiraiya. After all, she was Jiraiya's disciple, so it was only fitting to leave her with him. Later, when he had the time, Naruto would need to ask her what exactly was going on with her paper release. Kushina was overjoyed to see the three of them return. Naruto. Uzumaki Kushina, wearing an apron and brandishing a spatula, rushed out like a fiery red whirlwind. Her face was originally brimming with a joyful smile, but the moment she saw Naruto's face clearly, that smile was instantly replaced by deep heartache and worry. She stepped forward quickly, almost pressing her face against Naruto's to examine him closely, her voice rising unconsciously. Naruto. How did you get so thin? And you look terrible. Kushina's brow furrowed tightly, her fingers unconsciously gripping the handle of the spatula. Did you not take care of yourself at all while you were away? Were you just busy fighting again, skipping meals and not getting enough sleep? Listening to Kushina's nagging, Naruto smiled and humored her while shooting a glance at Karen. Karen immediately understood and threw herself into Kushina's arms. I missed you so much, Aunt Kushina. All right, Mom, I'm really fine. I'm just a bit tired. He rubbed his temples, putting on a weary expression. I'm going to go sleep for a while. I'll just grab something to eat myself when I wake up. With that, he waved casually toward Kushina and Karen, then turned and headed straight for his room. Once he had rested, he would have to find a way to figure out what exactly had gone wrong with his clone in the Land of Wind. If he were to dispel the clone directly, he was a bit worried about Hashirama. Hashirama's personality meant he was simply too easy to fool. Naruto felt that if the people of the Land of Wind asked him to turn the desert into an oasis, he would probably agree to it. Kushina watched her son's retreating back as he headed to his room and opened her mouth as if to say more. But seeing Naruto's exhausted state and then looking down at Karen, who was watching her with expectant eyes, she eventually swallowed her words and let out a pained sigh. That boy, honestly, he pushes himself too hard. She shook her head and smiled at Karen. Karen, come, tell me all about what happened on your trip. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Having successfully made his escape, Naruto entered his room and gently closed the door behind him. The room was filled with the familiar scent of sun-dried bedding and a faint hint of floral fragrance. He took off his outer robe and hung it casually on the rack, then walked to the bed and, with a sense of indulgent relaxation, threw himself heavily onto the soft bedding. As his body sank into the familiar support, exhaustion surged like a tide, and his eyelids began to grow heavy. However, just as his consciousness was about to drift into sleep, he felt a slight, almost imperceptible dip at the edge of the mattress. Immediately after, a familiar scent quietly drew near. Naruto didn't open his eyes, but his senses clearly told him who it was. Maintaining his position lying flat, he just tilted his head slightly and cracked his eyes open a sliver to look toward the bedside. Uchiha Hikari had entered the room silently at some point and was now sitting quietly by his bed. She held the hair tie Naruto had given her earlier and was combing through her hair with one hand. Her profile looked serene and beautiful in the afternoon light filtering through the window. Hearing Naruto's slight movement and seeing his half-open eyes, Hikari stopped drying her hair and turned her head, her calm gaze meeting his questioning look. Hikari? What are you? Naruto's voice was a bit muffled, carrying the lethargy of having just laid down and a hint of confusion. Shouldn't she be outside with his mother and Karen? Or resting in her own room? Hikari looked at him, her black eyes clear and devoid of any superfluous emotion, as she stated calmly. It's nothing. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the genuine traces of fatigue on his face, and her voice softened further. Just sleep. Having said that, she turned back and resumed arranging her long hair with gentle, rhythmic movements. She showed no intention of leaving and offered no further explanation, just sitting there quietly like a silent, beautiful sculpture standing guard. Silence returned to the room, broken only by the faint sound of the towel rubbing against her hair and the distant, peaceful bustle of a hidden leaf village afternoon outside the window. Sunlight filtered through the window frames, casting warm patches on the floor as dust motes drifted in the air. Naruto watched Hikari's serene profile and felt her silent yet tangible presence, causing the last bit of doubt and tension in his heart to quietly dissipate. He understood what she meant. She just wanted to be here, with him, while he rested. Perhaps it was a typical Uchiha-style awkward way of showing concern, or maybe she needed a quiet place to sort out her own thoughts, or perhaps, she simply wanted to stay by his side. He didn't ask again, nor did he send her away. He simply closed his eyes once more, allowing exhaustion and sleepiness to pull him into darkness. A second before sinking completely into slumber, he vaguely heard Hikari's low voice, as if talking to herself or responding to him. I'll go help Auntie with the cooking in a bit. Subsequently, his consciousness faded away completely. In the room, only the boy's steady, long breaths remained, along with the gentle silhouette of the girl sitting quietly by the bed, combing her hair. The afternoon sun moved slowly, enveloping the two figures in a warm, quiet halo, as if time itself had slowed down and become peaceful. After Naruto fell asleep, Hikari stopped arranging her hair and reached out to pinch his face, but she didn't follow through. Forget it. If I ask him when he wakes up, he'll definitely let me pinch him anyway. Let him sleep for now. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 331, Chapter 331 Naruto, huh? Chapter 331 Naruto, huh? This sleep was unusually deep and peaceful. Consciousness was like sinking into a silent seabed, all external sounds, lights, and troubles were cut off. No enemies to guard against, no schemes to calculate, no majestic posture to maintain, only rest. Perhaps the days of travel and fierce battles had exhausted too much spiritual energy, or perhaps the environment of home brought an absolute sense of security. He slept without any defenses, even rarely without any dreams. Not knowing how much time had passed, consciousness finally surfaced like a bubble, slowly rising and gradually becoming clear. When Naruto woke up, the room was shrouded in darkness. Heavy curtains were drawn, with only a faint, gray light filtering through the gaps at the edges, barely outlining the furniture. He raised his right hand and rubbed his still sleepy eyes with his palm, trying to dispel the remaining drowsiness. Looking outside through the gap in the window, the sky was a gloomy lead gray, with no sign of the sun, only a uniform, oppressive dim light. Is it a cloudy day? He thought vaguely. His brain slowly began to function, and the sensations of his body gradually returned. He lifted the soft quilt off himself and sat up. The slight air current caused by the quilt sliding off made him feel a hint of chill, and it also made him more clearly aware of the abnormality in his body. The clothes on his body seemed to have become much looser. He looked down at the clothes on his body that were originally well-fitting. Now, the collar hung loosely open, revealing the outlines of his collarbone and chest beneath, which were noticeably thinner than in his memory. The sleeves were also a bit loose. When he moved his arms, the sensation of the fabric rubbing against his skin became exceptionally distinct. Naruto extended his arm, examining it carefully in the dim light. The muscles that were once well-defined and contained explosive power, though their foundation could still be seen, had indeed thinned out by a circle. His skin also seemed paler, losing some healthy fullness and gaining a thinness that bordered on sickly. He flexed his arm, trying to tighten his muscles. The sense of power was still there, a solid foundation built through hard training, but the overall volume and fullness had indeed decreased. It was as if a part of the energy supporting his flesh and blood had been drained away. There was no expression on Naruto's face, neither shock nor frustration. He just calmly examined the change. He understood in his heart. This Rinnegan was not his own after all, it required a large amount of chakra to nourish. Madara had found Nagato, who possessed the Uzumaki bloodline, to nourish this thing back then. Why didn't he just give it to Obito? Because he knew Obito couldn't handle it. Nagato had already been sucked dry into a withered husk. If it were given to Obito, he would have been sucked to death instantly. Both the Geto statue and the Rinnegan were burdens on Nagato's body. Nagato had to burn his life force just to cast a great Shinra Tensei, and the wind-up for Chibaku Tensei was also huge. Sasuke, who had only one Rinnegan, used Chibaku Tensei as a combo. If it weren't for Kishimoto thinking characters should have their own highly recognizable combos, given Sasuke's personality, he would have started directly with Chibaku Tensei and combined it with Naruto's tailed beast skills. If it had even half the expressive power of the final valley, when Mamabara stabbed Sasuke's eye with a kunai, he would have been blown away by Shinra Tensei immediately. Perhaps I can try it in the future. One shadow clone uses a tailed beast ball, then the main body uses Chibaku Tensei, and another shadow clone prepares a great Raisin Ringu. If a small combo like that can't destroy a village, it's a failure. While his thoughts wandered, Naruto stood up and walked out of the room. The first thing Naruto saw were two figures sitting on the wooden floor of the corridor outside his room. It was Karen and Hikari. The two were sitting side by side. Karen was hugging her knees with her chin resting on them, whispering something to Hikari. Hikari was listening with her head slightly tilted, holding a cup of hot tea, the rising steam blurring her cool face. Hearing the door open, they both turned their heads at the same time. "You're awake." Hikari spoke first, her voice calm, her black eyes covered with a layer of yellow light and shadow in the dim light of the corridor. Just like Amber. She put down her teacup and looked at Naruto. "Naruto, did you sleep well?" Karen also immediately beamed, her eyes behind her glasses sparkling with concern. Naruto looked at them with some surprise. "Why are you sitting outside?" He pointed to his tightly closed door, "Afraid of waking me up?" "Yes." Hikari nodded, "We were afraid of disturbing your rest." Karen added in a relaxed tone, and sitting outside is quite nice, it's very quiet, and we can feel the breeze. We were just chatting. As she spoke, she looked up at the sky outside the eaves, her tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Maybe we can even see the moon in a bit. Naruto also followed her gaze toward the sky. It was still that heavy, gray lead cloud, covering the entire horizon impenetrably. Forget the moon, not even the shadow of a single star could be seen. Without a doubt, it was a very cloudy day, and judging by the thickness of the clouds, it might even rain. They want to see the moon. A thought occurred to Naruto. If they really wanted to see it, he could just use wind release to blow away a patch of the obstructive clouds overhead. For him, it was just a small effort that wouldn't consume much chakra, and it would make them happy. Thinking this, Naruto walked between the two and sat down naturally. The wooden floor felt slightly cool to the touch, but it soon adjusted to his body temperature. After sitting down, Naruto realized a question belatedly. He felt like he had slept for a long time, but he had no concept of exactly how long. How long did I sleep? He asked. Hearing this, Hikari tilted her head slightly and thought for a moment. She seemed to be recalling the time Naruto returned and entered his room, as well as the current time. Counting from when you returned yesterday afternoon and entered your room to rest. Hikari's voice was steady, carrying a sense of precision in stating facts. It's been about 28 hours until now. 28 hours. Naruto himself was stunned for a moment. He knew he had slept deeply, but he didn't expect to have slept for more than an entire day. It seemed the previous exhaustion was indeed greater than he had perceived. However, after sleeping for a whole day, waking up now indeed felt refreshing, his mind was clear, and even his body, which had been slightly weakened by the Rinnegan's consumption, seemed to have recovered a lot of vitality. Deep sleep is indeed the best restorative. That long. Naruto rubbed his stomach, no wonder it felt a bit empty. No wonder I feel hungry. Just then, Karen, sitting on the other side, let out an ah, as if remembering something important, and suddenly stood up from the floor. Right. Hikari and I made dinner earlier. Karen's tone was light, I'll go heat it up now, it'll be ready soon. She gave Naruto a bright smile and winked at Hikari. We'll talk more later. After saying that, she ran off toward the kitchen like a lively little rabbit, leaving Naruto and Hikari sitting on the porch. It looks like you two are getting along well. Naruto looked at the departing Karen with a smile. That's not the case. That girl went to see Sakura this morning, saying something about wanting to join forces. Hikari shook her head. Hanabi told me about this. Now Karen doesn't know that I already know she's looking for people outside to deal with me, she's just trying to get close to make me lower my guard. Hearing this, Naruto frowned. Deal with you? How could this be allowed? Yeah, it seems she feels that after getting married in the future, she won't be able to handle me on her own, so she went to find help. Naruto, huh? How could she say such a thing with such a flat expression? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 332, Chapter 332, something that must be faced sooner or later. Chapter 332, something that must be faced sooner or later. Meeting Naruto's puzzled gaze, Hikari naturally took his hand. Could it be that you would just stand by and watch Ino, Hinata, or Karen and the others marry someone else? To let those girls, whose hearts are full of you and whose eyes see only you, put on wedding dresses and walk toward other men? Huh? Naruto was stunned once again by this sudden question. Was he under a Jinjutsu? Nine-tailed, no. If I say you're not under a Jinjutsu, then you're not. Are you looking down on me again? He wasn't under a Jinjutsu. Then what was going on with Uchiha Hikari today? Had someone else used the transformation jutsu? Seeing the constant shock and disbelief on Naruto's face, Hikari seemed to realize that her words today were indeed a bit out of character. She pursed her lips slightly, but her gaze remained firm, showing no intention of backing down or changing the subject. This is something that must be faced sooner or later. She explained. Instead of being indecisive and creating misunderstandings, it's better to just lay everything out in the open. She had indeed once thought about Naruto only marrying her, and she had instinctively resisted and avoided this topic, unwilling to think about the complex situation that might arise in the future. However, after learning that Karen had already started planning for a rainy day, and even sought outside help to deal with her, Hikari understood that avoidance wouldn't solve the problem. This matter would be brought up sooner or later. And she, Uchiha Hikari, was never one for procrastination or self-deception. To be decisive and face problems head-on was her character. Rather than waiting until the situation became unmanageable or being forced to accept it passively, it was better to clarify things now. At least. She had to confirm Naruto's attitude and state her own position. At this thought, Hikari's gaze became sharper, and her grip on Naruto's hand tightened slightly. And another thing. She paused, as if brewing something, then she tilted her face up slightly, leaned in closer, looked straight into Naruto's eyes, and said in an extremely serious, yet somewhat awkwardly fierce tone. If you're only willing to have one person, and you don't choose me. She paused intentionally, trying to create a sense of threat. I'll kill you. After saying this, she even tried to make an expression she thought was fierce enough. However, in Naruto's eyes, this fierce look had no deterrent effect at all. Instead, because of the contrast with her usual cold image and the way she tried to keep a straight face while unable to hide the hint of nervousness and uncertainty in her eyes, it seemed cute. Naruto reached out with both hands to cup Hikari's cheeks, gazing at her tenderly. Ah. The corners of Naruto's mouth curved slightly into a faint, knowing arc, the tenderness in his eyes seemingly overflowing. It seems, you've really fallen in love with me. It wasn't a question, but a statement. With a faint sigh, and more so, a complex emotion of finally confirming something, mixed with relief and a certain heavy responsibility. Hikari's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks began to heat up uncontrollably. She could even feel the temperature from Naruto's palms rising. She opened her mouth, wanting to retort, to deny, to say things like, who's in love with you, or don't flatter yourself, which would fit her usual style. But she held back. She knew she would definitely regret saying those words. There is only a thin line between a tsundere and a losing heroine. Being all sun and no dear is a guaranteed loss. Naruto brought her light and all the warmth she had known since her parents passed away. He liberated her from the seal, and although Hikari also guessed that his initial goal was likely her eyes, so what? For Hikari, this dark and cold world only gained color because of Naruto. She was willing to, and enjoyed, the time she spent by Naruto's side now. Like a moth in the dark, even if it were to be burned to death by the flame, it would still rush toward the light and warmth. Naruto didn't mind her silence and embarrassment. He continued to look at her, his gaze honest and firm, as if making a solemn declaration. I have actually been working toward this for a long time. I want to give my family a world that is truly peaceful, stable, and no longer plagued by war and chaos. His voice was steady, yet it contained an unquestionable determination. I want to ensure my children will never experience the pain I went through. When he mentioned the word children, his gaze deepened, as if he were already seeing a scene in the far-off future. I want to be able to treat you all with my whole heart after marriage, without any worries, protecting you and giving you stability and happiness. So. Naruto's voice became clearer and more powerful, with a resolute determination. That is why I launched this war of unification. I want to leave nothing but peace in the entire ninja world before I reach adulthood. Let the world begin to flourish, and let everyone live and work in peace and contentment under this new order. Only then can I feel at ease starting a family and fulfilling those promises for the future. In his words, there were no flowery phrases or empty slogans. To protect the peace and happiness of those he loved in the future, he had to first create a world where such peace and happiness could exist. Hikari's lips moved slightly as she looked into Naruto's eyes, which seemed incredibly focused and deep under the dim light, listening to this heartfelt confession that intertwined ambition and tenderness. The unease, grievance, and even the sharp sense of confrontation she originally felt due to Karen's little moves and the uncertainty of the future seemed to be enveloped and melted by a grander and warmer emotion at this moment. She had many things she wanted to say. She wanted to say, you're too self-righteous, who would wait for you that long, or, who can say for sure about the future, but in the end, none of those words came out. Victory is almost at hand, shut your damn mouth. Endure. Calm down, persistence is victory. Endure, keep enduring, but even though I've shut my mouth, why can't I stop the corners of my lips from wanting to curl up? This guy Naruto is really detestable. Hikari thought indignantly. Those eyes of his would look affectionate and tender even when looking at Dawang. She even wondered if this was some kind of innate charm ability, or some visual deception effect brought by those eyes of his. They always held a focused and soft glow, as if they could pull someone in, making them involuntarily believe in him, depend on him, and drown in them. Hikari finally couldn't take it anymore. She placed both hands on Naruto's face and rubbed it vigorously. You guy, give me a straight answer and stop looking at me with those eyes. The clouds dispersed, and the moon shone brightly. Naruto, Karen, and Hikari sat on the rooftop where a table and some dishes had been set out. Naruto lifted the warm teapot and filled 3 empty cups with fragrant tea. The amber tea rippled with a warm luster under the moonlight. He picked up his own cup, took a small sip, then looked up at the bright moon that seemed within reach, a relaxed and satisfied expression on his face as he sighed from the heart. The moon is truly beautiful tonight. Suki ga kirai disu ne. His voice carried a sense of joy after having set down all his burdens. However, hearing these words, combined with the subtle atmosphere during dinner earlier and the romantic scene of the moonlight, the rooftop, the snacks, and the 3 of them sitting together, Karen instantly became alert, and alarm bells rang in her head. Wait. This atmosphere, this scene, these words. Why does it feel like Keirin's gaze quickly darted between Naruto's profile, which wore a gentle smile, and Hikari's face, which looked exceptionally calm and beautiful under the moonlight, as an ominous premonition surged in her heart. Why does it feel, a bit like, the atmosphere of a sudden confession? Yes, the wind is very gentle too. Hikari responded with a smile. Keirin's eyes widened. Masaka. This is simply a total defeat. What on earth did I miss? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 333, Chapter 333, The Person is What Matters. Chapter 333, The Person is What Matters. After hearing Hikari follow up with, the wind is also very gentle, Keirin felt like her whole world was shattering. Crack. Keirin felt as if she heard the sound of her own heart breaking, or perhaps the sound of her entire worldview collapsing. She completely lost control of her expression, her mouth hung slightly open, and her eyes behind her glasses were wide and round, filled with disbelief, shock, frustration, and despair. The color seemed to drain from her cheeks as she froze there, as if a paralysis jutsu had been cast on her, or like cold water had suddenly been poured over her from head to toe, leaving even her fingertips slightly chilled. They really. In just those few minutes while I was heating up the food. What crucial turning point did I miss? I was clearly here first. Keirin felt her mind in a state of chaos, a storm of emotions making it almost impossible for her to think. She didn't even notice that her world-collapsing days had fallen completely under the gaze of Naruto and Hikari. Almost simultaneously, Naruto and Hikari withdrew their gaze from the moonlight and turned toward the petrified Keirin. Two pairs of eyes, one with a gentle smile and a hint of subtle playfulness, the other still cool and calm but seemingly holding something more, rested upon her at the same time. Keirin jolted under those two gazes, suddenly snapping back to her senses. They're looking at me. Why are they suddenly both looking at me? Is it because I'm an eyesore, being here? A thought that broke her heart even further surfaced. Could they find her redundant, thinking she was interrupting their private moon viewing time? So they're using their eyes to hint for me to leave. This thought made Keirin's nose sting, and she almost burst into tears on the spot. She forced herself to endure it, lowering her head and unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes, feeling incredibly wronged and embarrassed. Just then, Naruto's voice rang out, his tone still gentle, without any hint of impatience or a desire to drive her away. What do you think, Keirin? As he spoke, he picked up the teapot, refilled a cup with warm tea, and gently pushed it in front of Keirin. The moonlight, and tonight's wind. He added, looking at her with a smile in his eyes. Keirin looked up abruptly, meeting Naruto's eyes. Naruto-kun is. The grievance and despair in her heart receded slightly, but the confusion and tension remained. She hurriedly took the teacup, the warmth of the cup against her fingertips calmed her down a bit. It's very beautiful. She lowered her head and repeated her previous words in a small, dry voice. Her tone was tight, completely lacking her usual liveliness. The moonlight, and the wind, are both very wonderful. She really didn't know what to say, her mind still a muddle, so she could only echo him mechanically. Naruto didn't seem surprised by her reaction. He smiled, picked up his own teacup, looked at the Hokage rock in the distance under the moonlight, and said in a light-hearted tone as if planning for the future. Then, we should come to view the moon often in the future. However, Hikari, sitting on the other side, gently shook her head at this moment. No. Both Naruto and Keirin looked at her. Hikari didn't look at them, only gazed at the moon, saying calmly. If we view the moon every day, we'll get tired of it. No matter how beautiful something is, if you see it too much, you'll lose that initial spark. She paused, seemingly weighing her words, before continuing. Just once in a while is enough. At special moments, or when the mood is right. That way, every time will feel precious, and the memory will be profound. Keirin's hand tightened around her teacup. Was she talking about the scenery or the person? Hearing this, Naruto smiled and waved his hand, expressing disagreement. No, that won't happen. His tone was certain, carrying an unquestionable warmth and conviction. He put down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over Hikari beside him, then glancing at the still distracted Keirin, before finally looking back at the bright, clear moon. His voice wasn't loud, but it reached both of them clearly, carrying a strange, soothing power. When you're with someone important. Even the wildflowers by the road, the inconspicuous moss in the corner, or even a muddy path on a rainy day. He smiled slightly. As long as the person beside you is the right one, then in that moment, the scenery you see is the most beautiful. His gaze became deeper. The important thing has never been how beautiful or rare the scenery itself is. What matters is the person viewing the scenery with you. As long as the person is right, even if you look at the same moon and feel the same evening breeze every day, every experience will be fresh and wonderful. Because the act of sharing time and feeling each other's presence is, in itself, the most beautiful scenery. The Kurama clan. Naruto rubbed his chin. After a brief thought, he remembered the uniqueness of the Kurama clan. This clan's bloodline limit seemed to allow genjutsu to affect the real world. Sakura nodded. Yes. After giving me some pointers, Kurenai Yuhi-sensei said I have a strong talent for genjutsu and genjutsu resistance. Later, I learned from Lady Tsunade that it's because of my second personality. And Yakumo Kurama seems to have a similar problem. Lady Tsunade said my second personality is getting weaker and weaker. When Kurenai-sensei found out, she asked if I could tell her the method of weakening the second personality so she could solve Yakumo's problem. But I'm not really sure what's going on either. Do you want me to help Yakumo Kurama deal with her heart demon? Naruto saw through Sakura's intention. Yes, Naruto, if possible, I'd like to ask for your help. Sakura felt that her relationship with Naruto wasn't as deep as Ino's and the others, and he was already very busy as the Hokage, but she really couldn't find anyone else. Her Jonin instructor and other teammate had gone to the front lines, and her teacher, Tsunade, couldn't help either. The strongest ninja she knew was Naruto. He had just returned to the Hokage office and was about to leave again. Naruto controlled his expression, trying not to laugh. Actually, I really want to work. What a pity. Go back and get busy first. I'll go ask the third Hokage. He should know about this, since she's the heir of a bloodline limit family. By the way, I'll go see how the old man is doing, I haven't seen him in a while. With the second Hokage around, the old man in the village probably won't be causing any trouble. Once I understand the full situation, I'll decide how to approach and handle it. I understand. Sakura was overjoyed, she hadn't expected Naruto to actually agree, and she nodded vigorously. Watching Sakura's departing back, Naruto turned his gaze out the window again, his eyes thoughtful. Yakumo Kurama, interesting. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 334, Chapter 334, Danzo, you really are blind. Chapter 334, Danzo, you really are blind. When Naruto went to see the third Hokage, he happened to run into the old man, who was glaring and scolding an old black dog lying under the veranda, basking in the sun and sleeping soundly. Danzo, you really are blind. You've rubbed ink all over the calligraphy I just finished writing again. Look at this. This puddle. This piece of calligraphy is ruined. The old black dog, Danzo, merely lazily lifted an eyelid, glanced at the third Hokage with its one good left eye, let out a whimper, rolled over to expose its belly, and continued sleeping, completely ignoring its old master's fury. Seeing this, the third Hokage grew even more irritated but was helpless, only able to grumble to himself as he cleaned up the chien paper soiled by the dog's paws. He was wearing a simple home kimono, his graying hair combed meticulously, but his back revealed a sense of stifled frustration from having nowhere to vent his energy. Hearing footsteps, the third Hokage turned his head. Seeing it was Naruto, a flash of surprise crossed his face, followed by a complex smile, a mixture of relief, sentimentality, and a clear sense of liberation that said, finally, someone is here. Oh, it's Naruto. You're back. Come, have a seat. The third Hokage beckoned. Naruto walked over and sat down under the veranda. After a few pleasantries and asking about his health and home situation, the third Hokage soon couldn't help but sigh, his face showing that hero with no place to use his skills expression of deep grievance. Sigh, Naruto. The third Hokage stroked his beard, his tone carrying obvious disappointment and expectation. Is the war on the front lines going smoothly? He looked at Naruto, his eyes filled with undisguised hope. You see, could you arrange some work for me? It doesn't have to be anything too important. Even just organizing old archives, giving suggestions on school textbooks, or helping you analyze the intelligence reports sent from the borders. Being home alone. I always feel quite lonely. He said the last sentence in a lower voice, filled with a sense of profound solitude. Naruto listened quietly, understanding perfectly. The third Hokage had been abruptly removed from the center of power and busy affairs, the massive psychological gap and misplaced energy made it difficult for him to adapt. Furthermore, Biwako Sarutobi had already passed away during the Nine-Tails attack, making this sense of domestic loneliness even heavier. However, to Naruto's slight surprise, the third Hokage hadn't sought out Orochimaru to ask her to resurrect Biwako using Edo Tensei or some other method. Perhaps he respected the peace of the dead, or perhaps he was afraid to face Orochimaru, so he didn't seek her out. The war on the front lines is going very smoothly. I've come back to settle some matters within the village. Once those are resolved, it will be time to advance toward the land of water and the land of lightning. When the ninja world is unified, I might even need you to come out of retirement. The third Hokage's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's good, that's good. The two chatted simply for a while. Only then did Naruto learn why the old man had called the dog Danzo. It turned out that while the third Hokage was out for a walk once, he found an old black dog that looked very aged and was completely blind in its right eye. Seeing the dog's solitary state, the old man probably associated it with himself. Feeling pity, he brought it home, cleaned it, fed it, and treated its ailments. Perhaps out of nostalgia for his old friend, the third Hokage gave it a name, Danzo. It just so happened that Danzo was also blind in one eye. Hearing this name, the corner of Naruto's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Naming an old black dog with a blind right eye Danzo. The old man's way of reminiscing was truly unique. Listening to the third Hokage's complaints about retired life and watching the old black dog named Danzo snoring heartlessly, Naruto didn't feel particularly amused. When the topic reached a temporary lull and the third Hokage seemed to still be pondering how to beg for some work from Naruto, Naruto spoke up seemingly casually, throwing out another primary purpose for his visit. Third Hokage old man, there are some old matters concerning the village and a specific family. I'd like to ask you about them. Do you know Yakumo Kurama? As that name left Naruto's mouth, the previously somewhat lazy and relaxed atmosphere suddenly froze for a moment. The third Hokage's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and a subtle change appeared in his expression. It was a complex look, a mixture of memory, regret, and a heavy sense of responsibility. He slowly set down the teacup, his gaze turning toward an aged cherry blossom tree in the courtyard, as if his vision were piercing through time and space. After a silence of a few seconds, the third Hokage finally let out a long sigh, one filled with the sentiment of life's unpredictability. Yakumo Kurama. His voice lowered, carrying the weathered tone of someone recounting the past. That was also a child of misfortune. He began to narrate, his tone steady yet sketching out a poignant past. The Kurama family was once a prestigious clan during the Sengoku period, famous for their unique Kekei Genkai. Unfortunately, their bloodline grew thinner and thinner, with very few awakeners. Yakumo was one of the rare geniuses of their clan in recent decades to have awakened the Kekei Genkai. Her parents were overjoyed at the time. It was as if they saw the hope of family revival. They placed great expectations on Yakumo, pouring all their resources into nurturing her. The third Hokage reminisced, because the Kurama Kekei Genkai is closely related to Genjutsu, they specifically invited Kurenai Yui, who was still a chunin then but whose talent in Genjutsu was outstanding among the younger generation, to be Yakumo's tutor. Kurenai was also very young then, full of passion, and taught Yakumo with all her heart. In the beginning, everything was fine. Yakumo had exceptional talent and made rapid progress, but when Kurenai reported to me, she mentioned that Yakumo didn't seem to have the temperament to be a ninja. At this point, the third Hokage's tone suddenly darkened. Later, I paid less attention to the matter. However, not long after Kurenai reported to me that Yakumo wasn't suited to be a ninja, tragedy struck. His brow furrowed tightly, as if he were seeing that painful report once again. No one knows exactly when it started, but inside Yakumo's body, a terrifying monster was born. The third Hokage used the word monster, which spoke to the severity of the situation at the time. That thing was called Ido. It seemed to be an evil spiritual entity manifested from some deep negative emotions within Yakumo, or perhaps her uncontrollable, vast bloodline limit power, combined with some unknown factor. That day, Ido went on a rampage without warning. It controlled Yakumo's power, or rather, its own power, and killed Yakumo's parents. A dead silence fell under the veranda, broken only by the light snoring of the old black dog, Danzo. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting swaying spots of light on the ground, yet it couldn't dispel the chill brought by this story. Afterward, we investigated the scene and found powerful genjutsu residues and traces of reality being distorted. Yakumo's parents were burned to death by Ido. Yakumo was unconscious at the time and had no memory of what happened. She even thought Kurenai had killed her parents. But the existence of Ido and its danger were already beyond doubt. The third Hokage's gaze became serious and heavy. According to standard procedure for handling such dangerous, uncontrollable bloodline limit rampage cases, especially those resulting in the tragic death of immediate family, the safest measure, and the one many high-ranking officials favored at the time, was to secretly dispose of the source of danger, Yakumo herself, to eliminate any future trouble. Naruto listened quietly, his face expressionless, but his eyes were focused. He could understand that cold logic based on the safety of the village above all else. In the ninja world, examples of individuals being erased because their power went out of control and caused disaster were not uncommon. But the third Hokage's tone shifted. Yakumo's uncle, Unkai Kurama, knelt before my Hokage office, bitterly pleading. He was willing to use all the remaining assets and influence of the Kurama family as a guarantee, begging me not to kill that poor child. He said Yakumo was innocent, a victim of her own power, and the family was willing to take full responsibility for supervision and find a way to control or separate Ido. I ultimately agreed. The third Hokage's voice carried a hint of the struggle he felt when making that decision and the complex feelings he had looking back now. On one hand, it was out of consideration for the Kurama family's past contributions and pity for the child. On the other hand, I also believed that directly erasing a gifted child whose tragedy was not entirely of their own making was too cruel. Perhaps, there was still room for redemption. So, later we transferred her and arranged for her to stay at the Kurama family's Jinchuriki villa, outside the village. It was quiet and secluded, allowing us to isolate her to prevent Ito from rampaging and harming the village again, while also letting her live in a relatively stable and safe environment. Meanwhile, the medical department continued to observe her and attempt treatment. Kurenai has always blamed herself. She felt that it was her poor teaching or her failure to discover Yakumo's abnormality in time that led to the tragedy. Over the years, she never gave up on helping Yakumo, frequently visiting her and searching for various methods. Unfortunately, the results have been minimal. Ito seems to be deeply bound to Yakumo's spirit, making it difficult to separate. Yakumo's health has also been deteriorating, that terrifying power has instead become a curse. After the third Hokage finished, he let out another long sigh and looked at Naruto. Why ask about her all of a sudden? Did Kurenai ask for your help again? Or, is there some new development in the village? Naruto didn't answer directly, only nodding. Something like that. Sakura is also involved and thought maybe I could do something. The third Hokage looked at Naruto's young yet already unfathomable face, a flash of sentiment and hope in his eyes. If it's you, perhaps, we really can see a different kind of hope. That child's ability is too unique and too dangerous. If it can be properly resolved, it will be a good thing for both her and the village. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 335, Chapter 336, You are the one interfering with the world of the living. Chapter 336, You are the one interfering with the world of the living. Hashirama was stunned, an undisguised look of bewilderment appearing on his face. A lonely soul from beyond the heavens. Not an existence belonging to this world. What did those words mean? Did they mean Naruto came from a distant planet like the Otsutsuki clan? But Naruto clearly had a complete growth trajectory. Moreover, if one were to talk about being suspicious or an extraterrestrial visitor, didn't this old man in front of him, claiming to be the Six-Path Sage, fit that description better? He heard from Tobirama that Urashiki and the Six-Path Sage's mother were of the same clan, which meant the men had at least half alien blood. Hashirama frowned, trying to understand the Six-Path Sage's words, but he felt the claim was far too inconceivable. He thought for a moment and decided to ignore this riddle-like statement for now, instead making his stance clear. I don't quite understand what you mean. Hashirama spoke frankly, his tone then becoming firm. But that kid Naruto is an excellent junior. He possesses great power, and even more so, the determination and drive to change the world. He is fighting for true peace in the ninja world. This is something I have seen with my own eyes, and I am willing to believe in him. So, even if he really is some lonely soul from beyond, so what? As long as his heart is set on peace and protecting Hidden Leaf Village and the ninja world, his origins don't matter to me. Hashirama's words were powerful and resonant, filled with trust and tolerance for his junior. He wasn't being blind, this was a judgment reached after contact and observation. The vision, power, and persistent pursuit of peace Naruto displayed made even him, the former god of shinobi, feel admiration. As if to strengthen his argument or change the subject, Hashirama added. By the way, I heard your mother is Otsutsuki Kagaya, right? You sealed her. And not long ago, Naruto personally killed an invader also from beyond the heavens named Otsutsuki Urashiki. This shows that he is at least on our side, fighting against external threats that could harm the ninja world. The Six-Path Sage listened to Hashirama's words without a ripple of emotion on his face, only nodding slowly. I know about the matter regarding Otsutsuki Urashiki. He spoke calmly, as if all things in the world were under his gaze. However, I did not summon you here to discuss Naruto's achievements against the Otsutsuki, nor to investigate the legitimacy of his power's source. His gaze became deeper, as if piercing through Hashirama's soul to see somewhere further away. What I want to tell you is that although you have been resurrected again by a forbidden technique and have briefly returned to the world of the living. The Six-Path Sage's tone took on a hint of warning. The dead are ultimately dead. It is better for souls who have found rest in karma that has already concluded not to interfere too much in the conflicts and changes of the living world. The tracks of the present world should be pushed and decided by the people currently living in it. Excessive intervention, whether out of goodwill or otherwise, could trigger new, unpredictable variables, and even interfere with certain established processes. Do you understand what I mean? I don't. I have already come back to life, I am one of the living. Do you think just because you say I'm dead, I'm dead? Hashirama thought of his promise to his wife. He wanted to travel the peaceful ninja world with Uzumaki Mito and enjoy the companionship they lacked in life. He was inherently a stubborn person, he would never feign compliance with words he did not agree with. The Six-Path Sage shook his head gently. Your mastery of yang release is indeed very strong. Even among the successive reincarnations of Azura, you are considered a standout, your understanding and application of life force is nearly instinctive. But, currently, you still lack a true physical body. In your soul form, the power you can mobilize is limited, and your strength is much weaker than when you were alive. He paused, his calm gaze meeting Hashirama's gaze which was filled with battle intent. If you are looking to cross swords with me here, you'd better forget it. It is meaningless and can change nothing. The Six-Path Sage's words were like stating an objective fact, showing neither contempt nor fear, merely pointing out the difference in their states. However, these words seemed to further ignite a certain rebellious fire in Hashirama's heart. Instead of restraining his battle intent, he took a step forward, his voice becoming even louder and carrying a questioning tone. If you insist that the dead should not interfere with the world of the living. Hashirama's eyes became sharp as blades. He raised his hand, pointing straight at the seated Six-Path Sage opposite him. I think you are the one who has been interfering with the world of the living all along. This accusation caused the Six-Path Sage's placid eyes to flicker slightly. Without waiting for a response, Hashirama continued in a low voice, his tone carrying suppressed anger and long-held doubts. Previously, the souls of us deceased were trapped within the Pure Land, muddled and with blurred memories, as if bound by invisible shackles, unable to find peace, and unable to think or perceive clearly. That state must have been your doing. Hashirama stared intently at the Six-Path Sage, his questioning like thunder. It was you, or rather, some ability of yours that imprisoned the souls of us dead in a world without consciousness, stripping us of the ability to think clearly and perceive freely. Before, you didn't place any restrictions on the ways the living summoned the dead. Yet now, you step in to block us. Is it because Hidden Leaf Village wants to unify the ninja world, and that has disrupted your plans? That is not the case. I simply wish to tell you that those who have been resurrected should not participate in the wars of the ninja world. After saying this, the Six-Path Sage seemed to feel that words alone were not persuasive enough, or perhaps he decided to handle this unrestful reincarnation of Azura in another way. His sitting posture remained unchanged, but he lightly waved his right hand toward the void beside him. Space rippled like water, and another figure appeared abruptly in this yellowish land, standing not far from Hashirama with a look of bewilderment and caution. The newcomer wore ancient Sengoku-era armor bearing the Uchiha clan crest. His long black hair was loose, his face cold and majestic, with several signature bangs falling over his forehead, and his eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. It was Uchiha Madara. As soon as Madara appeared, he instinctively took a defensive stance, his Sharingan instantly activating as he scanned the unfamiliar surroundings. When his gaze fell upon Hashirama, he was clearly stunned for a moment. Madara. Hashirama was also stunned, blurting out Madara's name. Hashirama. Madara responded subconsciously, but his brow immediately furrowed deeper. He looked at Hashirama, then at this strange yellowish space, and finally at the white-robed old man sitting in midair with an unfathomable aura, his heart filled with doubt. This didn't seem like the real world. Madara could clearly feel that his state was very peculiar, he wasn't a complete physical entity, but closer to a soul or spiritual projection. Moreover, he hadn't been resurrected through the Rinna rebirth technique. Just as Madara and Hashirama were staring at each other in confusion, the Six-Path Sage's calm voice rang out again, this time addressed to both of them. Before the war ends. His gaze swept over the two rivals and old friends. If you feel idle or bored and want to stretch your limbs. The Six-Path Sage's tone seemed to carry a very faint, almost mischievous hint. Then catch up properly with your old friend, here. As soon as he finished speaking, the Six-Path Sage finally stopped sitting. Holding that black tin staff, he slowly stood up. He held the staff in his right hand and lightly tapped the tip against the empty ground below. Buzz. The originally yellowish, void, and viscous chaos space changed drastically, like a water surface with a stone thrown into it. The yellowish colors quickly faded and reorganized. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath them turned into a smooth and level wooden floor covered with clean tatami mats. Ancient and elegant wooden pillars and railings rose around them, along with exquisite carved window frames and blue-gray tiled roofs. They were inside a quiet viewing pavilion built on a mountainside. Outside the pavilion, the original darkness and void transformed into breathtakingly realistic natural scenery. In the distance were rolling, lush green mountains, with mist swirling around their waists. Nearby, a crystal-clear stream gurgled past, hitting rounded pebbles and making a pleasant splashing sound. Ancient pines were gnarled and strong, green bamboo swayed, and unknown wildflowers trembled slightly in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance mixed with earth and vegetation. The chirping of birds was crisp, and warm sunlight from an unknown source cast mottled shadows on the floor through the pavilion's window lattices. With beautiful mountains and clear waters, and range upon range of peaks, it was a scene of a vibrant, peaceful, and secluded paradise. Loving book so far. Check out 30 plus advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 336, Chapter 335, The Lone Soul from Beyond the Heavens. Chapter 335, The Lone Soul from Beyond the Heavens. After leaving the Third's house, Naruto went to find Sakura. Kurenai Yuhi hadn't been taken to the grass ninja village by Shikaku at that time, as the village needed protective forces. Not to mention Old Ma and Kurenai Yuhi, even the Ino, Shika, Cho trio had been split up. Chozo was by Shikaku's side, while Inoichi stayed in the village. Fearing a raid on their home base, Inoichi was now single-handedly managing both the intelligence and sensory squads. If nothing went wrong, Old Ma should have already headed toward Sunagakure by now. Currently, Hidden Leaf Village had deployed most of its ninja. Since the first Hokage had also left, the second Hokage was the head of security, and Might Guy was both the principal and a head of security. Tsukumo Hatake and Jiraiya each led 3 teams to gather intelligence on the Land of Water and the Land of Lightning, returning just before Naruto did. Originally, after learning that Naruto was Minato's son, the Raikage wanted to go to the Land of Earth to strike Naruto, but the vanguard led by him and Killerby was intercepted by Jiraiya and Tsukumo's teams. In other words, the next target was the Hidden Cloud Village in the Land of Lightning. The difficulty of the Land of Water instance was too low. Once Naruto had rested enough, he would go strike the Raikage before dealing with the Land of Water. A dusky space existing somewhere between reality and nothingness. There was no concept of direction here, no real sense of the passage of time, only a boundless expanse filled with colors like a frozen twilight. In the center of this strange space, an old man sat cross-legged, suspended in the air. He wore a simple white robe, and there was a clear red sun mark on his forehead. His face was aged and benevolent, with a long beard reaching his chest, exuding a sense of tranquility and majesty accumulated through endless ages. Across his lap lay a pitch-black tin staff. His hands firmly gripped the tin staff at points roughly 3/5 from either end. The old man's eyes were closed, as if lost in eternal meditation, or perhaps quietly keeping watch over something. Directly opposite him, the space rippled slightly, and a figure appeared there somewhat dazed. It was Senju Hashirama. Hashirama looked around, his face filled with confusion. He remembered he should have been near the border of the Land of Wind, planting trees with Naruto's would clone. How had he arrived in this strange place in the blink of an eye? Where is this? Hashirama scratched his head. He tried to sense chakra and his surroundings, but found that everything here was fundamentally different from the reality he knew. There was no earth, no sky, no sign of life, and even the flow of chakra was exceptionally sluggish, as if blocked by this dusky air. Even stranger, he realized that while his consciousness was clear and he could think and move, his body didn't seem to be physical. It was more like a pure condensation of energy or spirit. Just then, the white-robed old man sitting in the air slowly opened his eyes. They were a pair of purple eyes, like the deepest starry sky, yet appearing as though they could see through the past and future. Within the pupils, mysterious concentric ripples spread out. It was the Rinnegan. The old man's gaze fell calmly upon Hashirama. He spoke, his voice aged and resonant. You are the previous incarnation of Azura. Hearing this, the simple-mindedness and confusion on Hashirama's face vanished instantly, replaced by extreme alertness and seriousness. His aura shifted abruptly. Though he had no physical body at the moment, the steadiness and pressure belonging to the god of shinobi, who had survived countless bloody battles naturally emanated from him. Though I don't know what you mean by previous incarnation of Azura. Hashirama's voice lowered as he stared sharply into the old man's eyes. But, those eyes of yours are the Rinnegan. He recognized the characteristics of that legendary dojutsu, making him even more cautious. Every existence possessing the Rinnegan was a powerhouse with world-shaking strength, and the feeling this old man gave him was far more than Nagato or the Otsutsuki Urashiki he had encountered before. Unfathomable, as if he were one with this strange space. Yes. The old man admitted frankly, his tone devoid of joy or sorrow. My name is Otsutsuki Hagoromo. In the legends of your later generations, I am called the Six-Path Sage. The Six-Path Sage. This title exploded in Hashirama's heart like a clap of thunder. Even as steady as he was, he felt a wave of unbelievable shock at this moment. The Six-Path Sage was a figure who only existed in myths and ancient records. He actually existed. And he was appearing right before him now. 6 paths. Sage. Hashirama murmured, his vigilance instantly reaching its peak. He forced himself to calm down and asked in a deep voice, then where, exactly is this? What is your purpose in bringing me here? The Six-Path Sage looked at him calmly and said slowly, I have temporarily taken your soul away from the living world and brought it to the edge of the Pure Land. This is the blurred zone where the living and the dead meet, and it is the place where I can speak with you directly. Pure Land. Hashirama's gaze instantly became fierce, and the previously peaceful aura around him suddenly turned dangerous. A powerful and invisible wave of chakra faintly began to condense and erupt. Did you kill me? His voice carried a cold fury. If the other party truly was the legendary Six-Path Sage, it wouldn't be strange for him to possess such means, but that didn't mean Hashirama would just wait for death. Even facing a sage, he had the courage to fight. I will not kill you. The Six-Path Sage shook his head, his tone remaining steady, as if Hashirama's surging chakra had no effect on him at all. You were already a dead person, a soul forcibly summoned back to the living world by the forbidden technique, Edo Tensei, who obtained a suitable vessel and regained life. I have merely guided your soul here temporarily because I wish to have a chat with you. Hearing that he only wanted to chat, Hashirama's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but his vigilance did not disappear. The ability to easily strip his soul from an Edo Tensei body and bring it here was far beyond his understanding. What do you want to talk about? Hashirama asked. He didn't believe this legendary old ancestor had summoned him just for small talk. The Six-Path Sage's gaze became profound as he stared at Hashirama and spoke slowly, asking a question that caught Hashirama off guard. Do you know Uzumaki Naruto's true background? Hashirama was slightly stunned. Naruto's background? What kind of question was that? Regarding Naruto's origins, Hashirama believed he knew well enough. He is the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and Uzumaki Kushina. Hashirama gave his answer. This was something all of Hidden Leaf Village knew after the Chunin exams. However, the Six-Path Sage gently shook his head, negating Hashirama's answer. No. The Six-Path Sage's voice carried a calmness that saw through the truth. He is a lone soul from beyond the heavens, not an existence native to this world. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 337, Chapter 337, Tobirama vs. Izuna. Chapter 337, Tobirama vs. Izuna. After completing all of this, the Six-Path Sage appeared in another dimension. The backdrop of this space was a desolate Gobi desert, filled with jagged rocks and scorched marks. The sky was gloomy, as if it might collapse at any moment. In the center of this Gobi, two figures were crisscrossing and colliding at incredible speeds, with the light of ninjutsu constantly exploding. Fire release, great fireball technique. A clear shout rang out. A handsome young man with black hair, wearing Uchiha clan clothing and carrying a sharp battle intent, quickly formed hand seals. He spat out a huge, blazing fireball from his mouth that was hot enough to distort the air, blasting forward with a momentum that could incinerate everything. It was exactly Uchiha Izuna. His opponent was a middle-aged man with silver hair, red eyes, and a cold, serious expression, wearing blue armor, Senju Tobirama. Facing the howling giant fireball, Tobirama's eyes remained cold, showing not a hint of panic. He formed hand seals, only 4 seals later. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. With his low shout, a massive amount of water surged out of thin air, condensing into a water dragon that charged toward the fireball. That azure water dragon was like an arrow released from a bow, precisely cutting through the air against the direction of the fireball and slamming into it violently. Rumble. The blazing fireball and the condensed water dragon collided fiercely in midair, producing a deafening explosion. The incompatible natures of water and fire caused a violent energy annihilation, sending up vast clouds of scalding steam that instantly enveloped the area and obscured the figures of the two combatants. Only the intense collision of chakra and the clanging of ninja tools could be heard continuously from within the steam. Clearly, Senju Tobirama and Uchiha Izuna, these mortal enemies from their past lives, had been fighting for an unknown amount of time in this special space created by the Six-Path Sage. Moreover, it seemed they had no intention of stopping, their battle intent was at its peak. The Six-Path Sage floated quietly in the air at the edge of the Gobi, watching the flickering figures of the fierce battle within the steam and listening to those familiar, merciless sounds of slaughter characteristic of the Sengoku era. His face remained as calm as a still well. He shook his head slightly, this was all within his expectations. He had even given the two of them some ninja tools and weapons. In the steam, the two figures crossed paths again at a speed difficult for the naked eye to capture. Kunai and short swords collided, splashing dazzling sparks and crisp metallic clangs. In that split second of the exchange, a very subtle yet mocking and contemptuous curve suddenly appeared at the corner of Senju Tobirama's cold, serious face. Heh. It seems your brother still hasn't learned the good habit of leashing after all these years. Tobirama's tone was flat, but every word was like a knife. He let you out again, this a mad dog, who can't control his temper and only knows how to bark and bite wildly. You bastard. Within the steam, Izuna's roar exploded like a thunderclap, the fury contained within almost turning into physical flames gushing out. The thing he could least tolerate in his life was anyone showing the slightest disrespect or insult toward his beloved elder brother, Uchiha Madara. Tobirama's words, comparing him to a mad dog, instantly ignited Izuna's reason. Swish swish swish. Several shuriken coated in scorching flames tore through the steam like meteors, shooting at tricky angles toward the direction where Tobirama's voice had come from. Simultaneously, Izuna's figure moved rapidly through the steam like a ghost, his Sharingan spinning wildly as he searched for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. However, Tobirama seemed to have predicted his actions long ago. His figure appeared in another position as if teleporting, easily avoiding the flaming shuriken. He even had the leisure to speak again, the mockery in his tone not diminishing at all, instead seeming even more pleasant because of Izuna's rage. What? Hit a nerve, so you can only rage impotently. The Uchiha family's capacity is only about the size of a sunflower seed. You guy. Izuna gritted his teeth, his offensive becoming even sharper, but the anger in his heart inevitably brought a hint of haste to his moves as he rushed for success. He knew well that Tobirama was a master of provocation, but when it involved his brother, it was truly difficult for him to remain absolutely calm. To fight back and disturb the other's state of mind, while dodging a sharp water blade slash from Tobirama, Izuna suddenly changed his tone, shouting in a deliberately high-pitched voice filled with malicious speculation and personal attacks. Senju Tobirama, you dead white hair. At your age, keeping that deadpan face all day, all you know is how to research those insidious forbidden jutsus. Izuna's voice echoed over the gobi, full of provocation. Could it be? He deliberately dragged out his tone. That the reason you actually like men. That's why you have no interest in women and are still all alone to this day. I heard your brother Hashirama already has children. What about you? Could it be you haven't even touched a woman's hand? TSK, how pathetic. This attack could be described as vicious and cunning, directly targeting the blank areas of Tobirama's personal life. In that era, and even now, marriage and offspring were important criteria for measuring a person's success and normality. Within the steam, the water release ninjutsu Tobirama swung seemed to stagnate for a mere tenth of a second. Clearly, Izuna's unexpected, personal attack, which lacked any ninja grace, did indeed cause a very subtle emotional ripple in him. It wasn't because anything had been hit home, but because the Izuna before him and his own brother both died without ever getting married. It seemed the opponent had completely lost his reason. But in just an instant, Tobirama regained absolute composure. His counterattack was even sharper and more lethal, not stopping at mere words. As if you ever got married. Tobirama's voice was cold as a blade, and simultaneously, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Flying Thunder God technique. The next moment, he appeared without warning in the air behind Izuna's flank. Instead of worrying about other people's private lives, Tobirama said coldly, pressing the water-severing wave toward Izuna's back without hesitation. You'd better worry about whether you, this mad dog, will be completely beaten back to your original form today. Ha! Izuna jumped up fiercely, dodging Tobirama's attack. Hee, I was still young when I died. Now, you insidious villain who only knows how to sneak attack, I'll show you what I'm made of. Izuna cursed, his hands forming seals even faster. Fire release, dragon flame release song technique. Several ferocious fire dragons roared out of his mouth, biting toward Tobirama, who had just landed, from different angles. Water release, water encampment wall. Tobirama formed seals calmly as a huge wall of water rose from the ground, colliding with the fire dragons and exploding into a sky full of steam once again. With blades clashing in their hands, their tongues were equally sharp as swords. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 338, Battle in the Pure Land. Chapter 338, Battle in the Pure Land. In another specially partitioned area, far more vast and with complex terrain, another encounter battle was taking place, equally intense, but different in nature. This area simulated the ruins of an ancient battlefield, crumbling city walls, scorched earth, broken weapons half buried in the soil, and an air that seemed to linger with the smell of gunpowder that had yet to dissipate. The sky was a permanent twilight hue, casting a filter of dark gold and blood red over everything. At the center of the battlefield, two figures stood steadily, back to back. Their posture was filled with absolute trust and rapport, as if even 10,000 men and horses could not tear them apart. They were none other than Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina. Minato still wore the fourth Hokage's Hokage ceremonial robe, though the garment bore a few more marks left by battle. His right hand tightly gripped a special three-pronged Flying Thunder God kunai, its blade flashing with a cold, sharp glint under the dim twilight sky. His left hand tightly held the right hand of his wife beside him, steadily channeling a continuous flow of golden chakra into Kushina's body through their joined hands. Kushina was dressed in Jonin combat gear, her flame-bright red hair tied in a ponytail that fluttered behind her. A powerful and violent red chakra also surged around her. It was her own power, a fusion of the Uzumaki clan's immense life force and the Nine-Tails chakra. The husband and wife, one gold and one red, their two chakra glows reflecting off each other, formed an indestructible aura. Uzumaki Mito stood beside the two of them. However, the enemies surrounding them were a terrifying lineup. To the left, floating in midair and leading a group of Iwagakure, was the second Tsuchikage, Mu. To the right, his body wreathed in violent lightning release chakra, his muscles knotted like a human ferocious beast while leading a group of Kimobakure, was the third Reikage, A. In front, surrounded by a hazy mist and leading a group of Kirigakure, was the fourth Mizukage, Yagura. Behind, with iron sand surging beneath his feet like a living thing and leading a group of Sunagakure, was the third Kazekage. Four Kage-level powerhouses from different eras and different hidden villages surrounded them, radiating cold and hostile chakra. A trace of a helpless, bitter smile appeared on Minato's face, but his eyes remained as sharp as a hawk's, quickly scanning the surrounding enemies. This is quite a headache. He spoke softly to his wife behind him, yet his tone held little panic, sounding more like a calm analysis of a tricky situation. These are Kage being controlled by some kind of power. After our exchange just now, I found that they are practically immortal. Conventional combat methods will be difficult to resolve them completely. Minato looked toward Uzumaki Mito on his right. Her strength was definitely much greater than Kushina's, especially her mastery of sealing jutsu. A clear tactic quickly formed in Minato's mind. Kushina, Lady Mito. Minato's voice was steady and firm, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Since we cannot kill them. He squeezed his wife's hand, passing along a clear signal. Then I'll have to trouble you to seal them. This was the most effective, and possibly the only way in the current situation to completely control these immortal Kage. The Uzumaki clan's sealing jutsu was unparalleled in the ninja world, and they were particularly adept at seals targeting chakra bodies and souls. The fourth Kazekage Raza's soul should be in Hidden Leaf Village at this time, still in a state of being sealed by Naruto, so he did not appear here. Kushina and Mito working together, combined with Minato's diversion, would be enough to handle the powerful enemies before them. Kushina immediately understood her husband's intention. She squeezed Minato's hand back firmly, signaling her receipt of the message. At the same time, Uzumaki Mito also responded, expressing her approval. But Minato immediately added another sentence, his tone carrying a rare hint of worry and tenderness. However, we must be quick. I still have very important things to attend to. That girl named Koyuki Kazuhana still has letters for me to give to Naruto. The image of his son surfaced in Minato's mind, a figure who had now become unfathomably deep, yet remained heartbreakingly persistent in certain aspects. Naruto is the Hokage, he shouldn't be in a hurry to look for us, as Hidden Leaf Village still has unfinished business waiting for him to complete. But we still have to go back and help him as soon as possible. As a father, he understood Naruto all too well. Especially at this moment when his son was single-handedly pushing for reform in the entire ninja world and carrying immense pressure, any abnormality regarding those close to him could become the fuse that ignited his emotions. And while Naruto would likely suppress the impending explosion of emotion, problems would arise if those emotions were bottled up for too long. Minato did not want the battle here to bring unnecessary worry or interference to his son in reality. Feeling the deep love for their son in Minato's words, Kushina felt a warmth in her heart, and her gaze became even more determined. Kushina took a deep breath, and the red chakra around her suddenly surged, rising like burning flames. She spoke out, her voice clear and full of power. Understood. Minato, you buy us time and create opportunities. Grandmother, please. Standing beside the two, Uzumaki Mito nodded. No need to worry. If we can resolve the trouble here quickly. Mito's voice paused, as if also carrying a hint of anticipation. Perhaps we can even go back before little Naruto notices anything wrong. 2 red and 1 gold chakra suddenly erupted as Kurama inside Minato bared its teeth and funneled chakra to the 3 of them. All 3 entered the Kurama link mode. Damn it, has the old man gone senile with age? What exactly is he trying to do? At least let me out. The Nine-Tailed unhappily provided chakra to the 3. Though it didn't know what kind of whim the old man was having, these people had clearly lived, yet he insisted on bringing their souls here. Is he really not afraid of Naruto bringing my other half and using tailed beast balls for indiscriminate bombing? Meanwhile, in Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto and Sakura, completely unaware of what was happening in the Pure Land, arrived at the Jinchuriki villa. The 2 guarding the villa hurried to salute upon seeing Naruto. Hokage-sama. Their tone was filled with heartfelt respect. Despite Naruto's youth, his current prestige and strength had long since conquered all of Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto walked closer, stopped, and gave a slight nod to the 2 dutiful guards, a peaceful smile appearing on his face. You've worked hard. His tone was very ordinary, without any high and mighty airs, just like treating any comrade who worked hard for Hidden Leaf Village. One of the older guards quickly replied, it's not hard, it's our duty. For Hokage-sama to come in person, is it? He already had a guess in his heart, but he still asked respectfully. Naruto didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his purpose. Yes, I've come to resolve the issue of Ito. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 339, Chapter 339, Yakumo Kurama. Chapter 339, Yakumo Kurama. At this moment, hearing the sixth Hokage, who was famous in the ninja world for his great strength and thunderous methods, personally say he would deal with Ito, the two guards were first stunned, and then their faces were instantly flooded with uncontrollable surprise and relief. The older guard's voice trembled with excitement. Is it true? Hokage-sama, thank you so much. The younger guard also nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with hope. Young Miss Yakumo has been suffering all this time. If Ito can be dealt with, that would be wonderful. We're truly sorry for troubling you to come here in the midst of your busy schedule. The two of them were members of the Kurama clan stationed here day after day. Aside from being on guard, they couldn't help but feel a hint of sympathy for the lonely and dangerous girl inside the villa. Yakumo was the daughter of their former clan chief, the niece of the current clan chief, and one of the rare clan members to have an awakening of the bloodline limit. Seeing hope for a solution now, they were naturally happy from the bottom of their hearts. Listening to their sincere words, Naruto gently waved his hand. It's all for Hidden Leaf Village. His voice was gentle yet firm. Protecting every member of the village, resolving potential hidden dangers, and letting everyone live a stable life. This is the duty of the Hokage, and it is the common goal of all of us. So, there is no such thing as trouble. As expected of Hokage-sama. The two guards excitedly opened the courtyard gate. The architectural style of this villa was very classical, and it occupied a very large area. After all, it was outside the village, and besides having plenty of money, the Kurama clan had few people. Building a villa to raise one girl was quite easy for them. Mainly, because that girl possessed a Kekkai Genkai, the possibility of her children inheriting the Kekkai Genkai would be higher. Some monetary expenses seemed insignificant compared to a Kekkai Genkai. Hearing the courtyard gate open. On the second floor of the main residence, on a wide balcony with wooden railings, a sliding door covered with white washi paper was slowly pulled halfway open from the inside. A slender and frail figure appeared by the balcony railing. It was Yakumo Kurama. She seemed to have heard the sound of the courtyard gate opening and people walking below, so she came out from the room to check. The afternoon sunlight shone obliquely on her, but it didn't bring her much warmth or life chi. The first thing that caught one's attention was the sickly paleness of her skin, as if she hadn't seen the sun for years, or as if her vitality had been excessively consumed. There was almost no color in her face, only faint shadows under her eyes, as if she hadn't rested well. Her expression was also listless, her eyes somewhat vacant and lacking focus, revealing a weariness and numbness from being in a state of long-term isolation and spiritual exhaustion. She looked like she had no spirit left in her. Her long chestnut hair wasn't meticulously groomed, but simply draped naturally over her shoulders and back. The strands were a bit frizzy, with only a simple yellow hairpin above her left ear barely pinning back a small lock of hair as a rare adornment. Her clothing was also very plain. This appearance didn't look like a young miss from an ancient wealthy clan at all, but more like a prisoner who had been confined for a long time and lost all vibrant color. And that was indeed the case. She was a prisoner of this place. Her body was imprisoned by this vast villa, and her soul was tortured and eroded day and night by the terrifying heart demon within her named Ito. However, with her strength, it wouldn't be difficult for her to sneak out if she wanted to. Let's finish this quickly. Naruto easily leaped onto the balcony. Seeing Naruto jump directly to the second floor, Sakura followed closely behind. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the sixth Hokage. Naruto didn't waste time on pleasantries. After introducing himself, he got straight to the point. We are here to solve the problem with your body. Let me see Ito. Because just now, his clone in the Land of Wind finally remembered to transmit information to him, and it was bad news. Senju Hashirama had fallen unconscious for some unknown reason. This was a major event. Are you here to kill me? Yakumo looked at Naruto calmly. Because of Ito, she had always believed her parents were murdered by people sent by the third Hokage, hence her question. If you continue to waste my time, I wouldn't mind doing so. Sakura's expression changed slightly as she listened. She hadn't expected Naruto to be so direct and forceful. This was completely different from the help and treatment scenario she had envisioned. But looking at Naruto's calm profile, she ultimately chose silence and trust. She knew Naruto always had his reasons and a handle on things. As for Yakumo Kurama, upon hearing Naruto's undisguised words carrying a death threat, a clear emotional ripple finally appeared on her originally hollow and numb face. It was a mixture of fear, anger, resentment, and a kind of twisted determination born from being pushed into a corner. The hand holding her paintbrush trembled violently, and paint from the tip dripped onto the floor, blooming into a small, jarring spot of color. Her lips twitched slightly as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, no sound came out. However, her gaze began to change. Deep within those hollow chestnut eyes, it was as if something dark, viscous, and full of malice was slowly awakening and squirming, trying to break through that fragile barrier and take control of this pale body. A cold, evil, and extremely uncomfortable chakra aura began to spread uncontrollably from Yakumo Kurama, like cold tentacles quietly reaching toward Naruto and Sakura on the balcony. Yakumo Kurama did not trust Hidden Leaf Village, and the seal set by Kurenai Yui was something she had performed years ago. The so-called seal was actually already riddled with holes. The light on the balcony seemed to dim by several degrees. Ito was provoked. With Ito's appearance, Kurama. Naruto calmly called out the Nine-Tails name. The newly emerged Ito was instantly suppressed by the aura emitted by Kurama. From Ito's perspective, the world before its eyes suddenly changed. The figure of the blonde youth still stood there, but behind him, space seemed to be infinitely stretched and distorted, revealing a phantom of a boundless crimson consciousness space filled with violent chakra. And in the deepest part of that consciousness space, a giant fox, large enough to blot out the sun and completely wreathed in orange-red chakra flames, opened its blood-red vertical pupils. Nine-Tailed Kurama. For something like Ito, which essentially relied on the host's negative emotions and spiritual energy, the impact brought by this scene was no different from heaven and earth collapsing. It was like a small demon that caused trouble in a remote countryside, occupying the body of a weak onmyoji and thinking itself invincible and able to toy with people's hearts at will, only to one day suddenly and without preparation face the world's strongest, most legendary Grand Onmyoji with divine methods, and the great demon commanded by this Grand Onmyoji, a true peak of demons capable of shaking mountains and burning cities. Kurama didn't even need to make any attacking moves, or even fully reveal its malice. Merely the aura belonging to a tailed beast that it naturally emitted was like a 10,000-foot mountain crushing down, like a vast deep sea overwhelming everything. Just the difference in size, like a mountain compared to an ant, was enough to prevent any thought of resistance from arising in Ito's heart. It was a fear and submission born from biological instinct toward a higher-level predator and absolute power. The dark red fierce light in Ito's pitch-black eyes was instantly extinguished, replaced by unhideable, deepest shock and fear. The body of Yakumo Kurama it occupied began to tremble violently like a sieve. The cold, evil chakra that had been spreading earlier was washed away by Kurama's pure and violent chakra, melting and dissipating like snow exposed to the scorching sun. Impossible, what is this? Ito's voice became intermittent, filled with a fearful tremor, no longer possessing its previous arrogance and madness. It tried to shrink back into the depths of Yakumo Kurama's body, tried to hide, but under the gaze of Kurama's red vertical pupils that seemed able to pierce through all illusions, it felt it had nowhere to hide. No. Can we settle this peacefully? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 340, The Path to the Pure Land. Chapter 340, The Path to the Pure Land. After killing Ito, Kurama returned to the ceiling space in high spirits and began bragging to the Four Tails. Just a tiny collection of release chakra. It was already giving it a lot of face for this great self to take action. The Four Tails, lying on the grass, cooperatively clapped its paws. As expected of Kurama, your strike was decisive. At the Jinchuriki villa, on the balcony, Naruto confirmed that Ito's aura had completely vanished. Although the soul of Yakumo Kurama's main body was weak, it was no longer being eroded or suppressed. He withdrew his gaze from Yakumo and turned to Sakura, who was carefully supporting Yakumo with a face still full of shock and concern, and gave a brief instruction. Sakura, stay here for now to take care of her and check her physical condition. I have something to attend to and must leave. Sakura nodded quickly, yes, Naruto. Leave it to me. She looked at Naruto, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration. A problem that had troubled Kurenai-sensei and herself for so long, one that seemed almost unsolvable, had been settled so easily by Naruto. Naruto didn't linger and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. His figure instantly vanished from the balcony of the Jinchuriki villa. The next moment, inside Naruto's room at the Uzumaki residence in Konoha village, Naruto opened the door and walked out. Sensing slightly, he found that Kushina and Mito's chakra had become extremely weak. He immediately headed to Kushina's location. Karen was already there, and she had cut her wrist to feed her blood to Kushina. At this moment, she was frantic with worry, only wanting to help Kushina in the fastest way she could think of. Karen. Naruto's voice rang out, carrying a hint of unquestionable sternness. Karen trembled at the sudden voice. Turning her head and seeing it was Naruto, her eyes immediately welled with deeper panic and a plea for help. Naruto. Auntie, she suddenly became like this. No matter how I call her, there's no response, and her chakra is also. Naruto stepped forward quickly, grabbed Karen's hand, and used the mystical palm technique to heal the wound first. Her body hasn't suffered any harm. It should be a problem with her soul. If Hashirama alone had a problem, it might be that Obito and the others found a way to scheme against him. However, when Hashirama, Kushina, and Mito all had problems at the same time, there were only two people under suspicion. Namely, Orochimaru and the Six-Path Sage. And Orochimaru was no fool, he was living very comfortably in Hidden Leaf Village now, so there was no need for him to do this. That could only mean the Six-Path Sage in the Pure Land was causing trouble. Where is Hikari? She went to the Hokage office to find you. Alright, first take my mother to the hospital, no, settle her in her room. I'll go call in Tsunade in a moment, and I'll bring Grandma Mito back when I return. What kind of fit was that old man, the Six-Path Sage, throwing? Naruto also questioned Azura in his mind, who hadn't made a sound for a long time. I'm not sure either. Father must have his reasons for doing this. Azura expressed that he was also in the dark. Azura's thoughts continued to flow, his long-forgotten memory stirred by Naruto's inquiry. In my lifetime, the guidance and teaching Father gave me were undoubtedly very important. He taught me the philosophy of Nindo, guided me to understand chakra and natural energy, and told me the value of love and peace. These formed the foundation of my life. But, when it comes to companionship, a trace of imperceptible loneliness surfaced in Azura's thoughts. It was indeed very little. When my brother Indra and I were in our teens, Father sent us respectively to two newly established villages located near the massive root remains of the God Tree. Azura recalled those decisive years. He sent us there to lead the people, build our own homes, and practice the philosophy of Nindo. It was both a test and a letting go. Afterward, there were long years of each governing our own affairs. In my village, I worked with the people, established order, and taught the use of chakra. Later, I also met the person I loved and started a family. In his village, my brother took a different path. Meanwhile, Father stayed most of the time in our original small village, closer to the birthplace of Nindo, continuing to teach the few disciples willing to follow him and delving into more profound truths. He seemed detached from the world, only occasionally paying attention to the progress of my brother and me. It wasn't until the conflict of ideas between my brother and me intensified and eventually moved toward an unavoidable confrontation that Father appeared again to try and mediate, but it was too late. Furthermore, the Six-Path Sage almost never mentioned Azura's grandmother or uncle. All his knowledge regarding Otsutsuki Kagaya and Hamura was heard from the elders in the village. Naruto remembered Azura saying he had returned to the ninja world from the Pure Land, so he asked, "Then do you know how a living person can enter the Pure Land?" During the process when I was first guided by Father from the Pure Land in the form of chakra to return to the ninja world to find a suitable reincarnator. Azura seemed to be trying to organize those distant and blurry memories. I remembered that path. It's not a fixed, physical road, but more like a orientation in the perceptual layer and a feeling of crossing a certain special boundary. Like a bird's instinct for direction during migration, or a fish sensing changes in the water current. And to confirm and supplement this perception, I later specifically asked some elders who were knowledgeable and might have even come into contact with ancient sacrifices or summoning rituals. Among them, some new fragments and ancient legends about the Pure Land and Yellow Springs. A hint of complexity leaked from Azura's thoughts. It was also because of this, later, the Pure Land gradually took on a silent appearance. Father seemed to have sensed something. Azura's thoughts carried a trace of helplessness. He might have worried that someone would find a way to leave the Pure Land or even interfere with the cycle of life and death by studying those ancient legends or through beings like me who remembered the path, thereby breaking the order of life and death he maintained. So, later, he arranged for those ancient souls who knew the specific orientation or entry methods of the Pure Land to reincarnate, making them lose their memories and enter a new cycle, leaving the Pure Land completely and taking that knowledge with them. As for the ordinary souls who entered the Pure Land later, Father applied a kind of shielding or slumbering influence. He kept their consciousness in the Pure Land in a muddled, half-dreaming, or even completely unconscious state, unable to think clearly or perceive and remember specific information about the Pure Land. In this way, they could not remember the path, nor could they transmit any information about the internal situation of the Pure Land to the outside. Father, he is intentionally blockading the knowledge and paths regarding the Pure Land. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 341, Chapter 341, Izanami Slope. Chapter 341, Izanami Slope. So, the path you remembered, or rather, the entrance mentioned in those ancient legends, where is it? Naruto urgently pressed for the core information. Azura's consciousness paused, as if retrieving more specific memory fragments. According to those ancient legends, the Pure Land is considered to be a part of the Land of Yellow Springs, or closely adjacent to it. It is the realm of the dead. And the boundary connecting the living world and the Land of Yellow Springs is called Yamatsu Hirasaka, in ancient songs and sacrificial texts. Later, as time passed, many places in the ninja world changed their names. The boundary between life and death came to be known as Izanami Slope, located within the territory of the ancient Land of Izumo. Land of Izumo. Izanami Slope. Naruto quickly recalled knowledge regarding the history and geography of the ninja world in his mind. The Land of Izumo existed before the Sengoku era, and its scope and specific location had become largely blurred through historical changes. Azura didn't know much more beyond that. Naruto had no other choice, continuing to press for more information would be useless. If he wanted to fight the Six-Path Sage, going without reaching the Tao grade would be nothing more than a suicide mission. This matter could not be rushed. Naruto soon gathered the remaining high-ranking officials in Konoha village and those whose relatives had been resurrected. Even the third Hokage was temporarily pulled out. It couldn't be helped, although the third Hokage had lost his former ambition, he was still one of Hidden Leaf Village's top combatants. They were short-staffed everywhere now. Hearing that there was work arranged for him, the old man was overjoyed. When the people were gathered, they discovered that Might Dewey, Nawaki, and Mikoto were actually still there. Fugaku had been taken away, yet Mikoto was still here. The Six-Path Sage had taken away everyone who could reach the strength of an elite Jonin in their base state. If he only took those who died of old age, then it should only be Mito and Hashirama, the others did not die of natural causes. Might Dewey's base strength only reached between Chunin and Special Jonin, otherwise, he could have driven off the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist by opening the 7th gate, without needing to open the 8th gate. At the hospital, Tsunade only just learned that something had happened to Kato-dan. Even Orochimaru was helpless. Let's adjust Hidden Leaf Village's offensive strategy this time, let's seek progress through stability. Naruto looked at everyone present. Naruto. The third Hokage was about to speak, but Jiraiya pulled him back. If it's about Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, then forget it. I'm afraid that if I leave, the internal situation won't be stable. Naruto naturally guessed what the third Hokage wanted to say and interrupted him without hesitation. It was already good enough that he hadn't dealt with those 2 old fossils yet, he was supposed to let them continue participating in politics. In their dreams. Naruto had been too busy lately to even bother with them. When he had time later, he would deal with the Udatane and Mitokado families and make them spit out everything they had taken from the village. There would be many more places to spend money in the future. Next, Naruto asked them about the place Azura had mentioned. Additionally, everyone here is a knowledgeable and experienced senior. Naruto looked around at the crowd. I want to ask you about a place. He paused and slowly spoke the ancient place name he had obtained from Azura's memories. Have you heard of the Land of Izumo? Land of Izumo. As soon as the name was mentioned, everyone in the meeting room looked at each other, most of their faces showing confusion and contemplation. This name sounded ancient, unlike the formal name of any country or region in the current ninja world. It sounded like a term that would only appear in history books or ancient legends. For a moment, the meeting room fell into a brief silence. However, a moment later, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru, almost simultaneously, showed thoughtful and even slightly enlightened and solemn expressions. Jiraiya was the first to speak, his voice tinged with reminiscence. Land of Izumo, that name, I seem to have heard the Fukasaku sage of Mount Myaboku mention it. Everyone's gaze immediately focused on him. Jiraiya tapped his finger on the table, recalling. That was a long time ago, when I first started learning senjutsu. The Fukasaku sage once mentioned the Land of Izumo while talking about natural energy, the cycle of life and death, and some ancient forbidden places. He said that place seems to be the intersection of life and death, a strange zone where the living world and the realm of the dead vaguely overlap. Jiraiya's tone became serious. In a certain secret location in the Land of Izumo, there is said to be a boundary passage called Izanami Slope. That passage connects the world of the living with the realm of the dead. However, the Fukasaku sage warned me very solemnly at the time. Jiraiya looked at Naruto, a hint of lingering fear in his eyes. Once a living being approaches or even attempts to cross Izanami Slope, their physical body will rapidly decay and crumble, and their soul may be forcibly stripped away and dragged into the depths of the Yellow Springs, resulting in certain death. That is a power that even Senjutsu chakra can hardly withstand completely. Therefore, that place has always been listed by Mount Myaboku as an absolutely inaccessible forbidden land. After listening to Jiraiya's account, the atmosphere in the meeting room became even more solemn. The boundary between life and death. Why did Naruto mention that place? Could it be that he already knew what was going on? And at that moment, Orochimaru's voice also slowly rang out. Jiraiya is right. Regarding the Land of Izumo and Izanami Slope, I also heard similar warnings when I was studying senjutsu with the White Snake Sage at Ryochi Cave. The White Snake Sage told me that it is the rift in the living world closest to the essence of death. He looked at Naruto, a hint of inquiry in his gaze. Furthermore, the White Snake Sage specifically warned me that if I wanted to pursue immortality, that place is absolutely forbidden to visit. In this regard, Orochimaru was still very receptive to advice. The White Snake Sage told her not to approach, so Orochimaru didn't even inquire about it. If asked, she had an impression; if asked for details, she was unclear. Naruto had no choice but to ask Jiraiya to consult the 2 Toad Sages, Fukasaku and Shima. Orochimaru had more important things to do, and her relationship with the White Snake Sage wasn't exactly good. Also, Hidden Stone Village and Sunagakure already belonged to Hidden Leaf Village. Naruto's index finger tapped lightly on the table, delivering a piece of good news. This meant that nearly 2/3 of the ninja world's territory was already in the Land of Fire's pocket. This news calmed the people present quite a bit. If this was the case, it was only a matter of time before Kimogakure and Kirigakure were annexed, as they had no power to resist Naruto. Unifying the entire ninja world was only a matter of time. Although it might be inappropriate to say this now, Naruto, there is no rush to find the souls of the deceased. The third Hokage looked into Naruto's eyes. I know, third Hokage. Naruto nodded. Orochimaru has also experimented with Edo Tensei, and no matter what, he cannot call back the souls of the first Hokage and the others. It is already midsummer. Let's announce the news that the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind have been annexed by the Land of Fire during the upcoming fireworks festival. It is time to use news of victory to soothe the unrest within the village. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 342, Chapter 342, Byakugan. Chapter 342, Byakugan. The absence of the first Hokage, second Hokage, and fourth Hokage didn't have much of an impact on Naruto's plans. He could still deal with the remaining 2 major nations this year, the other small nations could be handled slowly. He really didn't understand what the Six Paths Old Man was thinking. Orochimaru could use Edo Tensei to attack Hidden Leaf Village, and in the original story, Yakushi Kabuto could use Edo Tensei against the entire ninja world. Why did he have to trip him up specifically? Naruto was truly livid, even considering finding the passage to the moon to send the Six Paths Sage's mother to the Pure Land. However, to the Six Paths Sage, his mother seemed to be the same whether she existed or not. There was no companionship to speak of, and the Six Paths Sage's first love had died by Kagaya's order. There were still 2 major nations and countless small ones in the ninja world, plus the hidden Akatsuki organization, and the Six Paths Old Man causing trouble from the Pure Land. It was like a toad sitting on one's foot, it didn't bite, but it was disgusting. It was incredibly annoying. After the meeting adjourned, Naruto went to the Yamanaka flower shop. But Ino wasn't there at the moment. She was a ninja, after all. With the Jonin and most Chunin away, the pressure on the genin had increased. Sakura and Hinata were currently helping out at the Konoha hospital. In all likelihood, Ino was helping the analysis team or had also been pulled to help at the hospital. After all, there weren't many genin who knew the mystical palm technique. After thinking it over, Naruto thought of a place that shouldn't be on break right now. Naruto left the still busy Hokage building. He didn't go home immediately, nor did he go to the lab to check on the progress of the eye cultivation. Instead, he changed into inconspicuous dark casual clothes and strolled toward the Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Academy like an ordinary villager. School was almost out, and the campus was clearly restless, with the occasional shouts of children training. Naruto went to the large tree by the gate and sat on the swing. He leaned back slightly, his feet lightly touching the ground, letting the swing oscillate back and forth at an extremely slow pace. At this moment, Naruto narrowed his eyes, gathering chakra toward them. Because he was currently wearing Urashiki's eyes. Properly nourishing these eyes and proceeding to the next step of synchronization was the most important thing right now. But someone else's eyes were, in the end, someone else's. It was like wearing a pair of shoes that weren't quite the right size but were powerful. Running for a short time was fine, but long-distance travel or precise operations would cause discomfort. The most unfortunate part was that the Mangekyo Sharingan Orochimaru was cultivating using Naruto's own cells, which was theoretically a perfect match, hadn't fully matured yet. Orochimaru stated that it required extremely precise chakra environment regulation and cell synchronization rate cultivation, it couldn't be rushed. Naruto also understood that a pair of eyes that truly belonged to him and fit perfectly was worth far more than any temporary, external object. It was worth the wait. So, while waiting for his exclusive eyes to mature and for Jiraiya to bring back news of the Holy Land's immortals, Naruto chose to continue nourishing and adapting to Urashiki's Rinnegan. Although this was an urgent matter, rushing was useless. Soon, the afternoon classes at the Ninja Academy ended. The campus became lively again as the children swarmed out of the school gates like birds from a cage, laughing and playing. Some parents who had come early to pick up their children also began to arrive. When they saw the blonde boy sitting on the swing, eyes slightly narrowed and looking somewhat leisurely, they were first stunned, and then looks of surprise and respect appeared on their faces. Hokage-sama. A villager stepped forward with their child and greeted him respectfully. You're back, Hokage-sama. It must have been hard at the front lines, right? Another villager also approached, their tone full of concern. Naruto stopped the swinging and put on a gentle, reassuring smile, nodding to the enthusiastic villagers. Yes, I just got back. The situation at the front is going very smoothly. His voice was calm and clear. First Hokage and I led separate teams and have already taken Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Sand Village. He paused and spoke words that would make any Konoha villager's blood boil with excitement. Perhaps before the end of the year, this war sweeping the ninja world will be completely over. The ninja world will welcome true peace. What? Both Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Sand Village. Heavens! Is this true? Hokage-sama said it himself, how could it be false? The war could end before the end of the year. The surrounding villagers instantly erupted into an uproar. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, and infinite longing for the future were intertwined on every face. After a brief discussion, there was enthusiastic, heartfelt applause and cheering. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. As expected of the 6th Hokage-sama and 1st Hokage. The news spread quickly through the school gates as if it had grown wings. More and more villagers and children who had just finished school gathered around, surrounding the swing set where Naruto was. Every face was filled with excitement and pride as they chattered away, expressing their longing for peace and gratitude to the Hokage. Naruto responded patiently to each one, a gentle smile always on his face. While calming the excited crowd, he used his perception to search carefully through the throng. He was looking for someone. Hyuga Hanabi. Finally, after the crowd gradually dispersed, satisfied by Naruto's patient reassurance and notice to watch for official announcements for details, each going home to share the momentous news. A petite figure finally walked out of the school gates at a leisurely pace. It was Hanabi. She seemed to have deliberately waited until the crowd had dispersed. When her gaze caught Naruto on the swing, a bright light instantly burst from her pure Byakugan, and an unshielded look of surprise and joy appeared on her small face. Big brother Naruto. You're back. Hanabi ran to Naruto like a happy little deer, reached out her small hand, naturally grabbed the hand Naruto had hanging at his side, looked up at him with sparkling eyes. Big sister will be so happy when she finds out. She's been talking about you all the time lately. Hanabi's voice was crisp and pleasant, with the innocence and dependence of her age. Feeling the warmth and slight pressure from her palm, the slight haze in Naruto's heart caused by the pure land and his eye issues seemed to be thinned by this pure joy. He squeezed Hanabi's small hand in return and teased with a smile. Oh. Only Hinata will be happy. Is Hanabi not happy to see me? Hanabi is very happy too, of course. Hanabi immediately nodded vigorously, her small face flushing slightly from excitement. She gripped Naruto's hand tighter and said seriously. Big brother Naruto, are you free tonight? How about Hanabi cooks dinner for you? Naruto was truly surprised this time, looking at the little girl who only reached his chest. I didn't expect little Hanabi to know how to cook too. That's really impressive. He got off the swing and bent down to look Hanabi in the eye, a warm smile and a hint of curiosity in his gaze. Then I'll have to properly taste our little Hanabi's cooking. I promise it'll be delicious. Hanabi promised earnestly, her small face full of seriousness and pride. However, during their interaction, Hanabi keenly noticed that big brother Naruto seemed to have been narrowing his eyes slightly since a moment ago. Thinking of Naruto's sudden return from the tense front lines, the excitement and joy Hanabi felt from seeing him were instantly replaced by a deep sense of worry. She let go of Naruto's hand, took a step forward, and leaned in closer. Her pure Byakugan was filled with concern and tension as she whispered. Big brother Naruto, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they uncomfortable? Or are they injured? Seeing Hanabi's unshielded look of worry, Naruto's heart stirred slightly, and then he opened his eyes. What met Hanabi's eyes was not the familiar azure blue like a clear sky, but the Byakugan. Exclamation point. Hanabi's eyes instantly widened, and her small mouth opened slightly in extreme shock. The Byakugan. How could big brother Naruto's eyes be the Byakugan? This is impossible. Could it be the eyes of those elders? However, before Hanabi could recover from this massive shock, an even more shocking scene occurred. Naruto's eyes slowly changed from the Byakugan into blue Rinnegan. Hanabi was completely stunned, her mind going blank. The Byakugan turned into different eyes. Just then, Naruto reached out his right hand and gently placed his index finger on Hanabi's slightly parted upper lip. At the same time, he raised his left hand and held his index finger in front of his own lips in a shushing gesture. His voice was very low, with a tone that was like coaxing a child, yet incredibly solemn. Shoo. This is our little secret, little Hanabi. Keep it for me for now, okay? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 343, Chapter 343, Fury. Chapter 343, Fury. Hanabi will definitely keep it a secret. I won't tell anyone. Not even big sister. She promised. Naruto smiled, a truly relaxed and warm smile this time. He rubbed Hanabi's soft hair. If it's your sister, I'll tell her personally. Let's go. Uncle Hayashi has to work overtime today, so let's go pick up your sister and bring her to my house. I want to have a good taste of little Hanabi's cooking. Hanabi nodded vigorously, took Naruto's hand again, and a smile returned to her small face. In the evening, as expected, Naruto was still the head chef. Hanabi and Hinata were the sous chefs. Sorry, I'm late. After everyone was seated, Ino also arrived at Naruto's house. It's okay, you've all worked hard. Naruto responded to her with a smile. At the dining table now, Naruto had Hikari and Hinata on either side of him. On the other sides of Hinata and Hikari were Hanabi and Karen, while Ino sat directly opposite Naruto. If we're talking about hard work, Naruto is the one who's worked the hardest. It feels like you've gotten so much thinner. The summer festival and fireworks display in 2 days will be held more grandly than in previous years. Firstly, it's to celebrate the submission of Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Sand Village and to boost public morale. Secondly, it's to give everyone a chance to relax and reunite. And then. Naruto's tone paused slightly. I plan to leave the village and return to the front lines after the fireworks display is over. This news caused the atmosphere at the table to suddenly freeze. I want to go too. Almost as soon as Naruto finished speaking, Uchiha Hikari's voice rang out immediately. Hinata's hand holding her chopsticks tightened slightly, and she lowered her head. She wanted to go too, to be by Naruto's side, but she knew very well that with her strength, on a battlefield of that level, even protecting herself might be difficult, let alone helping. She didn't want to become a burden to Naruto. Ino also pursed her lips. As a sensory and intelligence-type ninja, she would be completely useless on a frontline battlefield where Hidden Leaf Village only had Naruto and Hikari. Because Naruto's sensory abilities were even stronger than hers. But deep down, she also longed to fight side by side with Naruto. They all wanted to follow Naruto to the front lines because they were also ninjas. Seeing the low spirits of the girls, Naruto comforted them. We are out there fighting for the village, and you are also fighting for the village within its walls. The fighting should be over before the end of this year. Once the war is over, we will welcome a long-lasting peace. When that time comes, Naruto would go see what exactly was going on with that so-called Pure Land. The thing about this situation was, it wasn't about not giving, it was the fear that just as he got his hands on it, he'd have to give it back. Whoever heard of someone being resurrected for a few days and then being recalled urgently? If you're going to recall them all, but you didn't even recall everyone. The Six-Path Sage had truly infuriated Naruto this time. If push came to shove, Naruto would go to the moon and release Kaguya, then see if the Six-Path Sage panics. Anyway, Kaguya just wanted to live, she backstabbed Ashiki because she didn't want to become nutrients, and she chose to create White Zetsu because she didn't want to be hunted by Urashiki, Momoshiki, and the others. As long as Naruto tossed Urashiki's corpse in front of Kaguya when the time came, he could basically win her over to his side. While Naruto was lost in brief thought, Ino spoke. As Naruto was immersed in this brief contemplation, Ino Yamanaka's voice from across the dining table pulled him back into the warm atmosphere of reality. Ino put down her chopsticks, folded her hands on her lap, and her emerald green eyes gazed deeply at Naruto, filled with undisguised concern. Peace is indeed something worth longing for. Ino's voice was soft yet clear, sounding particularly moving at the quiet dining table. Every one of us longs for the war to end, for that future without the smoke of gunpowder where everyone can live in peace. She paused, her tone becoming more solemn, even carrying a hint of pleading. But Naruto, more than a grand blueprint for peace. We hope even more that you can return safely. Yes, we can take things slowly. Hinata also couldn't help but echo in a low voice, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her clothes. Karen pushed up her glasses and said in a muffled voice, even though I've seen your strength, I still can't help but worry about whether something will happen to you when there's no news coming back. There were too many powerful people in the ninja world, so Karen couldn't help but worry. Even little Hanabi nodded vigorously, looking at Naruto expectantly. Ino took a deep breath and continued, her gaze sweeping over Naruto, then specifically glancing at Uchiha Hikari, who was also preparing to head to the front. So, Naruto. Please, you must promise us that no matter what, you will protect yourself. Don't take too many risks for the sake of victory, and don't push yourself too hard. There was a faint, imperceptible tremble in her voice, the release of long-accumulated worry finally being spoken aloud. Because your safety is more important to us than any victory or any peace. Hidden Leaf Village needs you, the future of the ninja world needs you, and we also need you. After saying this, Ino seemed to feel that her words were a bit too forward, her cheeks flushed slightly, but she didn't look away, still bravely gazing at Naruto. Then, she turned her head to look at Uchiha Hikari sitting on Naruto's left, her tone equally sincere. Of course, that goes for Hikari too. Since you've decided to follow Naruto to the front, then, please make sure to protect yourself as well, and at the same time. A flash of complexity crossed Ino's eyes, but it quickly turned into pure blessing and entrustment. Please also help keep an eye on this fellow who never looks after himself, when you are able to. We are temporarily entrusting a part of Naruto to you. These words were both a heartfelt entrustment and a sincere acceptance and transfer of trust. Ino knew that Hikari's feelings for Naruto were unusual, and she also knew that Hikari possessed extraordinary strength. Rather than secretly competing or worrying, it was better to openly share this responsibility of care and protection. Uchiha Hikari hadn't expected Ino to say this to her specifically. She was stunned for a moment, and then a very faint blush appeared on her exquisite, usually expressionless face. She nodded vigorously, and though her voice was soft, her determination was clear. I will. I promise on my life. At night, Naruto suddenly sat up from his bed. No, that old man six-path sage is out of his mind. This incident had truly made Naruto furious. If he didn't know where the six-path sage's grave was, Naruto would have wanted to go there overnight, dig it up, and then bring the old man back with Edo Tensei. What kind of person does this? What I'm supposed to win, even if you use this kind of underhanded tactic, it's useless. I think this old man wants a stepfather. The more Naruto thought about it, the angrier he got. He wished he could go straight down to Izanami Slope and give the six-path sage 2 big slaps, or just camp at the old man's spawn point. Doing this served no purpose other than making Naruto angry. It couldn't be that the old man is like the god of the Otsutsuki, able to transcend this world, and is looking for a successor before he leaves. 1,000 years ago, he only managed to seal Kaguya by joining forces with his brother. For most of this millennium, he probably hasn't had a physical body. Could his strength even grow? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 344, Chapter 344, I Had a Dream. Chapter 344, I Had a Dream. Mount Myaboku. What? You're going to find Izanami Slope? Fukasaku Sage jumped up immediately upon hearing Jiraiya's words. No, absolutely not. That is a forbidden land for the living. Jiraiya had no choice. Hidden Leaf Village really needed the first Hokage and the others right now, and he felt that Naruto was currently like a gas tank on the verge of exploding. If he didn't bring Kushina and Minato back soon, Jiraiya was truly afraid that Naruto, in order to save time, would run straight to a mountain outside Hidden Cloud Village or Hidden Mist and continuously fire tailed beast balls into them. Once the ninja world was unified, Naruto might just charge into Ryuchi Cave and then take a shortcut through there to Mount Myaboku. Orochimaru wouldn't care if Naruto killed the White Snake Sage. As long as Naruto asked her, she would definitely agree to lead him to Ryuchi Cave. Jiraiya then told Fukasaku Sage his suspicions, and Fukasaku Sage fell silent upon hearing them. When Jiraiya spoke, he didn't think for a second that Naruto killing the White Snake Sage would be difficult. It was as if destroying 2 holy lands was as easy as taking something from his own pocket. I'm afraid we need to ask for the Great Lord's opinion. Shima Sage accepted Jiraiya's request and prepared to ask the Great Toad Sage. The Great Lord knows far more than we do. Regarding life and death, the Pure Land, and those ancient legends and taboos, perhaps he has already seen something in his dreams. Whether or not to tell little Naruto how to get to Izanami Slope could have an immeasurable impact on the future. Such a major decision must be finalized by the Great Lord. Jiraiya understood and felt a flicker of awe. The Great Toad Sage's prophetic abilities were unfathomable. If this matter involved a major shift in the future, it truly required his approval. I understand. Then I'll have to trouble you, boss and big sis, to take me to see the Great Toad Sage. In front of Naruto, he called these 2 sages because Naruto wasn't a contractor of Mount Myaboku. Privately, Jiraiya still preferred to call them boss and big sis. No time to lose, let's go now. Fukasaku Sage was about to get up to lead Jiraiya deep into the Holy Land where the Great Toad Sage usually slept. Grandpa. Grandma. A crisp yet somewhat boisterous voice suddenly came from the entrance of the cave. One person and 2 toads looked toward the sound. They saw an orange toad, slightly larger than Fukasaku and Shima but still small and dainty compared to an adult toad, hopping over in a rush. It was Gamakichi, the son of Gamabunta. Gamakichi arrived in a few hops. He seemed to have run in a hurry, panted a few times, then raised a small claw, pointed at Jiraiya, and said to Fukasaku and Shima. The Great Lord. The Great Lord just woke up for a moment. Gamatatsu and I happened to be playing hide-and-seek nearby, and he told me to come and tell you. Gamakichi mimicked the Great Toad Sage's slow and somewhat slurred tone, but he didn't do it very well, making it look a bit comical instead. Bring that, what's his name? Jirai. Jirai. Gamakichi tilted his head, trying hard to recall the somewhat tongue-twisting human name. Oh, right. Jiraijui. The Great Lord said, bring that guy named Jiraijui over to see him immediately. Jiraiya face-bombed. The pronunciations of Jiraiya and Jiraiya weren't similar at all. Okay. Jiraiya. Gamakichi must have remembered it wrong. Of course, there were plenty of times when the Great Lord was senile and said the wrong thing. It's Jiraiya. Gamakichi. Fukasaku Sage irritably tapped Gamakichi on the head with his small claw and corrected him. Eh? Jiraiya. Oh, right. It's Jiraiya. Gamakichi finally realized, scratched his head with his claw, and smiled sheepishly. Sometimes it's hard to hear what the Great Lord is saying. Shima Sage also shook her head helplessly, but a thoughtful look flashed in her eyes. The Great Lord actually woke up on his own and specifically asked to see little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage's expression turned solemn. It seems the Great Lord has indeed foreseen little Jiraiya's intention and might have even seen fragments of the future related to this matter. The two toads didn't delay any longer. Little Jiraiya, come with us quickly. The Great Lord has managed to wake up for now. Fukasaku Sage urged. Gamakichi, you go play for now, and don't run around everywhere. Shima Sage instructed her grandson. Yes. Gamakichi agreed, gave Jiraiya a curious look, and then hopped away. Fukasaku and Shima, the two sages, flanked Jiraiya and brought him to the Great Toad Sage's palace. The Great Lord, we've brought little Jiraiya. Fukasaku Sage stepped forward and shouted loudly to the half-asleep Great Toad Sage on the platform. After Fukasaku and Shima shouted several times, the Great Toad Sage finally opened his eyes a sliver in a daze. It's little Fukasaku. I had a dream. Gamahiro was holding a huge potato. Fukasaku. Shima. Jiraiya. Just lightening the mood. The Great Toad Sage laughed rarely. I had a dream. The Pure Land, the existence that governs the Pure Land. The Great Toad Sage's words were somewhat intermittent, as if he were trying hard to recall and piece together fragments from the dream. He said a trial for Naruto. A trial. Jiraiya's heart jolted, and he quickly held his breath, not daring to miss a single word. The Great Toad Sage's massive head seemed to nod extremely slightly as his voice continued to flow. The Pure Land is not a place for the living to tread, forcing one's way in will surely lead to death. These words were identical to Fukasaku's previous warning, making Jiraiya's heart sink. But immediately after, the Great Toad Sage's words took a strange turn. However, that existence seems not to have forbidden it entirely. He is waiting for Naruto to truly possess power of his own. The Great Toad Sage's voice became even more ethereal, as if reciting an ancient prophecy. The eyes that control life and death are the key and the threshold. One's own, what fits oneself, external power is ultimately external. When the blue eyes turn red, the eyes that control life and death will be born. When one returns after experiencing everything, only then will they know that what they seek is at the mirror stand. The Great Toad Sage's half-open eyes seemed to pierce through the palace's dome, looking toward the infinitely distant void realm, toward a certain established future. When he can don the feathered robe, he will, naturally, know. The Great Toad Sage's voice paused for a very long time, so long that Jiraiya almost thought he had fallen asleep again. Finally, the last few words were softly uttered, like dust settling. How to go to Izanami Slope. After saying this, the sliver of an opening in the Great Toad Sage's eyes slowly closed. His massive head rested back against the headrest, and his long, heavy breathing became even again, as if those words just now had exhausted all his waking strength, and he had sunk back into that eternal, prophecy-filled dreamscape. In the palace, only Fukasaku, Shima, and Jiraiya remained, still immersed in the immense shock and contemplation brought about by those words that seemed like divine revelation. When he possesses the eyes that control life and death, he will know how to go to Izanami Slope. Jiraiya murmured, repeating it as his mind suddenly cleared, yet even more questions surged. Are the so-called eyes that control life and death the Rinnegan? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 345, Master and Disciple. Chapter 345, Master and Disciple. Back home, Jiraiya still couldn't figure out what the Great Toad Sage meant. Naruto's eyes are blue, how could they turn red? Wait, did Minato mention before that when Kushina lost control and entered the tailed beast chakra cloak state, her eyes turned into the nine-tailed red vertical pupils? Does the eye that controls life and death really refer to the Rinnegan? While Jiraiya was deep in thought, a somewhat helpless female voice sounded. Teacher, it's time to eat. Konan's chakra was currently sealed, her ankles were shackled, and there were additional chakra seal talismans on the chains to seal her chakra. If it weren't for Jiraiya, she might have already entered Orochimaru's laboratory. All right. Jiraiya sat at the dining table and picked up his chopsticks. Konan's cooking has improved a lot, it smells so good. I'm digging in. After saying that, Jiraiya began to eat heartily. At this time, Konan was completely barefaced, and the ring on her hand, the labret piercing under her lip, and the navel piercing on her belly had all been removed and destroyed. Because Nagato might be able to locate Conan's specific position through those things. She watched her teacher's defenseless appearance and quietly clenched her hands. If you like it, then please eat more, Teacher Jiraiya. Hearing the abnormality in Conan's tone, Jiraiya took a few bites of rice and then put his bowl and chopsticks on the table. He chewed casually, swallowed the food in his mouth, and then looked at Conan with a smile. Yahiko's body is in Naruto's hands, I will try to get it for you. As for Nagato, he wasn't killed by Naruto, he should have escaped. Hearing that Nagato was safe and sound, Conan's hanging heart finally settled. I've troubled you, teacher. What trouble is this? Jiraiya lowered his eyes, his gaze falling on his hands, which were slightly rough from years of forming hand seals and holding pens. The light from the ceiling cast a glow on his hair, but it obscured most of his face, which usually wore a bright and heroic expression, revealing a deep, sorrowful exhaustion. He was silent for a long time, so long that Conan almost thought the conversation had ended, before he slowly spoke, his voice low and carrying a regretful rasp. After I left the land of rain before, I actually kept secretly inquiring about news of you all. Jiraiya's gaze seemed to pierce through time and space, returning to those years of traveling alone and searching for clues everywhere. I heard you were doing very well in the land of rain, helping many people suffering in the war. But then the news cut off. It seemed a huge upheaval occurred within the land of rain, and it was strictly blockaded. I used many methods, and finally, Jiraiya's voice became difficult. What I got was a piece of news I could hardly believe. He raised his eyes and looked at Conan. Those eyes, usually full of vitality, were now filled with thick, inseparable pain and remorse. They said Yahiko was dead, and all three of you were dead. At that time, Jiraiya gave a bitter smile and shook his head, as if unwilling to recall his feelings then. I thought I had really lost the three of you as disciples forever. I thought our parting in the land of rain back then was a final farewell. Jiraiya still remembered the scene of the four of them wearing frog suits in that small house. Yahiko and Conan accepted it quickly. At that time, Nagato was really shy, just like a little girl. Time really has changed a lot. That cute little girl has become this cold and detached person now. He looked at Conan again, his eyes extremely complex, with the relief of regaining something lost, unspeakable heartache, and even deeper powerlessness and self-reproach. I am your teacher, yet I couldn't protect you in times of chaos, and now we meet again in this situation. Am I a failure? Jiraiya thought of what Orochimaru had said before. When others needed him, he was always absent. During the war, even though Nawaki had just died, and he knew the importance of medical ninjas, he didn't stand firmly by Tsunade's side. Later, when the land of rain was in turmoil, he wasn't by his three disciples' sides either. Then there was the Nine-Tails attack, he wasn't in the village. Finally, he missed Naruto's entire childhood. When the boy most needed an adult who could shelter him from the wind and rain, he was still not there. Endless regret tormented Jiraiya's heart. My life really is a joke. The atmosphere at the dining table became silent. Only the faint sound of the Hidden Leaf Village night wind rustling through the leaves outside the window could be heard. The light seemed to dim a bit, shrouding the master and disciple in a heavy and sorrowful silence. Conan lowered her head, and tears finally fell uncontrollably, large drops rolling down and dripping onto the back of her tightly clenched, white-knuckled hands, spreading into a small patch of dark water stains. She thought of the continuous rain in the land of rain, Yahiko's warm and firm smile and ideals, Nagato's painful and paranoid transformation, the blood-stained paper flowers dancing in her hands, and the path of the Akatsuki organization that strayed further and further, eventually leading to destruction and hatred. All the struggles, all the pain, all the sins. In her teacher's eyes, were they all proof of his failure to fulfill his responsibility? It was teacher Jiraiya who taught us ninjutsu, allowing us to gain a foothold in the land of rain and help those in need. It was you, in that war-torn land of rain, who gave us three orphans the strength to live on, not just to fill our bellies, but the strength to protect ourselves and each other. Her voice gradually stabilized, carrying the warmth of memory. It was you who taught us the meaning of ninja, that it's not just about killing and missions, but can also be for protecting important people, for creating a peaceful world where children no longer have to experience war and loss. Conan also thought of the days studying ninjutsu under Jiraiya as a child. She always felt that time and the period when the Akatsuki organization was first founded were the happiest times of her life. A reliable teacher like a father, the cheerful Yahiko, and Nagato, who was sensitive but would definitely stand up for his friends. It was you who lit the fire in our hearts, making us believe that even in the mud, we could look up at the stars and rely on our own hands to help those struggling in misery just like us. Conan's tone was incredibly earnest, even carrying a hint of pleading. Please don't carry our mistakes on your own shoulders. You already gave us the best enlightenment, the most precious gift. It was we who failed your teachings. If she had been stronger and hadn't fallen into the trap and been captured, Yahiko wouldn't have died. If they had been stronger, the original Akatsuki organization wouldn't have nearly been wiped out. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 346, Orochimaru's Child. Chapter 346, Orochimaru's Child. After Naruto took Konan away, she truly saw the contrast between Amigakure and Grass Ninja Village. Under the governance of the Akatsuki organization, Amigakure was peaceful most of the time, but due to the internal conflict, it lacked vitality. After Grass Ninja Village was taken over by Hidden Leaf Village, the quality of life did not decline. Hidden Leaf Village ninjas registered and catalogued the villagers of Grass Ninja Village, distributed food to the elderly who could not work, and provided employment opportunities for the villagers while rebuilding the village. The entire village was in a thriving scene. Most of those Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were like the Jiraiya sensei she saw as a child, with honest smiles and a willingness to help others. Even now, that scene of vibrant growth and all things flourishing still appeared before Konan's eyes. Orochimaru's laboratory. Naruto paused, leaned close to the crack in the door, and looked inside. Inside the room, Yakushi Kabuto was standing with his back to the door in front of a workbench, seemingly holding something in his hands. Tayuya sat on a chair in the corner of the room, holding a bone flute, carefully maintaining and tuning it, seemingly indifferent to the situation on Kabuto's side. Just then, Kabuto seemed to hear a slight movement at the door and suddenly turned his head. When his gaze met Naruto's calm yet highly penetrating eyes through the crack in the door, a look of extreme panic instantly flashed across his face. Upon seeing Naruto's arrival, Yakushi Kabuto hurriedly placed what was in his hands into a box under the workbench. After finishing all this, Kabuto forced himself to remain calm and turned around, a stiff smile squeezed onto his face, though a layer of fine cold sweat had already broken out on his forehead. Hokage-sama, why are you here? Are you looking for Orochimaru-sama? He just went out and might need to wait for a while. Kabuto's voice trembled as he tried to change the subject. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Kabuto's reaction was too abnormal. As Orochimaru's most capable assistant, Kabuto was always calm, steady, and even a bit gloomy. He rarely lost his composure like this. The thing he just hid was obviously something he didn't want him to see. What's wrong, Kabuto? Naruto pushed open the door and walked in slowly, his gaze sweeping over the box behind Kabuto's legs before falling back on Kabuto's sweat-drenched face. Is there something I'm not allowed to see? His tone was flat, even carrying a hint of a curious smile, but those eyes seemed to see through everything, making Kabuto feel an invisible pressure. No, it's nothing, Hokage-sama. Just some insignificant residual experimental samples that haven't been processed yet. I was afraid they would offend your eyes. Kabuto hurriedly waved his hands to explain, but his throat bobbed. This must not be discovered by the 6th Hokage-sama. Kabuto wailed in his heart. Orochimaru-sama had repeatedly warned that this project must be kept absolutely secret until it was completely successful or had a clear conclusion, especially from Naruto. Who knew how the 6th Hokage-sama would react if he found out? Orochimaru-sama would probably skin him alive. Seeing Kabuto so nervous that he was stuttering and wiping more and more sweat from his forehead, Naruto's curiosity was completely piqued. A playful arc curled at the corner of his mouth as he took a step forward, closing in on Kabuto and the metal box. Oh. Insignificant samples. Naruto drawled. This kid has something to hide. What on earth is Orochimaru keeping from me? Then what's the harm in letting me take a look? Be good, Kabuto. Naruto's voice still held a smile, but his tone was unquestionable, carrying the authority of a superior. Let me see. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. Kabuto was so anxious his face turned pale, but how could he possibly stop Naruto? In this tense stalemate, Tayuya, who had been sitting in the corner as if it were none of her business, put down her bone flute, looked up, and explained. It's a child. A child. Hearing this word, Naruto suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Kabuto's collar. Where did the child come from? Kabuto was almost suffocated by Naruto's aura and anger, his lips trembling, but he couldn't make a sound because his collar was held so tightly. Seeing Kabuto too scared to speak, Tayuya explained, that is a child Orochimaru-sama created using his own cells and Jiraiya's, a product for the research of senjutsu. Hearing Tayuya's explanation, Naruto tossed Kabuto aside. Why hide such a thing? It's not like you kidnapped a child. So Orochimaru created a child. Weren't Miharu and Mitsuki from the original story also synthetic humans created by Orochimaru? But they look a bit like Tonari. He opened the box and picked up the white-haired child inside. White hair, looking to be about 1 or 2 years old, currently sleeping. What is this child's name? So cute. Looking at this cute child, Naruto felt the urge to tease him. Having the thought, he acted on it, pinching the child's cheek. His name is Miharu. A slightly tired female voice came from the direction of the laboratory door. Naruto turned around, holding Miharu. Orochimaru was leaning against the door frame. He had a clear look of fatigue on his face, but those golden snake pupils were still bright, flickering with an interested light. He looked at Naruto holding Miharu, the corner of his mouth curling into a knowing smile. Hokage-sama, what a surprise, are you here to check on the cultivation progress of the eyes? Orochimaru walked in slowly, his tone as lazy and slightly teasing as ever. Naruto bounced the lightweight Miharu in his arms, feeling the little guy's unconscious leaning against him, then looked up at Orochimaru with a knowing smile. Of course I'm here to ask about the eyes. But now it seems, there's an unexpected harvest. He gestured to the white-haired toddler in his arms. Hee hee. Orochimaru chuckled low, his golden snake pupils moving between Naruto and Miharu, his tone clearly teasing. If you like children that much, Hokage-sama. He deliberately drawled. Then you should hurry up and confess to the girls who like you. I believe that in Konoha village now, the girls willing to bear children for the wise, brave, young, and promising 6th Hokage-sama could line up from the Hokage building all the way to the village gates. Why bother coveting my immature, experimental byproduct? This blunt teasing made Yakushi Kabuto and Tayuya, who had just recovered, twitch their lips and lower their heads, pretending not to hear. I'm still young, no rush. But I thought you would cultivate Yugo's cells with Jiraiya's. Why did you use your own? Hee hee, if I fail, someone has to provide for me in my old age, right? Naruto stared at Orochimaru for several seconds before slowly speaking, his tone carrying a hint of emotion. Old age. That doesn't sound like something you would say, Orochimaru. Orochimaru was noncommittal about Naruto's comment, merely shrugging and returning to that lazy, mysterious smile. People change, Hokage-sama. Especially after witnessing so many incredible existences and possibilities. Knowing that the souls of the first Hokage and the others had returned to the Pure Land, Orochimaru had also begun to prepare more backup plans, and Miharu was one of them. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 347, Chapter 347, A Plaything of Science. Chapter 347, A Plaything of Science. Naruto, holding the soundly sleeping Miharu, reached out to touch his soft little face. Watching the little fellow unconsciously rub his face against his finger, he felt even more affection for this well-behaved child. Doesn't cry, doesn't make a fuss, and isn't afraid of being poked, he's a peerless good boy. Then, he looked up and turned his gaze toward Orochimaru. I see. Naruto drawled, his fingers still gently teasing Miharu's tender cheek. You actually want this little guy to provide for Jiraiya in his old age in the future, don't you? He observed Orochimaru's reaction and continued. Even though you gave Jiraiya a hard time earlier and even made him break down, you still care about him quite a bit. Hearing Naruto's direct teasing that hit the nail on the head, the lazy smile on Orochimaru's face stiffened slightly. Her golden snake pupils flickered imperceptibly for a moment, revealing a hint of annoyance at being seen through, or perhaps a sense of awkwardness from being exposed. But she quickly regained her nonchalant demeanor, gave a cold snort, and turned her face away. Her gaze swept seemingly at random over the cold instruments in the laboratory, her tone carrying a deliberate disdain. Whatever happens to that old guy, it doesn't matter. She deliberately used an indifferent, even somewhat disgusted tone. Whether he continues to travel the world gathering material for his perverted novels, or accidentally dies on some woman's belly one day, or simply dies of old age in a Hidden Leaf Village nursing home, it has nothing to do with me. Orochimaru turned back, her gaze falling on Miharu in Naruto's arms, but her eyes were somewhat vacant, as if she were looking through him at something else. As for this child, I simply needed a stable and research-worthy sample of immortal fusion. Jiraiya's cells were merely one of the conveniently sourced, barely acceptable experimental materials. The eyes you want will take at least another month. Seeing Orochimaru forcibly change the subject, Naruto didn't intend to continue the conversation in that direction. After all, the matter of the eyes was more urgent. You created a child so quickly, yet you can't create the eyes. Naruto expressed deep skepticism toward Orochimaru's words. Creating eyes isn't hard, what's hard is the Mangekyo Sharingan. I'm still trying to create a few more pairs to see if I can directly achieve the eternal Mangekyo in one step. Don't be in such a hurry. Seeing the unconcealed shock and disbelief on Naruto's face, Orochimaru smiled with great satisfaction, a pure joy belonging to a pioneer and subverter. Are you surprised, Hokage-sama? A light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as she spoke slowly. When you step out of the framework of traditional concepts like ninjutsu and bloodline and examine them with a scientific eye, many so-called miracles and taboos are not that mysterious in essence. She approached the screens displaying the Mangekyo cultivation images, her finger hovering over the complex gene chains and energy models. The so-called Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan has no fundamental difference from an ordinary Mangekyo Sharingan. The only difference between the two is that the gene sequence of the Eternal Mangekyo is more complete and stable. Ordinary Mangekyo, due to the massive emotional shock and chakra mutation that accompany the awakening, lead to damage or abnormal expression in the parts of the gene sequence that control ocular power and cell regeneration. It's like a precision instrument that has been overclocked. The internal circuitry has developed wear and tear that cannot be self-repaired, so excessive use leads to blindness. And the reason why transplanting a relative's Mangekyo can evolve into the eternal eyes. A cold light of insight into the essence of things flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Is not because of romantic yet ethereal reasons like family affection or soul resonance. The fundamental scientific principle is that the gene sequences of a relative's Mangekyo are highly homologous. After transplantation, the relatively more complete and stable genetic information in the donor's eye acts like a patch, filling, repairing, and even optimizing the damaged or missing sequences in the recipient's eye. Two sets of homologous but individually flawed blueprints are merged, complementing each other, and finally resulting in a complete blueprint that is closer to the original perfect state. That is the eternal eyes. Orochimaru turned around, her arms spread wide as if embracing the power of science represented by the entire laboratory, her tone filled with confidence and arrogance. So, since the principle is understood, why must we still cling to that primitive, barbarian method with its unstable success rate and the need to sacrifice our closest kin? As long as we can use technical means to actively and precisely supplement those missing gene sequences in the simulated Mangekyo eyes during the in vitro cultivation stage. She looked at Naruto, her snake pupils burning with the intense flames of seeking knowledge and conquest. Then, the troubling drawbacks of the Mangekyo Sharingan will naturally disappear. It will directly become an eternal eyes. Orochimaru's final words exploded in Naruto's heart like a clap of thunder. The so-called eternal eyes, once it is analyzed and understood, it is nothing more than a plaything of science. Miharu was woken up by Orochimaru's voice. He opened his small eyes and, though he didn't make a sound, he looked very unhappy. Indeed, babies need plenty of sleep. After reporting the great Toad Sage's words to Naruto, Jiraiya walked back to his less-than-tidy residence in a daze. It wasn't until he stood at his doorstep that he slightly regained his senses. His mind was still replaying Naruto's words of comfort. If you made a wrong choice, you made a wrong choice. Don't always regret and be angry at your past self. He was also very lost standing alone in the fog back then. Naruto had let it go, but Jiraiya felt even more guilty. He took a deep breath and pushed open the door. Inside, Konan was wearing an apron, busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. Hearing the door open, she looked up and saw Jiraiya return. Just as she was about to greet him, her gaze was instantly drawn to the white, little bundle in Jiraiya's arms. "Teacher, your BA." Konan's words stopped mid-sentence. Her eyes widened, and she looked in disbelief at the white-haired child sleeping soundly in the crook of Jiraiya's arm. Wait, a white-haired child in Konoha village? Just as Konan's heart was filled with suspicion and various guesses were churning, Jiraiya, holding Miharu, cleared his throat awkwardly. The first sentence he spoke made Konan completely lose her composure. Konan. Jiraiya scratched his head, his face carrying a mixture of indescribable and strange emotions. Have you ever raised a child? Huh. The spatula in Konan's hand almost fell to the floor. She looked at Jiraiya in shock, then at the child in his arms, her voice involuntarily rising. Teacher? Where did you get a child from? Her gaze swept back and forth between Jiraiya and the child. Jiraiya felt an even bigger headache seeing Konan's expression, which was so shocked it was as if her world had collapsed. He carried Miharu to the living room, carefully placed him on the padded sofa, then turned around to face Konan, who was still in a state of petrification, and explained in as calm a tone as possible. This is, that kid Naruto gave him to me. He paused, seemingly organizing his words, and then, in a flat tone as if saying, the weather is nice today, he dropped the real bombshell. He's mine and Orochimaru's son. Time seemed to stand still. The expression on Konan's face froze instantly. In her emerald eyes, the original shock was quickly replaced by a sense of extreme bewilderment, confusion, and the absurdity of, did I hear wrong or am I not awake yet? She opened her mouth slightly, looking at Jiraiya, then at Miharu, who was sleeping soundly on the sofa with his white hair and skin, looking like an exquisite doll, and then back at Jiraiya. Isn't Orochimaru a man? Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 348, Chapter 348, Third Hokage, why does this child's name sound like something Orochimaru would choose? Chapter 348, Third Hokage, why does this child's name sound like something Orochimaru would choose? Did you hear? Lord Jiraiya has a child. Really? Where did it come from? I don't know. Yesterday, someone saw him bring it back from the Hokage building. White hair, exactly like Lord Jiraiya. Given by the Hokage-sama. Could it be a war orphan? Did Lord Jiraiya adopt it? Doesn't look like it. That child seemed like Lord Jiraiya was being especially protective and precious with it. Besides Lord Jiraiya, second Hokage, and Kakashi, who else have you seen with white hair? Kakashi's father. Do you feel itchy if you don't contradict me twice? Could it be, actually his biological son? Lord Jiraiya traveled far and wide in his youth. Show. Keep it down, but, white hair, it's a rare hair color indeed. Rumors, especially when they involve figures who are highly respected yet also subjects of intense discussion, always spread at an astonishing speed. By the next morning, the news that Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, suddenly has a child, was known throughout all of Hidden Leaf Village. Among them, the ones who reacted the fastest and were most unable to suppress their curiosity and concern were naturally the older generation who had watched Jiraiya grow up. So, early the next morning, just as dawn was breaking. Knock, knock, knock. A knock that wasn't urgent but very firm woke Jiraiya from his sleep. He had dark circles under his eyes, his hair was as messy as a chicken coop, and he climbed up groggily, shuffling in his slippers, scratching his tangled hair as he walked to the door and pulled it open. The sight outside the door made Jiraiya instantly sober up, and the remaining sleepiness flew to the 9 heavens. Standing at the door were 3 people. Leading them was the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man was wearing a dark casual kimono, and his face carried an expression mixed with curiosity, concern, and relief. Most eye-catching was that he was actually carrying a shoulder pole. 2 large bamboo baskets hung from the ends of the pole, filled to the brim. Looking closely, they were all infant supplies, milk powder, diapers, baby powder, brightly colored stuffed toys, rattles, and a pile of neatly folded small clothes, socks, and hats for newborns to 1 or 2-year-olds. It was an eye-opening array, clearly carefully selected, and in such quantity that it would be enough for a child for quite a while. Following behind the third Hokage were Koharu Yudetane and Hamura Mitokado, who had also received the news and couldn't hold back from coming to witness the miracle. The 2 elders were also dressed in casual clothes. Koharu Yudetane was carrying a basket filled with fresh fruit and homemade snacks, while Hamura Mitokado had his hands behind his back, his face still bearing that serious and rigid expression, but the curiosity and inquisitiveness in his eyes couldn't be hidden. Old man. And the 2 former advisors, why are you here? And bringing so many things? Jiraiya looked at the scene outside the door, dumbfounded. The third Hokage unloaded the shoulder pole from his shoulder, placed it steadily at the entrance, then stroked his beard and glared at Jiraiya in annoyance, but his eyes were full of smiles. What's going on, Jiraiya? The third Hokage's voice was loud, carrying the concern and a hint of teasing peculiar to an elder. I heard, you suddenly have a son. Such big happy news, and you actually hid it from us old folks. No wonder Jiraiya was so decisive when he sealed Tsunade before, so he had already let go. He leaned in closer and lowered his voice a little, but it was still enough for Koharu Yudetane and Hamura Mitokado standing next to him to hear clearly. Quick! Let us see. Where is the child? Bring it out for us to take a look. Longing for looks like who? You. Or, the child's mother. The third Hokage's eyes flashed with the light of gossip, clearly very interested in who the child's mother was. This child must have been conceived before Kato Den was resurrected. Koharu Yudetane also stepped forward, with a rare gentle smile on her face. That's right, Jiraiya. Having a child is a big deal, why didn't you say anything? It would have been easier for us elders to prepare early. These are a little token of our sincerity, the child will have use for them. She gestured to the infant supplies. Hamura Mitokado coughed and said with a straight face, Jiraiya, although this is your private matter and it's not our place to ask, for the sake of the child, you should register the marriage with the mother as soon as possible. Although the words were serious, his eyes, which couldn't stop glancing into the room, betrayed his equally strong curiosity. Jiraiya was completely bewildered by this rapid-fire questioning and the mountain of baby supplies in front of him. He scratched his even messier hair, looking at the 3 elders with a dazed expression. No, no. Old man, where exactly did you hear that from? What son? Where would I get a son? He tried to play dumb, but the guilt and panic in his tone were all too obvious. The third Hokage gave a heh sound and reached out to point at Jiraiya. Still playing dumb. Yesterday evening, many people saw you carrying a white-haired child home from the Hokage building, carrying it all the way back. He looked at Jiraiya with an expression that said, you still want to hide it from me. In all of Hidden Leaf Village, besides Kakashi Hatake and you, who else has white hair? And since Kakashi Hatake's wife Hanar was not pregnant, it was very obvious. 3. Please keep your voices down. Konan walked out holding Miharu. Seeing that there was another woman in Jiraiya's house, Koharu Yudetane and Hamura Mitokado, who had no other sources of information, looked at each other. It seemed this was the mother of Jiraiya's child. She looked so young. But Jiraiya's genes were truly powerful, the child's face didn't show any resemblance to the mother at all. The third Hokage did have some information channels and knew that this was a captive that Naruto had brought back, and was Jiraiya's disciple. He had originally thought this child had already died. It seems the situation in the Land of Rain is truly shrouded in mysterious fog. This is my disciple, Konan. She is holding Miharu in her arms. Old man, you all should come in quickly. Hearing the term disciple, Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado were stunned for a moment. Wasn't Minato the only disciple Jiraiya had? Where did another disciple come from? Oh my, this brat is worthy of being a writer of adult novels, he really knows how to play. Miharu. The third Hokage repeated the name, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly. Miharu. The implication of this name, how it sounded. It all carried a thick, distinct style belonging to Orochimaru. Mi relates to the snake, and Haru has the meaning of cycle, connection, and ring, fitting Orochimaru's obsession with immortality, reincarnation, and the cycle of life. The third Hokage always felt that this name was something Orochimaru would choose. It must be said that as the teacher of the Sannin, Hiruzen Sarutobi understood these three disciples very well. The third Hokage's heart skipped a beat. An ominous, absurd, yet not entirely impossible guess, like a cold viper, quietly crept into his mind. It shouldn't be right. Although Orochimaru has now become a woman, looking at the size of this child, it should have been born before Orochimaru's Konoha Crush plan. No matter how you think about it, it couldn't be Orochimaru's child. I must be overthinking it. This name might just be a coincidence, or perhaps Orochimaru helped Jiraiya name it. Yes, that must be it. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 349, Chapter 349, The Other Parent. Chapter 349, The Other Parent. The three of them followed Jiraiya into the living room. Unlike Jiraiya's usual messy style, a doghouse of scattered books, manuscripts, and wine bottles, the living room had clearly been meticulously tidied. The floor was clean, clutter was organized into boxes in the corners, the sofa cushions were neatly arranged, and a faint, fresh scent of soap lingered in the air. Third Hokage Hiruzen's gaze swept across the refreshed environment, a flash of surprise and understanding crossing his eyes. He stroked his beard and teased Jiraiya. Hey, it finally doesn't look like a doghouse. It seems having someone to manage the household really makes a difference. His words were pointed, noting the change Konan's presence had brought to this home while also implicitly testing the nature of their relationship. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado also observed the shifts in Jiraiya and Konan's expressions. But the attention of the three was soon drawn to the most important member in the living room. Third Hokage's gaze fell upon Miharu in Konan's arms, the little guy seemed to be sleeping soundly. My, what a quiet child. He looks much easier to handle than Kananamura was as a baby. Your name is Konan, right? Third Hokage stepped forward a few paces, his tone gentle and carrying the kindness of an elder. Could you let me hold this child? Konan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she subconsciously looked toward Jiraiya with an inquiring gaze. Jiraiya hurried to introduce them. Konan, this is my teacher, Hiruzen Sarutobi, our Hidden Leaf Village's third Hokage. The old man is very kind, don't worry. Hearing the title, third Hokage, Konan's face showed no reaction. She certainly knew what that name represented. The leader of Hidden Leaf Village, the god of shinobi, who once stood at the pinnacle of the ninja world, and one of the culprits who brought the flames of war to the Land of Rain. But seeing the trust and encouragement in Jiraiya's eyes, and thinking of her current situation, she took a deep breath, suppressed her complex emotions, bowed slightly to third Hokage, and then carefully handed over Miharu. Please be careful, third Hokage. Konan's voice was very soft. Third Hokage quickly reached out both hands and took Miharu. As an old man who already had a grandson, he was very experienced at holding babies. The little guy's body was light and soft. However, just as third Hokage took Miharu and prepared to take a good look at this unexpected joy, the child in his arms stirred and slowly opened his eyes. A pair of golden eyes with slitted pupils met third Hokage's eyes, which were seasoned by time but now filled with astonishment. Miharu was awake. He didn't seem afraid of being moved to another's arms. He just used those unique golden slit pupils to stare curiously and unblinkingly at third Hokage's face. His small face held no expression, being unnervingly quiet. Exclamation point. Udatane Koharu and Hamura Mitokado, who had leaned in wanting to see the child, both froze the moment they saw Miharu's eyes. These eyes, this color, the shape of the pupils. Golden snake pupils. A figure they were incredibly familiar with, and had even felt wary of, instantly surfaced in their minds. Orochimaru. That's right, these eyes were exactly the same as Orochimaru's signature golden snake pupils, cold, inquisitive, and seemingly able to see through one's heart. No, perhaps they were purer and more youthful, but the unique hue and slitted pupil characteristics were definitely identical to Orochimaru's. Third Hokage's previous doubts about the name Miharu were now infinitely magnified by these eyes. Jiraiya's child, how could he have eyes exactly like Orochimaru's? A coincidence? Or heredity? All the clues combined in his mind like a puzzle, pointing toward a shocking possibility he was extremely reluctant to believe yet could not ignore. Just as the three elders' minds were reeling with shock at Miharu's eyes, almost on the verge of blurting out that name, Konan, who had been standing quietly to the side, seemed to see their suspicion and disbelief. She felt that perhaps it would be better for an outsider like herself to break the news than to have Jiraiya awkwardly explain it. Thus, Konan took a small step forward and explained to the dumbfounded third Hokage and the equally shocked Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado. This child's mother, or rather, the other parent. She paused, seemingly weighing her words, but ultimately chose the most direct phrasing. Is Orochimaru. The three of them felt as if they had been stuffed inside a giant bell that someone was relentlessly striking from the outside. Their heads were buzzing. Third Hokage. Udatain Koharu. Hamura Mitokado. A deathly silence fell over the living room. Only Miharu, seemingly uncomfortable in Third Hokage's stiff embrace, squirmed slightly. Those golden snake pupils remained pure and curious as they examined the expressive face of the white-bearded old man. Then he reached out a chubby little hand, grabbed a strand of Third Hokage's hanging white beard, and gave it a gentle tug. I can explain this. Jiraiya had already guessed their reaction to this news, as Konan had reacted the same way yesterday. After learning the child was cultivated by Orochimaru, Udatain Koharu and Hamura Mitokado instantly lost interest. However, Third Hokage still cherished the child. Biologically speaking, the child's parents were indeed his two students, and he was much quieter than Konohamaru had been as a baby. This child was like Naruto when he was little, no crying or fussing. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Third Hokage. Hey, I have a great idea. Huh. Orochimaru's body, which had been leaning lazily against the workstation, instantly stiffened. Her golden snake pupils, which were always calm, deep, and seemingly in control of everything, snapped wide open. She even thought she was hallucinating, or perhaps it was some new type of spiritual layer genjutsu. You old geezer. Orochimaru's voice rose several octaves due to extreme shock, losing its usual magnetic composure and even cracking slightly. Have you gone senile? Or did you drink too much yesterday and haven't woken up yet? What kind of nonsense are you babbling in my laboratory? Oh, Orochimaru, don't get so excited. I'm doing this for the child's sake. Miharu will have to go to school eventually. Third Hokage flicked the unstamped marriage registration form in his hand, emphasizing the main point. After all, no matter the hardship, the child shouldn't suffer, no matter the poverty, education shouldn't be neglected. Without a legal marriage, the child's birth certificate and household registration will be very troublesome. In the future, things like going to school, inheriting property, or even finding a partner could be affected. Besides, Third Hokage leaned in a bit closer and lowered his voice. You already have a child together. Getting the paperwork done is only natural, isn't it? Let this old man have some peace of mind. Maybe I can even have a drink at your wedding feast. Orochimaru. She felt this old man was purely looking for trouble because he had nothing better to do. Kidamaru, show the guest out. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 350, Chapter 350, Secret Date. Chapter 350, Secret Date. The third Hokage chuckled as he placed the marriage registration form on the research table, then turned and left. He really was just here to tease Orochimaru. Who told this rebellious disciple to dare launch the Konoha Crush plan? The current third Hokage had nothing else to do. He had taught Orochimaru for many years, yet this was the first time he had seen Orochimaru so infuriated. Being angry is good, if you're unhappy, then I'm happy. Kidamaru lowered a silk thread from the ceiling and slid down, watching the third Hokage leave the research institute. Watching the departing third Hokage, Orochimaru grabbed the marriage registration form and crumpled it into a ball, making a gesture as if to tear it. After a moment's thought, the corners of his mouth curled up. After smoothing out the marriage registration form, Orochimaru took a pen from his breast pocket and wrote down the names of the third Hokage and Udatain Koharu. Tayuya, deliver this to the Rokadame. Hokage-sama. A sharp-eyed stall owner recognized Naruto and immediately greeted him enthusiastically. This was an old-fashioned liquor shop. The owner was a chubby middle-aged man with a face full of smiles. He quickly pulled a beautifully packaged bottle of wine from behind the counter, trotted up to Naruto, and respectfully handed it over. Hokage-sama, please try our newly brewed wine. It's made with the best materials, has a mellow taste, and a long-lasting aftertaste. It's a fine brew specially prepared to celebrate the victory and the festival. It's just a small token of my appreciation, please do accept it. The owner's attitude was incredibly earnest, his eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for the young Hokage. It was this young man before him who had led Hidden Leaf Village to an unprecedented brilliant victory, taking down 2 major nations and allowing the village to enjoy its current state of peace and prosperity. However, facing the fine wine handed over by the owner, Naruto smiled and extended his left hand, gently waving it in a polite refusal. No, thank you for your kindness. I haven't reached the legal drinking age yet. These words made the owner freeze for a moment, and he subconsciously looked Naruto over. Although Naruto's height was quite tall for his age, and his face had lost much of its childishness, his brow even carrying a composure and majesty far beyond his years, if one looked closely, the clear contours of a youth were still visible. Ah. I see. Look at me, I was just so happy I forgot. The owner quickly apologized and somewhat sheepishly took back the wine bottle, but he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The great feats you've accomplished, Hokage-sama, they really make one forget your age. Ha ha ha. He was telling the truth, conquering the land of wind and the land of earth was a feat truly difficult to associate with a youth. Naruto smiled and didn't say anything more. He didn't like drinking. Not just because alcohol numbs the nerves and affects judgment, but because he simply didn't like the taste of liquor. Compared to alcohol, he preferred sweet drinks. If alcohol were actually a good thing, people wouldn't use fining someone 3 glasses as a punishment. After declining the owner's enthusiasm, Naruto took Hanabi's small hand again and continued strolling down the street lined with lanterns. Hanabi followed obediently, but her little head was looking left and right, both excited by the liveliness of the street and seemingly a bit restless. After walking for a bit, she gently tugged on Naruto's hand and tilted her small face up. Her pure Byakugan held a hint of hesitation and unease as she asked softly. Big brother Naruto, is it really okay for us to leave big sister and the others behind and sneak out to play? Hearing Hanabi's question, Naruto stopped, looked down at her cute expression, half excited and half guilty, and couldn't resist reaching out to pinch her soft cheek, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Hey now, little Hanabi, he drawled. Wasn't this idea your own? Who was it this morning pulling on my sleeve with sparkling eyes, saying, Big brother Naruto, there will be so many people during the festival, can we sneak out and look around first? Just the 2 of us. Naruto imitated Hanabi's tone and expression from that moment, doing a vivid impression. Hanabi's little face turned bright red instantly. She looked down in embarrassment, gently kicking a small pebble on the ground with her toe, her voice getting even quieter. It's true that I suggested it, but now that you're out with me, you feel bad about leaving your sister and the others at home. Naruto finished her sentence, his tone gentle and filled with an understanding smile. Hanabi nodded and said honestly, yeah. I feel like big sister wanted to come too. Naruto ruffled Hanabi's hair and continued walking slowly while holding her hand. Tomorrow, I'll have less time to spend with you. I'll be spending more time with your sister, Karen, and Ino. When that time comes, make sure to stay close to Hikari so you don't get lost. As for today, let's just treat it as our secret date. Secret date. Hanabi repeated the words, the blush on her small face deepening, but her eyes lit up, and that small bit of guilt was replaced by joy. That's right, this was her and big brother Naruto's private, secret date time. I just like the fragrant and soft little Hanabi, so I wrote it this way on purpose. A secret date. Naruto nodded with certainty, then pointed to a takoyaki stall ahead. Look over there. Naruto pointed with his left hand and looked down to ask Hanabi, do you want some takoyaki? Hanabi looked in the direction Naruto was pointing, her little nose twitching slightly. Her eyes immediately lit up, and she nodded vigorously, I want some. Then, she added. I want a double portion of bonito flakes. Sure thing. Naruto readily agreed, leading Hanabi toward the takoyaki stall. As they approached, the busy owner behind the stall looked up. When he saw the customers clearly, his movements jerked to a halt, and his eyes widened instantly. Ho! Hokage-sama. The owner's voice stuttered and trembled with extreme excitement and surprise. Naruto had long since become accustomed to the excited reactions of stall owners over the past few days. He still wore a gentle smile and waved his hand, signaling the other party not to be nervous. Boss, 2 portions of takoyaki. For one of them, please add extra bonito flakes. Naruto remembered that the last time he bought takoyaki, it was also made by this owner. Although Konohamaru later told him that the takoyaki from this place was bad, Naruto and the others thought the taste was alright. Everyone has different tastes, I suppose. Right away, no problem. Hokage-sama, please wait a moment. It'll be ready soon. I'll make you the freshest ones with the most fillings. The owner quickly suppressed his excitement and moved nimbly. He specifically took out unopened, top-quality octopus chunks and batter, his movements even more careful and swift than usual, striving to make these 2 portions perfect. While the owner was busy preparing, Naruto pulled his wallet from his pocket. He carefully counted out enough money and then placed the coins neatly on a corner of the counter. The money is here, boss. The owner was fully focused on flipping the takoyaki. Seeing the money Naruto had put down, he quickly said, "Oh, Hokage-sama, you're too kind. How could I possibly take your money? These 2 portions are on me." "That won't do." Naruto interrupted with a smile, his tone gentle but firm. "This is what you've earned. Take it." Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 351, Chapter 351, The Hokage Robe. Chapter 351, The Hokage Robe. Soon, 2 servings of takoyaki were ready. The owner carefully packed the takoyaki and sprinkled a double portion of bonito flakes on one of them. As the bonito flakes touched the heat of the takoyaki, they immediately began to curl and dance joyfully, releasing an even richer savory aroma. "Hokage-sama, young Miss Hyuga, your takoyaki is ready. Please enjoy." The owner respectfully handed over the 2 servings of takoyaki. Naruto took the one with double bonito flakes and handed it to Hanabi, who had been waiting expectantly. "Here, yours. Be careful, it's hot. Blow on it before you eat." Only then did he take his own portion. "Thank you, boss." Naruto nodded his thanks to the owner. You're welcome. It's an honor to have Hokage-sama visit. I hope you and young Miss Hyuga have a wonderful time." The owner rubbed his hands excitedly, a wide grin spreading across his face. Those people saying Hokage-sama holds grudges must be slandering him. Hokage-sama is actually quite kind. But why are his eyes always squinted? Is it from overwork? Hokage-sama truly is great. Working so hard for the village. Holding hands with Hanabi, who was carefully carrying her box of takoyaki, Naruto left the stall and continued strolling along the bustling street. Hanabi couldn't wait, she puffed out her small mouth, carefully blew on the topmost takoyaki ball, and then took a big bite. So hot. But it's delicious. She huffed from the heat, but her eyes curved into happy crescents. Especially when she tasted the rich savoriness of the double bonito flakes, she shook her little head in satisfaction. Watching Hanabi's cute eating habits, Naruto took a bite of the takoyaki in his own hand. The outside was slightly charred and crispy, the inside soft and piping hot, the octopus pieces were springy and chewy, and the sauce was perfectly sweet and savory. It was indeed a familiar delicacy. Naruto really enjoyed this rare break. Hidden Leaf Village was very prosperous now. Although it was said the good news would be announced on the day of the summer festival, someone had already spread it in advance. Now, the whole of Hidden Leaf Village knew this, inside information. The warm lights reflected on Hanabi's pure little face and on Naruto's profile, which had shed its battlefield bloodlust and looked exceptionally peaceful. This rare moment of tranquility seemed to temporarily disperse the clouds of war in the pure land. As they walked, Hanabi seemed to remember something important. She swallowed the last bite of takoyaki, carefully threw the empty paper box into a roadside trash can, and then wiped her mouth and hands with a clean handkerchief. After doing this, she looked up and gently tugged on the sleeve of Naruto's yukata, her expression becoming exceptionally serious and solemn. "Big brother Naruto," she called out softly. What is it, Hanabi?" Naruto stopped, looked down at the little girl who had suddenly become so serious, a gentle question in his eyes. Hanabi took a deep breath as if gathering her courage. Her pure Byakugan stared straight into Naruto's blue eyes, and she said in a clear, firm voice. "Let us sew your Hokage robe for you." "Oh." Naruto was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Hanabi to make such a request. He blinked, and then a look of contemplation and slight surprise appeared on his face. So his Hokage robe. He knew that as the war continued and Hidden Leaf Village's territory rapidly expanded, he, as the 6th Hokage, was receiving more and more attention. Not having a Hokage robe really was an issue. Not to mention him, even Jiraiya didn't have his own Hokage robe yet. Currently, Naruto had to wait in line until Jiraiya's robe was finished before it would be his turn. After all, the change of Hokage for these 2 terms had been too frequent. The production of these robes had always been the responsibility of a highly skilled old seamstress in Hidden Leaf Village. But that old lady was advanced in years and had limited energy, plus, her pursuit of perfection meant progress was indeed quite slow. Naruto looked at Hanabi's serious little face, which practically screamed, "Leave it to us," and understood. This probably wasn't just Hanabi's idea, Hinata and Ino were likely involved as well. They wanted to express their support for him in this way. "Aren't you all very busy too?" Naruto didn't agree immediately, but instead asked gently. "Hinata has to go to the hospital, Ino has to manage the flower shop and intelligence work, Karen will soon be going to the sealing squad, and you have school." Sewing a Hokage robe isn't an easy task, it requires a lot of time and patience. He paused and added. And I remember there's an old lady in the village specifically responsible for this, and her craftsmanship is excellent. Although progress is a bit slow, there's no rush. Naruto didn't want them to be overworked because of his matters. Especially now, with the war not yet completely over, everyone had their own responsibilities and pressures. However, Hanabi shook her head vigorously, the persistence on her little face not wavering in the slightest. We're not afraid of hard work. Though her voice was youthful, it carried an unquestionable determination. And that old lady's progress is really too slow. Big Sister and the others said that at that rate, it might not be finished until next year. Hanabi took a small step forward, looking up at Naruto with sparkling eyes, her tone becoming somewhat urgent and pleading. If we do it together and divide the work, it will definitely be much faster. Big Sister is good at delicate needlework, Big Sister Ino has great aesthetic taste and can design the patterns, and Big Sister Karen and Big Sister Sakura have been practicing lately. Little Hanabi counted everyone's specialties and tasks on her fingers. Clearly, they had already discussed this privately and even planned the division of labor. This sentiment caused a warm current to surge in Naruto's heart. But, Sakura. Right, Hikari mentioned that Karen looked for Sakura, which means. Whose side is little Hanabi on anyway? Looking at Hanabi's expectant and undeniable gaze, he seemed to see Hinata's gentle yet persistent look, Ino's bright and confident smile, Karen's serious expression as she pushed up her glasses, and Hikari's silent figure. These girls he cherished were using their own way to do something for him, wanting to sow their blessings and concerns into that robe that symbolized him, stitch by stitch. Naruto was silent for a long while. Finally, he nodded slowly, a gentle and solemn smile appearing on his face. All right. He said softly. Since you're all so determined, then I'll leave it to you. He leaned down so his eyes were level with Hanabi's, gazing at her with a gentle yet powerful look, as if seeing through her to the girls behind her who cared for him. However, I have to make one thing clear. The corners of Naruto's mouth curled into a confident and warm arc, no matter what it looks like when you're finished sewing it. He paused, his tone becoming incredibly firm and full of expectation, as if he could already see the glorious future. After the war is completely over, I will wear it and stand before everyone in the world. Naruto's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried a power that transcended time, echoing in Hanabi's ears and in his own heart. To announce to the entire ninja world the true arrival of peace. Hearing Naruto's solemn promise, Hanabi's little face turned red with excitement and joy, and stars seemed to twinkle in her pure Byakugan. She nodded vigorously. We'll definitely make the best, coolest Hokage robe for big brother Naruto to wear. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 352, Chapter 352, The Summer Festival Begins. Chapter 352, The Summer Festival Begins. The grand night of the summer festival finally descended upon Hidden Leaf Village. The entire village seemed to be set ablaze, brightly lit and bustling with the noise of the crowd. The main roads and various commercial streets were decorated like flowing rivers of stars. All sorts of stalls were lined up in rows, and the aroma of food, cheerful music, children's laughter, and the sound of fireworks blooming in the night sky intertwined into a lively festival symphony. The current fireworks were just a trial, a massive display would be set off all at once at 10 o'clock. The atmosphere of the festival was pushed to a complete climax after Jiraiya stepped onto the temporary central stage and officially announced several major pieces of news to all the villagers. Jiraiya had temporarily taken the first Hokage's Hokage robe and taped a paper with the character 4-5 on it to serve as the fifth Hokage's robe. There was no other choice, he was over 1.9 meters tall, and the robes of the other Hokage were too small for him. Standing on the central stage, he announced in a loud and passionate voice. Everyone of Hidden Leaf Village, on this night worth celebrating, I announce several pieces of good news to you all. Through the heroic fighting of the frontline ninjas, Hidden Stone Village of the Land of Earth and Hidden Sand Village of the Land of Wind have officially returned to our Konoha Ninja Village of the Land of Fire. From now on, they will become our most steadfast partners, jointly maintaining the peace and prosperity of the ninja world. Furthermore, just a short while ago, Hidden Cloud Village of the Land of Lightning attempted to take advantage of the chaos and launched a surprise attack under the leadership of their Raikage. They were also successfully repelled by me, Tsukumo Hatake, and a group of Konoha ninjas. This means we have taken another solid and great step toward true peace and unification of the ninja world. Long live Hidden Leaf Village. Long live Hokage-sama. Long live peace. Oh! The villagers and ninjas gathered below the stage erupted in deafening cheers and applause. Hidden Stone Village and Hidden Sand Village surrendering, and the Hidden Cloud Village invasion being thwarted. This succession of victory reports was like the most potent stimulant, injected into everyone's hearts. The anxiety about the war and the uncertainty about the future that had persisted for this period were replaced at this moment by a huge sense of pride and a strong longing for peace. The mood of the Hidden Leaf Village residents reached an unprecedented high. The joy of celebrating victory perfectly merged with the happiness of the festival itself, making this night livelier and more boiling than ever before. In this ocean of jubilation, the sixth Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto, was leading several girls, weaving through the festival crowds leisurely like ordinary young men and women. Beside him, Hinata Hyuga wore an exquisite light purple yukata, a shy and happy blush on her face as she followed closely by Naruto's side. Ino Yamanaka wore a goose yellow yukata, simple and elegant. Karin, wearing a red yukata, pushed up her glasses, looking very interested in a nearby dessert stall. Uchiha Hikari was still in a simple dark-colored yukata, her expression cool, but her gaze never left Naruto's side. Hanabi Hyuga was like a happy little bird, wearing a cute pink rabbit-patterned yukata. One hand was held by Naruto, while the other held a pinwheel, excitedly waving it back and forth to make it spin. Naruto had a relaxed smile on his face, occasionally responding to the girl's words, buying a small snack for Hanabi, or stopping to watch a roadside performance, completely immersed in this rare festival happiness belonging to ordinary people. Before the festival started, he had even been requested by Hinata and Hanabi to personally tie the complex obi on the backs of their yukatas. In sharp contrast to the clamor on the main road and the warm liveliness around Naruto was a relatively quiet public seating area at the edge of the festival grounds. Hayashi Hyuga, the clan chief of the Hyuga clan, was currently sitting morosely on a long bench. In front of him were several snacks bought from the stalls and a few bottles of sake, but he clearly had no appetite. He just drank his troubles away cup after cup, his face looking exceptionally gloomy under the glow of the lanterns. Sitting next to him was Inoichi Yamanaka. Inoichi, on the other hand, was eating with great relish, holding a skewer. "I say, Hayashi." Inoichi swallowed the food in his mouth and looked helplessly at his old friend, who was radiating a low-pressure aura, and advised. "Come on, stop with the long face. Today is a festival, be a little happier." He lightly nudged Hayashi with his elbow. "Besides, you know in your heart that this was bound to happen sooner or later. That kid Naruto, no, it's Hokage-sama. His feelings for Hinata and Hanabi, as well as his character, ability, status. What else are you worried about?" Inoichi paused, a mischievous smile appearing on his face as he lowered his voice. "Look at my Ino, isn't she also, Sai? Everyone understands in their hearts. The children have their own destiny and choices. As fathers, we should let go when it's time to let go, and give our blessings when it's time to bless." He picked up a skewer of dango and made a gesture to hand it to Hayashi. "Come, eat something, don't just drink. Today is a rare holiday. Ino is still waiting for me to go shopping with her, I can't stay here and drink with you all night." However, Inoichi's persuasion not only failed to improve Hayashi's mood but instead made his expression even worse. He put down his sake cup heavily, letting out a dull thud. "Sooner or later, of course I know that," Hayashi said in a muffled voice, his tone carrying suppressed irritability and bitterness. "From the moment I saw Hinata and Hanabi eating at Naruto's house, I knew this day would come. He is one of Hinata's few friends. And that girl Hanabi has been clinging to him since she was little." He tilted his head back and drained another cup of sake. The spicy liquid slid down his throat but couldn't wash away the knot in his heart. "But, knowing is one thing, seeing it with my own eyes, is another." He recalled the scene he saw earlier when he was looking for his daughters. Naruto was slightly bent over, with a somewhat clumsy but very gentle expression on his face, carefully tying the complex obi on the back of his eldest daughter Hinata's yukata. Hinata had her head lowered, the tips of her ears bright red, but the happy smile at the corners of her mouth couldn't be hidden no matter what. And his younger daughter, Hanabi, was standing aside giggling, waiting for Naruto to help her tie hers too. That image was so beautiful it was blinding. It announced with absolute clarity that the two daughters he had painstakingly taught, strictly protected, and cherished like treasures since they were small had truly grown up. Their hearts were already filled with the figure of another man. That man was powerful, reliable, and cared for the world, and he was about to completely steal their hearts away. I don't have any dissatisfaction with Naruto, with Hokage-sama." Hayashi's voice grew low, carrying a complex emotion mixed with pride, reluctance, and loss. "On the contrary, I know his excellence better than anyone, and I am grateful for his care for Hidden Leaf Village and the Hyuga family. I also know that Hinata and Hanabi will never be mistreated following him." He clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. "But it hurts my heart." Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, Hyuga Hayashi. Chapter 353, Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi's wife passed away from illness just a few months after Hanabi was born. His father was also a mediocre clan chief, lacking the courage to fall out with the other branches of the main house. Hayashi had pored through ancient texts to find excuses against the other branches, preparing a relatively peaceful plan to protect both his daughters from being branded with the caged bird seal. He poured all his heart and expectations into his two daughters. Watching them grow from infants in swaddling clothes into graceful young women and excellent ninjas. They were the most important pillars and continuation of his life. And now, the two most precious pearls of his life were about to be plucked by the same person. Even though that person was excellent enough, and even though this might be the best destination for his daughters, as a father, behind the gratification of seeing his daughters grown was a very real and intense sourness and sense of loss that daughters ultimately become part of someone else's family. Both daughters are going to be taken so cheaply by that brat. Hayashi squeezed out a sentence through his teeth, his voice muffled and filled with thick resentment. Although he had started mentally preparing long ago, constantly convincing himself this was a good thing, when the moment of witnessing it and the emotional impact actually arrived, this old father's heart still felt as if it were soaked in aged vinegar, sour and hard to describe. Inoichi Yamanaka looked at his old friend's appearance, sighed understandingly, and stopped trying to persuade him. He knew that at a time like this, any words of comfort would be pale. He could also relate somewhat to this complex feeling of marrying off a daughter. He patted Hayashi's shoulder, picked up his things, and stood up. All right, take your time eating. I have to go find Ino Yamanaka, or she'll get angry. Remember, Hayashi. Inoichi looked back before leaving, a serious smile on his face. Our children's happiness is our greatest wish, isn't it? After saying that, Inoichi Yamanaka's figure blended into the crowd of the festival to find his wife. Only Hyuga Hayashi remained on the bench. He sat alone in the shadows at the edge of the clamor, looking at the brightly lit main road filled with laughter in the distance, watching Naruto's faintly visible figure surrounded by the girls, and then looked down at the empty sake cup in his hand. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Another space-time. In the bustling crowd, a man with white strands appearing in his hair walked down the lively street with two children. He wore a deep gray traditional kimono, his face etched with the marks of time, but those pure white eyes were still bright and piercing, revealing wisdom and peace after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. This was exactly Hyuga Hayashi, once the clan chief of the Hyuga clan, and now a retired old man enjoying the joy of playing with his grandchildren. With his left hand, he led a young girl wearing a yellow yukata with a sunflower pattern. The girl had black hair and white eyes inherited from her mother, she was Uzumaki Himawari. And in the crook of his right arm, he steadily held a little boy who looked only 3 or 4 years old. The little boy also had the signature white eyes of the Hyuga clan, but his hair was golden and his face was chubby, his large eyes staring curiously at the lively surroundings. This was the son of Soda Naruto and Hanabi, Hayashi's grandson. The combination of one elder and 2 youngsters, 3 generations together, looked exceptionally heartwarming in the festival crowd. Grandpa, Grandpa. I want that. Little Soda suddenly squirmed in Hayashi's arms and pointed a chubby little finger precisely at a takoyaki stall on the roadside that was steaming and smelling delicious. His large white eyes were full of longing, and his little mouth unconsciously pouted. Hayashi looked down at his grandson's greedy little look, and the wrinkles on his face immediately smoothed out, revealing a smile full of affection and happiness. That pure joy of family from the bottom of his heart made his whole being seem enveloped in a soft glow. Okay, Grandpa will buy it for you. Hayashi agreed cheerfully, his voice resonant and pleasant. Himawari, do you want to eat takoyaki too? Yes. Himawari immediately replied sweetly, her little hand also pointing at the stall, I want extra bonito flakes. Haha, all right. Hayashi was in a great mood, holding Soda steadily in one arm and leading Himawari with the other as they walked toward the familiar takoyaki stall. The owner behind the stall seemed to have changed generations, but the enthusiasm remained undiminished. Hayashi said to the owner with great vigor. Owner, 3 servings of takoyaki. 1 normal, 1 with extra bonito flakes, and 1 with extra dried fish flakes. Coming right up. Please wait a moment, it'll be ready soon. The young owner deftly began preparing them. While Hayashi was waiting for the food with his 2 grandchildren, not far away, another pair of grandparents and their grandson were also enjoying the festival's fun. Inoichi Yamanaka also had some white hair, but he was high-spirited, wearing a sophisticated deep blue kimono, still showing traces of his shrewdness and capability from back then. Standing beside him was Ino Yamanaka, who had also aged but still possessed charm. Time seemed to have treated her exceptionally well, her silver hair was combed meticulously, and her temperament was even more gentle and elegant. Though there were fine lines at the corners of her eyes, they didn't diminish her noblewoman's air at all, truly proving the saying, time never defeats a beauty. Standing before them was a tall, handsome youth with a resolute gaze. He was about 13 or 14 years old, with dazzling golden hair and green eyes very similar to his mother's, though his temperament was more steady and restrained, with less playfulness and more self-discipline. At this moment, Inoichi Yamanaka was looking at his excellent grandson Yudo with a face full of expectation and even a bit of a pleading tone. He held a fox mask in his hand, trying to hand it to Yudo. Yudo, look how interesting this mask is. Why don't you try it on? However, Yudo frowned slightly and rejected his grandfather's kindness. Grandpa, no need. I'm not a child anymore. As the son of Uzumaki Naruto, especially the eldest son, Yudo had lived under the legendary halo and achievements of his father since childhood. He had heard from his mother and countless others how many hardships his father had experienced and how many incredible feats he had accomplished by this age. The height his father reached and the responsibilities he bore at 13 or 14 were like a towering mountain standing before Yudo. This was both supreme glory and pride, as well as heavy pressure and a spur. Although the current father didn't look like the great figure in the legends at all, after experiencing the last incident, he had already understood just how powerful his father truly was. Therefore, Yudo had begun to strictly demand of himself from very early on. He practiced hard, refined his ninjutsu, studied the knowledge of governance, and worked hard to temper his hard nature. He tried to erase the child label from himself, desperately wanting to prove that he was mature and strong enough to be worthy of the name, son of Uzumaki Naruto, and even, in the future, to become a pillar who protects Hidden Leaf Village and peace like his father. Seeing her grandson's serious and self-disciplined, little adult look, Ino Yamanaka couldn't help but burst into laughter. She stepped forward and stretched out her still well-maintained hand, gently but firmly taking Yudo's hand. What silly things are you saying? Ino's voice was gentle and full of affection, carrying the wisdom settled by time. In the eyes of your grandpa and grandma, no matter how old you grow or what remarkable achievements you make. She looked up and met Inoichi's eyes, both had the same smile and doting look in their eyes. You will always be our beloved child. Ino lightly patted the back of Yudo's hand, her tone becoming serious and concerned. We know you want to follow in your father's footsteps and grow up quickly to become stronger. That's good, you have ambition. But, Yudo, she looked at her grandson's eyes, which were very similar to Naruto's but more calm. Growth takes time, and more importantly, it requires a balance between tension and relaxation. Today is a festival, a day for relaxation and enjoying happiness. Occasionally acting like a child, tasting snacks, playing with masks, watching fireworks, won't affect your determination to become stronger. We've seen your training intensity lately. Listen to your grandma, don't push yourself too hard. Your father didn't become that strong just by relying on blind hard practice back then. Even if you want to cultivate, you must pay attention to combining work and rest. Your father has a heart that cherishes companions and protects bonds, and he knows how to stop at the right time to enjoy the beauty life offers. Ino's words were like a trickling stream, moisturizing things silently. She gently placed the fox mask into Yudo's hand, not forcing him to wear it, just letting him hold it. Take this as a souvenir of the festival. Yudo looked down at the fox mask in his hand, then up at his grandmother's gentle gaze, and then at his grandfather's face full of expectation and kindness. The young man's tense heartstrings, eager to prove himself, seemed to be lightly plucked. His tense shoulders relaxed slightly, the corners of his mouth curled up almost imperceptibly, and finally, he nodded gently. Thank you, Grandma, Grandpa. He didn't put it on, but he didn't refuse again, just carefully held the mask in his hand. Just then, Hayashi finished buying the takoyaki. Soda impatiently used a bamboo skewer to pick one up and took a bite. His cute appearance of huffing from the heat but being reluctant to spit it out made Himawari giggle. Hayashi also laughed heartily, carefully helping his little grandson blow it cool. Inoichi and Ino looked at the heartwarming scene over there, then at Yudo beside them, who was starting to relax and was attracted by the festival's liveliness, and they smiled at each other. Big brother. Grandpa Inoichi and Grandma Ino. At this time, Soda also noticed the three behind Hayashi. He held up a takoyaki with his bamboo skewer and pointed it toward the three of them. Eat. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 354, Chapter 354, Opportunity. Chapter 354, Opportunity. The excitement of the festival continued, with lantern light reflecting on every smiling face. The small group consisting of Naruto, Hinata, Ino, Karen, Hikari, and Hanabi continued to move slowly through the bustling crowd, enjoying the festive atmosphere. From time to time, people on the road would greet Naruto. They also ran into Nawaki and Tsunade. Kato Dan and the others' bodies had already been sent to Orochimaru for maintenance. If all else failed, they could wait until their souls were rescued and then switch to new bodies. None of them mentioned those who had repeatedly lived and died, so as not to ruin the current atmosphere. After a few brief words of conversation, the two groups went their separate ways. However, Hyuga Hanabi, walking slightly ahead, had her small brows slightly furrowed, seemingly preoccupied. She looked back from time to time, her gaze passing over Naruto, who was surrounded by Hinata, Ino, and Karen, and finally landing on Uchiha Hikari, who followed quietly behind Naruto like a shadow. A flash of cunning and realization crossed Hanabi's eyes. She suddenly stopped, turned around, and faced Naruto and Hikari behind him. Big brother Naruto. Hanabi's crisp voice caught everyone's attention. Naruto stopped and looked down at Hanabi with questioning eyes. What's wrong, little Hanabi? Still want to play something? Hikari also glanced over slightly, looking at Hanabi calmly. A perfectly timed look of slight worry appeared on Hanabi's face. She first blinked at Naruto, then at Hikari behind him, and spoke in a tone that was a bit downcast yet full of concern. To be honest, I'm a bit worried about Papa. She paused, her gaze looking toward a certain direction in the festival crowd. When we were coming over just now, I think I saw Papa sitting over there drinking alone, and his expression didn't look very happy. Hanabi looked up, using those pure Byakugan eyes to look at Naruto with a plea. I want to go see him. To keep him company and talk to him. Is that okay? As soon as these words were spoken, a look of worry immediately appeared on Hinata's face nearby. She also remembered her father's previous melancholy state. Father. Ino and Karen looked at each other. Why was Uncle Hayashi unhappy? So hard to guess. However, Naruto's reaction seemed as if he had anticipated this. No surprise showed on his face, instead, he and Uchiha Hikari behind him shared a very quick glance. This was a scene that had been discussed with Hanabi beforehand. I see. Naruto feigned contemplation, then nodded, saying in a tone of since you're worried, then go ahead. Then let Sister Hikari take you. She has a good sense of direction, she's calm, and she's very strong. I'll feel at ease if she accompanies you to find Uncle Hayashi. He turned and said to Hikari, Hikari, please accompany Hanabi for a bit. Stay safe. Hikari replied concisely, stepped forward, and naturally took Hanabi's small hand. This series of arrangements and reactions was smooth and seamless. This made the three girls, Hinata, Ino, and Karen, feel a bit strange. It was normal for Hanabi to worry about her father and go look for him, but why did Naruto specifically designate Hikari to go? And between Hikari and Hanabi, they felt like there was some little secret they didn't know about. But before they could think deeply or raise questions, Hikari had already led Hanabi away, nodding slightly to Naruto and the three girls before turning to nimbly blend into the crowd. They headed in a direction slightly different from the main road and soon disappeared into the dim light. Hikari knew very well. This mission to take Hanabi to find her father was actually a little scheme that Hanabi and Naruto had devised in advance. The purpose was not just for Hanabi to see Hayashi, but also to give Naruto more energy to do things. She knew that on the scales in Naruto's heart, Hinata, Ino, Karen, Hanabi, and herself all held their own unique and important positions. But she also understood that in the future, the one who would spend more time by Naruto's side would only be her. Whether it was the upcoming dangerous journey or the long-term companionship and protection in the future, her abilities and role determined this. Therefore, she was in no hurry to fight for a chance to be alone with Naruto or show off in a crowded setting like tonight's festival. Just like the sentence Naruto told her when he was persuading her, which she deeply agreed with. Flowing water does not compete to be first, it competes for its endless flow. Hikari didn't need to fight for a momentary advantage. What she possessed was a longer future, a quieter companionship, and a deeper tacit understanding. Letting Hinata and the others spend more time with Naruto tonight and enjoy this warm pre-war time was not a loss to her. The time to be alone with Naruto was still to come. Holding Hanabi's hand, the corners of Hikari's mouth curled into an almost imperceptible, faint smile. After leaving the main group and walking onto a relatively quiet fork in the road, the surrounding noise subsided slightly. Hanabi immediately reverted to her quirky and mischievous self. She let go of Hikari's hand and instead suddenly hugged one of Hikari's legs, hanging on her like a koala. She looked up with her small face, giggling with a cunning smile. Hee, Sister Hikari, after we play a bit, should we go up to the Hokage rock? She lowered her voice as if sharing a huge secret. If you watch the fireworks from there, it's an excellent spot. The view is super good. And Hanabi leaned into Hikari's ear and said in a whisper. Big brother Naruto made an appointment with me to meet up there at 9:30. Hanabi wanting to find her father wasn't entirely an excuse. She had indeed keenly noticed the flash of loneliness and complexity in her father Hayashi's expression before the festival when he saw Naruto helping her and her sister tie their sashes. She was worried about her father's state and wanted to see him and keep him company. This was heartfelt filial piety. But at the same time, this perfectly formed the reason for her and Hikari to leave temporarily and create an opportunity to meet Naruto alone on the Hokage rock later. Her and Hikari's plan was to first go find Hayashi together, check on his situation, talk to him, and comfort the old father. Then, the two of them could stroll and play in other less crowded areas of the festival. When the time approached 9:30, they would quietly head to the Hokage rock and meet Naruto, who would arrive on time, to enjoy the festival's grandest fireworks display from that excellent position. In this way, Hanabi both took care of her father's emotions, fulfilling her concern as a daughter, and left enough space for Naruto and the others. Little Hanabi's cleverness was evident. Hikari looked down at Hanabi, who was hanging on her leg with bright eyes, and gently patted her head. She really was cute, no wonder Naruto liked taking her out so much. Alright, I'll listen to you. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Keep Your Voices Down. Chapter 355, Keep Your Voices Down. A figure wearing a Tengu mask appeared at a street corner. A couple walked past him. It was Kakashi and Hanar. Kakashi. Two red glows burst from the eye slits. Obito silently submerged deeper into the shadows. Seeing Kakashi and his girlfriend so affectionate made him feel much more at ease. Finally. He had heard that if the war hadn't broken out, Kakashi would have already held his wedding. Obito had paid a heavy price to clear the traps Naruto left in the Kamui dimension, but it didn't mean much. Naruto, who possessed the other Kamui Mangekyo, could easily put several wood clones inside again. That guy was as strong as a monster, so Obito had to use his abilities with extreme caution. Wait, that's not right. Obito's footsteps halted. Shouldn't Kakashi be at Hidden Stone Village by now? Why was he in Hidden Leaf Village? Far from the hustle and bustle of the main road, in a relatively quiet, dimly lit grove on the outskirts of the festival area, a scene completely different from the warmth or excitement below was playing out on the thick branches of an ancient tree. Nara Shikamaru, Akimichi Choji, Shino Aburame, Uchiha Sasuke, Rock Lee, Hyuga Neji, and Tenten were all squatting on a thick branch in an unrefined yet strangely harmonious posture. Their heads were huddled together as they stared at a slightly brighter corner not far below the tree. There, Inuzuka Kiba stood beside his ninja dog, Akamaru. Standing before him was a young girl wearing a light green yukata with a clean ponytail and a gentle smile, Tamaki. From the perspective of the group in the tree, Kiba's usual boisterous and straightforward manner was completely gone, replaced by a rare sense of helplessness and bashfulness. He scratched his spiky hair one moment and averted his gaze awkwardly the next. His voice was lower than usual when talking to Tamaki, and he would occasionally steal glances at her expression. Akamaru seemed to sense his master's tension. He tilted his head and let out two confused whines. Tamaki, on the other hand, was perfectly poised, smiling as she spoke to Kiba, which only made him more flustered. Pfft, look, that guy Kiba's face is totally red, and he's even stuttering. Tenten was the first who couldn't hold it in. She covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking as she laughed in a hushed voice. TSK, I never thought Kiba would have a day like this. Akimichi Choji commented indistinctly with his mouth full of potato chips, though his eyes never blinked. Usually, he's so full of energy when arguing with others, but now. Kiba is still lacking confidence. Uchiha Sasuke leaned against the tree trunk with his arms crossed. His words were still biting, but his black eyes held a hint of amusement at the spectacle. After all, watching a simple-minded guy like Kiba struggle in the battles of love was indeed more dramatic than watching certain people's relationships progress naturally. Rock Lee's eyes sparkled as he clenched his fists. Is this the other kind of youth Guy-sensei talked about? Though it's a bit clumsy, it's something to aspire to. Shino Aburame adjusted his sunglasses. He enjoyed watching this. Meanwhile, Hyuga Neji listened to the commotion while activating his Byakugan to look toward Naruto's group. Just as he found Naruto and the others, Naruto suddenly looked up in Neji's direction. Byakugan. Neji, or Hayashi. Seeing that Naruto had instantly sensed his location, Neji hurriedly deactivated his Byakugan. As for Nara Shikamaru, he had an expression that said, "This is such a drag, but I can't help wanting to watch." He let out a sigh. He had originally wanted to see Naruto's side. After all, the battle over there was quite intense right now. However, he glanced at Kiba's pathetic state under the tree, a mischievous smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Things that happen naturally aren't nearly as fun as watching a cat and dog romance. Wait, no, it was much more interesting to watch an idiot like Kiba act all bashful. While watching Naruto's side was also fun, that kind of steady progression where everyone knows they'll end up together eventually definitely lacked the unexpected surprise and contrasting amusement of the present situation. These 7 were originally stationed elsewhere, but before this summer festival, they had all received a seemingly willful command from the 6th Hokage, Uzumaki Naruto. Leave your clones at your posts or bases, then return your main body to Hidden Leaf Village to attend the festival. The execution method was simple, crude, and extremely extravagant. Naruto sent out his multiple shadow clones and used the Flying Thunder God technique to precisely locate each of them and bring them directly back to Hidden Leaf Village. Even for someone with a chakra reserve as massive as Naruto's, the burden of simultaneously locating and long-distance teleporting multiple ninjas was staggering. Even Naruto had to weigh the cost carefully before using this move, making ample preparations and even consuming some food pills. It was a risky move. Because it meant that during the festival, the troops and intelligence outposts Hidden Leaf Village had stationed in the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, and other vital strategic nodes were essentially empty shells. While those clones were enough to handle daily patrols, basic communications, and general affairs, they could easily be exposed if they encountered a real, premeditated attack or a large-scale offensive, leading to serious consequences. However, Naruto did it anyway. Because he knew that morale and cohesion were sometimes even more important than simple military deployment during long periods of war and high-pressure transitions. Allowing these ninjas, who risked their lives for Hidden Leaf Village, to temporarily set aside the heavy burdens on their shoulders, return to the village, reunite with family and friends, and personally experience the peace and prosperity they fought for while enjoying the holiday cheer. This had an irreplaceable effect on boosting morale, consolidating loyalty, and relieving long-strained nerves. And from the looks of it, the effect was indeed quite good. The group squatting in the tree, though teasing Kiba, had lost much of the gloom that had gathered on their brows from long-term war and heavy responsibilities. It was replaced by a long-lost sense of light-hearted playfulness and pure joy. Everyone had come back this time. Temporarily setting aside the smoke of the front lines and the responsibilities on their shoulders, they just gathered together, gossiping about their comrades' embarrassments, sharing snacks, and enjoying this hard-won night full of laughter. This brief moment of relaxation and gathering was perhaps the greatest significance of Naruto consuming a massive amount of chakra and taking risks to smuggle them back. Hey, do you think Kiba will suddenly grab Tamaki's hand? 10-10 started a new round of predictions. I bet he won't dare. Shikamaru said lazily. Sasuke bet on the other side, then I'll bet he does. Youth is about having the courage to confess. Kiba, go for it. Lee began to cheer him on in a low voice from a distance. On the branch, low chuckles and discussions rose again. Below the tree, Kiba's difficult date continued. Kiba clenched his fists, his teeth gritted, and his face was already flushed with embarrassment. Opposite him, Tamaki was stifling a laugh. Seriously, these guys should really keep their voices down. The lights and laughter of the festival gently enveloped everything, as if war and separation had never happened. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at PA Trian. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Makeup. Chapter 356, Makeup. Naruto walked along the streets of Hidden Leaf Village with 3 young girls, drawing a lot of attention. But Naruto's attention was mostly on the beautiful girls beside him. A girl's beauty and charm never lie in delicate eyeliner or smudged lip color, but in the glint of light on her eyelashes when she wakes in the morning, the natural crimson that flushes her cheeks after running, and the earnest look when she gently bites her lower lip while focusing. Their most beautiful moments are often when they are barefaced. With fine beads of sweat on their foreheads, hair tousled by the wind, eyes curving like crescent moons when they laugh, and the tip of their nose turning slightly red when they cry. That unadorned vividness is like the first flower trembling in bloom on a branch in early spring, carrying the weight of dew and morning light, sufficient to quiet the entire world without any decoration. Naruto remembered his teacher from his past life's language class, who had once said this when she was angry because some girls in the class were wearing heavy makeup. You are still young, don't smear all sorts of cosmetics on your faces. A facial cleanser and some moisturizer are enough. Wearing makeup during your youth is a sign of lack of confidence. Makeup is meant for covering up, and you young girls and boys in your teens have absolutely no need for it. People like us in our 40s need makeup to cover the traces left by time, to use light makeup to temporarily reconcile with time. What is the most moving makeup? It is your current stage, it is youth. Youth is the best makeup. At the time, Naruto perhaps only thought the teacher was sharing some extracurricular knowledge and found it interesting, but he didn't have a deep realization. It wasn't until he came to the ninja world and encountered these girls who shone like gemstones that he deeply realized how correct and essential the teacher's words were. In this world that values power and often brushes against death, youth and beauty exist in another, more vivid, and more touching way. His gaze involuntarily fell upon Hyuga Hinata beside him. Hinata still wore her hair short, with a few strands softly clinging to her fair cheeks. She wore no makeup, her face bare, and her skin glowed with a healthy, delicate luster under the warm light. Her iconic Byakugan eyes were exceptionally clear and bright at this moment, filled with shyness and joy. Occasionally, when she made eye contact with him, she would quickly look away like a startled fawn, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings. She was beautiful, and that beauty was reserved and gentle, like a lily blooming quietly under the moonlight. She was shy, the slightest bit of attention could make her cheeks flush with crimson. That blush was not rouge, but a natural expression of vitality, vivid and lively. She was endearing, that cautious approach and wholehearted admiration made her every move carry a kind of innocence that tugged at the heartstrings. When Naruto looked at her, she would blush, subconsciously avoiding his gaze, her small hands unconsciously clutching the sleeves of her yukata. But after a short while, she would again turn her gaze back to Naruto, thinking she was unobserved, her eyes filled with reliance, joy, and a tiny bit of satisfaction. She was just like a mimosa plant that shyly folds its leaves at a touch. Her makeup was this natural shyness, those pure eyes, and the most authentic blush that appeared because of him. Without any embellishment, she was already moving to the extreme. Ino was tightly holding Naruto's hand, walking gracefully by his side. Ino's beauty was outgoing and bright, like the midday sun in summer, passionate and unreserved. She was full of laughter and smiles, her crisp laughter seemingly able to dispel all gloom. When talking to others, her eyes were bright and full of confidence. She was full of composure, whether responding to greetings from acquaintances at the festival or walking side by side with Naruto. She appeared so natural and appropriate, as if she were born to stand by his side. She was jubilant, full of curiosity and enthusiasm for everything at the festival, excitedly pointing out interesting stalls to Naruto when she saw them. She was attached, never letting go of Naruto's hand, and occasionally giving it a gentle shake, carrying a sense of intimate coquetry. She was enjoying the present moment, the smile on her face pure and brilliant, proof of happiness from the bottom of her heart. Ino's makeup was her exuberant vitality, her cheerful personality, and that unmasked affection and companionship. She carried her own radiance, infecting everyone around her. And Karen, who was walking slightly behind on Naruto's other side, was another kind of scenery. She did not have the irritable personality she had in the original work. After her bleak childhood ended, she met people who treated her with tenderness. Therefore, she did not need rage as her protective color. Only when one is not respected does one need to make themselves look tough. At this moment, Karen was holding several bags of snacks, eating a piece from time to time. During this process, the corners of her mouth would unconsciously turn up slightly, revealing a curve of satisfaction. It wasn't a stunning smile, but it revealed a simple joy belonging to enjoying food, as well as a secret happiness that Naruto bought this for me. She did not deliberately try to attract Naruto's attention, nor did she participate in the conversation as lively as Ino. She just followed quietly, eating quietly, occasionally pushing up her sliding glasses, but her gaze always remained on Naruto, ensuring he was within her field of vision. When Naruto turned his head to talk to her or asked her if she wanted to try something else, she would immediately look up, her eyes behind the lenses brightening, and then she would nod earnestly or offer a suggestion. Naruto, with Hinata, Ino, and Karen, strolled casually through the flow of people at the festival, enjoying the festive atmosphere. They would stop from time to time to watch the performances of artisans, and occasionally buy some local snacks to share. The atmosphere relaxed and pleasant. Occasionally, they would play small games, enjoying the atmosphere of the festival. Just as they were wandering around and arrived near a relatively open space with several large trees, a burst of discussion that was deliberately lowered but still couldn't hide the excitement, along with a few muffled laughs, came from the direction of the large trees. Naruto looked in the direction of the sound and saw that under the lush, leafy large tree, several people were gathered, either squatting or standing. It was Shikamaru and the others. They formed a loose semicircle, all eyes cast with great interest toward the center of the circle. And in the center of the circle was none other than Inuzuka Kiba, whom they had been remotely watching from the trees just moments ago, along with that gentle girl, Tamaki. However, the scene at this moment seemed to differ somewhat from the previous expectation of a koi date. Tamaki was half squatting on the ground, holding a simple medical kit, bandaging the right hand of Kiba, who was sitting on a tree stump. Kiba's expression was somewhat awkward. Naruto raised an eyebrow and walked over with the girls. "Shikamaru, what is this?" Naruto asked, his gaze sweeping over the group of friends who were obviously watching the fun, and finally landing on the man and woman in the center, Kiba. What happened? Hearing Naruto's voice, the onlookers finally realized they had come over. Shikamaru and the others had expressions that were more or less unable to hold back their laughter. As soon as Kiba saw Naruto, his face turned even redder, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Tamaki looked up, smiled politely at Naruto and the girls, but didn't stop the movement of her hands. "Naruto, how come you?" Kiba stammered, not knowing what to say. Shikamaru covered his forehead. "This guy got scratched by the cat Tamaki keeps while holding hands with Tamaki. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 357, Chapter 357, Cats and Dogs. Chapter 357, Cats and Dogs. The cat Tamaki raised was also a Nin cat. Akamaru, who had been obediently crouching by Kiba's feet, saw Kiba being attacked and immediately let out an angry roar, "Woof!" He lunged forward, snapping his jaws at the Nin cat. Although the Nin cat was agile, Akamaru was also a well-trained ninja dog. Despite the Nin cat's desperate attempts to dodge, Akamaru still managed to bite its hind leg. The Nin cat let out a shrill scream and struggled violently in pain. Akamaru was kicked by its hind leg and let go as he too felt the sting. In an instant, both the cat and the dog had their fur standing on end. Akamaru growled and pursued relentlessly, while the Nin cat screamed, for bristling, and bolted toward a less crowded area of the festival in a panic. Akamaru chased after it without hesitation. Seeing Kiba injured, the remaining several people quickly descended from the trees. They all had medical kits in their ninja tool pouches. Tamaki, who loved cats, was very anxious upon seeing her cat bitten by Akamaru, but ultimately, it was her cat who had scratched someone first. After hearing the beginning and end of this war between cat and dog, Naruto couldn't help but twitch his lips, wanting to laugh but feeling it would be a bit unkind. Hinata covered her mouth to stifle a giggle, while Ino and Karen had already burst out laughing without reservation. "So, what about Akamaru and that cat now?" Naruto asked. Shino provided the answer. "They chased each other out and haven't returned yet." Kiba scratched his hair in frustration. "That idiot Akamaru, I already told him I'm fine. He just had to chase it." Despite saying so, the concern for Akamaru in Kiba's tone was obvious. Tamaki had already nimbly bandaged Kiba's wound, tying a small, neat knot. She stood up, an apologetic look on her face. "I'm sorry, Kiba, my little Cole is too sensitive." "Does your hand still hurt?" "No, it doesn't hurt. Not at all." Kiba hurriedly waved his hands, trying his best to show some masculinity, but as a result, he pulled at the wound and couldn't help but hiss, drawing another round of low laughter from the group. Naruto watched this chaotic yet lively scene and shook his head helplessly. On the night of a festival, as expected, any kind of accident could happen. "All right, now that the bandage is on, go find Akamaru and that cat," Naruto said, then looked toward Shikamaru and the others. "Don't just stand there watching the fun, help them look together. There are many people at the festival, don't let them scare anyone, and don't let them run too far and get into trouble." "Okay." Although Shikamaru and the others hadn't had their fill of the spectacle, they knew business came first and responded one after another. "I'll go too. I know where little Cole might be hiding," Tamaki said immediately. Once Kiba and Tamaki left, no one moved except for the eager Rock Lee. "Wait, Lee." Just as Rock Lee was getting ready to burn his youth to carry out this pet-finding mission that seemed divinely sacred to him, Naruto's voice, tinged with helplessness and amusement, rang out just in time. Lee paused and turned his head in confusion toward Naruto, who had called him. "Naruto, is something wrong?" Naruto had a meaningful smile on his face as his gaze drifted toward the direction where Kiba and Tamaki had hurriedly departed. Although Kiba's hand was injured, he was still full of energy. While Tamaki jogged to keep up, the two were anxiously discussing where Akamaru and little Cole might have gone as their figures soon vanished into the dim path at the edge of the festival. Naruto withdrew his gaze, looked at his simple and hot-blooded comrade, shook his head, and said leisurely, "You really intend to go?" He pointed in the direction where Kiba and Tamaki had disappeared. "Just let the two of them go by themselves." Naruto paused, and seeing Lee's thick-browed eyes still filled with confusion and lack of reaction, he had to make it clearer. The two of them, one likes dogs and the other likes cats, don't often spend time together. For them, this incident might just be a good breakthrough. Let's not go and disturb them. Lee wasn't the kind of stubborn body cultivator who trained his body to the point where his brain only thought. Training takes time and resources. Wouldn't it be better to save this time for more training? After Naruto's not-so-subtle hint, combined with the "you know what I mean" expressions of his nearby companions as evidence, the nerve in Lee's brain regarding the subtleties of human relationships was finally plucked. "Oh." Lee's eyes suddenly widened, and a look of sudden realization appeared on his face, as if saying, so there was that layer. The mysteries of youth are truly unfathomable. He took a sharp breath. However, this look of his immediately triggered Hyuga Niji's alertness. Without waiting for Lee to shout out the rest of his words, Niji was quick-eyed and nimble-handed. He stepped forward and reached out, accurately covering Lee's mouth. MMPH MMPH MMPH. The rest of Lee's exclamations were stuffed back in, and he could only make muffled sounds, staring at Niji with wide eyes. Niji sighed helplessly and lowered his voice, warning Lee. "Lee, be quiet." He glanced with his Byakugan toward the direction Kiba and Tamaki had left, then lowered his voice further before continuing. "Kiba and the other haven't gone far yet. MMPH." Hearing this, Lee immediately stopped struggling and blinked hard to show he understood. Only then did Niji slowly release his hand. Having regained his freedom of speech, Lee first cautiously looked toward the alley entrance, then lowered his voice, though still unable to hide his excitement as he spoke to Naruto and Niji. "I understand, Naruto. All right, intermission over." Naruto clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention back. "Everyone go back to what you were doing. The festival is still long." The crowd then dispersed with laughter, beginning their respective festival journeys. And so, Kiba and Tamaki's pet-finding duo trip finally officially began without any disturbance. Where this accident that started as a cat-and-dog war would ultimately lead, perhaps only youth itself knew the answer. Just as the group left, Ino pulled Naruto and teased, "It seems Naruto knows quite a lot about these things." This was a difficult question to answer, although it seemed like a joke. If the answer wasn't good, it wouldn't be a laughing matter. Naruto thought for a moment. Everyone saw it, didn't they? I just reminded Lee a step ahead of time. It was time to turn the tables. With that, Naruto took hold of Ino's hand in return. "Speaking of which, why are you so mean, not reminding Lee?" And Hinata, and Karen, you're all so mean for not reminding him. Hinata was thin-skinned and her face quickly flushed red from the teasing. Karen and Ino began to banter and play around with Naruto. At the entrance of a relatively quiet small park near a residential area, there was a flower bed. Seasonal flowers grew in the bed, appearing delicate and beautiful under the reflection of the festival lights. On a bench beside the flower bed, a middle-aged couple sat side by side. The man's frame was still tall and upright, but the impulsiveness of his youth had faded from his face, replaced by a sense of steadiness. He wore a carefully trimmed short beard on his chin, adding a touch of mature masculinity to his appearance. It was none other than Inuzuka Kiba. The woman beside him had not been robbed of her gentleness by the years, instead, that soft temperament had settled into something more profound. Her smile was as fresh and moving as ever. It was his wife, Tamaki. Both were dressed in comfortable casual clothes, seemingly taking advantage of the festival's bustle to find a quiet memory. Kiba's gaze lingered for a long time on the inconspicuous small flower bed, his eyes somewhat distant, as if looking through 20 years of time. He reached out and stroked the cold bricks at the edge of the flower bed with a rough but gentle hand, a curve of mixed emotion and laughter appearing at the corners of his mouth. Tamaki, look here. Kiba's voice was deeper than when he was young, but it carried a steady power. I remember, before, it was probably around this spot, right? He pointed to the dense thicket of bushes behind the flower bed. Akamaru and Little Cole were found by us right here. There was no hint of complaint in his tone, only a wealth of nostalgia. That cat and dog war had unexpectedly brought him and Tamaki closer together. It was a vivid page in his memories of youth. Hearing her husband mention the past, a gentle smile also bloomed on Tamaki's face, making the fine lines at the corners of her eyes look exceptionally soft. She nodded, her gaze also turning toward the thicket, as if she could see the two furry little fellows hiding inside back then. Yes. Tamaki responded softly, her voice as light as a night breeze. We were so worried then, searching for a long time along the direction they might have run. I didn't expect. She paused, her smile deepening with a sense of the wonder of fate. By the time we finally found this place, the two of them had actually already made up. The two of them had also used the opportunity of searching for their respective Ninkat to set aside their initial awkwardness and unfamiliarity, leading to many natural conversations. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 358, Chapter 358, Growth. Chapter 358, Growth. Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki were immersed in the warm memories of the fated encounter of cat and dog from 20 years ago. Their fingers were intertwined, and their gazes softened as they looked at the small flower bed before them, which bore the marks of their youth. The surrounding clamor seemed to have faded away. However, this peaceful nostalgia did not last long. Uncle Kiba, Aunt Tamaki, good evening. Accompanied by a crisp and loud greeting, a vibrant figure suddenly rushed out from a side road, nearly crashing headfirst into the flower bed. It was a boy who looked to be about 10 years old, with dazzling blonde hair and azure eyes. He was holding a box of tempura, a brilliant smile on his face as if a prank had succeeded. This was Uzumaki Shinichiku. Almost the moment he rushed out, another boy, slightly thin but extremely agile, with short black hair and the Sharingan, followed closely behind from the side road, shouting, Shinichiku. Stop right there. Give me back the tempura. The two boys were like two whirlwinds, instantly shattering the peace by the flower bed. Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki were startled by this sudden attack, and nearly drew their kunai to strike back. But after seeing who it was, their faces immediately showed expressions of helplessness and amusement. Inuzuka Kiba instinctively pulled Tamaki closer to himself, then shouted with a full voice at the two boys who were charging ahead recklessly. Hey, Taichi, Shinichiku. You two slow down. This is a flower bed, not a training ground. Tamaki also hurriedly reminded them, be careful not to bump into anyone, and don't trample the flowers. Shinichiku slammed on the brakes, stopping perilously at the edge of the flower bed. He turned back and grinned at Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki, making a face, we know, Uncle Kiba. We're being very careful. Despite his words, his feet were already poised to move, ready to keep making his getaway. Taichi was a bit more steady. He also stopped and gave Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki a polite but hurried nod. Uncle Kiba, Aunt Tamaki, sorry for the interruption. But his gaze was already locked onto the box of tempura in Shinichiku's hand, which had clearly been picked at. Looking at these two boys with excess energy, Inuzuka Kiba deliberately put on a stern face, using the authority of an elder to warn them. If you two dare to flip over someone's goldfish stall for a dango again like last time, watch out for your dad's punishment. Don't say I didn't warn you when the time comes. Hearing this, Shinichiku laughed nonchalantly. While fiddling with the takoyaki box in his hand, he said with full confidence. Haha, don't worry, Uncle Kiba. My dad wouldn't. Before he could finish, Taichi's red eyes suddenly caught sight of a pink-haired figure walking quickly through the crowd in the distance, and his expression changed instantly. Idiot Shinichiku, stop talking. Taichi hurriedly interrupted Shinichiku, his voice carrying a rare hint of tension. It's Mom Sakura. She seems to have seen us and is chasing after us. Huh. The smile on Shinichiku's face froze instantly. He whipped his head around and indeed saw his mother walking quickly toward them through the crowd with a kind expression. Shinichiku, who had been fearless just a moment ago, instantly lost his nerve. Run. Taichi reacted extremely fast. With a low shout, he performed a fluid sliding maneuver, gliding past Shinichiku while simultaneously grabbing Shinichiku's arm. Then, he suddenly accelerated, sprinting in the opposite direction from where Sakura Haruno was coming. The movements were clean and efficient, clearly showing the qualities of an excellent ninja. At least in terms of reactions and movement. Pulled by Taichi, Shinichiku snapped out of it and didn't dare stay a second longer. Ah. Goodbye, uncle and aunt. Let's talk next time. He waved hastily to Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki, nearly tossing the tempura in his hand, and then burst forth with startling speed, following Taichi. They vanished around the corner of another alley in an instant, leaving only a gust of wind. Seeing the two children disappear, Sakura Haruno slowed her pace, no longer in an urgent chase. She tidied her hair, which had become slightly disheveled from her brisk walk, and the stern expression on her face softened, returning to her usual capable yet gentle look. She walked up to Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki with a helpless and amused expression. Kiba, Tamaki, good evening. Sakura Haruno greeted them, her tone apologetic. I'm sorry. Those two brats didn't bump into you or break anything, did they? Seeing this, Inuzuka Kiba laughed heartily and waved his hand. It's fine, it's fine. Sakura, you're being too polite. Those two have a sense of propriety, they're just a bit mischievous. Tamaki and I were just looking at the flowers, and they went whoosh right past us like a gust of wind. With the open-minded expression of someone who had been through it all, he continued. They're just kids. At this age, they're full of energy and love to run around. The festival is so lively, let them run, jump, and play. As long as they don't actually cause trouble, nothing will happen. Naruto was way more of a handful back in the day. After all, these two boys hadn't treated the other four nations like kickballs. Inuzuka Kiba's tone was full of indulgence and understanding for the children, as if he were seeing shadows of himself and his comrades in their youth. However, hearing Inuzuka Kiba's open-minded remarks, Sakura Haruno let out a deep sigh, her face showing a complex mix of fatigue, realization, and self-deprecation. Kiba, you're right. If it were me when I was a child. Sakura Haruno held her face, looking quite troubled as she seemed to recall her youth, a girl who was a bit willful but also full of vitality. If I heard an adult say, they're just kids, let them be, I would have definitely agreed with both hands, thinking that adults finally understood how to respect a child's nature. I might have even complained that they weren't being lenient enough. She withdrew her gaze and looked at Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki, shaking her head with a bitter smile. But, once I actually became a parent, I discovered. Sakura Haruno's voice carried a profound sense of realization. I simply can't empathize with my former self anymore. Now, watching Shinichiku and Taichi charge around, the first things that pop into my head are a bunch of worries and thoughts of discipline. I just can't stop it. Sometimes I even think to myself, have I become too naggy, too overprotective? But I just can't control it. This might just be an occupational hazard of being a parent. Sakura Haruno laughed a bit self-deprecatingly. Inuzuka Kiba and Tamaki nodded in understanding. Tamaki said gently, yes, once you become a parent, your mindset really does change. You always want to give them the best, and you're always afraid they'll get even slightly hurt. Just as the three of them were feeling sentimental about the topic of a parent's heart, a familiar, hearty, and smiling voice suddenly came from the direction of the alley where the two children had just fled. Tamaki is right. The three of them looked toward the sound and saw the adult Uzumaki Naruto carrying a boy in each hand, walking out of the alley with steady steps and a chuckle. In Uzumaki Naruto's hands, the two little fellows instantly lost the arrogant air they had during their escape. Uzumaki Naruto walked closer and gently set the two boys down, though his hands remained on their shoulders to prevent them from running off again. Then he looked at Sakura Haruno, picking up where she had left off in a relaxed yet meaningful tone. However, Sakura. If we could always perfectly empathize with our childhood selves, if every thought and every impulse were exactly the same as back then, wouldn't that mean that after all these years, there hasn't been any growth at all? Uzumaki Naruto paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, including his two sons who were listening intently. People change. They mature, take on new responsibilities, and look at the world and themselves from a new perspective. Once you're a parent and have someone you need to protect, it's only natural that your thoughts differ from before. That's exactly what growth is. Then Uzumaki Naruto's tone shifted, becoming even more broad-minded. And, think of it from another angle. Even though your past self might have wanted adults to interfere less, she wouldn't blame her future self for becoming so protective and caring. Back then, she didn't know what her future self would become. Uzumaki Naruto's gaze fell gently on the sheepish Shinichiku and the quietly listening Taichi, then he looked back at Sakura Haruno and the others. So, we shouldn't criticize our past selves too much either, or blame ourselves for becoming unlike how we used to be. He concluded. Why get angry with yourself? Accept yourself at every stage, understand the reasons behind the changes, and cherish the responsibilities and happiness you have now. The Sakura Haruno of the past and the Sakura Haruno of the present are both you, and both are wonderful. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 359, Chapter 359, For the Sake of. Chapter 359, For the Sake of. After hearing Naruto's words, Sakura was stunned for a moment, and then an expression that was both annoyed and amused appeared on her face. She took a few steps forward, lightly punched Naruto's shoulder, and scolded him playfully. Honestly, I was totally fooled by your line back then about not being good at preaching or comforting people. I didn't expect your silver tongue to be so sharp. Naruto chuckled, then raised a hand to scratch his head, a look of slight pride on his face. People improve, you know. Sakura rolled her eyes at him, but the smile in them couldn't be hidden. She stopped paying attention to her duplicitous husband and turned around, looking at her two sons who were now standing obediently to the side. Her gaze first fell on Shinichiku. Although she had wanted to lecture him just now, Naruto's interruption, combined with seeing her son's guilty yet forced calm expression, made her heart soften by half. Sakura stepped forward, reached out to pat Shinichiku's shoulder, and her voice softened. Shinichiku, it's okay for boys to be a bit lively. She glanced at Taichi, who was standing quietly nearby, and continued to Shinichiku. But you have to get along well with your siblings, okay? If your allowance isn't enough, just ask mom directly. She looked at Taichi again and added. Taichi too. Sakura specifically mentioned, your mom Hikari really has no concept of money. If you give her too much, she might forget where she put it a moment later, or she might not know how much to give you at all. That's why your father doesn't feel comfortable letting her give you pocket money directly. He's afraid she'll give it without keeping track, leading you to spend it recklessly. So, if you run out of pocket money or want to buy something, just ask me or your father directly. Remember. Sakura instructed them seriously. Hearing his mother say this, Shinichiku's eyes darted around as if he had remembered something. First, with great loyalty, he stuffed the box of tempura in his hand into Taichi's hand next to him and said generously, Here, Taichi, you eat first. Taichi was stunned for a moment. He looked at the tempura in his hand, then at the suddenly generous Shinichiku. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes, but he said nothing and silently took it. Wait, I was the one who bought this in the first place. Then, under Sakura's surprised gaze, Shinichiku pulled out a small stack of neatly folded banknotes from his pocket. Holding up the money, he looked at Sakura with an I'm a good boy expression and said. Mom, no need. Dad already gave me some just now. As he spoke, he even shook the stack of money specifically, as if to prove his financial resources were ample, and he didn't need to apply for extra. As soon as these words came out, the smile on Naruto's face instantly froze. His blue eyes widened suddenly, looking at his father betraying son in disbelief. Ugh, damn you, you brat, you actually sold me out. Kiba, who was nearby, took in the whole scene. Seeing Naruto's expression instantly switch to that of an old father backstabbed by his son, a very bad feeling immediately rose in his heart. Experience told him that this was not a place to linger. He made a split-second decision and grabbed Tamaki, who was still out of the loop and thinking the father-son interaction was quite interesting. He whispered urgently, Tamaki, let's go. Quickly. Huh? What's wrong? Tamaki was somewhat bewildered. Don't ask, just go. Without another word, Kiba pulled his wife and quickly slipped into another side path, instantly disappearing into the crowd of the festival. His agility was no less than it had been in his younger years. Oh. Sakura let out a meaningful syllable from her nose. Her eyebrows arched slightly, and the corners of her mouth curved into a half-smile, but her gaze made Naruto feel a chill down his spine. I remember. Sakura spoke slowly and deliberately, her voice not high, yet carrying the pressure of an impending storm. Naruto, I remember every household expense is accounted for. She took a step closer, her eyes narrowing slightly as she stared intently into Naruto's somewhat flickering eyes. Which fund did the money you just gave the kids come from? It couldn't be. Sakura drew out her words. That you used public property that shouldn't be touched. No, absolutely not. Naruto's scalp felt numb under Sakura's scrutinizing gaze, and he waved his hands frantically. Public is public, private is private. I still have that much principle. Besides, I don't care for that bit of money in the village accounts at all. His source of income was mainly from writing books like Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Journey to the West. There were also the war reparations given to him personally by the 4 major nations and dozens of small nations. Naruto split the proceeds with the daimyo of the Land of Fire on a 1 hours 99 minutes basis. Guess who took 1 share and who took 99? Of course, the romantic ninjutsu tales of Shimura and its companion piece, the dashing tales of Sarutobi, were both written under another pseudonym. That royalty money was Naruto's secret stash. The income of Naruto and his wives was all openly recorded within the family. Although there was no real need to hide a secret stash, Naruto still enjoyed the thrill of it. Occasionally, he would buy a small gift for his family or give the kids pocket money and such. But this is the first time I've seen you make that face, Naruto. After hearing that Naruto hadn't misappropriated public funds, Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. Even after being Hokage for so many years, Naruto was still the same Naruto she knew. Naruto never lied about things like this. If he wanted to keep a little secret stash, so be it, it's not like he'd go out and spend it recklessly. Taichi looked at his brother with schadenfreude. Heh. Daring to backstab Dad. You're in for a world of hurt. Recalling the powerful strength Dad showed when he tore through the time tunnel before, Taichi felt it was lucky that Dad didn't hit his kids. Honestly, scaring me again. You guys must have colluded in secret, didn't you? Naruto affectionately rubbed Shinichiku's head, then turned to Sakura with a relaxed, casual tone. By the way, Sakura, I remember a large new stationery bookstore opened over by the festival's commercial street. They say they've stocked many of the latest editions of books like 5 years of ninja exams, 3 years of mock tests. Since I see Shinichiku has so much energy lately, he must have plenty of drive for his studies too. I'll go pick out a few pounds. Oh no, I mean buy a few boxes of suitable exam papers and exercise sets for him. Shinichiku's face paled in horror as he tried to awaken paternal love. Dad. Dad, Daddy. I was wrong, I was really wrong. I shouldn't have blabbed. I'll give you back the pocket money. I'll definitely be good from now on. Shinichiku quickly clung to Naruto's arm, beginning to wail and beg for mercy, without a shred of dignity. Naruto gave him a cold glance, feigning indifference. You're even calling me daddy to beg for mercy. Truly spineless. I'll buy you some exercise sets later to help you grow a backbone. Sakura watched the clash between father and son, shaking her head helplessly, but her eyes were full of laughter. Of course, she wouldn't really let Naruto buy several boxes of test papers for the child. All right. Sakura stepped in to mediate, pulling Naruto back. The festival isn't over yet, we can talk about homework later. For now, go clean your dirty hands and faces, and then. She looked at Naruto and winked. Shall we go watch the fireworks together? I heard they're especially beautiful this year. It was back then, right before the fireworks bloomed, that she had been brave once, and then she had gained this beautiful life she had now. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 360, Nagato. Chapter 360, Nagato. Splendid fireworks bloomed one after another in the night sky, pushing Hidden Leaf Village's joy and festive atmosphere to a climax. However, beneath this laughter and cheer, certain corners of Hidden Leaf Village remained shrouded in silence and shadow. For example, Hidden Leaf Village's prison, which held extremely dangerous or uniquely identified prisoners, and also stored research materials and items unsuitable for public disclosure. A man with striking red hair was moving silently through the dim corridors. He wore a Shutendoji mask on his face, concealing his features and only revealing a pair of purple Rinnegan eyes flickering with complex light in the shadows. It was Nagato. After quietly infiltrating Hidden Leaf Village with Obito, he had come alone to this heavily guarded forbidden land. His goal was clear, to find Konan. He walked past one cold, sturdy cell after another, his purple Rinnegan scanning through the eye holes of his mask at the figures inside, some numb, some alert, some sleeping. There were high-ranking rogue ninjas from enemy nations, taboo experimental subjects from failed research, and political prisoners with sensitive identities. But he never saw that familiar figure. Fireworks. Nagato stopped at a corner with a ventilation hole, where he could vaguely hear the bustle outside and see sporadic flashes of firework light. He tilted his head slightly, looking through the narrow hole at the distant night sky where colored spots of light bloomed intermittently. Beneath the mask, a trace of daze and longing imperceptibly emerged in those purple eyes. That represented the liveliness of the human world, the joy of peace, the warmth within reach for ordinary people. All of these were things he, Yahiko, and Konan had dreamed of while looking up at the sky in the dilapidated streets of the Hidden Rain Village in their youth, yet they seemed forever unattainable. But soon, this faint wavering was suppressed by a deeper obsession and purpose. He withdrew his gaze, his eyes becoming firm and cold once more. No matter how beautiful the festival fireworks were, they had nothing to do with him. He had to find Konan, rescue her, and then complete what he had to do. He continued deeper along the intricate, maze-like underground passages, avoiding several hidden alarm traps and patrolling puppets. Finally, after bypassing an area that appeared to be an abandoned warehouse, he relied on the perception of his Rinnegan and a certain intuition to find an extremely hidden downward staircase entrance. Pushing open a heavy small door, he entered an even colder passage filled with various pipes and energy lines, eventually arriving at a place resembling a core laboratory or database. The area was filled with various precision instruments he had never seen before, glowing with eerie light, culture tanks, and energy nodes. The residual chakra and strange odors in the air were even heavier. Just as he was alertly looking around, trying to find more clues, a side door he hadn't noticed before slid open soundlessly. Alarm bells rang in Nagato's heart, and his Rinnegan instantly locked onto the doorway. Powerful chakra was ready to burst within his body. "You are the first guest to come here through this entrance." A female voice, unfamiliar yet carrying a hint of strange familiarity, rang out in the empty laboratory with a touch of laziness and amusement. By the sliding door, a figure wearing a white lab coat with hands casually tucked in pockets was leaning lazily against the doorframe, observing him with great interest. It was a woman. She had pale skin, long black hair flowing loosely, and golden snake-like pupils flickering with cold, intellectual light under the lab's blue instrument lights. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. Her appearance was beautiful yet carried an inhuman, eerie quality. Her temperament was complex and difficult to define. It was the current Orochimaru. Those eyes, the Rinnegan. And that hair color. Orochimaru's golden snake pupils narrowed slightly, her gaze seemingly able to penetrate the Shutendoji mask on Nagato's face. "You are the leader of the Akatsuki organization, Pain, or perhaps, I should call you by your real name." Orochimaru drawled, spitting out the name one syllable at a time. Nagato. Nagato had completely unexpected meeting one of the legendary Sannin, Hidden Leaf Village's S-rank rogue ninja, and the ninja world's most dangerous scientist here, in this manner. What shocked him even more was Orochimaru. Nagato almost blurted it out. How did you become a woman?" The Orochimaru in his memory was clearly that cold, pale, raspy-voiced male ninja. The being before him, while still possessing a dangerous and eerie aura, was undeniably female in appearance and voice, completely overturning his understanding. Could it be that the female Uchiha following Naruto really is Sasuke? "It's fine, Itachi. Raising a son or daughter is all the same, your parents can be considered to have both now." Faced with Nagato's almost unseemly shocked questioning, Orochimaru did not get angry. Instead, as if she had heard something amusing, a trace of malicious mirth flashed in her golden snake pupils. She remained leaning against the doorframe, tilted her head, and responded nonchalantly with an extremely perfunctory, almost, none of your business, tone. "That is none of your concern. My gender and form are part of my eternal research. It's not for a stray dog who calls himself God to worry about." She unceremoniously poked Nagato's sore spot. "You've infiltrated this place, looking all around, you're searching for that little girl named Konan, aren't you?" Orochimaru cut straight to the point, clearly having a thorough understanding of Nagato's intentions. Nagato's heart tightened, but he didn't deny it. His Rinnegan stared fixedly at Orochimaru, waiting for her next words. Orochimaru seemed to enjoy Nagato's slightly tense gaze. She slowly straightened up, took her hands out of her pockets, casually brushed off non-existent dust from her lab coat, and then pointed a thumb toward the passage behind her, giving the answer plainly. "Don't waste your time here. She's not in this sector. She is that idiot Jiraiya student. Although she was once your accomplice, Naruto has been fairly polite to her." Orochimaru paused, an inscrutable emotion flashing in her golden snake pupils, and continued. "She has been vouched for by Jiraiya and is currently at Jiraiya's home. Jiraiya has been worried about you all." "I see." Nagato nodded. He had seen Jiraiya attending the summer festival, and theoretically, Konan, being a criminal, wouldn't go. In other words, he just needed to find Master Jiraiya's home to take Konan away. "I advise you not to think about making a move. The village is covered in Naruto's flying thunder god marks. If you don't run now, you won't be able to escape at all." Orochimaru looked at Nagato with a beaming smile. In truth, she was lying to Nagato. Even if Nagato wanted to run now, he wouldn't be able to. The moment she first discovered Nagato, she had informed Naruto. By now, Naruto should have already set up the barrier. Loving book so far? Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon. Chapter 361, Chapter 361, Severed at the Waist. Chapter 361, Severed at the Waist. Akimichi Chosa's face crinkled. Having someone cause trouble during the summer festival is really annoying. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio stood on the eastern side of Hidden Leaf Village, maintaining the barrier's operation. Hey, it's the perfect opportunity to round them all up. Shikaku was holding back his own anger. He had just returned from the battlefield. Well, it was more like a business trip, but his wife at home had finally become a bit more virtuous, and he hadn't enjoyed it enough yet. He was just eating a late-night snack when he was dragged out. Can these enemies just die already? Huh? Kakashi, when did you get back? Might Guy stared with his mouth wide open at Kakashi, who was wearing a green yukata. How did he not know that Kakashi had returned? Naruto brought us back. To be honest, I'd quite like to go down and help him, but the barrier needs people to help maintain it too. Kakashi looked at the bustling village with his dead fish eyes. Obito, is that you? Hanar stood beside Kakashi, smiling at Might Guy and Might Dewey, her hands still maintaining the output of chakra. After stuffing a few dozen more shadow clones into the Kamui dimension, Naruto used Kagura Mind's Eye to search for Obito's trail. Nagato wasn't important, what mattered was Obito. Although Nagato's destructive power was immense, with Konan in Hidden Leaf Village, Nagato, who was more sentimental and righteous than Obito, would be hesitant to act. But Obito was a complete madman. Now that Hidden Leaf Village had lost its ability to resurrect people, Naruto had become restrained. Naruto didn't need to worry about Nagato, as Orochimaru was stalling him. Orochimaru's brainwashing ability was incredibly strong, and his ability to escape was also the best in the ninja world. The perception of Kagura Mind's Eye expanded outward, and finally, a familiar chakra was detected on the outskirts of the festival. Found you. Obito Uchiha. A cold glint flashed in Naruto's eyes, but he maintained a gentle smile on his face. He couldn't alert the enemy, and he certainly couldn't make a move directly in the crowded festival area. He had to lure Obito away, or subdue him with thunderous force far away from the crowd. Naruto stopped, looked at the time at a roadside shop. Was it already almost 9 o'clock? He then turned around and showed a slightly apologetic expression to the three girls beside him. Ino, Hinata, Karen. Naruto's voice was gentle, but his speaking speed was slightly faster than usual. Sorry, I suddenly remembered there is some urgent official business that I need to take care of right away. He used official business as a vague but reasonable excuse. You three go ahead and stroll slowly, enjoy the festival. I might need to make a trip to the office. Hinata seemed to sense something, a trace of worry flashing in her Byakugan. Naruto-kun, be careful. Hinata whispered a reminder. Come back quickly. Although Ino was a bit reluctant, she knew the gravity of the situation. Karen vaguely sensed what was happening. Someone must have invaded the village. Do you need help? No, it's a small matter. Naruto smiled and shook his head, giving them a reassuring look. You all have fun, I'll come find you when I'm done. After speaking, Naruto didn't delay any longer and used Flying Thunder God to leave the spot immediately. The next second, Obito, who was helping Nagato look for Konan, was suddenly severed at the waist. Ah. The intense pain and the cold premonition of death took half a second to reach Obito's central nervous system. Obito let out a short, shrill scream, and the eyes beneath his mask widened to their limit due to extreme pain and horror. His body, the upper half separated from the lower half, blood gushing out like a burst water bag, mixed with broken visceral fragments and bone shards. Naruto, holding the Yaso Magotsukuri, appeared behind Obito, who had been severed at the waist. It's really infuriating. You don't have a girlfriend, but I do. On such a happy day, why must you come looking for death? He didn't even look at the spraying blood or the falling lower half. As he appeared, he kicked out with his right leg. The kick landed solidly on the side of Obito's upper body, which had just separated from his lower half and was falling downward. The tremendous force kicked Obito's upper body away like a rag doll, smashing through several small trees the thickness of a bowl along the way, and finally slamming heavily into a moss-covered rock in the distance, emitting a dull thud as gravel and dust flew up. Naruto's tactics were extremely clear and ruthless, since there was still a distance between the landing point of his Flying Thunder God and Obito's actual position, making it impossible to guarantee a one-hit kill. He had to play it safe and completely disable the opponent's mobility first. Sever the legs first. Having lost his lower half, even with Kamui and Hashirama cells, Obito's mobility and balance would be greatly reduced, making many ninjutsu and escape methods difficult to execute. At this moment, the scene of Obito's upper body, which had been kicked to the side of the rock, was horrific. At the huge, gruesome opening at the waist, broken intestines, kidney fragments, and spinal bone shards, mixed with a large amount of blood, were uncontrollably flowing and sliding out, appearing exceptionally bloody and terrifying under the moonlight and the faint light of the festival in the distance. The intense pain caused his body to twitch uncontrollably. However, Obito Uchiha was, after all, a being who had fused with Hashirama cells, possessing a twisted yet iron-hard will. The instinct to survive and the combat consciousness engraved into his bone marrow forcibly awakened Obito's consciousness amidst the intense pain. At the wound on his broken upper body, white matter suddenly began to squirm and proliferate unnaturally. Large amounts of milky white, slime mold or fleshy plant-like material surged frantically from his chest cavity, back, and even the flesh of the severed cross-section. These white substances spread and wrapped rapidly, like living creatures, firmly sealing the huge wound at his waist, stopping the further loss of blood and internal organs, and even beginning to attempt to pull back the scattered organs into his body. At the same time, these substances were also rapidly spreading below his waist, as if trying to shape a temporary shell for him. It was White Zetsu. White Zetsu's power was still lurking within Obito's body. Naruto rushed up and drove his blade into Obito's head, tearing off a part of White Zetsu's body as if it were modeling clay, then gouged out Obito's right eye and casually sealed it. To prevent the opponent from faking death, Naruto added a few more stabs, then sealed his corpse. Obito Uchiha was dead. There was no earth-shattering final showdown, no long and winding talk, no jutsu persuasion, and not even a chance for him to utter his final words. There was only the most cold-blooded, efficient, and ninja-way-compliant process. Detection, locking on, surprise attack, lethality, finishing blow. Ninjas are such fragile lives. Regardless of how powerful a Kekkai Genkai one possesses, how bizarre the forbidden jutsu, how twisted the beliefs, or how tenacious the will. When a fatal attack descends at a speed beyond reaction, when vital points are completely destroyed, when the organs that sustain life stop working, they will die. They won't be like ghosts, able to roar and stitch themselves back together after being severed at the waist. They won't be like certain mythical creatures, possessing near-immortal characteristics. Beneath the six paths, they are ultimately just ordinary people. They are flesh and blood, carbon-based life forms. They will bleed, they will feel pain, they will die. Obito's former strength, paranoia, pain, and struggle, all vanished like smoke at this moment. All that remained was a twisted history, and perhaps some complex memories lingering in the hearts of the few who knew him. Naruto looked up, gazing toward the direction of the festival at the still brilliant lights and the faintly audible laughter. In his heart, there was no joy of revenge fulfilled, no pity or regret, only a kind of nearly indifferent calm. Loving book so far. Check out 30+ advanced chapters at Patreon.